Working this hard, I definitely understand not wanting someone else to come into your spot.
And for context, in Washington, D.C., sidewalks, they must be cleared by owners within 8 daylight hours. But the city clears the roads. They don't have a specific timeline to do so. They focus on the major roads first, and then conditions throughout the week, well, they have been uniquely challenging across plenty other states as well. This widespread freezing temperatures that we've been seeing, they are getting in the way of a lot of the snowplow efforts, even across the country. So let's talk more about it, because we know the cold has definitely been a big talker this week. Winter's wrath, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, I really do. But here we are in the dead of winter, and we have this weak polar vortex that just keeps on giving. It's like the curse that keeps on giving. It has weakened, and as it weakens, it actually brings in a strong burst of cold air to those across the South, that being the United States. And we're really catching the brunt of it throughout the northern tier of the country and the Northeast. But this polar vortex has been so weak that it actually has brought below average temperatures as far south as Florida. This unfortunately will be the case. Notice the timestamp from February 7th through at least the 13th. So right up until about Valentine's Day weekend, we are stuck in this rut of feeling below average temperatures. That's going to be the case for the East Coast, part of the Northeast. Pittsburgh, for example, you're stuck in this where we're looking at temperatures that fall below not only the freezing mark, but even below your average of 37 degrees there. New York City has been definitely in a unique race of seeing these colder temperatures. Last 6 days with our highs have been below freezing, and we're looking at consecutive days. Last time we had a record anything remotely close to this was back in 1961 with 16 days. With 6 days already on the board, here's a look at the next 10. So you'll notice that we do get below freezing at least through the weekend, but as we head into next week, we start to see those above freezing temperatures happen. Take a look at this. This is actually in Colorado. Look at how quickly this bubble freezes. I love seeing objects like this. I think kids find it so fascinating. But the liquid just freezes over within seconds, and you're able to pop it like that. And it's still frozen. It's still solid. That's some pretty cool stuff, but that just also shows how cold it is across the country. Make sure you keep it the Fox Weather. We'll have more after the break.
Are you still cleaning your floors with a broom and dustpan?
Or down on your hands and knees with paper towels?
Or dragging out your big heavy vacuum?
Hello everyone, I'm April Lufrio with another deal from Incredible Inventions called the Zippy Sweeper. Is it a broom? Is it a vacuum? It's none of the above. It's an electric broom that sweeps up messes and spills quickly and easily. Whether you're cleaning up accidental spills in the kitchen, pet hair, dust, or crumbs from hard-to-reach places, Zippy has you covered. With its 360-degree swivel head and ultra-lightweight design, you'll get your cleaning done in half the time with zero hassle. It seamlessly transitions from hard surfaces like tile, vinyl, and hardwood to low-pile carpets. Say goodbye to tangled cords. The Zippy Sweeper is powered by a long-lasting rechargeable battery, giving you up to 60 minutes of uninterrupted cleaning power. This sweeper is equipped with a self-emptying dustbin, so you can dump the dirt with just one click, no messy bags and no fuss. Perfect for homes with kids or pets, the Zippy Sweeper is as quiet as a whisper, so you can clean anytime without disturbing the peace. The Zippy Sweeper is available on Amazon for $109, but if you scan this QR code now, you can get it for the special on-sale price of just $59. That's $50 off instantly. Zippy would normally sell to major retailers like Walmart, Home Depot, and others, but today we're cutting out the major retailers so you can enjoy these huge savings at home. Go online or scan and save big with this QR code. And oh, Zippy is also offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, send it back, and we'll even cover the cost of return shipping. Nobody else offers this kind of guarantee, so get your Zippy Sweeper today.
Many of my clients ask me, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help clients buy and sell at the same time with all of the certainty and none of the stress. It's the most game-changing solution in real estate today. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams every time.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. We encourage everybody to stay inside and stay warm. Stay inside, folks, unless you have hollow socks. I'll be here reporting all weekend long, and my feet will not stink because the fibers, they're hollow, and they naturally wick the moisture and heat away to keep your feet at the perfect temperature. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Good morning, everyone. You're taking live looks across the Carolinas as well as Tennessee, where snow is coming down. That'll be a focus of what we're talking about through the morning. Thanks for joining us. We're coming to you on both Fox Weather and on Fox Business Network. We have a team of meteorologists and correspondents that are fanned out in front of this winter storm that's expected to continue to bring impacts through this weekend. Good morning again, everyone. I'm Melanie Black here with Michael Estime and Nick Koser.
Yeah, good morning. Great to see you guys. It is in NYC the sixth consecutive day below freezing. How about that?
Yeah, you know, those guys are cold to their core. They're not used to this. And I'll tell you what, last weekend we were talking about a big storm, but it was more ice there. Now they're getting in on the more fun part of the winter weather. It's going to be all snow, so we'll probably get a lot of sled riding video in today.
That's right. A little bit of everything here. A powerful nor'easter is slamming the southeast today. The storm will rapidly strengthen, likely becoming a bomb cyclone. Heavy snow, hurricane-force wind gusts, and whiteout conditions are expected. The Outer Banks in North Carolina faces upwards of a foot of snow. Fox Weather correspondent Mike Seidel is live in Kill Devil Hills now. Good morning, Mike. You are in a spot where there's been an emergency due to not only the snow, but you have the wind and you have the flooding and the cold temperatures. You really have it all.
Yes, we do. We've got all kinds of watches and warnings. Most of them are warnings. We have the heavy surf advisory. And behind me, you can see the Atlantic this morning. We're about an hour from sunrise and some light out here, but we've lit up the beach so you can see the surf, and it's definitely ramped up if you were watching us yesterday out here at Kill Devil Hills. Right now, the buoy's just offshore reporting 6-foot waves. And by the way, expecting wave heights here on the beachfront to break as high as 10, maybe 12 feet later tonight and Sunday morning as that cyclone and the pressure drops very, very fast. That's not going to really happen and start happening until this afternoon. Right now it's 1,008 millibars, so it's really hasn't started the deepening process, but it'll go gangbusters as we get into this afternoon into Sunday as it heads northeast away from North Carolina. Let's first start with the ocean effects and the coastal flood warning, primarily for the high tides this evening and tomorrow morning. And the high tide of real concern is around 7 a.m. here in this part of the Outer Banks tomorrow morning. Just up the beach at Duck, they're expecting major coastal flooding. That's right, major coastal flooding, inundation 2 to 4 feet above higher ground. So if you're in a flood-prone area, this area is fine because we've got a big wide beach and a very solid dune line. But we are going to have beach erosion. This is going to eat up some of the beaches. Northeast wind is typically an eroding wind. Winds gusting 50 to 60 miles an hour. We may have some gust up to 70 miles an hour. Remember, hurricane force is 74, and that no doubt will be monitored and measured on some of the buoys offshore, like Diamond Shoals off Hatteras, where they're already gusting to around 40 miles an hour. We're just getting underway with this particular system. Now, the snowfall. Yes, it is going to be all snow here down towards Hatteras Island, Ocracoke, also Buxton, Cape Hatteras, Verdanthe, those areas. It'll start as rain because temperatures there are already in the upper 30s. They'll probably get up into the low 40s, and then the temperatures there will crash this evening, and they'll go over to all snow, albeit wet snow, wetter snow than here. Here it's going to be all snow. The real key is on how much snow we get here is the banding process around the storm. And we could easily get a foot of snow. Some spots may get more. It's really tough to say where those bands are going to set up as the storm starts to crank up tonight and Sunday morning. By the way, by Sunday morning, this is going to be out of here. The snow part is, the wind will remain, and the high wind warning goes till 7 p.m. Sunday. And speaking of the winds, when we get gusts 60 plus, we'll likely have some at least some sporadic power outages along with the weight of the snow, especially and areas where it tends to be a little wetter because of the temperature difference. So there you go. So sporadic power outages, gusty winds, 50, 60 miles an hour. It's going to be howling here tonight and Sunday morning with the snow and the blowing snow. And the Weather Service out of Morehead City, that's the office that has this area, is mentioning blizzard conditions here on the northern Outer Banks. We'll see if they issue an actual blizzard warning, but the bottom line is the pictures out here tonight are going to look incredible. And we'll be out here tonight starting at 7 Eastern on Fox Weather to show you the wild and woolly weather here on the Outer Banks. They don't often get storms like this. By the way, this reminds me of the March 1980 storm. And Melanie, I was down in Florida in Fort Lauderdale on spring break, and that was another bomb cyclone. And up here, Elizabeth City had 2 feet of snow. Down there, we had severe weather. Then on Monday morning, March 3rd, 1980, I remember waking up at the campground. It was 32 degrees in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and that still stands as the latest freezing temperature in the season on record. And what is this bomb cyclone going to do? It's going to take the temperatures down into the mid-30s in Miami and Fort Lauderdale on Monday. So kind of the same impact. It just blows the cold air, it just drags it down all the way to South Florida, and they will be waking up to the coldest temperatures in at least 15 years down there from the bomb cyclone. But back here, it's all about the snow, the wind, the coastal impacts, and some, I would have to say as a meteorologist, some good-looking live shots tonight.
Yeah, we were talking about in the morning meeting about some of the live shots we're going to be seeing going forward. You mentioned a lot of threats there, Mike. Is there one that specifically worries you, or is it a combination of all of them?
Well, it's really the combination, because here's the deal. Once the snow ends tomorrow morning, Melanie, we have heavy snow ending. We have a lot of snow expected. We have snow drifts. We have winds still gusting over 50 miles an hour, and we have the dangerous cold. We have the extreme cold warning going until Monday morning, so we're expecting wind chills down at or even below 0. So all those situations, that's why they put out the state of emergency, mentioning you may have to shelter in place because you can't get anywhere, and if you don't want to get stuck because of how cold it is. So it's the combination of all the factors. A day tomorrow morning, more like maybe Fargo than here in eastern North Carolina when you think about the snow, blowing snow, and just the bitterly cold temperatures for this latitude.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we thank you for waking up early with us. Fox Weather correspondent Mike Seidel. We'll talk to you soon. This is a life-threatening winter storm for the Carolinas. You're taking a live look across Maggie Valley right now, where you can see the flakes flying. Still light for the moment, but whiteout conditions and dangerous cold are expected to follow. As we take a look at what we're monitoring in terms of our winter weather alerts, very cold air is still firmly established across the mid-Atlantic and Carolinas this morning. Meanwhile, you heard Mike mention that low that has developed off the Carolina coast. Right now, the central pressure at 1008 millibars, but this is expected to continue to strengthen. And as it does, moisture is going to be pulled northward while we have that cold air that's still locked in place. And this is going to lead us to a favorable setup for heightened winter weather impacts in terms of the snow, as well as the potential for some whiteout conditions. So as we look at the overall surface pressure right now, you can see that area of low pressure has formed across the Carolina coast. And as we go forward over the next 24 hours, just continue to expect to rapidly strengthen. Live radar does show that some spots are already seeing some snow showers. That includes Roanoke down to Charlotte, Knoxville in the mix, and Columbia as well. Closer to the coast, we still have a little bit of rain showers, mainly offshore, but the snow is just going to continue to pick up in intensity. You can see on Rewind over the past 24 hours, numerous, even dozens of reports of winter weather, including snowfall across parts of the Carolinas, down into Tennessee as well. Currently, we're monitoring about 61 total, and that is that area where we do have some snow showers. So let's go forward with our future radar, and you can see through this morning, we start to see more of those snow showers overspread the Carolinas closer to the coast, and that will continue as we go forward overnight into tomorrow morning. So we're talking about this extended period of the snow showers, but behind that, we are going to have a gusty wind, and that is going to keep the cold air locked in place. So the snow, Michael, is not going anywhere. Of of course, the term that has been floating around and is a little bit more catchy is about this being a bomb cyclone and how it's rapidly going to strengthen.
Yeah, we're expecting significant, what we call cyclogenesis. That's basically the strengthening and the development of an area of low pressure. And what'll be interested around that is to see, do we have the winds, do we have the visibilities, and do we have the time frame that's going to allow for perhaps blizzard conditions? That's a big question. So jumping into it, let me just kind of dig in and show you what we're tracking. There's that area of low pressure that we were just mentioning. A couple of features that we watch is the winds, number one, right? In order to see blizzard-like conditions, you need to see winds up and over 35 miles per hour with reduced visibilities, less than a quarter of a mile. And all of those ingredients, these three, are in place. So it's one of the reasons why Fox Weather's Mike Seidel was mentioning that blizzard-like conditions will be possible, especially late this evening, overnight, and then through the early morning hours tomorrow. One of the reasons why we have wind alerts that are in effect, upwards of 50 to perhaps even along the coast, 70 mile per hour winds. That's like almost Category 1 hurricane force winds. It's interesting because when you look at this in relation to a tropical system, this could, and let me emphasize, could be compared to like a winter tropical storm, is what this would, generally speaking, when you look at the forecast analysis and the models, is what we're somewhat comparing this to. So we talked about those winds, and note that Cape Hatteras, that's 50, 60, perhaps in a couple of wind gusts over that 70 mile per hour threshold. You got that. You got the low visibilities, maybe not so much right now, but as we set this into future motion for you, look at those visibilities dropping in Hatteras by the time we get to late this afternoon, then into the evening and overnight, zero visibility. On top of all that, you have that wind that pushes all of that water right along the coast. And the problem is we're all familiar with what happened in Buxton, right, North Carolina, with homes collapsing in the water. Well, when you have huge waves, right, you have lots of onshore flow, that leads to coastal erosion. And unfortunately, Nick, I think that this could unfortunately lead to some coastal flooding, not just along the Carolina coastline, but also for our friends and family up toward the Cape. So Provincetown, toward Chatham, and then Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, be prepared.
Yeah, no doubt. So we're going to be monitoring all of that. Great job by Melanie and Michael to break all that down. I'm watching for posts on social media here this morning. So if you live in the Carolinas, maybe give us a hashtag Fox Weather, and I'll be able to pop in, see what you're talking about, what the chatter is, and share it with folks here on Fox Weather. First thing I want to share with you that I found is this ice fountain that we caught in Raleigh. This was actually yesterday. Look at that, completely frozen over. So that was shot by actually one of our producers, and you can see just how cold of a scene it is out there. Right now in Raleigh, it's 24. They've got a winter storm warning going right through the 1st of February and an extreme cold warning in effect. So that extreme cold warning certainly tracks, right? And then we're also monitoring video out of Tennessee as the snow started falling there at about 7 o'clock. This was shot 2 hours later, so this was about 9 o'clock last night, and snow's coming down, getting a little heavy there. That was shot right outside of a cabin near the national park. So if you see anything cool happening, we want to see it too. Share it with us. Scan that QR code, or you can always pop into our website, foxweather.com/connect. I'll be sharing pics and videos of the snowstorm all morning long. We should get some pretty cool stuff, guys, so stick around.
It's a historic storm for the southeast, for many in places like eastern North Carolina, the biggest since at least 1989. You're taking a live look across the Raleigh airport, and right now, all is quiet. Still have some flights that are getting out there. We'll continue to have a live extended coverage continuing all day long. Keep it right here on Fox Weather.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Welcome back. Live look from Raleigh-Durham International Airport under a winter storm warning until tomorrow morning. This area expecting to get between 5 to 8 inches of snow once things starts to hit and get going. And you can really see some of the flakes already flying so far this morning, but we are just getting started as we will be in the thick of it going forward. Here's another closer look at the Raleigh-Durham Airport, and there still are airplanes that are connected to the gates right now. So as we take a look at where we have some of the worst delays so far this morning, well, luckily that's not at that airport. So far it's across Chicago, Los Angeles, and Atlanta. Chicago actually is dealing with some lake effect snow going forward today, but the worst cancellations, we do have that at the Charlotte Airport, 549, and Raleigh now at 120. So already some cancellations that are starting off this morning. Atlanta, meanwhile, 573. So that does lead the pack this morning, and I anticipate that as we go forward through the rest of the day, we are no doubt going to continue to see more cancellations. Really, as this storm continues to strengthen and more of the snow is going to fill in as we go forward to the east. So moving into our live radar right now, this is just the beginning of it. Already some snow showers this morning closer to the coast across parts of the Carolinas. We have more of those rain showers that are offshore. Meanwhile, some snow showers across Knoxville into Roanoke as well. Pretty quiet though across Atlanta this morning, just dealing with temperatures that are below the freezing mark. Here is another live look. This one takes us to UNC Charlotte, and you can see the drop off in visibility so far. Current temperature at 25 and some light snow showers already, especially along the 485 corridor. Another live look here. This is Wilmington, North Carolina. Pretty quiet to start there. Not much going on, but already those winter storm reports continue to climb. The past 24 hours, we've had dozens and dozens of reports, and specifically highlighted across Tennessee into West Virginia and the Carolinas as well. So that graphic that you just saw is going to only continue to grow in terms of those reports that we get in through the rest of the weekend. Another live look. This is actually a better live look showing some of the snow showers, and you can see some of those interstates that are already impacted. We have I-40, I-75, as well as I-81. And as we go through the rest of the weekend, likely more of these are going to become snow covered. In fact, possibly even more of the secondary streets that tend to be a little bit trickier in terms of travel. Those could become snow covered as well in parts of the Carolinas, as well as into West Virginia. So we go forward with our future radar, and you can see, as I mentioned, those snow showers continue to spread closer to the coast. So we are tapping into that cold air. We are tapping into that moisture as well. And the snow showers are going to linger overnight into tomorrow. Of course, this is just one aspect of the forecast across the country that we are tracking. We're also looking at the lake effect snow machine, Nick.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's get you over to the Windy City. This is what Chicago looks like early this morning. A little bit of cloud coverage, and it is a bitterly cold 14 degrees. Boy, oh boy, has it been cold everywhere, but I feel like Chicago really returning to a more classic-like winter setup here after a few mild winters, and that's sort of been the case all across the northern tier of the country, but not so much this winter, right? We are making up for lost time, and we've seen some lake effect snow already across the bowl of Lake Michigan. Started last night. I don't know if you saw any of the video of the bean, the iconic bean there in downtown Chicago, covered up in snow. So a couple 3 inches falling in locations from northern Chicago right down over towards South Bend and around the Horn up towards Grand Rapids as well, and honing in on some of those storm reports and snowfall reports. O'Hare Airport just under 2 inches. Morton Grove closer to 4 inches. The Chicago Loop downtown there at about 1, and then 1.5 for Ohio Street Beach. So yeah, anywhere from 1 to 4 inches on the higher end. We're going to keep this winter weather alert going as we're expecting to see more streamers, more of that lake effect snow coming in off of Lake Michigan. It's north to south oriented, so it's going to be coming down sort of like that. And that's why we've got those counties from Northfield through Chicago and over towards Michigan City under this winter weather advisory through the rest of the day today, as this is what live radar looks like. Early this morning, you see a few flakes still trying to show up. I think we'll see another more healthy burst of lake effect snow coming a little bit later here this morning. As you can see it there, taking aim at Chicago and points north, maybe even a few flakes in Gary before the snow band sort of waffles back off towards the west. That's what they do. That fetch sort of waffles back and forth. It's all wind driven. And wherever the wind is going to blow that streamer, that's where the snow is going to show up. And in terms of how much more snow we could still see, maybe another inches, a couple, 2-3 more inches to go in Chicago. And looks like Gary might be the big winner here with this one. So Melanie, we're going to keep that bitter cold, not only cold, but snowy forecast in there for the Windy City.
And also heading to Florida as well. Just over a week ago, Florida was treated to some rare flakes across the north of the state. Now, moisture from this coastal storm and bitter cold temperatures are teaming up for a chance to bring some Gulf effect snow to the Sunshine State. But to get that snow, you need the cold temperatures in place. And right now, as we look across Florida, we have winter weather alerts that span the entire state, really in terms for the cold weather and for the temperature that's going to be sticking around. You can trace some of this Arctic air all the way up to the North Pole, and it's sending it crashing down thanks to the position of that jet stream all the way down to the southern tip of Florida. One thing that I'd really love to see that I think is so rare is when you see the snowflakes on the palm trees. I just love that juxtaposition.
I know, it always kind of messes with your brain. You're going, is that sand up there?
It should be warm over there, yeah.
Right? Yeah, nobody's spared. I mean, even as far south as Miami, we've got a cold weather advisory. Now, this is all relative, right? A cold weather advisory prompted in South Florida wouldn't necessarily mean a cold weather advisory in New York City, but it's all relative. And when you're talking about temperatures this morning at a 56, that's chilly stuff.
And we were talking just about a half an hour ago about this front that's going to come through. So we're waking up this morning to temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Yeah, that does feel chilly, but that's just the start of it because the cold air is really going to rush in. This is a cool image where you can trace the path of that Arctic air all the way from the North Pole, diving all the way down to Florida.
I know, and that just goes to show you how powerful this lobe of the polar vortex is and how unusually far south it is. It's actually a weaker polar vortex. That allows for these lobes to get further south. Jacksonville, good morning to you. Although maybe the word good isn't, I use that term loosely.
A cold morning.
Depending on how you like the cold. Yeah, we're talking about temps in the 20s for a while.
So that's what we'll be talking about. And you really have to go back quite some time for the last time that Jacksonville had temperatures that dipped into the low 20s, just to give you a perspective of how rare this cold is for parts of Florida. This is also waking up tomorrow morning. You can see 20s for North Florida, down all the way into southern Florida. You even have temperatures that'll be flirting right near that freezing point.
Yeah, and so we've got these wind chill values that are going to be a concern too, 30 and 40 mile per hour winds as you get further south. There's some chatter about maybe Tampa seeing some flakes. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll watch out for that. And by the way, if you're in Key West, my parents are snowbirding there January, February this year.
What do they think of it?
They go, we came from Ohio for this? What are we doing? We should have stayed put. But just be glad that the Keys are positioned with that wind coming from the more moderate waters further north. That's going to help regulate temps a touch. Still going to be chilly, though.
Yes, still chilly for Florida standards. Potential record lows. We have numerous ones, at least a couple dozen that could fall. This is Sunday morning. Look at that. Tallahassee forecast, 19 degrees. That's pretty cold for anyone, I think, across the country. And we have more extreme cold that's to follow into Monday. So this cold air is really just going to continue to stick around. There's that Gulf effect snow that you mentioned.
There you have it. That could be tonight into tomorrow morning. I think the last time it snowed in Tampa was 1977, and Melanie, people are still talking about it. So that's
because
how you know
it's
a
rare,
event.
right?
We'll see if it happens this time around.
We'll continue monitoring that for you. Dangerous and historic snow and cold overspread much of the eastern U.S. We are going to continue to monitor that situation in terms of records that could be broken. You're watching Weekend Weather Command. We'll be right back.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based switch pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Welcome back. I'm Melanie Black. Thank you for staying with us on this Saturday morning. You're taking a live look across North Carolina. You can already see the snow-covered roads there as we continue to track our weekend nor'easter. Just in the beginning stages this morning, it's just starting to get its act together, this area of low pressure off of the coast, but it is expected to rapidly strengthen and could likely become a bomb cyclone before all is said and done. So this is a threatening winter storm, especially for the Carolinas, threatening whiteout conditions and dangerous cold that will follow. Here's another live look across Hendersonville, North Carolina, where you can see those flakes are already flying and a feels like temperature in the teens. This bitter cold is just going to continue sticking around. So we start with a look at our winter weather alerts that expand across parts of the mid-Atlantic. So you're seeing that here all the way from northern Georgia into the Carolinas, Virginia as well, even the far eastern portion of Tennessee. And we are going to expect the cold air to just be locked in. And it's going to interact with some of this moisture that's getting pulled northward from this area of low pressure. And that is just the setup for some of these winter weather impacts. We're looking at potentially a widespread of 5 to 8 inches of snow expected, especially across southern Virginia through western Carolina. And meantime, we're looking at some of the highest totals closer to the coast, closer to where that low is. So this could be just east of Raleigh, or where there could be some spots 8 to 12 inches of snow. We're talking about some historic snow total potential, especially for areas closer to the coast. And we do have Mike Seidel that will join us in just a little bit, telling us more about that. You're taking a look at the surface pressure. So this is the area of low pressure. If you take a closer look just near the coast of Florida and near the Carolinas, so you can see the pressure that has set up showing that area of low pressure. And what's going to happen here is, last check, Michael, it was just around 1008 in terms of the pressure of this low millibars. But as it rapidly strengthens, it's going to continue to drop and become what we call a bomb cyclone.
Yeah, typically when you see a pressure fall of 24 millibars in 24 hours, that's technically the classification of what we call a bomb cyclone. And the lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. This thing is going to wind up. The winds are going to increase, and as that happens, we'll expect this to really start producing some significant snow. Already seen a flake or two of snow on the southern end there of the Cape.
And as we go forward with our future forecast, let's take a look at what we're expecting going forward. Here's just the snow showers getting started. As I mentioned, Charlotte, Columbia, Roanoke, Knoxville, you have some of those light snow showers, and winter weather reports already 63. So we're slightly growing. This has been dozens of reports over the past 24 hours, and you see the reason why when you look at that live radar. But here's the future forecast I want to show you. So if you're in the immediate area through this morning, you have those snow showers, Roanoke, Charlotte, Raleigh, stretching to the coast. And what's going to happen, we continue to pull in more moisture as we go forward through tonight. I think the time frame tonight into tomorrow morning, we could really pick up in terms of the intensity of some of the snow and some of those higher snowfall rates. This will continue to push out of here tomorrow, albeit slowly through the morning. And then behind that, we are talking about that gusty wind that's also going to keep some of those colder temperatures around. So really a couple facets to this overall forecast and what's to come. It is going to be a powerful nor'easter that will slam the southeast today and then continuing through the weekend. As I mentioned, it's rapidly going to strengthen. We're talking about heavy snow, the potential for hurricane-force wind gusts, and whiteout conditions expected. The Outer Banks in North Carolina faces upwards of a foot of snow. Fox weather correspondent Mike Seidel is live in Kill Devil Hills now. And Mike, we were just looking at radar, and it looks like some flakes could be flying around that area, but expected to pick up as we go forward.
Yes, it is snowing aloft across the Outer Banks, but the air is still too dry. It's not getting down to the ground. I'm putting my hands up to the lights, and nope, That's the official way to check snowfall. That's how I've been doing it since I was like 4 years old. Block the street light, see if the flakes are coming down. Meanwhile, back here in the Outer Banks, 29 degrees here, 34 down at Buxton at the Lighthouse, Cape Hatteras Airport. They're also gusting now to over 30 miles an hour, so the winds are stronger than they were yesterday, but they're going to get a lot stronger through this afternoon through Sunday. The high wind warning goes through 7 p.m. on Sunday. There's the Atlantic, and if you're watching yesterday, you'll notice that it is ramping up because of the increase in wind, and we've got a high surf advisory, so these waves by tonight and into tomorrow morning will be crashing 8 to 10 footers off the coast. They're expecting out there where the mariners should not be up to 20 feet. Right now we're running 6 to 7 footers at some of those buoys like Diamond Shoals, which is well east of Cape Hatteras. Other story is the snow. We're expecting up to a foot of snow on the Outer Banks. On this part of the Outer Banks, I should say, down south, because it's going to start as rain and then go to snow this evening. Their totals will be cut back by about a third to a half. But the other thing is the banding. We'll see where those bands set up. So some spots may get more than a foot of snow, which is a lot of snow for this area. And I know last year they got 11 inches here and 9 down in Buxton. But the combination of the wind and the snow will produce near blizzard conditions tonight. We'll see if they put out a blizzard warning. By the way, just a program reminder, we're going to be back here on the beach starting at 7 Eastern on Fox Weather to show you the wild pictures of the snow and the blowing snow. And then it's all about the cold air. It's cold enough now. Average highs this time of the year should be up around 45 to 50, but we're not going to get even to freezing until maybe Monday afternoon, certainly by Tuesday. So a long cold period with little melting, blowing and drifting snow, and that's why the state of emergency was put into effect here in Dare County. Melanie yesterday mentioning you may have to shelter in place because you can't get out and get around for a couple of days.
Mike, last half hour, and you, as well as the National Weather Service and Morehead City, were mentioning that this setup is similar to a couple of storms. There was one December 1989 and one that you remember, the March 1980, correct?
Well, I remember the December 1989. I was working up on the Maryland-Delaware coast, and that was the coldest December on record, one of the coldest months on record in the eastern part of the U.S. And by the way, the rest of the winter was a throwaway. It just kind of ended. But we had 3 storms up there. December 89 was also another cold Christmas on the East Coast. And in Florida, March 1980, I remember that too. Elizabeth City, North Carolina that winter got 2 bomb cyclones, 2 big nor'easters producing over 2 feet of snow twice. This was the last one, and it drew the cold air down like this one's going to do. And I woke up in Fort Lauderdale at the campground on Monday morning, March 3rd, 1980, to the radio, hearing the jock say, it's 32 on the beach, the wind chill's 18. Oof. And it's still the latest on record that South Florida has hit freezing. It didn't snow, but let me tell you, when it's 32 in Miami in March, that's out of control. The average high is about 80, 81 degrees.
Wind chill 18. That is something you don't forget in Florida. That's our Fox Weather correspondent, Mike Seidel. Thank you so much for the update. We've got your back through this historic winter storm in the southeast. Team coverage all day long. Download the Fox Weather app. Stream us for free anywhere you go. You're watching Weather Command Weekend on Fox Weather and the Fox Business Network. Stay with us.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather for all seasons, for all America.
And welcome back. You have made it to your very last day of January 2026. And my goodness gracious, it certainly feels like it. You're looking live at radar imagery in the southeast. We're in parts of North Georgia, eastern Tennessee, and even the Carolinas. We're fighting through not just some snow, but also some offshore rain. Let's go from a west to east perspective. From Chattanooga, a.k.a. the Nooga, that's southern Tennessee, as you head along I-75 into parts of North Georgia, we are seeing some bona fide snowflakes, and it is starting to add up, by the way. I'm looking at current snow totals in some spots picking up over an inch already. I'm looking at Asheville, for example, where our snow has come in at 3 inches specifically. So yeah, that snow is coming down. It's coming down fast and furious. You'll note that just east of Raleigh-Durham, we're also seeing that. When we focus in on Norfolk and how much snow we could pick up over the course of this ensuing event, well, let's add it up, shall we? Norfolk, that's a good 1 to 3 inches by the time everything is said and done for you. Friends in Raleigh-Durham, if you're flying in or out of there, right along 87 and I-40, we're expecting snow totals for you, 1 to 3, perhaps even higher amounts toward Winston-Salem at 5 to 8. Quick check-in at Charlotte, towards Charlotte-Douglas, where, again, some light snow is being seen. We're expecting anywhere between 8 to 12 inches of snow. Last stop going to take us toward Cape Hatteras, where, again, snow is on the way.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
All right, welcome back to Fox Weather. We are watching this powerful area of low pressure that's going to drop a bunch of snow across the Carolinas throughout today and into parts of tomorrow, but we're taking a peek at what's going on around New England right now. Now, this time last weekend, New England was really the bullseye for a winter storm. Places like Boston saw huge snow totals on the order of almost 2 feet. This time around, it's completely the opposite. We are going to keep the higher snow totals further south across the mid-Atlantic, and the Northeast getting an extremely glancing blow. In fact, it looks like just the Cape of Massachusetts going to be feeling the impacts of this system as it sort of sails on by. This is going to be a big, powerful system. It's going to likely undergo bombogenesis, as this low will likely deepen 35 millibars in 24 hours. In order for bombogenesis to happen, it only has to deepen by 24 millibars. So it's going to do that and then some. So even though we're not going to feel the extreme direct impacts of this along the I-95 corridor from, say, D.C. north, we'll definitely get the wind for sure. And then we'll also see the high surf, and that coincides with the full moon. Mother Nature's timing sometimes can truly be impeccable. Now you see, this part of the Cape that juts out into the ocean is going to be impacted the most because of where it sits geographically. So the wind is going to be battering it. There will be some high surf, and also it'll be in this huge precipitation shield. But everybody else is just concave enough to where that snow is just going to be offshore. So an incredible graze. And we always say in the weather world, a couple of miles make all the difference. And that's certainly the case with this system. As you can see, the heaviest snow definitely going to be for the fish, but we are going to get a few inches across places like Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, Barnstable, even as far north as Plymouth. Last weekend, Boston got nailed with, about 2 feet. This time around, maybe a couple of flakes at the very most, and we're definitely going to see the higher totals further east. So these numbers have actually come down throughout the week. Now we're thinking 1 to 3 inches, maybe 5 inches on the high end as you get as far east as you possibly can out here. And this is what we're expecting and how things will likely be shaping up throughout the day. Today, fairly quiet. Getting into the day tomorrow, and really it's the overnight period into tomorrow morning, that's when the snow starts to show up and it sticks around right through the mid-morning hours into the early afternoon. All the while, that wind is ripping all across the shore. So we're talking 50, 60 mile per hour winds. It's going to be nasty. It's going to feel cold. Definitely a good day to stay indoors, turn the lights down low, and have a cozy, snowy day. And then by Monday, everything's gone. We're going to watch out for coastal flooding as well, as those winds are going to really chop up the surf out there and push all of that water on shore. So moderate flooding is possible with up to 1 to 2 foot surge during the high tide cycle. So if you're close to the water and maybe you're a little bit more susceptible to beach erosion, that's something to watch out for. Meanwhile, everybody else along the I-95 corridor, not going to feel the impacts of the snow, but it's a wind event, and we're going to start to feel that ramping up. 20 to 30 mile per hour winds through today. And then tomorrow, as this beast of a storm passes us just offshore, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds here in New York. Boston feeling it at 30 to 40. Again, they'll be whipping around a little bit more there along the Cape. And certainly, even without the snow, Michael, this is definitely going to be an impactful system on account of the cold that it's going to drag in and also that wind.
You know, Nick, interestingly enough, we have to ask Melanie about this, but in places like Boston, they are so used to their iced donkeys, right? However, this morning they're changing it over. They're grabbing their hot chocolates. Why? Because it is so cold, not just in parts of the northern tier, but across the northeast. So let's talk about it. New York City, by the way, how many days of consecutive below freezing temperatures have we experienced? Well, yeah, 6 to 7 so far. It's almost been a week's worth of below freezing temperatures that we've seen. Now, it's not a record. The record previous was back in 1961 with 16 consecutive days. I don't think we get there, but look at how close we get, though. Monday and Tuesday, those are our 2 days, really, this upcoming work week, where if we're lucky, and possibly Wednesday, we might squeak above freezing. That's saying a lot, right? And we're teetering on the edge of freezing Monday, Tuesday, and on Wednesday. So we have a really chilly week ahead of us, to say the least. In Boston, you're waking up to 7 degrees, feeling more like 5 degrees below zero. Friends in Detroit, 12 degrees, but only feels like 0 when you step outside. So shout out to our friends at WJBK Fox 2 News there. Fox 32 in Chicago, it's 13 degrees, but it feels like 2 below this morning. This afternoon in Washington, D.C., if you're headed out to our nation's capital, temperatures at about 24 degrees, so mid-20s, well below freezing. Even tomorrow morning when you're waking up on Sunday, you're out the door to worship services, you're thinking about doing brunch, lunch, perhaps with the friends and family. NYC, we're in the teens, Charleston only in the single digits, and look at Dayton, Ohio, at a lonely 2 degrees. You got to head up toward Bangor. That's where we're at 3 below tomorrow morning. So all of this to say, it is going to be so chilly. Make sure that you're dressing for it. You factor in those winds tomorrow morning, and it'll feel more like sub-zero wind chills, not only in upstate New York, but also toward our nation's capital, where we're only at about 1 degree. Record lows already being set. New Philadelphia, that's over toward Tuscarawas County in Ohio. Akron, right, hometown of LeBron James, 9 below is what you're waking up to. Zanesville, Ohio, and Columbus, the capital, 8 below is what it feels like. And it's not just up north, it's well down south. Look at our friends and family. Mobile, Alabama, feeling like 21 degrees. And unfortunately, we have power outages. This was because of the storm system that moved through last weekend in parts of Mississippi, where extreme cold warnings are still in effect. Atlanta, tomorrow morning, guys, how about that, Nick? 17 degrees and, quote, hot Atlanta, Georgia, not necessarily living up to its name.
They have to change that for at least a couple of days or so, right? I don't know. You start getting into the teens, that hurts.
Sure
That's the air that hurts you. So be prepared. All right. Well, listen, historic snowstorm underway, the biggest in nearly 4 decades for some in the Carolinas. We're likely to see blizzard conditions develop later on today, and extremely dangerous travel conditions are expected. So stay off the roads, hunker down. But if you're somewhere safe, send in your weather videos or pics. We'll share them right here after the break. Scan that QR code or visit foxweather.com/connect. We would love to share your images and your videos right here for the rest of the nation and the world to see. We'll be right back. Stick around.
I love what I do, which is help people make the switch to consumer cellular, like our customers Courtney and Jackie.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular gives you access to a fast, reliable, nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
My previous provider was terrible.
Why are we paying this much for our cell phone bill? It's crazy, right?
Dropped calls or missed calls. To me, that was just normal.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person. Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Our reception is so much better with Consumer Cellular. It's been amazing.
I just made a road trip across half the country, and I did not have one dropped call.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
And here's my favorite part. You can save up to half on your bill.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
As AARP members, we get 2 lines for $55 a month.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
We'll set you up with the best plan for you and help you wrap things up with your old provider. It all takes about 20 minutes.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
Consumer Cellular customer service reps are A1, top notch.
They are so nice. You get a human being to talk to.
It's month to month, very simple. You're not locked in.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
If you're thinking about switching providers, do it.
If I can do it, you can.
That's why I love Consumer Cellular. They've made it easy.
We'd love for you to enjoy our reliable nationwide coverage and the best customer service in the business. Give us a call now and start saving up to half on what you're paying now. It only takes about 20 minutes. Call 800-755-8061 to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, for a limited time, new customers get their second month free when they sign up today.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day. Wow.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
If this is not a blizzard, I don't know what is, guys. This wind is roaring right now off of Lake Erie.
The wind chill's down in the upper teens. Remember, we're in southern Louisiana.
It's a big one. This is definitely a big storm. The wind reducing visibility.
Well, we may have to have a little bit of a race.
It is downright Arctic.
This is something we'll be watching for you, not just through the weekend, but into early next week, right here on Fox Weather. A storm you want to keep tabs on.
Weather Command weekend rolling along. We've got some video that you saw and shared. This is from Beaufort, North Carolina. Look at that, Michael.
I see some flakes.
The flakes are flying, and this is kicking off a snowy, wintry day across the Carolinas.
You used to work in the Carolinas. That's a legit snowstorm right there for Beaufort.
Oh my gosh, that'll get everybody's nose pressed up against the window.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean? And we're going to see much more of that. We're talking about places along the coast, possibly getting under a blizzard warning.
I've never seen snow on the beach like down south.
Oh, I know.
But those are the photos that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, Melanie and I were just saying snow alongside palm trees or any of that kind of beachy vegetation is always a trip. So if you see any of that, snap a photo, send it our way, and you can watch our minds be blown live right here on Fox Weather.
No, it's so true. And right now, like, where is the snow? Well, not quite on the beach just yet. I'll zoom in for you. But I mean, honest to goodness, it's really not that far. A lot of this is not making it to the ground just yet. Beaufort, by the way, that's like over here-ish, right? And I used to work here.
Yeah, you got it. That's by the Morehead City area. And so those are the spots that we'll be talking about a lot here. The snow got underway a little bit earlier than expected, actually, last night, by about 2 hours. So we may actually see higher snow totals than some of the models we're printing out if this continues.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting. Friends and family in North Georgia, one of my favorite spots to go to, little German town. It's called Helen, Georgia, just north and east of Rome up here. Seeing perhaps a couple of flakes out your way. Beautiful Knoxville, right along I-40, also seeing some snow as they are toward Asheville. And what's that big old... that estates out that way in Asheville. Biltmore Estates.
The Biltmore.
Yeah, the Biltmore
I like
Estates.
to say it like I'm rich. I've been there before. It's beautiful.
Gorgeous.
And then, of course, you know, a few flakes sneaking in there across Charlotte. So this is right here. I mean, right here is where we're expecting some of the highest snowfall totals and certainly back off towards the east. It's really interesting because last week at this time, this was the area where it was all about the ice.
Yeah.
And some spots actually missed out on what was going on with the snow. It's almost like Mother Nature's like, I forgot to drop some snow here, so let me just go ahead and get a redo this weekend.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what you're seeing. And it could add up, too. You think about Virginia Beach, Virginia. A great spot to go to. I love hanging out in this area. Some really cool battleships and stuff that are in and around Norfolk area and Newport News. 1 to 3 inches, that's nothing to sneeze at. And then back toward Raleigh, Durham, this is an area, too, that they're expecting some good snow.
The capital city, I'm thinking 3 to 5 inches there. Certainly not out of the question. We've got a swath of 5 to 8 as you get a little bit further west towards Asheboro. So we'll see how it all lines up. Charlotte, of course, a place that I lived for about 8 years, and if you get snow on the ground, there's a sled shortage in that town. You can't buy a sled anywhere.
Are you kidding me?
No. So if you have a sled and you want to make a quick, I don't know, $50, $100, go to the nearest hill once it starts snowing and set up shop.
I mean, with 8 to 12 inches of snow,
that's a lot.
This is one of those things, if you've not done it before, you can take like the top of a garbage can, kind of flip it over, and listen, take it down the hill. With 8 to 12 inches, you're good.
Hey, you just dated yourself. I can tell you're an 80s baby. That's something that wouldn't fly in this day and age so much, but we used to do. And cardboard, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Sheet of cardboard will you just
spray it with some what is it, some of the grease on the bottom of it. Yeah, I'm telling you, it works like a charm. So it'll be really interesting. This is going to be what I think is most fascinating. If we see this along Cape Hatteras, 5 to 8+ inches, I am so excited to see what happens.
Don't forget, take some pics, see it, share it. Another hour of Weather Command Weekend is straight ahead. Stick around.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today,
We know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Good morning, everyone. We're starting with live looks from Tennessee, North Carolina, and Georgia, where we are monitoring winter storm conditions, where there could be blizzard-like conditions closer to the coast that we're following through the weekend. We have meteorologists and correspondents that are spanned across the mid-Atlantic, covering every aspect of this winter storm. Thank you for joining us. We're coming to you on both Fox Weather and on Fox Business Network. I'm Melanie Black, here with Michael Estime and Nick Koser.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to seeing some snow on the beach. That's what I want to see out of this.
By the way, Helen, Georgia, I saw you still have some Christmas lights up. I think today is the last day, right? You got to take them down before it hits February.
I think as long as it continues to snow, I think you're still in the clear, right?
No, yeah, I'm right there with you.
And this winter, with it being so cold, I think we'll continue keeping up those lights a little bit longer. What do you say?
That's fair. All right. You talked me into it.
Meantime, we're turning our attention to a powerful nor'easter. This is slamming the southeast today. The storm will rapidly strengthen, likely becoming a bomb cyclone. Heavy snow, the potential for hurricane-force wind gusts, and whiteout conditions are expected. The Outer Banks in North Carolina faces upwards of a foot of snow. Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel is live in Kill Devil Hills now. And Mike, so far it seems like it's fairly quiet, but conditions will just continue to deteriorate through this weekend.
They will later this afternoon and tonight. The worst of the weather here, Melanie, by far will be tonight into early Sunday morning. And by Sunday at sunrise, most of the snow, if not all of it, will have fallen. And at that point, we could have as much as a foot on the ground. And combine that with 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe some 70 mile an hour wind gusts, especially out in the buoys where they're talking about 10 to 20 foot waves offshore. Let me walk out here. The tide is now going out, and so the beach is getting wider. Low tide was at 6:13, so we've got another high tide after lunchtime. The high tides of concern are tonight, this evening, but more importantly, tomorrow morning around 7 a.m. here on the northern Outer Banks, because we're going to have the push of the wind, the storm bombing out, the pressure falling as it goes up the coast, but off the coast, and saving most of I-95 from any kind of serious impacts. And so the water will come up at high tide. It may run as high as 3 or 4 feet above normally high ground. So expect inundation in some of those preferred areas, like around Duck, where they're expecting major coastal flooding tomorrow morning, and that will be really it as far as flooding goes, because the winds are going to come offshore after that. Snowfall starts to fall shortly. I've been trying to see if we got any flakes. Not yet, but it is snowing aloft and it will eventually get down to the ground. But the real intense snowfall will not kick in until later this afternoon. Heavy at times tonight, overnight tonight into Sunday morning, and we could end up with a blizzard warning here. It's not out of the question. The winds will verify. You need 3 consecutive hours of 35 mile an hour or more mile per hour wind gust. But the crux is the quarter-mile visibility or less in snow and blowing snow. So we may very well do that, and they may very well at the National Weather Service in Morehead City put up a blizzard warning sometime today. We'll see how that shakes out. Bottom line, whether they do it or not, roads are going to be awful. When you have the wind, the blowing snow, you get drifting snow, and then the cold weather sets in. Temperatures today will stay around freezing here. It's 29 now. Now down at Buxton and Cape Hatteras, it's above freezing. So they'll likely start as rain and then go to snow this evening. That'll cut down on their totals. Our totals won't be impacted by that so much because it's going to be all snow here. And then as it winds down, we deal with that cold air. We've got an extreme cold warning from tonight through Monday morning. Wind chills could get down to or below 0 in this area. And that's why Dare County emergency officials put out the state of emergency yesterday, primarily because of the combination of all the effects. The wind, chill, the temperatures, the snow, the road conditions, and they say you may have to shelter in place for a couple of days. Temperatures will get close to freezing on Monday, and then they'll be above freezing starting Tuesday for the rest of the week. So, Melanie, the pictures tonight will be back out here live at 7 Eastern on Fox Weather to show you the wild and woolly weather here on the Outer Banks of North Carolina. This is, I mentioned yesterday, the first time I've covered a snowstorm on the Outer Banks. Usually I'm here in shorts and a polo shirt. That is not the case today with a wind chill down around 20.
Ooh, far cry from that. It's always interesting to see some snow at the beach, especially on the sand and the palm trees. Now, Mike, you mentioned that people need to be prepared to shelter in place for this storm. Have you talked to anyone living out there or any officials about their plans and their thoughts on all this?
Well, certainly I talked to some folks at the store yesterday, and they're getting their, as they say, provisions. It's always the bread and the milk, Pop-Tarts, whatever gets you through the storm. Some of the restaurants will stay open, or are going to try to stay open, but in the meantime, they get everything they need because they're also concerned there could be some sporadic power outages. Now, there are not a lot of trees out here on the Outer Banks. That's the saving grace, but you get back inland, just a little bit inland, and there's more of a forest canopy set up. So if the power goes out and it's this cold as we've seen in Mississippi, it's not good news at all. Meanwhile, let's head to where it's already snowing in the Western Carolinas. Let's go down to the Queen City. Bob Van Dillen up early with the snow flying in Charlotte. And Bob, what say you? How many inches fall in Charlotte today and tonight?
It's a great guess, and I'm going to go over 8, I'm thinking at this point, because, and I say this because you've been following it as well, that Vortmax is taking its time to go a little negative, so it's giving us a little more time in that main snow belt, which means that snow is going to start piling up. So, Mike, great to see you out there in eastern North Carolina, on the other side of state right now, central South Carolina, almost at the border with South Carolina to North Carolina. I'm in Charlotte North. North Carolina right now, the entire state under a winter storm warning. Same with South Carolina. When does that ever happen? I mean, it happens very little in time that I remember. And the warnings go all the way down to Georgia. Now, the snow started here in Charlotte. Remember, we're on the North Carolina side right now. It started in the upstate of South Carolina, worked its way in. It's just a dusting to about a ½ an inch at this point, but it's coming down, and we know it's going to start picking up. And that snow liquid ratio, you guys, it's like 15 to 20 to 1, meaning 1 inch of rain is going to equal 15 to 20 inches worth of snow. Pretty much unheard of for the Carolinas. Usually it's about 8 to 10 inches of snow per 1 inch of rain. So that's just a testament to how cold it is. And as we figured out what was going to happen, as soon as it started to snow, yeah, it's sticking to the ground, no problem. Looking at the streets so far, it just look like they're okay. They've been treated and treated and treated ever since the last ice storm came in about 5-6 days ago. Once that ice melted away, they started brining the streets again. So yeah, it's been okay so far. I've been watching buses, some cars early in the morning going up and down the street right there. Not a big deal. Now, I'm in Charlotte, almost in the middle part of Uptown, which is the corner of Trade and Tryon. That's up there. Got the big old Bank of America tower behind me. A little better visibility at this point, you guys, because the snow is loosened up a bit. But if you look at the radar, and I know you guys have been, it's starting to fill in pretty nicely across the upstate, right down through the Piedmont, ultimately going to get to the coast. But as that low bombs out later on, that snow shift is going to take its way over to the east. So the big blast of snow we're going to get for the Charlotte Metro, 1 inch per hour, that will shift by later this afternoon into areas by maybe south of Raleigh and towards maybe the low country South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, up around spots like getting into Morehead City, those areas right there, guys.
And Bob, we know that you worked in Charlotte, so are there any storms that you remember while you were working in that market that are comparable to this or really stick out to you?
It's a great question. I remember being hurt before with snow, predicting snow, and it not happening as much as we thought. Like there was one storm in 2001 that was supposed to blast us, and it went up and over the mountains and dried out and never got that connection back across the Atlantic, so we got bupkis. Got hammered for that one. That was 25 years ago. But yeah, I do remember some snows. We've had a couple of ones that are about 5-6 inches before. The last time we saw 8 inches or more of snow, you guys, was back in 2014. That was a February storm in 2014. So it's been about 12 years since we've seen this kind of a snow forecast. I think we're going to get it. At least a half a foot. I'm thinking about 8, maybe as much as 9, depending on how long that snow band sticks over. But it's just getting going right now. It really peaks out later this afternoon.
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll continue to see a lot more happening in your live shots as we go forward through this afternoon. And hopefully this will not a bust for you.
Indeed.
I don't think it will be a bust for you.
No, I don't think so.
That's our Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen. Bob, thank you so much for that update and waking up early with us. Live look right now, you can see the snow really coming down across Blairsville, Georgia, where it feels like it is in the teens. Not only are we continuing to talk about the snow, but we have the bitter cold that is setting the stage for the next couple of days. So even as the storm will continue to peel out of here, yes, the cold temperatures will be setting in and we'll likely be talking about record lows falling across many of our cities along the eastern seaboard. But let's talk about those winter weather alerts. And we look at the storm as a whole and winter storm warnings for parts of Georgia into the Carolinas, even Tennessee and into Virginia. We have the potential for some whiteout conditions along with that dangerous cold that is to follow. So the very cold air, it's already here, firmly establishing itself across the mid-Atlantic and Carolinas this morning. But we have a low that has developed off the Carolina coast. We've been mentioning that this week that low is set to develop, and as it does, it's going to pull up some moisture northward, and that just sets the stage for some heavy snow amounts. You look at the snow still to come, and this is just going forward through tomorrow. So you look at areas of southern Virginia through western South Carolina. That's where we could get 5 to 8 inches of snow. But meanwhile, you look closer to the coast, and that could be where we get some of our highest amounts when all is said and done. 8 to 12 inches is possible. You just heard Bob tell his forecast of about 8 inches, and then areas that are closer to where we have Mike Seidel, we could be talking about a foot of snow. So you look at that surface pressure so far this morning, and you can see it has developed off of the coast. The surface pressure so far this morning has been 1,008 millibars, but it is expected to continue to rapidly strengthen. That is thanks to some energy that's going to merge through this area, as well as a strong temperature gradient. You have the cold air, really cold air all the way aloft that's going to mesh with some of the temperatures of the warmer waters with the Gulf Stream there. And so that is just going to set the stage for some rapid intensification. We have some energy that's diving down that is just going to continue to help this strengthen. Meanwhile, live radar right now currently shows we have snow showers across Knoxville, Roanoke, Charlotte, down to Columbia as well. And that snow shield is just going to continue to fill in closer to the coast with some of the biggest impacts that will be tonight. And then by early tomorrow morning, the bitter cold is here, Nick.
Yeah, let's talk about what's going on in the Charlotte area right now. You just saw Bob out there. You saw the snow on the ground. Maybe a little tough to pick out some of the snowflakes falling right now, but we have video from somebody watching from Bradford, high atop somewhere in uptown Charlotte. They don't call it downtown. They call it uptown. It's kind of an elevation-based nickname. And look at that. Certainly coming down among some of the higher buildings. And I believe that is the ice skating rink you saw off in the background. This was in Pafftown, North Carolina. This was just a few hours ago, and it's coming down pretty good there as well. So our thanks to Jim for that perspective. Another good-looking view. This is just a still image from Murphy, North Carolina. And those flakes are big. They're adding up fairly quickly. And, of course, I think this kind of sums up everybody's attitude across the Carolinas Yippee-ki-yay! 6 to 9 inches of snow expected here in South Carolina. I'm like a kid when the snow is predicted. Here's the thing, guys. Down there, this is going to be you just heard Bob talking about the liquid snow ratio. Not going to be a heavy, wet snow, not great for packing. So not a lot of snowball fights or snowmen likely being built. This is almost going to be like fairy dust snow that blows away. But it will be good for sledding if you have a sled, Melanie.
That's the trick. You got to be able to find the sled. Might be a little bit late. Maybe Amazon can get to you pretty quickly.
Yeah.
This one is a historic storm, especially for the Southeast. For many in places like eastern North Carolina, this could be the biggest since at least 1989. We take you live right now across the Raleigh-Durham Airport, where you can see that camera already shaking around, bouncing around thanks to the wind. Currently, this airport has some of the worst cancellations so far this morning. We'll talk more about that travel report coming up. Live extended coverage continues all day long. Keep it right here on Fox Weather.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With consumer cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with consumer cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with consumer cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based switch pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Welcome back. Live looks from the southeast as the storm starts to hit the gas. You can see some flakes flying already across the southeast with some snow-covered roads. We are just getting started. Intensity expected to pick up as we go through the rest of today, with some towns, especially closer to the coast, that could experience blizzard-like conditions, something we will continue to monitor. Meanwhile, Florida is in a record deep freeze, temperatures dropping to lows not seen in decades. People are feeling the freeze at Tampa's annual pirate-themed boat parade, Gasparilla. Fox 13 Tampa Bay reporter Heather Healy joins us live from what could be the coldest one on record. And we are thinking of all the pirate jokes back here in the studio. You look quite the part, Heather. How are things going?
Hey, good morning to you. And I got all my pirate stuff all ready to go this morning. We are ready for Gasparilla. It's not going to be the coldest, but it'll be one of the nearest coldest. I believe the coldest was in 2022. I'm going to take a step aside here. There are hundreds of pirates that are getting all their pirate makeup, all pirate ready for the invasion that's going to happen in just a few hours at 11:30 Eastern. But there have been some changes due to weather. It is a little bit colder. It's a little bit chilly. It's about 50s and 40s. That's cold for us here in Florida. And there's going to be a lot of winds that are going to be picking up as well. And because of that, those waters are going to be very, very choppy. So they have really brought that that course in just a little bit. So everybody is safe on those waters, and that invasion is going to go now as planned and smooth sailing from there. Now let's talk about overnight conditions. That's when the wind is going to pick up even more, and those conditions are going to drop even to the 30s, and there might be a chance of a dusting here, and we haven't seen that in a very, very long time. So lots of things happening weather-wise, lots of things happening pirate-wise, and it's a madhouse here as people are gearing up for Gasparilla. It's an over 100-year tradition. It's my first one here, so very excited to experience it all and experience quite the cold here in Tampa, Florida.
Heather, you mentioned that chance for snow. I know it's a very low-end chance, but are people pretty excited about this? What's the mood going on for the potential for some flurries?
Yeah, I mean, we're excited that we're not getting that big snowstorm that most of the country has had. I'm a Texas girl, I'm a Dallas girl, so my family has told me all about that stuff. But to get some of the snow here, to get just the potential of it, I mean, that's part of winter. That's part of what a lot of people miss experiencing here. So they're excited for it. They're gearing up for it, though, and getting all bundled up. So getting those jackets out, getting those coats out just for a day or two. But it's all worth it, though. They're ready for it. They're prepared for it.
I think it'll be exciting, too, to see the progression of the people behind you. We did point out that there's a whole section just for scars there to get ready to become a pirate.
Absolutely. Take a look over here. I mean, there are all sorts of pirates. They've got their bases on, but I mean, they're getting all sorts of scars. They're getting bullets that have been just ingrained in their faces. They're getting blood wounds. They're getting black eyes. I've got a little bit of a black eye today. I mean, it is madhouse here. They're all excited for it. This is what they look forward to year in, year out. Again, over 100-year tradition. You gotta love it. Really, really, really cool to see.
Love traditions like that. That's Fox 13 Tampa Bay reporter Heather Healy. Thanks for joining us so much this morning. Have fun out there.
You bet. Happy Gasparilla.
Go get your scars while they're hot.
Yeah.
Melanie, what does a cold pirate say? Brrr.
Shiver me timbers.
That would have probably been better.
We've been working on our pirate jokes back here. Yeah. Fell a little flat, but we'll continue working on it.
I liked mine.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
You know,
that looks fun out there.
Man, it looks like
What a process to go through that pirate phase. From start to finish, you go through the scars, I guess just a progression across the room.
I wonder if there's a whole area for bruises then, and then flesh. I don't know. You know, we got to go.
Yeah,
Gasparilla 2027, you and I. What do you think?
Yes, it's on our calendar. We'll be there. Meanwhile, let's take a live look from Raleigh-Durham International Airport. This is where we are under a winter storm warning until tomorrow morning. This area is expecting to get between 5 to 8 inches of snow once things start to really hit the gas. And already this morning, we do have some cancellations. One of the top 3 airports across the U.S. in terms of cancellations, currently sitting at 128. Worst delays, though, this morning. That comes in for Chicago or O'Hare, and that is where we've been talking about some lake effect snow. So the lake effect snow machine is still going on. Current top wind speed, Birmingham, Alabama, 28 miles per hour, or gust. That one's miles per hour. So I think especially closer to the coast as we go forward through the rest of today, those wind gusts are just going to pick up, and we'll start to see that shift closer to the coast and likely some more delays and cancellations. Here's a closer look at the flight tracker for the Charlotte airport, and there's where we have some snow showers that have overspread the region. At this point, we're still talking about some light snow, so it's not coming down heavy yet. yet, but as that intensity continues to pick up through the rest of today, that's when we'll likely see some more delays. So currently flight delays only about 1%, but 44 cancellations. So that's quite a big number. If you are headed to the Charlotte airport, you do have to watch for some snow showers along I-85, I-77, and I-40, but then also check your flight because we do have those ongoing delays. Radar on Rewind has had some showers across Knoxville, Roanoke, Charlotte, Columbia as well. And Tennessee has some of the top snow reports. Interestingly enough, this is from some energy that's dipping across the southeast, but some reports from 4 to 5 inches past 24 hours across Tennessee. Just over a week ago, Florida was treated to some rare flakes across the north of the state. Now, moisture from this coastal storm and bitter cold temperatures are teaming up for a chance to bring some Gulf effect snow to the Sunshine State. But to get that snow, you need the cold temperatures in place. And right now, as we look across Florida, we have winter weather alerts that span the entire state, really in terms for the cold weather and for the temperature that's going to be sticking around. You can trace some of this Arctic air all the way up to the North Pole, and it's sending it crashing down thanks to the position of that jet stream all the way down to the southern tip of Florida. One thing that I'd really love to see that I think is so rare is when you see the snowflakes on the palm trees. I just love that juxtaposition.
I know, it always kind of messes with your brain. You're going, is that sand up there?
It should be warm over there, yeah.
Right? Yeah, nobody's spared. I mean, even as far south as Miami, we've got a cold weather advisory. Now, this is all relative, right? A cold weather advisory prompted in South Florida wouldn't necessarily mean a cold weather advisory in New York City, but it's all relative. And when you're talking about temperatures this morning at a 56, that's chilly stuff.
And we were talking just about a half an hour ago about this front that's going to come through. So we're waking up this morning to temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Yeah, that does feel chilly, but that's just the start of it because the cold air is really going to rush in. This is a cool image where you can trace the path of that Arctic air all the way from the North Pole, diving all the way down to Florida.
I know, and that just goes to show you how powerful this lobe of the polar vortex is and how unusually far south it is. It's actually a weaker polar vortex. That allows for these lobes to get further south. Jacksonville, good morning to you. Although maybe the word good isn't, I use that term loosely.
A cold morning.
Depending on how you like the cold. Yeah, we're talking about temps in the 20s for a while.
So that's what we'll be talking about. And you really have to go back quite some time for the last time that Jacksonville had temperatures that dipped into the low 20s, just to give you a perspective of how rare this cold is for parts of Florida. This is also waking up tomorrow morning. You can see 20s for North Florida, down all the way into southern Florida. You even have temperatures that'll be flirting right near that freezing point.
Yeah, and so we've got these wind chill values that are going to be a concern too, 30 and 40 mile per hour winds as you get further south. There's some chatter about maybe Tampa seeing some flakes. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll watch out for that. And by the way, if you're in Key West, my parents are snowbirding there January, February this year.
What do they think of it?
They go, we came from Ohio for this? What are we doing? We should have stayed put. But just be glad that the Keys are positioned with that wind coming from the more moderate waters further north. That's going to help regulate temps a touch.
Just
still going to be chilly, though.
Yes, still chilly for Florida standards. Potential record lows. We have numerous ones, at least a couple dozen that could fall. This is Sunday morning. Look at that. Tallahassee forecast, 19 degrees. That's pretty cold for anyone, I think, across the country. And we have more extreme cold that's to follow into Monday. So this cold air is really just going to continue to stick around. There's that Gulf effect snow that you mentioned.
There you have it. That could be tonight into tomorrow morning. I think the last time it snowed in Tampa was 1977, and Melanie, people are still talking about it. So that's
because
how you know
it's
it's a
rare,
event.
right?
We'll see if it happens this time around.
We'll continue monitoring that for you. Dangerous and historic snow and cold overspread much of the eastern U.S. We are going to continue to monitor that situation in terms of records that could be broken. You're watching Weekend Weather Command. We'll be right back.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with consumer cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based switch pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow. Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
Welcome back. I'm Melanie Black. Thank you for staying with us. You're taking a live look across North Carolina where you can see some drops on the camera lens and also some snow-covered roads as we continue to monitor our weekend nor'easter that's going to slam the Carolinas with snow, some very strong winds, and will continue to strengthen into a potential bomb cyclone. Details we'll all continue to talk about this morning. But meanwhile, let's turn our attention more to the heavy snow, the chance for hurricane-force wind gusts, and whiteout conditions that are expected. The Outer Banks in North Carolina faces upward of a foot of snow, some of the jackpot totals with this winter storm. That's where we have Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel. He joins us live this morning in Kill Devil Hills. And Mike, you were out there yesterday, and you're still there this morning. What changes have you noticed since then?
Certainly the wind is a little stronger, but look at the wave action out here this morning at Kill Devil Hills. The ocean is much rougher than it was yesterday morning and through the afternoon. We had 1 to 3 footers. Now we're looking at 3, 4 footers, maybe a little bit higher. The buoys offshore have 6-foot wave heights. Now the tide is now going out. It's had a bit of a trouble going out because of the wind blowing it kind of back towards the coast. We've had some waves coming up here, and high tide was about an hour and a half ago. Or so, low tide, no, high tide was about an hour and a half ago. Tide's going out. Next high tide, not concerning. It's the one this evening around 6:15, 6:30. But really the main concern is the high tide tomorrow morning, because at that point the storm will have bombed out, the pressure will have dropped dramatically, we'll have very strong winds pushing the water onshore with gusts 50, potentially over 60 miles an hour. So that's why there's that coastal flood warning through tomorrow. And tomorrow morning up at Duck, they could have major coastal flooding, inundation and 2 to 4 feet above normally high ground. So if the high tide's here, add 2 to 4 feet of water, and where does that take you? Well, in this case on our beach, it looks pretty good because we've got a decent change in elevation. It's a nice slant here uphill. And look at that dune line, a very impressive dune line. All beaches would love to have a dune line this impressive with the sea oats, the fences, and it's built up very nicely. So there's no concern about any water getting into these buildings, hotels, and condos. but there are some areas which will have overwash. Snow is not falling yet here. Any moment we expect to see our first few small flakes here in Kill Devil Hills, and then it will pick up in intensity. But the main emphasis on this storm, the combination of wind and snow, will be this evening, dinner time through tomorrow morning. Most of the snow will be out of here by sunrise tomorrow morning, and what will be left will be up to a foot of snow. Drifting is very likely when you have winds that strong and the temperatures falling into the upper 20s. So that the snow takes on more of a powdery, fluffy effect, and that stuff can blow around like crazy, as you'll see on TV tonight when we come back on Fox Weather at 7 p.m. Eastern. And there you go. It could be a blizzard. We may verify a blizzard. We'll certainly have near blizzard conditions, Melanie, out here on the beaches of the Outer Banks. Tomorrow, a cold day, but the sun will come back out. And Monday, we get up close to freezing, maybe a degree or two above. Tuesday and beyond, we get up close to 40 degrees, so we'll get some melting. But next couple of days, it's going to be tough to get around if you don't have all-wheel drive, and it's all a function of how much drifting we get out here on the main highway here in Highway 12. And oh, by the way, speaking of Highway 12, it's almost a slam dunk that Highway 12 south of the bridge between here and Rodanthe and Buxton will be closed because of overwash. That's a certainty at this point.
Yeah, Mike, you were saying that the people there are under this emergency alert and really urged to stay in place not only through this weekend, but also into next week.
Yeah, until Monday when things start to loosen up a little bit because of the wind chills down at or below zero and just the dangerous cold and the wind tomorrow and the snow and blowing snow. It'll be interesting to see how this impacts the main highway here on the Outer Banks as far as trying to keep it open, because we've seen this in the plains. I was in Rapid City several years ago, and it literally stopped snowing on Monday or Tuesday, and I-90 was shut down till Friday because the wind kept blowing snow over the roadway and shut it down. I remember talking to truckers on the east side of Rapid City, and they said they had never had to pull over for 5 consecutive days. And again, the snow had ended. It was just the continuous drifting with the strong winds, and they couldn't keep it open, so they couldn't get the trucks through. That's the kind of situation we'll have tomorrow with the wind blowing snow over the roadways.
Wow, yes, lingering impacts. And it is interesting to see how choppy it has gotten behind you. That's Mike Seidel joining us from North Carolina. Thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Here's another live look, this one across Blairsville, Georgia, where you can continue seeing some of those flakes flying and the snow-covered roads. An ongoing scene, whether you're in Georgia, Carolinas, or parts of West Virginia. So far this morning, continuing to see more images like this and those feels-like temperatures. Look at that. Feels like it's 12 degrees, so that bitter cold is still sticking around. Let's turn our attention to if you are traveling and some of the impacts that we're seeing at the airport so far this morning across Atlanta and Charlotte, and that's where we have some of those snow showers in those immediate areas already falling down with some cancellations and some delays ongoing. Likely going to continue to see some of these cancellations and delays expand as we go forward through the afternoon and into the evening, as that snow shield is going to continue pushing closer to the coast. But meanwhile, we are just talking about the start of the impacts with this storm. In terms of light snow, you saw Mike Seidel mentioning that the gusts were already starting to pick up, but the winter weather alerts are going to span through Sunday. Winter storm warnings where you see the purple anywhere from northern Georgia through the Carolinas into Virginia, as well as a portion of Tennessee as well. And we're expecting a widespread 5 to 8 inches of snow possible. But as you get closer to the coast, that's where those amounts are going up, and that's where we could have anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of snow possible. We've been talking about the surface pressure. So this morning, this area of low pressure that developed is really just starting to get its act together. The current pressure has it at 1,008 millibars, but it's going to continue to rapidly intensify and undergo bombogenesis likely over the next 24 hours, meaning that the central pressure of this is going to drop more than 24 millibars, likely in that range, what we're forecasting, 35 to 40 millibars. The lower you get with your low pressure, the stronger that it is going to get, and it's going to set up this tight pressure gradient that'll continue to drive the wind and allow for some of the blowing snow as well as the near blizzard-like conditions, or if that blizzard conditions, if it meets that criteria going forward through tonight. We heard Mike Seidel mentioning that later on tonight we'll have to watch for that. Here's our live radar, and where we are seeing snow showers, a closer look. If you're in Roanoke, Knoxville, Charlotte, Columbia, Michael, that's where you're waking up to some of those snow showers. And you can also see it at the UNC Charlotte campus, where this one, it's a snowy scene. We've had numerous winter weather reports over the past 24 hours, dozens of that. Michael, Tennessee has reported anywhere from 4 to 5 inches of snow, but that was really with another piece of the whole puzzle to this, some more energy that was dropping on in.
Yeah, eastern Tennessee, parts of northeast Georgia. Of course, you look at the Carolinas, all seeing that snow. And I think, Melanie, what's going to be interesting moving forward is going to really watch the deepening or the strengthening of this area of low pressure. Because as it strengthens, there's an opportunity that we could actually see a blizzard or blizzard-like conditions in the Carolinas.
Which is wild, because that's not typically where you think of it, too.
Yeah.
And going forward, you're mentioning those strong winds due to the pressure gradient.
Yeah, you know, you look at the ingredients behind what we need to see blizzard-like conditions, and basically you need 3 different ingredients. You need winds to be way up there, over 35 miles per hour. You need visibilities to be reduced to less than a quarter of a mile, and you also need that to happen over at least a 3-hour period of time, and that then constitutes a full-on blizzard. And I think that as long as all 3 of those ingredients are in play, wind advisories and high wind warnings up, again, 50 to 70 miles per hour, so certainly exceeding the threshold there, there's a real possibility parts of Virginia and the Carolinas, we could be talking about blizzard-like conditions. You know, we have Fox Weather's Mike Seidel stationed in Devils Hill, North Carolina, and look at those winds. He's been mentioning that through the afternoon and the evening, the snow picks up, but so do those winds. That G stands for gusts, and we have wind gusts over 40 miles per hour by the time we get to overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning on Sunday. You head over toward beautiful Buxton, North Carolina. This is unfortunately a spot that has been very vulnerable. We've seen a number of homes collapse into the water because of the erosional factors. And look what happens around dinner time tonight. Yeah, winds picking up, upper 30s, low 40s in terms of the mile per hour. And again, when that coincides with our high tide cycle this evening, right around 6, 7, 8 p.m., unfortunately, Melanie, that could lead to perhaps not just blizzard-like conditions, but there is a slight chance that we could see perhaps some of those vulnerable homes again collapse into the water.
Which we will continue to keep you updated on that as we have reporters and meteorologists that are spanned out across those areas that are going to be impacted by this historic winter storm. We've got your back through this. Team coverage continues all day long. You can also download our Fox Weather app, stream us for free anywhere you go. You're watching Weather Command Weekend on Fox Weather and the Fox Business Network.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
And good morning. We are back now on Fox Weather. Let me take you right toward the Carolinas. Listen to this. So this is the newest snowfall reports that we're just now receiving. So parts of Balsam, North Carolina, 8 inches of snow has fallen already. You head down toward Faustin at 6.8, also 6.8 toward Talbot. And then friends in beautiful Gatlinburg, that's in Tennessee, picking up 6.8 inches of snow so far. How about that? And we're just getting things started. Chattanooga up I-75 toward Knoxville, Tennessee. Those roads are going to become slick and slippery. You head over toward the Biltmore Estates. That's right around Asheville. We're also seeing that snow as we are along I-77. You head toward the coastline, right, and head down in elevation from Raleigh-Durham, eventually toward Cape Hatteras and Kill Devil's Hill. And again, typically you would expect there not to be as much snow on the water, but our forecast projections showing that in parts of Norfolk and Virginia Beach, a good 1 to 3 for you. Beautiful Raleigh-Durham, right? We're expecting snowfall for you. Perhaps not as much in downtown, but on either side of the city, 5 to 8 in Asheboro, and then over toward Rocky Mount, perhaps 3 to 5 inches of snow. I know the kids are loving it. Charlotte, you're just now seeing some of that snow creep in. Fox Weather's Bob Van Dillen's live for us in Charlotte, and he'll, of course, have an update. But this may not be hitting the ground in Charlotte just yet, but when it does, it is going to stack up. Bob calling for at least 8 inches of snow, and that's exactly what we're forecasting through tomorrow morning.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Back at it here on Weather Command Weekend. Look at these live views out of New England. We've got, well, you know what? Let's make that. We're out of the South. Gatlinburg, Davidson, North Carolina. That's where Steph Curry went to college, by the way. Blairsville, Georgia, and Helen, Georgia. Snowy scenes further south, where it was a little more of an icing concern out there last week at this time. This time around, completely the opposite for the South. Now, in the North, you remember last week, it was all about the snow. Boston got blasted. About 2 feet of snow fell. This time around, nor'easter is expected, but the Northeast certainly not going to be facing any major concerns, as this is going to pass just far enough offshore. We've talked a lot about that benchmark location, the 40-70 line. It's going to be east of that. So this is going to be a glancing blow. And when I say glancing, I mean it. It's going to be a beast offshore. It's going to likely undergo bombogenesis. So as it's passing by, we'll feel its impacts from areas in Washington, D.C., and points north. So all these big cities, D.C., Philly, New York, Hartford, Boston, not going to be feeling the impacts of this storm, quite like the folks in the Carolinas or like the folks here in the Cape of Massachusetts. You'll notice as we get into Sunday morning, that precipitation shield stays offshore because this area is a little bit more concave, but the Cape juts out into the ocean, so here comes the snow. Everybody is going to receive the wind. This is going to be a big wind event, but you'll notice that snow hits the Cape and leaves everybody else along that I-95 corridor alone. Winter weather alerts in place for everybody there shaded in the light blue. 1 to 3 inches is a good bet. The further east you get, you might pick up 5 inches, say, on the east end of Nantucket. Here's what it looks like in terms of timing, and that snow shows up early Sunday morning in the overnight hours and sticks around throughout most of the morning and into the afternoon. So if you walk outside without your snow gear, you're going to say, should have known better. That snow is going to be coming down at a pretty good clip. It's also going to be extremely windy, so we're a little bit concerned about coastal flooding as a result. So here we have the coastal flood advisories and the coastal flood watches that are in place, maybe about 1 to 2 feet in terms of that water during high tide. And by the way, we're under a higher high tide cycle than normal because we're in a full moon. So Mother Nature's timing here impeccable as usual. 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts, and then you get into tomorrow morning as this passes offshore. Those isobars are packed real tight. That's how you know it's going to be windy. We'll be feeling the wind for sure here in New York and Boston. 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. It'll be gusting more along the Cape. But in terms of impacts, for much of us along the I-95 corridor, it's the wind and the cold. Snow is going to be for the fishes this time around, Michael.
Yeah, Nick, you mentioned the cold, and how about this? We have over 130 million Americans that are under cold weather alerts. Just to put that into perspective for you, that represents almost 40% of America. How about that, right? For that reason, it is going to be very chilly. NYC, by the way, 7 days. It's been a week since we've seen our thermometer above 32 degrees. And it's felt every last degree below 32, right? And unfortunately, looking ahead, yeah, we have a couple more cold days ahead today and tomorrow. We may get above freezing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but we are going to be right there on the razor's edge, right? 33, maybe 34 on Tuesday. So for that reason, let me tell you something. I'm going to issue an exclusive cuddle alert for all of NYC, because guess what? It is going to be extremely cold over the next couple of days, right? So yeah, it's going to be one of those things. You need to do anything you can to stay nice and warm. Bundle up. You'll certainly need to. You look at where we're at right now, 10 in NYC, feeling more like 10 degrees, thank goodness. So wind's not a huge issue there. But Boston, 3 below. Bangor, 3 below is what it feels like. Chicago, 0, so a big old goose egg for our friends at WFLD Fox 32 in Chicago. Up toward Green Bay, we're at 24 for a high. But then you look at tomorrow morning and you think to yourself, all right, Sunday, maybe it's a little bit better to round out the weekend. Well, that's all relative because tomorrow morning you're waking up to 1 below. That's Burlington, Vermont. You look at Pittsburgh, right, has over 400 bridges. We're in the single digits for you. And the big slap in the face isn't necessarily the actual air temperatures. It's when you factor in these winds here. Nick, 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds are going to make it feel like temperatures in Binghamton, 13 degrees below 0. Nick, I don't know about you, my friend, but I would love to take a flight to Florida. But I mean, even in Florida, it's freezing cold. They're talking about snow in Tampa.
Listen, cuddle alerts all up and down the coast.
Yes.
You can't outrun those.
Those are important.
You know what I mean? So be aware. All right, listen, a historic snowstorm underway right now. Biggest in nearly 40 years for the Carolinas. We are likely to see blizzard warnings for areas across the Carolinas that have never been placed under a blizzard warning. Extremely dangerous travel is expected, so stay off the roads, hunker down. But if you're somewhere safe, send us your pics, your videos. If you're cuddling up with your significant other or just hanging out by the fireplace, looking outside, seeing that snow coming down, take a pic or video, scan that QR code, upload it. We'd love to show it to everybody watching the Fox Weather stream. We'll be right back after the break. Keep it here. You're watching Weather Command Weekend.
I love what I do, which is help people make the switch to consumer cellular, like our customers Courtney and Jackie.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular gives you access to a fast, reliable, nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
My previous provider was terrible.
Why are we paying this much for our cell phone bill? It's crazy, right?
Dropped calls or missed calls. To me, that was just normal.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person. Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Our reception is so much better with Consumer Cellular. It's been amazing.
I just made a road trip across half the country, and I did not have one dropped call.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
And here's my favorite part. You can save up to half on your bill.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
As AARP members, we get 2 lines for $55 a month.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
We'll set you up with the best plan for you and help you wrap things up with your old provider. It all takes about 20 minutes.
Switching over took about 20 minutes, that's it.
Consumer Cellular customer service reps are A1, top notch.
They are so nice. You get a human being to talk to.
It's month to month, very simple.
You're not locked in.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
If you're thinking about switching providers, do it.
If I can do it, you can.
That's why I love Consumer Cellular. They've made it easy.
We'd love for you to enjoy our reliable nationwide coverage and the best customer service in the business. Give us a call now and start saving up to half on what you're paying now. It only takes about 20 minutes. Call 800-755-8061 to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, for a limited time, new customers get their second month free when they sign up today.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
We are back. Look at this. Some video out of Beaufort, North Carolina.
Nice.
From our buddy Jonathan Smith, who is sending us some great stuff out there this morning. Snow's starting to stick.
Yeah, it is.
I would call that a skiff.
A little skiff of snow on the grassy areas and some of the elevated surfaces.
Maybe even a
rooftops.
snoinch.
Snoinch?
Yeah.
I've not heard. All right.
That's because I just made that word up.
I was gonna say a tidbit of snow. But
Okay, that's
all right.
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
That's more along the English language.
Yeah, you know, a couple of different shots and perspectives. Look at the street. I mean, that's actually getting covered.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, that's definitely a trace. So now we're picking up the snow big time, and that's going to continue throughout the day.
Wow.
Some spots really going to see those inches pile up.
Man, Jonathan Smith, look at him going all these different shots on the water here.
Go off, King.
This is you know, they call this part of North Carolina the inner banks.
Right.
Not necessarily the outer banks, but the inner banks.
That's right. You know what? That's a little known fact that I'm glad you're bringing that up. The Outer Banks got the TV show and they get all the credit. But the Inner Banks, hey, they're banks
and
too.
Listen, Jonathan Smith is out here giving the Inner Banks the love. It's the third oldest city in North Carolina is Beaufort, by the way. But either way, see it, share it, right?
Yep, scan that QR code. We want to see your pics and video. Look, we love Jonathan Smith for sure, but we can't give him all the love this morning. So if he's got something to send,
all right,
we'd
how
love
about
to see
this
it.
one?
Oh, look at this. All right, Stephen McLeod giving Jonathan Smith a run for his money out of Jersey City, New Jersey. That's beautiful. The Hudson's starting to freeze over. Buildings in the background, the World Trade Center. You've got a beautiful sunrise. We love it. Wow.
By the way, the New York City ferry service actually suspended service because of all of that ice that is on the Hudson River.
Yeah.
So something to just be mindful of if you do, jump in a boat for your commute in and around NYC.
Yeah, that could certainly slow you down a little bit, right?
Oh, big time. Because if you hear someone say, iceberg straight ahead, you know what that means. Watch out.
Sounds like a movie I've heard.
Watch out for that. Well, how about this, Nick? My goodness, already in the past 24 hours, and really it's been over the past couple of hours, Tennessee especially, we've already picked up over a half a foot of snow.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's really got going last night, and that snow is adding up. We've been talking about snow ratios being up there, 15 to 20 to 1. Right. And so that's why we're able to pick up these totals so quickly.
Look at that. Over, 7.5 to 8 inches of snow toward Balsam. I mean, that's a lot. You look at, parts of Chillicothe, 3.5 inches out this way. That's in Virginia, as you know. So, yeah, snow coming on down fast and furious.
I know it. Make sure you are prepared and ready to go. And listen, I know it's been a while since the roads have been snow covered in some of these areas, but if you don't have to be on the roads, don't go out. And if you do, take it low and slow.
Yeah, low and slow, a good way and a good piece of advice on a Saturday, because Raleigh, Durham, Winston-Salem, get ready. That snow is on the way.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone. Simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Good morning, everyone. We start with live looks from Tennessee to North Carolina and Georgia. You're taking a look at some snowy scenes as snow comes down. We're watching a powerful nor'easter that's set to slam the coast today, bringing some heavy snow, strong wind, and the potential for blizzard conditions. We have our crews spanned out across the coast, meteorologists and correspondents set to give you the latest with live coverage all day long. Thanks for joining us. We're coming to you on both Fox Weather and on Fox Business Network. I'm Melanie Black here with Michael Estime and Nick Koser.
Yeah, how about that? It's the last day of January, and what do they say about March? It's like in like a lion, out like a lamb, but I feel like this is like in like a lion, out like a lion, and my goodness, Nick, it's been an intense past couple of weekends.
Yeah, what is it now? January 82nd is what it feels like. Man, it's been a long month.
It's been a powerful winter, hasn't it? And we continue to talk about the power in terms of a storm, our nor'easter, slamming the southeast today. The storm is expected to rapidly strengthen and likely become a bomb cyclone. Heavy snow, the chance for hurricane-force wind gusts, and whiteout conditions are all expected. The Outer Banks in North Carolina faces upwards of a foot of snow. Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel is live in Kill Devil Hills now. And Mike, conditions have changed since when you first got there yesterday. We just went to you last hour and it was starting to get choppy. By this evening, a much different story as conditions really deteriorate.
And right now we've got our first flakes flying, Melanie, here on the Outer Banks, at least here at Kill Devil Hills, down to Kitty Hawk, up to Duck. You probably cannot see him on TV. I can only see him against a dark surface. So we're just at the very, very beginning of what's going to be a long 24 hours of snow, heavy snow at times, and wind gusts over 50 miles an hour. The Atlantic has churned up quite a bit since yesterday with the increased wind. There it is right there About 3 to 4 footers, much more choppier like a bathtub. And off the coast, we've got 6 to 7 footers at some of the buoys. By the way, the water temperature here is in the mid-40s. Down in Buxton and Hatteras, it's in the mid-60s. So down there, temperatures are a little bit above freezing. They may actually just get rain for a while, and then they'll change over to snow this evening. We're expecting all snow here right now. It's 30 degrees. The wind chill is about 20 degrees. So it's a nippy day on the beach. I'm sure most of you have been here, and it's never been this cold. In fact, first time I've been on the Outer Banks for a winter storm, so I'm looking forward to the pictures tonight and the wind and the snow blowing around. Wind's coming at my back, it's blowing north, northeast, and we're gusting 20 to 25 miles an hour. And that's going to ramp up. As I mentioned, the wind gust over 50. Maybe we get some gust over 60 miles an hour, and that could cause certainly some minor damage. I mean, shingles coming off the roof, that would be about it. If you got anything like a trash can, things like that that are loose, they could blow down the street. But power could go out, some sporadic power outages between those wind gusts and the heavy snowfall. Although it's going to be generally a powdery snow for most of it, there could be enough weight on some trees to knock down some limbs. So certainly not a zero chance of power outages, but there will be some in the area, especially inland where we have more of a tree canopy set up. There's not a whole lot of trees out here on the Outer Banks, as you probably know if you've been here before. But beautiful beaches, a wide beach. So even though we're forecasting the worst high tide to be tomorrow morning around 7 a.m. here at Kill Devil Hills in this whole area, the water may come up to about here. They're saying 2 to 4 feet above normally high ground. That would put it probably right up in here. So we still have a nice, strong, beautiful dune line with the fence and the sea oats. And some of that goes even higher as you look down the beach there. Look how high that dune line is up there. That's impressive. So as far as surge or water getting into the buildings or the first floors, I don't think that's not really going to be a problem. But if you're in a normally flood-prone area, like there's some areas down at Duck, and that could be a problem with the high tide again tomorrow morning. High wind warning goes through Sunday, so even though the storm will go by, the winds will continue, although not onshore, they'll be blowing offshore. So that's why we're not worried about the high tides after tomorrow morning. Well, we got the first flakes here. I think you can see them on camera. But Bob Van Dillen is hanging out in Charlotte. Bob, I heard you earlier that I know you work there, but you forecasted snow and it didn't happen. Don't feel bad, buddy. I worked in Greenville, South Carolina for 5 years. And my rule of thumb, I don't know about you, but my rule of thumb was never mention the S word more than 2 days in advance because it set off a panic at the Bilos and the Ingalls.
That is a 100% accurate statement right there, Mike. You're right. Yeah, you were in Greenville. I was there last week for the ice storm. Now I'm up in Charlotte for this next one. So it's kind of been a bang-bang situation, Mike. But this one, no question about it, it's all snow. It started as snow, and it's verifying as snow right now. And it started about 3 hours ago. Started to pick up just a little bit about a half an hour ago as that snow shield begins to fill in right through the upstate of South Carolina and bleeds up through the Piedmont. That's going to be the going story, though. Where does this main snow band set up and how long does it last? Going for snowfall rates of about 1 inch per hour once it really begins to peak out for this region. That should be around noontime today, so it's going to get a lot worse. You can see the snow is already here. Streets, it's sticking directly onto the streets already because it is so cold. We've seen just cold temperatures over the last few days. They started brining the streets immediately after that ice storm ended from last week. And they've been treating the streets ever since. Now, the snowplows are out there right now for all of Charlotte. NCDOT has been working nonstop. I can see a plow coming up the street right now. This is 3rd Street right here, going in towards Charlotte. You go uptown a little bit farther up this hill, and pretty soon, give it about 2 hours or so, and some of these roads are going to start being unpassable. You're not going to be able to go past it. Impassable. So that's what we're watching. Here comes a plow coming up right now. Buses have been running okay so far. But we know that we're in a winter storm warning for the entire state of North Carolina, the entire state of South Carolina, Georgia, including Atlanta, winter storm warning also. We haven't seen a storm like this for eastern North Carolina since 1989. If they get a foot or more of snow, especially where Mike Seidel is right now. You have to go back to like 1973. before you saw an epic amount of snowfall for eastern North Carolina. Last time Charlotte picked up 8 inches of snow or more was 12 years ago. It was February 2014. So we're going to be right in the neck of there somewhere. But the SLR, snow liquid ratio, off the charts for this time of year, this time of place, in this area, you're talking about 15 to 20 to 1 inches of snow per 1 inch of rain. That to me is amazing, and it's already starting to pile up right now. It just started picking up a little bit ago, and I know you guys have been watching it in the studio, that snow shield moving in. 2 shots of distinct heavy snow, one for the Piedmont, rolling up through the mountains, and then the other one develops late this evening through tomorrow morning early, right around the coastal part of North Carolina, as that low begins to deepen. But I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. I don't know your thoughts. This upper level low taking its time to move in, which means I think we're going to be locked and loaded in that snowmaking belt for a longer period of time. So it's going to start piling up a little bit quicker later this afternoon.
And I know your forecast last hour, Bob, was right around 8 inches for Charlotte, correct? You still thinking that?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it hasn't really changed, right? I'm watching for the models to come in. I'm looking at HRR, pivots it around a little bit more. The rapid refresh models all have a nice little shot of snow. Some banding going on there as well, but I like the positioning of that low-level area of low pressure. I'm talking about the 851. That's going to go right down to our south in the upstate of South Carolina. It's in Atlanta right now, goes through Augusta, through Columbia, ultimately offshore. But that's in a perfect spot for the Piedmont of North Carolina to get slammed with heavy snow. You just have to look upstairs about 5,000 feet. Where's that low pressure center? Usually north in that region. That's where you're going to get the heavy snow. That's what we're going to get.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Thanks for that update. We'll check back in with you.
Yep.
We continue to follow this life-threatening winter storm for the Carolinas. Whiteout conditions and dangerous cold to follow. You're taking a live look across Blairsville, Georgia, where we've been monitoring this scene over the past hour. We continue to see the snow coming down, as well as snow-covered roads, and the feels-like temperature at 10 degrees. That cold is just going to be with us into the start of the week. So let's first talk about our winter weather alerts. And we have this really highlighted for northern Georgia, into the Carolinas, and also into Virginia. And this is really where the storm is going to make its closest pass. And as it does, it is going to strengthen. So our biggest impacts here are going to be in terms of the heavy snow, the high wind, but also those coastal impacts. We are talking about a nor'easter. So to get a nor'easter, you need that northeast wind, and it's going to be working right against the coast, so there could potentially be some coastal erosion impacts. Let's first talk about the snow that's still to come, and I do want to highlight the areas where we could see about 5 to 8 inches of snow, and that's likely going to be for a widespread section, southern Virginia through western South Carolina. Meanwhile, though, the closer that you get to the coast, that's where we could see some of the highest totals with this, and historic totals at that. 8 to 12 inches is possible. So some spots could pick up a foot, if not even higher, when all is said and done. And really the highest rates are expected as we go through tonight and through the early morning hours. That's when those snow rates are going to be coming down at a pretty good pace. And really, when you talk about how cold the temperatures are, this is just going to allow that snow to be dry and stack up pretty efficiently. Surface pressure, we've been talking about the low that's developing, and it will continue to develop. So this morning, it just really set up shop off the Carolina coast, and the central pressure has been around 1,008 millibars, Michael, but it's expected to undergo what we call bombogenesis. So that central pressure rapidly strengthening and dropping as we go forward over the next 24 hours, and that's really what's going to bring us this high impact event as well.
Yeah, I mean, when the area of low pressure strengthens, it means that it will produce faster winds and stronger winds. It'll produce more snow for a longer period of time. And all of that is the ingredients that you need for a blizzard.
Right.
And so literally we could be talking about not just like a ground blizzard where you have snow that's already on the ground. You think about Charlotte where Bob is at. And you have all that wind that's blowing things around that makes it difficult to see. But also, if it's falling from the sky, that's a legit blizzard. So a lot that we're going to be keeping our eyes on there. We turn our attention to Kill Devil Hills, where it's only 28 degrees right now. And as we mentioned, with that area of low pressure continuing to deepen, strengthen, the wind's starting to pick up, the visibility's starting to fall. That, my friends, lines us up perfectly for, again, blizzard criteria. So we're thinking that these areas right along the coast from Nags Head down Cape Hatteras, where we could be talking about wind gusts way over that 35-mile-per-hour threshold. We're talking 40, 50, maybe even 60-mile-per-hour thresholds through this afternoon and this evening. Watch what happens. There's a 40 to 50 right there, Cape Hatteras, around 8 p.m. this evening. Along with the snow and the reduced visibility, my goodness, last thing that you'd ever expect to hear along the Cape is blizzard-like conditions, but that is exactly what we could be contending with. Visibilities, right now things look okay, but watch how visibilities in Hatteras really begin to fall, not just through the morning, but into this afternoon and then into this evening, down to what, 1 to 0 in terms of visibilities, not to mention the wind. And all that wind, Nick, what it's doing is it's driving all of that moisture, I should say, all that ocean water right along the shoreline. That could create some coastal flooding. And Nick, this is your old stomping grounds. Erosion is a huge issue in Cape Hatteras.
I mean, that's a fragile part of the country, right? And we already had a pretty nasty hurricane season, not necessarily with landfalls, but big, strong storms that were just passing by along the East Coast. Unfortunately, damaged homes and created an issue where they were falling down and lost to the ocean. So hopefully none of that happens this time around. We'll see. Right now, though, we're getting great video and images from people all across the Carolinas through our See It, Share It campaign on our website. Look at this from Greensboro, North Carolina. The snow's coming down. It's blowing all around, and it's really starting to add up quickly. This is the type of snow that will add up quickly. It's very dry, very fluffy. This is another one in Ferguson, North Carolina. Look at that, wintry scenes all over. This one from Granite Falls. So cars, roofs, barns, starting to collect that snow fairly quickly. And you just heard Bob saying that in the Charlotte area, where there's a big population center, the snow is going to come down a little more rapidly around midday. So we're certainly going to see much more snow on the ground. In the next few hours, I don't think you'll be seeing many blades of grass poking up through the snow. So we want to continue to see your pics and video and share them with everybody watching. Scan that QR code with your cell phone right now. We all kind of got familiar with doing that during the pandemic, right? And if you have never done that, maybe you don't want to or you can't, do it online. So go to foxweather.com/connect. You can upload your pics and videos from there.
This is a historic storm for the Southeast. For many in places like eastern North Carolina, the biggest since at least 1989. You're taking a live look right now at the Raleigh-Durham Airport. That's where we have some of the worst cancellations so far today. 134 cancellations so far. Atlanta and Charlotte, both of those airports lead the pack with cancellations. We have live extended coverage that continues all day long. Keep it right here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started to look around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. My toes are very warm. I'm wearing the hollow socks. They're alpaca fibers, and the alpaca is thermoregulating, up to 3 times warmer than merino wool, so your feet will stay drier, warmer, and warmer even when wet, they're telling me. I'll be here reporting all weekend long. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Buying and selling a home can be really hard these days. That's why who you work with matters. I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. They were both very busy and didn't have time to sell the traditional way. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled. See how you can buy before you sell at homelight.com today.
Welcome back. Live looks from the southeast as the storm starts to hit the gas. We have winter storm warnings that are active from West Virginia to Georgia. Scenes like this becoming more common this morning. Snow-covered roads. You can see a plow on the bottom left hand of your screen. As snow continues to come down, we are just in the beginning stages of our massive winter storm. This nor'easter that's set to blanket the coast with some snow and also other effects in terms of strong wind and coastal erosion. All effects are going to be on the table as we go forward through the rest of the day. And the flakes are already flying in northern Georgia this morning. Here's a live look at Blairsville. That's just south of the Georgia-North Carolina border. A winter storm warning is in effect through early tomorrow morning. So let's bring in Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Kim Leffler, who's there live right now. And I was just taking a look at the cancellations across the country, and the Atlanta airport leads the country with the most cancellations so far this morning. So what are conditions like there, Kim?
Well, we are here, as you mentioned, in Blairsville, which is about 2 hours north of Atlanta. And the snow's been coming down really steadily here for the last several hours. You can probably tell it's kind of going sideways right now. We also have some pretty decent wind gusts, but I'm going to step out so you can see what the town square area here in Blairsville is looking like. You can see those roadways are covered in snow. We actually just saw a plow come through here in the last couple of minutes. So they're working to get the roadways cleared, but the snow is just coming down just as fast as they're clearing the road. So that is why officials here are encouraging people to stay off the roads throughout the duration of this storm. We actually did just see a truck get stuck on the road here to our left, trying to go up a little bit of a hill, and they weren't quite able to make it. So that's why officials are saying the roads here are just unpredictable with all of this snow, and the best bet is to just stay home. This also, our meteorologists here at Fox 5 have been saying throughout the morning on our air that this is a very fluffy snow. In fact, I'm just going to pick a little bit of this up here. It's kind of hard to form into a ball, so maybe not the best snow for snowball fights or snowmen, but good news for power outages. This is less likely to stick onto the trees and power lines there. We just had a lot of ice last week here in the Atlanta area as well, and some of our counties did experience some power outages, so this is really a 1-2 punch for us here in the metro Atlanta area, but we're of course going to be here throughout the rest of the morning and keeping you updated. But so far, some really good snowfall here in North Georgia.
Yes, you could really see it coming down. Great visuals there. How are people preparing for this? You mentioned it's a 1-2 punch, so are they ready for that? Are they ready to just hunker down for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people had already prepared for the storm last week, so they already had a lot of their supplies ready to go. We know crews throughout the state have been working to treat the roadways here. A lot of people certainly remember Snowmageddon down in Atlanta back in 2014. Well, now the Georgia Department of Transportation has a lot more brine on hand, and they're able to make a lot of more brine as well for events like this. So they, treat the roadways for the last system and then also for this system as well. So everyone just ready to hunker down and ride this out with all the snowfall expected to continue here throughout the day.
That's Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Kim Leffler live from Blairsville, Georgia. Thank you so much for waking up early with us. Let's take another live look, this one from the Raleigh-Durham Airport. And under a winter storm warning through tomorrow morning, it's this area that's expecting to get between 5 to 8 inches of snow once things really start to get going. And you can see those feels like temperatures as well. Feels like 11 degrees. So not only are we talking about the snow, but it's that 1-2 punch, because behind this, we're just keeping this bitter cold air around. And really that snow has nowhere to go. I do want to show you some of our latest reports from the past 24 hours of North Carolina top snow reports, anywhere from 6 to 8 inches. We have 8 inches reported in Maggie Valley, as well as 7 inches in Clyde. And again, this is just the beginning. That snow shield is going to continue to expand closer to the coast. We have snow showers reported from Roanoke as far west as Knoxville, Charlotte to parts of the Carolinas as well. And you look at the FlightAware misery map. So I've been monitoring some of our worst cancellations so far this morning. That has been the Atlanta and Charlotte airports. Both of those airports have more than 500 cancellations. And also on the top of that list, coming in at number 3, is the Raleigh-Durham Airport. So more than 100 cancellations. And unfortunately, I do anticipate as things really start to pick up as we go through about noon and into the early afternoon, you're going to see more of those delays and cancellations. Here's a look at current conditions. We're tracking in Charlotte, 25 degrees, light snow coming down. That visibility, too, that has been dropping so far this morning. That visibility now closer to about a mile. We have your misery index there for travel at about a 4, so that's, ouch, that's a little rough there. Winter weather reports, these continue to increase. When I came in this morning, we had a number of reports that were still under about 70, and this number continues to grow just within the past 3 hours. The number of reports right about 111. And there's some of those highest totals coming in anywhere from 6 to 7 inches. We have Gatlinburg picking up 6.8 inches of snow. Traveling a little bit closer to the coast, we don't have quite as many totals there just yet. You're looking at anywhere from 1 to 2 inches for the city of Charlotte as well as Greensboro. But those numbers are going to continue to increase, and increasing already for the Chicagoland area. Nick?
That's right. It's not just coming down in the Carolinas. We're also looking at a snowy landscape there in the Windy City, where the temperature is a brisk 15 degrees. Here in New York, we would call that brick. I don't know if you're familiar with that phrase, Melanie. You're just coming here from Boston. When it's cold, that cold air when you walk outside hits you like a brick. So a little bit of New York slang. There you go, Chicago. You can say that to your friends and say, I learned that from my buddy who lives in New York City. He's on TV, I swear. This is what we've picked up over the last 24 hours in the Chicago area. Not the most snow, that's for sure, but snow nonetheless, as it's coming in off the lake. This is lake effect snow that showed up last night. We'll get a little bit more throughout the morning hours of today, and then we'll shut it off for this event. O'Hare Airport, 1.9 inches yesterday. The highest total coming out of Morton Grove, just over 3.5 inches, and then another 1 and a 1.5. So certainly came down last night for your Friday evening plans. Still have winter weather alerts in place through today from Northfield, around the bend, and over towards Michigan City. As far south is Boone. So that also includes the Chicago metro area. This is what live radar looks like. A couple of little streamer coming in. So Chicago right now getting some flakes to fly around. I saw the Bean in downtown Chicago was covered with snow. Tourists were out there taking pictures of it. And likely there will be more photo ops throughout today as you see the fetch continues until mid to late morning, and then those flakes start to become a little more sporadic. But we could pick up another ½ inch to an inch, maybe a couple of inches down there towards Gary. Here's the forecast throughout the morning. clouds in the middle of Chicago. And whether or not you get the snow is one thing, but that cold is definitely going to stick around. So temps in the teens right through about mid-morning, and then you get up to the low and mid-20s, and that's it up until 2 o'clock. So make sure you are prepared to battle some bitterly cold temperatures.
Just over a week ago, Florida was treated to some rare flakes across the north of the state. Now, moisture from this coastal storm and bitter cold temperatures are teaming up for a chance to bring some Gulf effect snow to the Sunshine State. But to get that snow, you need the cold temperatures in place. And right now, as we look across Florida, we have winter weather alerts that span the entire state, really in terms for the cold weather and for the temperature that's going to be sticking around. You can trace some of this Arctic air all the way up to the North Pole, and it's sending it crashing down thanks to the position of that jet stream all the way down to the southern tip of Florida. One thing that I'd really love to see that I think is so rare is when you see the snowflakes on the palm trees. I just love that juxtaposition.
I know, it always kind of messes with your brain. You're going, is that sand up there?
It should be warm over there, yeah.
Right? Yeah, nobody's spared. I mean, even as far south as Miami, we've got a cold weather advisory. Now, this is all relative, right? A cold weather advisory prompted in South Florida wouldn't necessarily mean a cold weather advisory in New York City, but it's all relative. And when you're talking about temperatures this morning at a 56, that's chilly stuff.
And we were talking just about a half an hour ago about this front that's going to come through. So we're waking up this morning to temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Yeah, that does feel chilly, but that's just the start of it because the cold air is really going to rush in. This is a cool image where you can trace the path of that Arctic air all the way from the North Pole, diving all the way down to Florida.
I know, and that just goes to show you how powerful this lobe of the polar vortex is and how unusually far south it is. It's actually a weaker polar vortex that allows for these lobes to get further south. Jacksonville, good morning to you, although maybe the word good isn't I use that term loosely.
A cold morning.
Depending on how you like the cold. Yeah, we're talking about temps in the 20s for a while.
So that's what we'll be talking about. And you really have to go back quite some time for the last time that Jacksonville had temperatures that dipped into the low 20s. Just to give you a perspective of how rare this cold is for parts of Florida. This is also waking up tomorrow morning. You can see 20s for North Florida, down all the way into southern Florida. You even have temperatures that'll be flirting right near that freezing point.
Yeah, and so we've got these wind chill values that are going to be a concern too, 30 and 40 mile per hour winds as you get further south. There's some chatter about maybe Tampa seeing some flakes. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll watch out for that. And by the way, if you're in Key West, my parents are snowbirding there January, February this year.
What do they think of it?
They go, we came from Ohio for this? What are we doing? We should have stayed put. But just be glad that the Keys are positioned with that wind coming from the more moderate waters further north. That's going to help regulate temps a touch. Still going to be chilly, though.
Yes, still chilly for Florida standards. Potential record lows. We have numerous ones, at least a couple dozen that could fall. This is Sunday morning. Look at that. Tallahassee forecast, 19 degrees. That's pretty cold for anyone, I think, across the country. And we have more extreme cold that's to follow into Monday. So this cold air is really just going to continue to stick around. There's that Gulf effect snow that you mentioned.
There you have it. That could be tonight into tomorrow morning. I think the last time it snowed in Tampa was 1977, and Melanie, people are still talking about it. So that's
because
how you know
it's
a
rare,
event.
right?
We'll see if it happens this time around.
We'll continue monitoring that for you. Dangerous and historic snow and cold overspread much of the eastern U.S. We are going to continue to monitor that situation in terms of records that could be broken. You're watching Weekend Weather Command. We'll be right back.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with consumer cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our US-based switch pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow. Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
Welcome back. I'm Melanie Black. Thank you for staying with us. You're taking a live look across North Carolina where you can see the snow-covered roads there. Current feels like temperature is still 12 degrees. So not only are we talking about heavy snow, high wind as well, but the bitter cold is what's sticking around as we continue to track our weekend nor'easter that's just now starting to get its act together. This nor'easter will drop more snow across North Carolina as parts of the state continue to clean up after last weekend's storm. Anna Smith, Public Information Officer for Morehead City, joins us now. And Anna, what is it currently like out there? What are you continuing to expect through the day?
Good morning. It is definitely cold here right now. We have those wind chill temps in the teens, and we did start snow here in Morehead City about 6:45. So my police department tells me we're starting to see some ice form in the roads in places that didn't get brined by DOT at this point. But we've been really encouraging people that this is the beginning of the storm and it's going to be long lasting.
Yeah, I think that is definitely key, is that this is just what's initially going to happen, and we're in it for a couple of days or so. So when did you initially start to do work to pre-treat those roads?
NCDOT, I believe in the past 48 hours, went out to pre-treat the main roads throughout our county, as well as our high-rise bridges, as those bridges are obviously susceptible to icing over before any other surfaces. So we're grateful for that opportunity. In Morehead City, we do have our public services crews will be out salting and prepping our sidewalks and such as well to try to keep things as good as they can for our community.
And one of the things that we are talking about, the threats potentially or some power outages. So what does the city do to coordinate with power companies and emergency services as well?
We have 2 different power companies who service our community. And so throughout this week, we've been reminding people of how they can report an outage or how they can track that outage map. So we really have been reminding people that those power outages are possible throughout this event and that they should be prepared to last for up to several days in their homes without being able to get on the roads.
Do you have any specific safety advice to some of the current residents of what they can expect if they, do experience some of the worst of this storm going forward and they are left without power?
Absolutely. We're encouraging people to have their blankets, have multiple layers on. And we also want people to check in on their neighbors and their loved ones. If we do lose power, it's important to stay in touch as much as possible to make sure that your loved ones and your close by neighbors are doing okay. And if possible, if they need to come over to you. We are a hurricane prone area, so we do have a number of people with generators here, and I suspect they'll use those if we do lose power.
We've heard a lot of comparisons of storms that were, a couple decades ago, but does an event like this, does another storm stick out to you that's comparable to what we're expected to experience here?
The last time that our area saw a storm of this size was 1989. So I was not here for that. I was not even born at that time. So this really is going to be a big ordeal for our area. And so again, that preparedness efforts and be prepared for multiple things to come our way in the coming days is what we've really been trying to push out to the community.
Before I let you go, Anna, any last bit of advice that you want to say to anyone that's watching in your area?
We just continue to encourage them to remain prepared, not panicked, and to stay off their roads. That's for their safety and for our first responders. My teams are ready to respond to emergencies as needed. We'll be implementing chains on our ambulances, things like that. But really, by staying home, that's the best thing anyone can do for the duration of the storm.
I think that's a great piece of advice because you think of not only protecting yourself, but you also have the emergency responders, the linemen that are going out there and they're working to get everything patched up after the worst of the storm. So we do want to make sure that they are okay as well. Anna Smith, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, this life-threatening winter storm is set to impact the Carolinas through the rest of today with whiteout conditions and dangerous cold that's to follow. You're taking a live look across Blairsville, Georgia. This has been one of our better camera shots so far this morning, showing you the current conditions with the snow-covered roads. We have winter weather alerts that span for parts of northern Georgia, in through the Carolinas, Virginia as well. And what we are expecting in terms of snow is a widespread 5 to 8 inches. And I'm really looking at this from parts of West Virginia in through the Carolinas, but closer to the coast. That's where we have more of the jackpot totals. Anywhere from 8 to 12 inches is possible. And along the coast, because we are talking about a nor'easter, we're going to have northeast winds. So that's just going to cause more effects closer to the coast in terms of coastal erosion, as well as those whiteout conditions. When you get the heavy snow that's coming down, this wind is just going to whip it around. Surface pressure, still watching for that. It is developing this morning, so it has formed, and that's going to be what is our storm. It's going to rapidly strengthen. So the central pressure this morning has been 1,008 millibars, but we're expecting it to undergo bombogenesis. So over the next 24 hours, that central pressure is going to drop by 24 millibars. That's just to meet that criteria, but it's expected to rapidly strengthen and drop even more, and that's what's set to drive up this pressure gradient, really funneling in that wind closer to the coast. So to talk more about the impacts and what we are seeing, I do want to head out live to our Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen. He's been in Charlotte, North Carolina, and as of this hour, we're currently taking a look at Bryson City, North Carolina. Yet again, you can see those snow-covered roads, and looks like just one car out there. So now is the time to start to hunker down. And we've been seeing that snow really come down out there. Bob, has anything changed since we've seen you last?
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a snow globe look to it at this point. The snow's picked up in intensity over the last hour or so, and it's coming down pretty well. It's cold, though, Melanie. You talked about it before. 24 degrees. Last look, the wind chills were in the teens around here, and it's only going to get colder. Temperatures aren't going to rise much above the mid-20s today, so everything that's been falling so far in the pre-dawn hours has stuck to the sidewalks. It's stuck to the roads. They've retreated the roads after the last ice storm, but you can still see we're getting it caked up there on the roads already. Not as much traffic as what we just had. There are the occasional car that goes through, that we have that, the bus lines still seem to be okay. I'm right by the Charlotte light rail system. I can hear on the overcom they've got delays going southward because of the snow, so we've got that. Plus, you're talking about airline cancellations. You talked about it before. Charlotte, Atlanta, over 500 flights canceled already in some of these areas because of the snow that's coming down. It's a 1-2 shot, though. I mean, we've got 2 warnings. We've got the winter storm warning for Charlotte and the entire state of North Carolina down to South Carolina, too. And then you've got the extreme cold warnings for later on this evening through tomorrow morning. The wind chill, something we don't see very often. With the fresh snow on the ground, wind coming through. It's going to feel like about 0 to -5 here overnight tonight through early Sunday morning. So that's another cause of concern. It's just how cold it's going to get. But as for the snowfall totals, Melanie, we've been still thinking about it. When I used to work here about a quarter of a century ago, anytime you had a cold front going up and over the mountains, it would dry out. You didn't get anything. But if it comes out from the Atlanta metro area up I-85, it gets that nice connection with the Gulf and the Atlantic, which is what we're seeing, the snow begins to build up big time. And that's what we're probably going to get. Over 6 inches of snow. That's what I'm guessing at this point. Probably like 6 to 8. Maybe even a little more, just a little south of here.
Well, I love that we have you out there with your experience, and we'll continue checking back in with you this morning. That's our Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen. Thanks so much.
All right.
We've got your back through this historic winter storm in the southeast. Team coverage all day long. Download the Fox Weather app. Stream us for free anywhere you go. You're watching Weather Command Weekend on Fox Weather and the Fox Business Network.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see. We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
And we are back now on Fox Weather. Hey, our snowfall totals are coming in. Let me show them to you. Tennessee, 8 inches so far. And listen, it is still coming on down. You look at parts of North Carolina where we've picked up 9+ inches of snow. Last stop going to take us into Virginia where it's over 5, literally a half a foot toward Gallic City already coming in. So let's show you where our storm system is right now. It's basically centered right off the coast there of the southeast, and with it, eastern Tennessee, northeast Georgia, parts of the Carolinas, certainly seeing that snow come on down fast and furious. We zone in, and you'll note that not just Raleigh-Durham, but over toward Fayetteville, also seeing that snow. By the time everything is said and done in Norfolk, how much are we projecting? Generally speaking, about 1 to 3 for Newport News down toward Norfolk and Virginia Beach, Virginia. You look at Raleigh-Durham, and you're right now in a little area where there's a snow, there's a little dry slot, if you will. So that could suppress our temperatures there. So 1 to 3 Raleigh. Outside of that, Winston-Salem, yeah, how about that? 5 to 8 for you. Focusing in on Charlotte, this is where Bob Van Dillen is at. Again, 8 to perhaps 12 inches of snow expected by the time everything is said and done. We have down toward the Outer Banks here, where it's a rain-snow mix to get things started, but by the time everything is said and done toward Cape Hatteras, at least 1 to 3 projected for you, with Wilmington seeing several inches of snow by day's end.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, They use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Start you off with a look at what's going on down in the southeast, where this is an all-snow event. This part of the country was dealing with ice last weekend. Now it's the snow. Certainly a 1-2 punch. Further north along the I-95 corridor from Washington, D.C. to points north, we're not expecting big impacts out of the storm. So sort of the opposite of what we had last week in terms of Boston being the bullseye a week ago, not so much heading into the rest of this week. This is going to be a coastal storm. So it's swinging across the Carolinas, ejecting into the ocean, and then moving north and east, but it's just far enough offshore to where we're not going to see the precipitation shield impact those areas that I just mentioned along the I-95 corridor. So as we take you through time, this is what we anticipate as this continues to churn, and it's going to be a fairly big storm. The wind field will impact everybody, but you notice this is Sunday, 11 a.m., and only the Cape of Massachusetts is seeing any of the snow from this storm. Hartford, New York, Philly, D.C., that part of the coastline is a little too concave, whereas the Cape juts out a little further, and that's why we're anticipating the snow to impact that area, and really that area only. So in terms of snow totals, you see it right there highlighted. We may get a few flakes in Boston, but certainly it'll be a long shot from the 2 feet that we had last week. Winter weather alerts in place today through tomorrow. And in terms of how much snow we'll get, around 1 to 3 inches for most. The further east you get on the island of Nantucket, you may get closer to 5 inches. That is just geographically going to be closer to that area of low pressure, that storm that's passing offshore. 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, that's when the snow starts. So overnight and throughout the morning hours and early afternoon hours of our Sunday, that's when the snow really shows up. Very windy, too. This will be a wind-driven snow, as the snow is going to be very light and fluffy. So blowing and drifting could become a pretty big concern at times. And also with that wind, we're anticipating some higher than usual tides. So a 1 to 2 foot surge in that tide, and there may be some coastal flooding that we'll watch out for. As I mentioned, it's not a nothing burger for folks along the I-95 corridor, because just because we're not going to see the snow doesn't mean we're not going to feel the impacts. Look at that. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds in New York City, Boston, Philly. So you add that to the already extremely cold temperatures that this area of low pressure is going to help drag in, and that's not going to feel all that nice. It's going to be very cold with those wind chill values. For Provincetown, Massachusetts, 21 for the high temperature today, and that's it. We'll cap you at 30 on Sunday with a little bit of snow showing up, and 31 on Monday. But 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, that is certainly something that's going to hurt a little bit as you walk out the door, for sure. All right, folks, we've got a big storm that we continue to watch, as this thing is going to be historic, nearly the biggest storm in 40 years for some in the Carolinas, and we're likely to see blizzard conditions developing along the Outer Banks. Stay off the roads, hunker down. We've got reporters fanned out all across the country. And listen, if you see any pics that you want to take or videos of that snow, we'd love to share them with everybody. So scan the QR code that we're showing on your screen or visit foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back.
Cooking in a regular closed air fryer is like cooking with a blindfold on. Forget that. Now you can see your food. make entire family meals, and master the art of healthy cooking with the oilless glass air fryer by Granite Stone. See your steaks sear fast through crystal clear glass. Watch chicken strips turn golden brown with no slowing down. See fish and chips turn nice and crisp with no oil needed. Plus, you never need to preheat, saving you even more time. It's equipped with 1,300 watts of convection and infrared cooking power to circulate the heat and cook super fast. It's so easy. Just set the temp and time to air fry, bake, roast, reheat, and more. Then it auto stops when your food's done. Cook an entire family meal. And this Thanksgiving turkey with all the fixins. Forget the microwave. Quickly reheat and eat leftovers. There are 0 microplastics, no PFAS, and no PFOA. Its all glass construction means 100% pure healthy cooking. Crisp bacon and watch the fat just pour out of your diet. It's the best way to go from frozen to fantastic. Fries from frozen to crispy golden with no oil needed. Bake an entire frozen pizza in minutes. And when you're done, the glass bowl is dishwasher safe. Or just add soap and water and it self-cleans. You would expect to pay over $200 for this advanced cooking tech, but you won't pay $200 or even $150. Call or go online now to get your 16-quart glass air fryer by Granite Stone for just $129.99. It's protected by a 5-year warranty. As a bonus, we'll include our 5-piece stainless steel accessory kit with recipe guide free. But wait, order right now and we'll include the extender ring for big family meals. Together, that's a $40 value. Yours absolutely free. And we'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all ordered now.
Call 1-800-369-3916 or go to buyairfryer.com. So call 1-800-369-3916 or go online to buyairfryer.com. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
If this is not a blizzard, I don't know what is, guys. This wind is roaring right now off of Lake Erie.
The wind chill's down in the upper teens. Remember, we're in southern Louisiana.
It's a big one. This is definitely a big storm. The wind reducing visibility.
Well, we may have to have a little bit of a race.
It is downright Arctic.
This is something we'll be watching for you, not just through the weekend, but into early next week, right here on Fox Weather. A storm you want to keep tabs on.
All right, here's a tweet from GPDNC. Winter weather warning, please stay home if you can. Gastonia police responding to a crash on Redbud this morning. Gastonia, just west of uptown Charlotte. So that's just outside of Mecklenburg County. So heads up for the folks there. Yeah, winter driving skills going to have to be placed into use today there across the Carolinas.
Yeah, it's one of those things that sometimes you just say, Jesus, take the wheel.
Amen to that.
You start sliding on those roads and it can be real tough. But gorgeous video like this, though. This from Joanne Nickerson. How about that?
I mean, that looks like a picture, a painting, right?
I know.
Something that you would hang up in your living room. We love to see it. More video coming in out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And that snow's coming down, Michael. The thing with this snow, and actually a reporter did a good job out of Tennessee earlier talking about its consistency. Looks beautiful. It's not necessarily going to pile up on the trees or the power lines. It's not wet and sticky. It's very fluffy, not great for snowball making.
No, it's light, it's powdery. I don't want to say the problem, but when it's powdery snow like this, it adds up really quickly.
Yes.
You know, you'll hear us go into the weeds and start talking about snow liquid equivalents and how 1 inch of snow, or excuse me, 1 inch of rain could equate to 15 to 20 inches of snow.
Yeah.
You know, typically it's 1 to 10.
Yeah.
So this is a very light, powdery snow.
Yeah. The good news is you'll be able to clear it off your driveway and your car windshield fairly easy. We want to see more of your pics, more of your videos. So scan that QR code that's on your screen right there. We'll give you 5 more seconds to do that. Or you can always go to foxweather.com/connect if the QR code isn't on your screen.
Yeah, do you ever use, I've seen people use like leaf blowers at times to like get the snow off their front and back porches.
It's so funny that you say that. That's my dad's cure for everything. He uses the leaf blower for everything. He's got to use a million uses for it, but that's definitely one of them, yeah.
Yeah, but if it's like a heavy, wet, dense snow, it's not going to do anything.
Right.
You need like a blowtorch for that. We're not suggesting that. We're not suggesting that. But yeah, already though, Jonesboro picking up about 8 inches. This is in eastern parts of Tennessee. You look toward, if you've never been to Gatlinburg,
I have not.
Great spot to go to, not too far away from it. Dolly Parton has a whole
I've heard of Dollywood, right?
Oh my gosh, it's awesome.
I've heard good things. By the way, if you do safely use a blowtorch to clear the snow, share that, right? See that, share that.
I just don't want your house going up in flames.
Right, that's why I said safely.
Just the sidewalk,
That's right, that's right.
No, good call.
Anyways.
Good call. Virginia, how about
let's
that?
take you back out to Virginia. Galaxy City, 1/2 foot. Davenport, 5.5 inches. These are some whopping snow totals already.
Yeah,
and we've got the rest of the day to go.
Not bad. And again, I don't want to discount the fact that northern South Carolina, northeast Georgia getting in on some of that action, eastern Tennessee, and perhaps even Harlan, Bell, and Letcher counties, southern and eastern Kentucky. But again, I think that the focus is really going to be in this spot.
Yeah, especially the Outer Banks, right? We could see parts of the island chain get under a blizzard warning later on today. Right now, not much happening across Norfolk, but later on, 1 to 3 inches of snow certainly coming up your way as well.
Yep, Raleigh, Durham, you can see that snow starting to creep up from the south. I mean, 1 to 3 for Raleigh's not too shabby at this point is what we're expecting. And then your old stomping grounds.
Yes, Bob's going 8 inches there. I'm thinking 6 to 7.
Yeah.
Well, that's still a lot no matter how it shakes out. Another hour of Weather Command weekend is straight ahead on Fox Weather and on the Fox Business.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses, and hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Good morning, everyone. We start with live looks from Georgia to North Carolina, and you can see snow-covered roads. The visibility greatly reduced. We are tracking a weekend nor'easter that's bringing heavy snow as well as high wind and coastal impacts to the Carolinas and into parts of Virginia. Some spots could pick up to a foot of snow when all is said and done. Thanks for joining us. We're coming to you on Fox Weather. I'm Melanie Black here with Michael Estime and Nick Koser.
Yeah, it's exciting to see all the snow coming on down in places that we typically don't see this much snow.
I mean, it's really coming down too, and both shots there in Sky Valley and Bryson City. So, my goodness, winter wonderland for sure.
Before the day is done, we'll be talking about blizzard-like conditions, if not some spots reaching that blizzard criteria. This is from a powerful nor'easter that's slamming the southeast today. It's just now getting its act together this morning. The storm is going to rapidly strengthen and likely become a bomb cyclone. We have heavy snow, as we mentioned, the potential for hurricane-force wind gusts and whiteout conditions expected. Right now, you're taking a live look across Roanoke, Virginia. There you can see a little bit better in terms of our conditions along those main roads, but still that snow that's piling up off to the side feels like temperature 10 degrees. So the cold is also another part to this weather story. The Outer Banks in North Carolina faces upward of a foot of snow. That's where we have Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel. He joins us live in Kill Devil Hills now. Mike, last hour you started to see some flakes. What are you seeing out there currently?
Not much change. It's still snowing very, very lightly. I don't know if you can see them on camera. I can see them against my Photog's black jacket. And there you go. It will pick up in intensity certainly through the afternoon. The worst of the weather will be tonight into Sunday morning before sunrise. That's the window where we have the most winds combined with the most snowfall rates. Could be 1 inch an hour, maybe 2 inches an hour. Just depends where the banding sets up. I want to show you some of the impacts so far. Beach erosion, not surprising with this kind of wind direction north and northeast. Looking down, and that's Avalon Pier in the distance looking north into the cold, icy wind. And you can see we've lost about 12 to 18 inches of beach there. Where I'm standing right here, it's more of a general slope down to the Atlantic. Right here, there is a drop off here, but it's not a cut. But keep in mind, each high tide is going to be higher, especially the one this evening, and the one of main concern is going to be tomorrow morning, especially up in Duck, where they're forecasting major coastal flooding, 2 to 4 feet above normally high ground. So if you add up to 4 feet above where the high tide normally is, that is going to take the water over a good deal of the beach here. But I don't think it's going to get to the dune line. And look at that dune line. Boy, talk about a nice, healthy looking blockade from the Atlantic. And that'll keep the water out. It's not going to get up to the buildings there. But in some areas it might if you don't have the dune line protection, and if you're a spot that normally has issues, like Highway 12 going south of the Oregon Inlet down towards the southern part of the Outer Banks. That will definitely wash over and close. That is a slam dunk with this kind of storm, this kind of wind and water push from the Atlantic. Snow picking up a little bit more now. There's a wave action, 2 to 4 footers here on the coast, expected to increase up to 8 to 10 feet tonight and Sunday morning. And then Sunday, as the wind goes offshore, that'll take care of the risk of coastal flooding. But we still have the high wind warning through Sunday afternoon. I think 7 p.m. is officially when it ends at this point. So we got the winter storm warning, the high wind warning, the coastal flood warning. We've got the heavy surf advisory, and we also have the shelter in place because of the issues, the combination of all these factors, plus the extreme cold. They're saying here in Dare County you may have to just hang out and stay warm and stay home for a couple of days until Monday, when temperatures will try to get above freezing and things will start to open up a little bit. But tomorrow, even once the snow ends, we're going to have very strong gusty winds. And as the temperatures fall tonight into the mid to the upper 20s, that snow will be more powdery and will be easier to drift and blow around. So Melanie, we're going to be here this evening starting at 7 Eastern on Fox Weather, right out here, maybe a little closer to the to the hotel, and I can tell you, the wind combined with the moderate to heavy snow, the visual will be epic. I can't wait. This is what we live for as meteorologists.
Yes.
Not puddle patrol, but this kind of stuff.
No one wants to be on puddle patrol. No. They want your assignment, don't they?
No. Yes, they want my assignment. Trust me, I did a lot of puddle patrol in my days.
And you've earned this.
The adrenaline just isn't there at this age, at almost 70. So there you go.
Well, that's our Fox Weather Storm Specialist, Mike Seidel, live from Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina. We'll continue checking in and excited to see some of those conditions going forward, at least if you are hopefully watching it from your own home and not venturing out on the roads. So let's take a look at Blairsville, Georgia. Here you can see more of the snow-covered scene. Current temperature there at 18, but when you factor in that northwest wind, it feels like it's in the single digits. So we have the snow, the high wind, and the cold temperatures that are going to be here. In fact, these winter weather alerts are spanning for parts of Georgia through the Carolinas into West Virginia through tomorrow morning. But you heard Mike mentioned the height of this is really going to occur as we go through tonight. Meanwhile, snow still to come through Sunday. A widespread 5 to 8 inches is possible from parts of West Virginia down into South Carolina, but it's really for areas closer to the coast, including for that spot where Mike is where there could be potential for 8 to 12 inches. We also are forecasting about 8 inches in Charlotte, and that's where we'll check in with Bob Van Dillen coming up. But you look at the water vapor satellite, and it's interesting to see a couple pieces of energy that are going to be coming together and really help to intensify our storm as we go forward through about midday into the afternoon. Meanwhile, live radar already shows our low pressure that's in the developing stages. You can see that forming off of the coast, and this is expected to rapidly strengthen. So we have this cold air that's working down from the Arctic, and it's going to mesh with the warmer temperatures over the Gulf water, and this is going to just set up this gradient that allows this storm to strengthen. You're already seeing some snow showers across Virginia into the Carolinas as well. Closer look at live radar across I-74, I-26 as well, Columbia, Charlotte, and Raleigh, that's where we're also monitoring those conditions and those temperatures, Michael, that are in the 20s. So as we go forward through the rest of today, this snow shield is going to continue to push closer to the coast, and you're going to see more signs like this and more images like this where the visibility continues to drop.
Yeah, visibility drops, wind picks up, and that basically starts to set the stage, especially if this is over several hours, for blizzard-like conditions. I feel like you think about like the northern tier of the country, like you think about, parts of like the Dakotas. This is like Blizzard Alley. But when you think about the Carolinas,
that's not what it comes to mind.
It's not at all what comes to mind. But yeah, that's exactly what we're expecting. So let's take you into North Carolina. Again, this is just right around the corner from where Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel is at in Kill Devil's Hill, where it's only 29 degrees. But again, because of the conditions that we're expecting, winds, timing, and the visibility less than a quarter of a mile, that could set the stage for literally blizzard-like conditions. So you're looking at live radar right here. You can clearly see where that moisture is starting to pound parts of the outer banks, not just with some snow, but also just offshore. There's actually some cold rain that we're seeing. And look at those wind gusts already, upwards of 40 miles per hour. Let me circle that. That's one of the buoys out that way. And as we mentioned, when you have winds that are over, say, 35 miles per hour, that's one of the ingredients that you need for literal blizzard-like conditions to develop. Here's where that area of low pressure is eventually going to be. This is going to be around 8 p.m. this evening toward Cape Hatteras, Wilmington. Again, 40 to 50 mile per hour persistent onshore winds. Problem is that at times those winds can gust up and over 60 to 70 miles per hour. So not only could blowing snow be an issue, and that causing what we call a ground blizzard, but just an aerial wide, when you have snow falling from the sky, that can create blizzard conditions. So right now, visibility is okay on Cape Hatteras toward Kill Devil's Hill, but watch how conditions deteriorate through the afternoon. Visibility is falling down to 1 to, say, 2 miles of visibility. And along with all of that, when you have that persistent onshore flow, all of that water gets pushed up against the coastline, Nick, with some big old waves. And you, having lived in the Carolinas, big time wave action, vulnerable coast, Buxton, where we've had homes fall into the water. Nick, this is a recipe for what could be a really difficult next couple of hours for folks out this way.
Yeah, for homeowners that had those hurricanes maybe impact some of the homes right there on the coast, and maybe a couple of homes are on their last leg, this could be a difficult storm. So hopefully nothing else falls into the ocean. We'll keep an eye on it. We're also keeping an eye on the videos and pictures you guys are sending our way. We love to see it. This is in Concord, North Carolina. That's where Charlotte Motor Speedway is located. You see the birds out there hanging out by the bird feeder, jumping around in the snow. This is further south of town in Matthews, very popular suburb of Charlotte. Snow's adding up. Certainly the car's not under the carport, seeing a little bit more snow on the roofs than the ones that are under. This is up in Asheville, North Carolina, higher in elevation, so some higher snow totals possible here. And you can see it's adding up there on the rails and back off. Further north, Bristol, Virginia, another famous race town. Beautiful scenery, the rolling hills there. Some of the snow starting to add up on the trees, and this, you can't beat it. We'll end it with this one, a beautiful drone shot from Logan McDowell out of Conley Springs. Look at that winter wonderland. And that snow is going to keep going right through the rest of this afternoon. I think by midday is when we see the biggest burst of snow. Keep the pics, keep the vids rolling in. We love it. Scan that QR code, and you can upload your media there, or you can always go to foxweather.com/connect.
Let's take another live look. This one takes us to Bryson City, North Carolina, where you can see the snowflakes coming down here and those snow-covered roads. Here, 4 to 8 inches of snow is expected today in parts of the Carolinas. Current temperature there at 20 degrees, but when you factor in that northerly breeze, it feels like it's 13 degrees. So today, and especially this afternoon and evening, the snow is really going to pick up. So today, our attention turns to the heavy snow threat. But as we go forward overnight and into tomorrow, those gusty winds are going to pick up. So for some spots, this could lead to blowing snow, given the consistency of the snow. When you have cold temperatures like this, that snow is going to be drier and fluffier. That could lend itself to blowing a little bit easier than, say, if it was a heavy, wet snow. But when you have some wind gusts that are really going to pick up, then that could also lead to blizzard-like conditions, if not meeting blizzard criteria. So that's something that we will continue to monitor as we go forward, and we will continue to check in with our reporters and meteorologists who are on the scene.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle face cream.
Particle face cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin.
And backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
eye bags, dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
Welcome back to Weather Command Weekend. Multiple weather alerts have been issued in Virginia Beach as this powerful nor'easter moves through the region. The city could receive 1 to 3 inches of snow today, with the potential for 7 more inches overnight. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres is live in Virginia Beach. Hey, Chelsea, how are conditions out there this morning?
Hey, Melanie. Well, I think it's kind of interesting to be wearing gloves and a full-on jacket at the beach right now. But a lot of people I've been talking to here in Virginia Beach say this isn't anything new. What they're a little surprised of is just how cold it is. And even if you're right here on the ocean front, you're going to feel those winds and how intense they are. It just feels brutal. It is, as somebody put it, like a brick hitting you. I want to show you what the ocean looks like right now. And you can see actually a few white caps going out. The waves are a lot bigger once it's a little bit closer to shore. But otherwise, I mean, it really is not too intense at the moment, especially, you know, from different storms that we've seen over the years. But a lot of people that I've been talking to, especially the emergency management here in Virginia Beach, they said that they were all prepared last weekend when they thought they were going to get a lot of ice and snow here in this region. So those roads are prepped. They're ready to go. Sidewalks have been salted. So this time around for this weekend, they already knew exactly what they did. They had everything in place and they were ready to go. One thing I've noticed that's been very interesting though, Melanie, is I've seen so many people out this morning just going for their run. I did a morning walk today, talked to a few people, and this is how some of them say that they are layering up.
I've got my leggings on, and then I got, of course, my pants, and then I got 3 shirts, a base layer, gloves, and just my friends here.
I believe that we'll definitely get snow. It's just a question of whether or not we'll get the mountains and mountains that they say that we're going to be getting.
So a lot of people I'm talking to say that they're a little skeptical, Melanie. They're not really sure exactly what to expect. Many are hoping that there is some snow because they know that once there's snow here, a lot of places are closed and everybody here just wants to have fun and play in it. So we're kind of just watching to see what happens. But as of now, it's very cold and this wind is pretty brutal. Melanie?
Yeah, you can definitely see it whipping around there. Interesting, too, as you mentioned, to see you wearing your winter accessories there at the beach. That's our Fox News multimedia reporter, Chelsea Torres. Thank you so much for the update. We're going to head from Virginia to North Carolina. You're taking a live look at Bryson City, where, again, you see the snow really coming down there at a good pace and those roads still snow covered. Not many people, if any, out there right now. I think I've only seen one car make its way through that area. It feels like it's 13 degrees. So not only do we have the heavy snow, but we'll be continuing to talk about the cold. And in North Carolina, that's where we have Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. He joins us live in Charlotte. Bob, last hour you had mentioned snow was already starting to stick to the road behind you. And how have conditions changed since then?
Yeah, snow's actually picked up, and you showed that live shot of Bryson City. That's where the Polar Express is every Christmas time, taking the kids up there so many times. They've transported that weather across the North Carolina mountains right down through the Piedmont, and now it's slamming home into Charlotte. The upstate of South Carolina getting blasted as well. The whole thing is going to be on the move, but we're going to be in it now for the next few hours, and the snowfall rates The prediction was about 1 inch per hour, so it started to pick up in intensity about an hour ago. I just got word. I'm standing on the corner of the Spectrum Center where the Charlotte Hornets play basketball. The NBA game today, it was scheduled for 3 o'clock. Hornets against the Spurs has been moved up to noon today to try to get ahead of the snow. I don't know if they got ahead of it or not, because look how much is sticking right now on the roads. We have had the sidewalk sweepers go by. I have not seen a plow hit this thing yet, but as soon as the snow went down, the plows are supposed to be out overnight. Actually, as soon as I say that, there's one that's coming up, Trade Street right here. So this is Trade Street. Go up the line a little bit farther, that would be Tryon Street. That's right, the heart of Charlotte, uptown. Some cars are out there right here. A little slipping and sliding going on, and here comes one of those plows. They were treating the roads last night with the brine, and as soon as the snow started early this morning, the plows hit the road. So you can see the City of Charlotte plow right there, going right up this little bit of a hill. A couple of cops driving by as well. We do, in fact, have the snow that's going to be a factor through the afternoon and probably tapering off in the evening hours, but still hanging in there over midnight tonight. But the heaviest snow by far is happening right now, and it's going to continue through at least 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. Snowfall rate's about 1 inch per hour. I'm still going for about 6 to 8 inches of snow right here. The equivalent of snow to rain is gigantic. It's colossal. It's 15 inches of snow to 20 inches of snow for every inch of rain. And if we get 1/4 of an inch of rain, that's it. You do the math right there. You're talking over 8 inches worth of snow. So it looks like we're going to do pretty well with this snowmaker. Starts around the Atlanta metro area, rolls up I-85. There's 2 distinct spots like you were talking about with the heavy snow. The stuff right here right now, upsloping around the mountains too. And then later on tonight through tomorrow morning early, that coastal bomb off of Cape Hatteras. The big winner for snow in North Carolina is going to be right where Mike Seidel is, basically the Outer Banks and around the Pamlico Sound area. So right there in eastern North Carolina. Something they haven't seen since 1989, a storm like this out there. If they get over a foot, pretty incredible. Last time we had 8 inches of snow in Charlotte was back in 2014. The last time we saw 3 inches of snow in Charlotte was 2018. So it's been a while, and here we go. It's starting to pile up right now. Melody.
I really can't help but notice how, since we've joined you last hour and then now, how the visibility has really dropped behind you with that heavy snow coming down.
Yeah, no question. And the wind is going to start picking up here as well when that coastal low starts to develop. Now you're talking about wind chills tonight, Melanie, going down to 0 to -5.
Wow.
Right now, the wind chills are in the teens. It's like a warm bath right now.
Oof. Yes. So not only the heavy snow, but then we continue to be talking about this relentless cold air. That's Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Thank you so much for the update. The flakes are also flying in northern Georgia this morning. Here's a live look at Blairsville. This is just south of the Georgia-North Carolina border. There, again, snow-covered roads, and a winter storm warning is in effect through early tomorrow morning. Let's bring in Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Kevin Stewart. He's live in Dahlonega right now. And how are current conditions? We're looking at you right now, and that snow is really coming down.
Yeah, this picture says it all. It's hard to believe that we are in Georgia. I mean, you take a look at this big fluffy flakes in an old-timey downtown square here in Dahlonega. This is unreal. Usually in Georgia, the Atlanta area, we get about a month and a half of real winter, but we've had some type of winter precipitation 3 weekends in a row, keeping folks very busy here. We're in the heart of wine tasting country here in Lumpkin County. We're about 60 miles north of Atlanta, downtown Atlanta, probably about an hour and 20 minutes on an easy day. And you can see here how much snow we've got. We've probably, I'd say, about 2 inches. You see people making their ways. Hey, how you doing? Driving her SUV through the square here. This is usually going to be a pretty busy area this weekend. The University of North Georgia is in this community. I've been told by various businesses that are open today that normally you'd have a whole bunch of college kids out about right now, so some are playing it safe, but they do expect some to come out later on today and enjoy some of the festivities. Try to make a snowman if you can. I've tried to do so myself, but it's a little challenging, but certainly it's been pretty fun out here so far. Nothing too dangerous.
We'll give you a little bit of a break so you can go work on your snow angel practice or your snowman out there, okay?
All right, I appreciate that.
That's our Fox 5 Atlanta reporter, Kevin Stewart. Thank you so much joining us from Georgia. Let's take another live look, and this one takes us to Raleigh-Durham International Airport. This airport this morning has been one of the top spots for the most cancellations. Atlanta and Charlotte still leading the pack, but Raleigh, you're right behind it, and you can see the wind that's really whipping around there, whipping our camera shot. This spot is under a winter storm warning that runs until tomorrow morning. So the airport saying on X, we're rested, recharged, and ready for even more snow. That is where we are forecasting 5 to 8 inches of snow for the area. So let's take a current look at visible satellite, and you can see the winds really consolidating around our area of low pressure off the Carolina coast. And what's happening here is we are just in the beginning phases of this low developing. It's going to continue to rapidly strengthen as we go forward this afternoon and into tomorrow, undergoing a process what we call bombogenesis. So the center pressure is going to dramatically drop, and as it rapidly strengthens, then it's going to continue to have stronger impacts felt, especially closer to the coast in terms of the wind really picking up. We're talking about a nor'easter, so that means we've got this northeast wind that's just going to lash the coast and cause reason for concern, not only potential for coastal erosion in some of these vulnerable areas, but also when we have this dry, fluffy snow, a heavy snow that's expected to fall, this could lead to blowing snow as well as the chance for blizzard conditions, something we'll continue to closely monitor. We look at live radar right now where we are seeing snow showers, Knoxville, Boone, Charlotte, Greer, Columbia as well. Even some snow showers that have started to develop within the past hour at Beaufort, and temperatures, wow, in the 20s. So you have this really cold Arctic air that's in place, and that's going to allow for that snow consistency to be drier and fluffier closer to the coast where we have Mike Seidel, Kill Devil Hills, 32 degrees there. He just has started to see some snow coming down. And I think what's interesting in that spot too is you're already starting to see the waves start to chop up, and they'll continue to churn as we get through this afternoon as well. A little bit farther off to the west, we have snow showers across Asheville. Look at that temperature, 18 degrees. So along some of those major interstates, along I-77, I-26, that's where you're also going to have some tricky travel in terms of making it to your destination. Hopefully you're hunkered down for the rest of the weekend for some of these spots, seeing some of the highest snow totals. The Misery map, you can see it there, Charlotte and Atlanta leading the pack. But again, as I mentioned, Raleigh is also seeing some of those delays. And you take a closer look at those Charlotte conditions with the heavy snow. Temperature of 23 degrees. Ouch. Look what we have that Misery index at so far. Extreme at a 4. And the snow showers are just going to continue filling in toward the coast. We're in this snowstorm with more of these snow showers continuing as we go forward tonight. And this is going to push out of here until we get into the early morning hours. This is dangerous and historic snow and cold that's overspreading much of the eastern U.S. From record snow in the Carolinas to record cold in Florida. Blinding lake effect snow also in Chicagoland. We're bringing you extended coverage all day long. You can stream us for free on all your favorite devices. Download the Fox Weather app or visit foxweather.tv for more. Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. More after this.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Are you still wearing lame, limp, stinky socks? Once you try Hollow Socks, you'll throw away all your old socks and never look back. Hollow Socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round. Hollow Socks are naturally thermoregulating, keeping my toes warm, but not hot. Hollow Socks alpaca fibers are moisture wicking, so sweat is carried away and my feet stay drier longer. Hollow Socks are the most comfortable, American-made, fast-drying, stink-free, cozy feet mittens you've ever put on. Go to hollowsocks.com today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Welcome back. We're taking a live look at Sky Valley, Georgia. Wow, look at those current conditions there. Near whiteout conditions as you see the snow really coming down and some cold temperatures that are in place. That snow expected to continue to stack up. Good morning. I'm Melanie Black. Thank you so much for staying with us. We're tracking heavy snow, the chance for hurricane force wind gusts and whiteout conditions across the eastern seaboard. The Outer Banks in North Carolina faces upwards of a foot of snow. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel is live in Kill Devil Hills now. Mike, where you are, you're under a little bit of everything in terms of alerts. You have high wind, you have the winter storm, coastal flooding. It's really just a mixed bag there. How are current conditions?
Everything is going to be thrown at us in the next 24 hours, Melanie. The wind's going to ramp up. We could get gusts 50, even 60 miles an hour, maybe offshore, maybe 70 miles an hour. That's pretty high winds for a nor'easter. This is basically a tropical storm, a high-end tropical storm in the middle of the winter here in January. We also have the coastal flood warning. Tide's going to come up. The tide of concern is tomorrow morning around 7 a.m. with inundation maybe as high as 4 feet above normally high ground. This beach is going to get covered with salt water, but the buildings will be fine. Look at this dune line here at Kill Devil Hills. Very, very formidable and very, very healthy. So that's going to keep the water. I don't even think it would get up to the buildings without the dune line. But we have to worry about the winds knocking out power, potentially some sporadic power outages. Now here on the Outer Banks, if you know this area, there's not a lot of vegetation. There's not a lot of trees. So it's not a function of trees coming down on power lines so much as just inland across the sounds. But with that said, when you got 60, potentially 70 mile an hour wind gusts and heavy wind-driven snow, no doubt there's that potential for some power going out. And the cold weather, 31 right now. Actually, just checked 32 at First Light Airport. It may go up another degree or two, so it's going to be kind of a wetter snow early on. And then this evening, the temperatures will fall back into the 20s. Down at Buxton and Cape Hatteras, the last check, they're 36. So down there, it'll probably be more of a cold rain until this evening. So that's going to lower the snow totals. So more snow here versus down towards Cape Hatteras. Also on the way down there, it's the old Highway 12 issue. Even though they put in the jug handle, they still have issues on 12 because the Atlantic is literally feet from the highway on the other side of the man-made dune. And that is going to shut down again, especially I think by this evening, with a high tide this evening. That may be when they have to close that down. So we've got everything on the plate and beach erosion. By the way, look at that down there. We still have the picture there of the beach getting eaten up as the tide goes away. You can see about an 12 to 18 foot cut there. Where I'm standing here, it's more of a berm, and it slopes down to the 45-degree ocean water. The reason Buxton is so warm down there, or warmer, and they're going to get rain to start, is because the ocean there, the Gulf Stream, comes right up towards the point there, and the water temperature there yesterday was about 65 degrees. Makes a big difference. And it's really that temperature gradient in the Atlantic, that's one of the issues and one of the factors that helps develop these storms, along with a strong upper level, high level jet stream energy and the spin in the atmosphere, which we call in meteorology vorticity. So everything's coming together for a bomb cyclone with the pressure dropping, by definition, at least 24 millibars in 24 hours. And that's going to start happening this afternoon and this evening. Then later tonight, it really bombs out, and the winds are going to ramp up here, Melanie, along with the snow. It's going to be quite the picture, and we'll be out here live starting at 7 Eastern on Fox Weather, right out here, maybe a little closer to the dune line, but to give you the dynamic pictures and the snow. It's going to be like a snow globe out here. That's almost a given at this point.
It will be quite the scene. I mean, we've seen the waves start to chop even higher within this morning, so I can only imagine what the scene is going to look like as we take your live pictures later on. That's our Fox Weather Storm Specialist, Mike Seidel. Thank you again for the update. Turning our attention to North Carolina, you're looking at Bryson City there, the snow-covered roads. That scene does continue as visibility drops off as well. In North Carolina this morning, we have our Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen. He's joining us live in Charlotte. Bob, the snow really continues to come down. When are you forecasting for the heaviest snow?
I think it's coming down right now because I was looking at the radar picture, Melanie, and it's clearly the heavy snow we've got is around Greenville, South Carolina, going up I-85. And that, to me, looks like it's right underneath that 700 millibar low pressure region. It's just to the north of that region. And if you look at it, if you look about 10,000 feet up, where that low pressure is going to be centered, north of there, east of there, you get a lot of good forcing for heavy snow, and that's now edging right out of Greenville into the Piedmont of North Carolina. That's why we're starting to see these snowfall totals pick up, and this is just phase number one. This will eventually, like Mike Seidel was saying, will transfer its energy offshore, but that's not going to be until late this afternoon to the evening hours. So we're in it now, Melanie, for at least the next 4 to 6 hours with heavy bouts of snow, and we could see some good banding features out here also, but right now, it's about as heavy as it has been. Winds have been starting to pick up just a touch. Now remember, we're going to see that nor'easter develop. That is to my northeast right here. So eventually later today, that wind is going to be slamming me head on right here, and it's going to be whipping the snow around too. Some of these areas might get blizzard-like conditions, even around the Piedmont. If we see the winds cranking over 35 miles per hour, the visibility is going to start to drop. Drifting snow, that's going to be an issue also, but it's already starting to pile up. You can see the way it looks on the roads. There are some cars out here. Some buses are still going. The Charlotte Light Rail system is experiencing delays of what I'm hearing over the loudspeaker going down to the south because of the snow. So yeah, here it comes, and it's coming down pretty well right now. A lot of Spurs fans walking up and down the street, a lot of Hornet fans up and down the street. The Spectrum Center where the Hornets play is right across the street from where I am. They moved the game up from 3 o'clock p.m. today to noon to try to get ahead of the snow. Listen, there's not a lot of foot traffic out here right now, Melanie. The snow is great. It's coming down very well, and it should look like this for at least the next 4 to 5, maybe 6 hours. And we're talking 1 inch of snow rates per hour when it really starts cranking around noon today.
I know you've been looking at the snow to liquid ratios too, and those are really impressive too, Bob.
Yeah, 15, 20 to 1. Usually in the deep south, you're talking 8 to 10 to 1, which you would find because it's a little more humid down here, a little warmer. But this Arctic air mass is coming in, and you make such a good point too, Melanie, because it's not just the snow. I'm more worried about, the travel is going to be a nightmare. We've already got the delays, the cancellations at CLT, Charlotte Douglas, down through Atlanta, because they're going to see snow as well. They've got delays, cancellations going on. It's overnight tonight when the snow ends after midnight tonight sometime. Those winds are still going to be howling out of the northeast, driving in that cold, dry air. Wind chills, they're going to feel like 0 to -5 as far south as Charlotte. By the way, I was in Colorado, a week and a half ago for the ski house. I didn't see any snow. Here I am in North Carolina, and it is coming down like a son of a gun. Melody.
We have sent you everywhere, yes. So it's great to have your expertise out there in Charlotte as you used to work there. So thank you. Our Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen, will check back in with you soon.
All right.
And millions of Americans are experiencing sub-freezing temperatures this weekend. Prolonged exposure to conditions like these can lead to health issues like frostbite and hypothermia. Let's turn to Dr. Jen Cottle for more on talking about frostbite and the dangers of hypothermia. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. And once temperatures drop below the freezing point, that's when you have the risk of any of these conditions.
Absolutely. We certainly worry about hypothermia. We certainly worry about frostbite. And remember that the wind chill and the other factors like the wind and precipitation and stuff, that can alter the temperature at which, these things can occur, but certainly below freezing. Hypothermia is a potentially deadly situation where the body temperature gets too low. Oftentimes, in terms of symptoms, people may get confused. They may not be thinking right. They may seem off, sort of spacey. That's a medical emergency. That is the hospital. And frostbite, equivalently, can be very severe as well. People can actually lose fingers and toes because of frostbite. So this is really important.
I was watching one of your social media videos. You're great on social media, by the way. And when I think of frostbite, I always think of my fingers and toes. That's what always gets cold for me first. But you brought up a good point about some other areas that I didn't typically think about that tend to be most prone to getting frostbite. What are those?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So we oftentimes sort of forget about our face. The nose is a big area for frostbite, the chin as well, the ears, and also the cheeks. So, our face is exposed. This is where wearing face masks, sort of, the full face mask can be very helpful if you're out wearing the cloth masks that we were wearing during the pandemic, and some of us are still wearing now. That will help keep your face warm. The idea, wear a scarf and wrap it around you. The idea is keep your skin warm and protected against the elements. But I really appreciate you bringing that up because you're right, it's not just the fingers and toes. The face, the ears, chin, cheeks, that's a big area too.
So you bring up the idea to cover up. We know that well. And one of the things I always debate, do I put on mittens or gloves? What do you recommend? Because you brought up a good point about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the biggest thing is keep your hands protected. So if you've got mittens, you wear those. If you got gloves, you wear those. Also remember too that there are things like pocket warmers and things like that can be utilized. And I would also say, and this is really important, especially for the little ones, remember our kids, the really young ones may not be able to adequately communicate that they're too cold. Likewise, they may not recognize that they're too cold either. So if you have little ones that are outside, you gotta really bundle them up. We use sort of a rule of thumb. You want to put an extra layer on them than you would adults, but also really pay close attention to their skin, to their behavior, et cetera. Honestly, best is to stay in, but understand that they're particularly vulnerable.
That's great information. I have a 19-month-old at home, and we try to stay inside when it gets this cold, but we're running out of time. Thank you so much for all this information. That's Dr. Jen Cottle. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We've got your back through this historic winter storm in the southeast. Team coverage all day long. Download the Fox Weather app. Stream us for free anywhere you go. You're watching Weather Command Weekend on Fox Weather and the Fox Business Network.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always.
A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed.
A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners.
A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. That's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it.
What are you doing tonight?
If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
All right, Weather Command Weekend is back. Taking a peek of some of these towns right now is live look at some of these towns in the south experiencing some snow. You see that top right box, gentleman out there in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, putting that shovel to good use. Absolutely. The snow is coming down and it continues to add up out there. That box below you see, it looks like somebody trying to walk across the street in Bryson City. And those streets are snow covered and a little bit treacherous, a little bit slow going out there. Roads looking a little better in Roanoke, Virginia, and up into Danville, Virginia. And those snowy scenes are certainly not going to be a dime a dozen today, as we've got the Carolinas and Georgia all expected to see this heavy snow continuing throughout the day.
Yeah, Nick, you don't want to skip out on Tennessee either. They've been picking up some pretty hefty snowfall totals since this morning. In fact, from Cosby over toward Jonesboro, it's over 8 inches of snow so far, and it's still coming on down. Heading over to North Carolina, you can see Maggie Valley, over 9 inches of snow for you. And keep in mind that a lot of these spots we were forecasting between 8 to 12 inches. So at least as of last check right now, certainly within that range. We'll see if we see any overperformers. But toward Piper's Gap, where we've picked up about 5 inches in Virginia, up toward Gallic City, where it's about a half a foot, 6 inches for you. Still tracking that snow come on down. All right, a couple of things I do want to point out real quick. Obviously, the big story is what's happening here. However, center part of the country, up toward the Dakotas, heads up, there is a burst of snow for you. Seattle-Tacoma International Airport tracking some showers for you. Rest of the country looks okay. All right, let's focus in on our snowstorm of interest. You'll note that toward parts of Georgia, anytime you see snow in Georgia, it's a big deal. Anytime you see snow in parts of South Carolina, it's a big deal. North of the capital city of Columbia and toward Charlotte. So let's focus in on, say, Norfolk and talk about how much snow we're expecting toward there and Virginia Beach. I think on average about 1 to 3 inches by the time everything is said and done for you. We head up toward Raleigh-Durham, and Raleigh perhaps seeing again about 1 inch to 3 inches, but on the outskirts of the city, perhaps a little more than that. So, Nick, a lot that we're keeping our eyes on. Here's your old stomping grounds of Charlotte, where 8 to 12 inches of snow could be seen, Nick, by the time everything is said and done. How about, did you ever see 8 to 12 inches of snow when you were there?
I'm just going to tell you, the most I ever saw, 4 inches. We were hoping for maybe 8, but that time around we only got 4, as what usually is the case. Ice came in, a little bit of sleet, and cut down on some of those snowfall totals. So this time around, it's all snow there, and it's going to add up. Gosh, we've been checking in on Bob, and it looks like he's already got at least, 2-3 inches down in Uptown right now. This is Boston, 11 lonely degrees. Very cold. very blue, right? As it's quite the opposite in areas further south. This low going to work its way further north as we get into the day tomorrow, and we won't be seeing skies looking quite as blue this time 24 hours into the future because of this storm that's just really starting to gear up and will likely bomb out as it continues to push northbound. So that's going to spell for very windy conditions offshore, but then again onshore, as this is going to have a pretty decent wind profile. Now, the precipitation profile, once you get to D.C. and points north, largely stays off the coast with the exception of the Cape in Massachusetts. That's where we're expecting some of the higher snow totals north of the mid-Atlantic. Everybody else, though, generally just going to be impacted by this storm with that wind and then also the really cold air that it drags in behind it. So here's the snow forecast for the Cape, and we may see a few flurries and some light snow around Boston, but it's certainly going to pale in comparison to the 2 feet that they saw with the previous storm a week ago. Winter weather advisory is in place from Plymouth through Barnstable down in Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. We're thinking on the order of 1 to 3 inches in a lot of these spots. And then, of course, the further east you get along Nantucket, closest to the storm out in the ocean, that's where you could pick up 5 inches of snow or so. The snow comes in overnight into early tomorrow morning. So when you wake up tomorrow morning, the snow will already be coming down and it's going to continue through the afternoon hours. No football on this weekend. The NFL gets a break up until Super Bowl next weekend. So no football on to watch, but I'm sure you could throw on a good movie and maybe play a good board game while all this is going on outside. Meanwhile, all that really gusty wind is going to be sort of bulldozing the tide, the ocean water up against the coast. So we could see a 1 to 2 foot high tide, and that could create some coastal flooding. Keep that in mind if you live or are traveling to a vulnerable spot along the coast. There's that wind, guys. 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts certainly possible. And listen, wind alone can be annoying. When it gets up to that level, it's also a little bit destructive, but also with the cold temps in place, those wind chills are going to be bone chilling.
You know, Nick, I don't know if it's just me, but have you noticed that it's been like outrageously cold in New York City?
Yeah, I've been saying, I'm a wimp. I've been saying that since October.
Listen, who you telling? That's exactly it, too. And the problem is that cold is here to last. It has some staying power, if you will, and you can see what that amounts to in terms of you get a bunch of cold air locked and loaded in place, you get a bunch of moisture that moves in, and scenes like what you're seeing on both the left side of your screen and the right side of your screen from NYC and along the Hudson River to parts of Arkansas, it leads to lots of snow. So in NYC, it's been 7 consecutive days of temperatures at or below freezing. You look at the forecast, and we're going to get really close and add at least a few more onto that. So 7, 8, 9. Will it be a 10, 11, 12? That's the big question, because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're within a stone's throw of freezing. Some of our forecast models keep us sub-freezing. A few of our forecast models keep us above. So it's going to be really interesting to see, should we stay below freezing? This could start to line up with the number of days that we've been below freezing in NYC, could start to rival some record territory if that happens. Meantime, current temps outside right now, Pittsburgh, PA, 4 degrees below zero. That's not just the air temperature, but the wind chill. Detroit feels like 2 degrees. Highs only at 19 in Detroit. Buffalo only in the lower teens. You're waking up tomorrow morning to a big old goose egg. Look at Burlington. Yeah, that's 0. They say that 1 is the loneliest number, right? Binghamton, that's what we're expecting. And when you factor in those winds, 20, 30, perhaps 40 miles per hour, you can shave another 10 to 15 degrees off of that. Bangor feeling like 13 below in down East Maine. Here's what you woke up to this morning. New Philadelphia, Zanesville, Pittsburgh, PA, Akron, Ohio, all setting cold weather records. And here's the thing, Nick. You thought that you were going to head down to sunny and warm Florida to escape that chill? Look at Mobile, Alabama, at a wind chill right now of 19 degrees with a chance for a couple of snowflakes in Tampa tomorrow morning.
Yeah, there's the chance. Doesn't look all that probable, but you never know. Last time it snowed in Tampa, 1977.
Are you kidding me? That was, 49 years ago?
Yeah, people are still talking about that snow to this day, so it's certainly rare. Hey, Gabrielle Allen, thank you so much for this video coming in out of Charlotte, the Queen City. This is, Michael, Melanie, this is a landscape you might see or expect to see
Chicago.
in the Great Lakes states, right?
Chicago, Detroit.
Exactly, not in the Carolinas. This is what Rock Hill, South Carolina looks like. This is right around the Charlotte area. Again, still we're seeing some grass blades poking out of that snow, but give it another couple hours with the way it's coming down, and that's not going to be the case. When I lived in the Charlotte area, I lived in Huntersville, North Carolina, right here. So,
really?
Kristen, yeah.
She was your neighbor. Is that what you're telling me?
Might have been. Yeah, we might have been real close to each other, and we want to take it down to Young Harris, Georgia here. Thank you, Kathy, for this still image right here. So, if you see it, share it with us. You see that QR code there? Go ahead and scan that, and you'll be able to upload your picture or your video to us, so then we can share it with the rest of the nation. It's one thing to tell people what things are doing on radar, but it's another
to
get
them.
Right. It's another thing to show people what's going on and how you're experiencing it. That's
so true.
Ground truth. So you're a big help to us.
No, we love that. Honest to goodness too. And you speak about ground truth, and if you're standing or if you're in Hatteras, Cape Hatteras right now, let us know what it looks like out where you're at. I can't believe that this is going to be, one of those situations where we could experience near hurricane force winds out on Cape Hatteras.
Seidel said it best. He said this is essentially a winter tropical storm with snow and winds. It's going to have a very similar impact along the beach. So erosion could be a concern, and that's a fragile part of the coastline as is. So this is going to be tough.
Wasn't it last year? I'm going to forget the number, but I think it was over a dozen homes collapsed and fell into the water in Buxton.
Yeah.
And, in Buxton, North Carolina, over the next couple of hours, you see this evening, we're talking wind gusts at least near 50 miles per hour that pushes up all of that water along the coastline, erosion. And I hope and pray we don't have any more homes that collapse.
40-mile-per-hour winds doesn't necessarily sound that bad or dramatic, but when you have a structure that's maybe already standing on its last leg, that could be the needle, or that could be the last straw, right?
Yeah, that breaks the camel's back. And so, unfortunately, if it coincides, here's where Hatteras is, by the way, with the high tide cycle tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock in the morning, if the winds kind of are doing their thing, forecasted peak, 2 feet above the average by tomorrow morning, that could just add insult to injury.
Yeah, and Mother Nature's timing is impeccable. We've got the full moon happening.
Oh, that's right.
As all of this is going on.
The
snow moon. So the tide is already higher than it normally would be. We'll be back after this. Stick around.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further
than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. We encourage everybody to stay inside and stay warm. Stay inside, folks, unless you have hollow socks. I'll be here reporting all weekend long, and my feet will not stink because the fibers, they're hollow, and they naturally wick the moisture and heat away to keep your feet at the perfect temperature. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Good morning, everyone. You're taking live looks across Virginia and North Carolina, where you can see snow-covered roads and the snow coming down. Meanwhile, the cold Arctic air is in place as we continue to track a weekend nor'easter just in the developing phases this morning, but it is going to rapidly strengthen. We have our meteorologists on the scene, Bob Van Dillen in Charlotte, Mike Seidel in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. Meanwhile, we have more of our correspondents and meteorologists that are covered across parts of the areas that are going to be hardest hit from the storm in terms of heavy snow, high wind, and coastal impacts too. Thanks for joining us. We're coming to you on Fox Weather. I'm Melanie Black here with Michael Estime and Nick Koser.
Yeah, already 9 inches of snow being reported in Maggie Valley, North Carolina. Nick, with more from where that came from.
It's a whole lot of snow in places that don't really see snow at all. So this is a historic storm, or at least it's shaping up to be for sure.
It really is. It's been quite some time since some of areas have seen snow this high. You're taking a live look across Bryson City, North Carolina, where the scene continues to be the same as we've been monitoring with the snow-covered roads and the snow still coming down. Look at that temperature, 19 degrees, and it feels like it is 12 degrees when you factor in the wind. So that's one of the things here when you talk about these cold temperatures. It's just really going to lend itself for the snow to really stack up, and you're getting some of these higher totals. Meantime, this is all from the powerful nor'easter that's continuing to develop, and it's only going to strengthen as we go forward through the rest of today. Let's head out to Charlotte, North Carolina. That's where we have meteorologist Bob Van Dillen joining us, and it has been a progression this morning, Bob. We've seen the visibility drop. We've seen the snow coming down at a higher pace as well.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, too, because it started out as like flurries right off the bat in the pre-dawn hours, and it coated the ground a little bit. As soon as the snow started to fall, though, I mean, it stuck right away. And Nick Koser, me, we both have lived in Charlotte before. You don't get storms like this very often. And in fact, you're always wondering, is it going to be all snow, or are you going to get a little warm air lifted up in there and start switching over to sleet, little freezing rain, or grapple even? Yeah, no, this was a slam dunk for snow the entire start to finish. The only thing that's not up and set in stone is who's going to get the most amount where that big band is going to be located. In fact, it looks like now Charlotte is in it. We are in it right now. It looks like it's going to be like this for the next few hours. It's that upper level low that's beginning to peel down to the south, eventually ejecting, getting that energy off across the coast. That's going to be overnight tonight. But you look at the mid levels of the atmosphere and the lower levels of the atmosphere, where that low pressure region is going to be located, north of there, east of there, the forcing for the snow, that's what we've got, and it's peeling out of Greenville right now through Spartanburg, up 85 into Charlotte. So we're in the leading edge of the heaviest belt of snow. It's going to be here for at least the next few hours. I'm thinking 4 or 5. I was thinking about this when you talk about the DGZ, the dendrite growth zone. There's no warm air in the DGZ. I think Nick needs to make a song out about that, and it would be great for him to dance to something like that. No warm air in the DGZ, Nick. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's all snow. I mean, this is incredible. When you look around the region, too, it's sticking pretty well. The snow globe effect is firmly in place. Winds have not picked up that much yet. But later on, Melanie, we're talking about the winds whipping 25 to 30 miles per hour later this evening. That's going to drop the already miserable 9-degree wind chill I have now to about -5. And that's going to be happening later on this evening in the overnight hours. But you could see it. The visibility has clearly gone down. The tallest building in the city, the Bank of America building, is covered up at the top. And that's where it's going to be for the next several hours. Visibility down. We'll talk about that in a little bit. The snow is heavy right now across the Piedmont of North Carolina. Eventually, that coastal low begins to bomb right around Cape Hatteras. You know who's north of there? Mike Seidel, our storm specialist. He's in Hill Devil Hills, and I was talking to him all day yesterday. He was out there in his winter gear, his winter finery on the beach. That doesn't happen very often, Mike.
No, and I wanted to update you. I just noticed that Charlotte Douglas International Airport, I don't know if you mentioned this at the beginning, is now in a ground stop, Bob, until 11 a.m. Eastern, and they'll reassess at that point. Not surprising, based on what you're talking about, what you're seeing there in Charlotte. Back here on the Outer Banks, it is snowing lightly. It's been doing this for about an hour and a half. No accumulation, obviously, at this point. We're right at freezing, 32. So whatever falls in the next few hours into early this evening will be the wetter form of snow, and then it will become more powdery as we get into late this evening and overnight when the winds ramp up, gusts 50, 60 plus miles an hour, so near blizzard conditions. Maybe we verify a blizzard. We'll see how that shakes out, and potentially the National Weather Service in Morehead City will issue a blizzard warning. The Atlantic getting a little frothy now, looking like a bathtub, churned up by the increasing wind. Gusts off the coast at some of the buoys now over 40, 45 miles an hour out around Diamond Shoals. We've gotten some beach erosion as the tide goes out. You can see it appearing down in the distance here between here and the Avon Pier. Looks like about 1.5 feet, maybe 1 foot to 1.5 feet we've lost sand. Where I'm standing, it's more of a berm, so we don't have a big cut, but there's going to be more beach erosion, more issues on these beaches because we have a coastal flood warning primarily for the high tide tomorrow morning, Sunday morning around 7 a.m. The water could get as much as 3 to 4 feet above normally high ground. So if you're in one of those areas in that situation, be on the lookout for rising seawater. Here we have a wide beach and a big firm dune, very healthy dune line here. So the water is not going to, I don't even think the water is going to get up to the dune because we have enough elevation rise from the surf at this point. Throw in those winds, the near blizzard conditions, if not a blizzard, power outages are potential, certainly sporadic power outages just over on the other side of the Sounds where we have more trees and more of a canopy in a forest. Not so much here, but you got to figure with that kind of wind, that kind of heavy snow, maybe some power goes out here on the Outer Banks. Highway 12 will be compromised again. That's not a surprise, so getting down towards Rodanthe and Buxton and those areas is going to be a no-go probably through at least part of tomorrow, and then the winds go offshore, but then they have to get the bulldozers in there to reopen the road. Down there, totals will be less because it'll be starting as rain. Temperatures down there now about 36 degrees around the Hatteras Lighthouse. Sporadic power outages, bone-chilling cold, wind chills down at or below 0 later tonight into Monday morning. By Monday afternoon, the sun will come out. We'll have some sun tomorrow afternoon. That'll help with the roadways a bit if they don't drift back over. And then by Monday, we'll be up above freezing by a few degrees. By Tuesday and Wednesday, back up to 40. But it's going to be a tough couple of days getting around out here between the snow and the wind and the drifting and the bitter cold temperatures. This is unusual for the Outer Banks. Although last year here in this area, this part of the Outer Banks, they had 11 inches of snow and Buxton had 9 last February. So they've had bonus snows 2 years in a row. Melanie?
A bonus snow. And Mike, you are really going to have a front row seat to some of the worst conditions of the storm going forward through tonight.
Yes. We'll be back here on the beach at 7 p.m. Eastern, and we'll ride it out for you on Fox Weather. I'll be joined by Ari Salasari, and we will make a go at it. It should be fun. It'll be whipping out here with the winds and the snow and the surf. We'll have the ocean lit up too. I don't know if we'll be able to see it from the hotel, but we'll have the ocean lit up so you'll be able to see everything, the wave action and the snow and the wind. Everything will be in this picture. It's going to be like a giant snow globe.
It definitely will. All the elements will be at play later on. Thank you so much. Our Fox Weather storm specialist, Mike Seidel. We'll check back in with you for an update. Let's turn our attention now to Roanoke, Virginia, and here you can see those conditions continue to deteriorate. Still quite a few cars there out on the road. This area looks like it's been pre-treated a little bit better than some of the other roads we've been seeing across the Carolinas, but wow, look at those temperatures. Feels like it is 8 degrees. I want to show you a live look at our visible satellite. So we've been tracking this low pressure that developed this morning off the coast, and it is now in the process of continuing to strengthen. Meanwhile, you have this upper level low that's transferring some of the energy to the low. And it's this interesting setup that we've been monitoring here at Fox Weather, setting up across parts of northern Georgia and just near Atlanta. So we glance a little bit closer and you look at this area that's hashed in the orange. What we have here is this convergence zone that has set up. So there's extra air that is rising from those converging winds. And what that extra air is doing is setting the stage for some heavier snow to fall. And that's what we are seeing with some heavier snow bands that have really set up. So far, the highest total that we are seeing is 9 inches, and that's been reported in Maggie Valley. Snow totals will continue to stack up. In fact, for some spots, we're forecasting upwards a foot of snow. That's really been highlighted for parts closer to the coast, and that's where we could see some of the highest totals, especially for a spot where you have Mike Seidel so far this morning. Meantime, Charlotte could get upwards of 8 inches of snow. I really think there could be a widespread area from West Virginia into South Carolina, at least on the western fringes, where we could have 5 to 8 inches. What you're looking at here, though, in Raleigh is that's where there's potential for a bit of a bust. When we talk about a nor'easter, we have what's called a dry slot that sets up, and that drier air works in, and that cuts down on some of those snow totals. So we do have Haley Meyer that's live in Raleigh, so we'll continue to get updates from her going forward through the storm, especially for this afternoon. Michael, North Carolina top snow reports so far. I mean, look at these. We have 6 to 9 inches. I mentioned Maggie Valley coming in at 9 inches. This is just within the past 24 hours, and we'll continue to add to these totals.
Yeah, I think that by the time everything is said and done, some folks pushing a foot, perhaps even a foot plus of snow through this afternoon, through this evening, and overnight. So a lot that we're going to be keeping our eyes on there. And then, of course, the other thing that we're going to be keeping our eyes on, we talk about the snow, but then there's a wind element to all of this. That wind with blowing snow reduces visibilities. Right now, Kill Devil's Hill looks pretty decent, 30 degrees. But when you add in all those separate ingredients, the wind, the visibility, along with perhaps a time frame of 3+ hours, that could, let me emphasize could, lead to blizzard-like conditions. If you've not been in a blizzard before, it is basically like driving into a wall of white. It can be terrifying at times. You can see what radar looks like. Let's talk about those winds. Currently gusting that buoy location just off the shore, 43 miles per hour. But you look at Hatteras, toward Cape Hatteras, it's already up to 30. Again, 35 miles per hour. Sustained winds is what we need for over 3 hours with blowing and drifting snow with reduced visibilities. That sets the stage for what could be blizzard criteria. Usually this is reserved for the friends and family up toward the Dakotas, right along I-94. That's Blizzard Alley up that way. Not Raleigh-Durham, not Winston-Salem area, not Myrtle Beach. These are areas where you don't hear about blowing and drifting snow, but that's exactly what we could see toward Cape Hatteras. So I think that a lot of this begins to let up, especially by the time we get to, say, Monday for sure by that point. But in the meantime, visibilities, watch what happens. This is a forecast model. So look at the upper left side of your screen. By this evening, 8, 9, 10 p.m., and then through the day tomorrow, this is on Sunday, our visibilities do drop at times. And what the other little piece to note here, Nick, is the fact that with the winds pushing all of that water up along the shoreline, coastal flooding could be an issue out of this as well. And so we'll have to watch for that threat for some coastal flooding, especially, Nick, around Hatteras and then Buxton, where we've seen a ton of homes this past summer that fell into the water, compliments of tropical systems.
Yeah, those tropical systems did a number on that part of the country, and unfortunately, those same areas under a little bit of a bullseye for this winter system. So unfortunately, no rest for the weary. Hopefully, we're able to make it through without any homes falling into the ocean over the next 12 to 24 hours or so. Meanwhile, let's get our focus back onto the snow and where it's falling and how much it's falling. Look at this, Hayesville, North Carolina. It's coming down. Big old fat flakes. We've been talking about the snow ratios all morning long, and really everywhere that we're getting these videos from, and this is in from Marysville, Tennessee, thanks to Tara and Joseph, you notice how big and fluffy this snow is. It's a dry snow. It's not what they call heart attack snow, where it's really heavy and wet and it's really difficult to shovel up and pick up and lift. And this is almost like fairy dust. You pick it up in your hands and you blow it and it'll all sort of fly away. So when the wind gets going, we could be dealing with blowing and drifting. Makes for beautiful pics and videos, that's for sure. This is from Xavier out of Davidson, North Carolina. Davidson, of course, famous for where Steph Curry, the best NBA three-point shooter of all time, he went to college at Davidson University in North Carolina. Hey, if you see it, share it with us. Scan that QR code on your screen, upload your pic or video, and we'll be sure to do our absolute best to share it then with everybody watching the Fox Weather Stream.
This is a historic storm for the Southeast. For many in places like eastern North Carolina, it's the biggest in more than 3 decades, since at least 1989. We have live extended coverage that continues all day long. Keep it right here on Fox Weather.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses, and hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. My toes are very warm. I'm wearing the hollow socks. They're alpaca fibers, and the alpaca is thermoregulating, up to 3 times warmer than merino wool, so your feet will stay drier, warmer, and warmer even when wet, they're telling me. I'll be here reporting all weekend long. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectisol.com.
Areas around Nashville are still recovering from last weekend's ice storm. More than 50,000 customers are still without power. Ice-covered trees are still breaking as temperatures remain below freezing. Let's head to storm chaser and weather enthusiast James Pettis. He joins us live. And James, thank you for joining us. You've been without power for almost a week now. How are you doing?
We're doing good, just trying to hang in there. We got a whole family crammed in this hotel room right now, but we've been out since Sunday morning just trying to make it through, but just blessed we got this hotel.
When did you make that decision to move into the hotel?
So we had a generator going, and then Monday night it just gave out and house temps were down into the low 40s, and we just didn't feel like it was sustainable. So we made the move on Tuesday to come here as we were expecting temps in the negatives.
Talk about what was running through your mind or what you were experiencing as you were going through this storm, and even now that you are still without power.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a crazy experience, one that I wished I would never have to experience, but unfortunately, you know, the worst case scenario happened, and I was worried about, you know, because all behind our house, worry about our house, worry about pipes bursting, and you know, it was just a crazy experience overall.
We were showing some of your video of some of those ice-covered trees. When you look at some of the scenes that are going on just within your backyard and around Nashville, I know you're a longtime Nashville resident. What are your thoughts when you see that?
I mean, it's just sad. I mean, I've grown up in Nashville, and you know, just the trees, it's really weird. All of them are flat across the top. And it's just going to take a long time to recover from all that because you have thousands of trees down and caused a lot of damage. And it's just a really unfortunate situation.
Well, James Pettis, thank you so much for joining us this morning and sharing your experience. We'll be thinking about you and your family, and stay warm.
Thank you.
Let's move on to our radar this morning. And first, we're taking a live look at the Raleigh-Durham Airport. This airport has been one of the hot spots in terms of cancellations and delays this morning. Some of the worst cancellations coming out of Atlanta and Charlotte, but this is number 3, and we'll likely continue to see more delays as we go forward through the rest of the day. We are just getting going with this nor'easter, but it's expected to continue to rapidly strengthen. So as it does, I anticipate that we'll see more of these delays and cancellations. But here's a closer look at what we're experiencing from FlightAware. Delays, more than 500. Cancellations, now upwards of 1,600, and that continues to go up. You can see some of the hot spots there, as I mentioned, Charlotte, Atlanta, and then down into parts of Florida as well. Looking closer at our live tracker, here's into Charlotte. So heavy snow is being reported there. Now, the latest information I'm actually seeing from this is we are now at a ground stop at Charlotte, likely because of that heavy snow, but also what I'm seeing compared to where we were the past hour, the visibility has greatly gone down. You're now talking about visibility at about a quarter of a mile with a very low cloud base. So we'll continue to monitor those conditions. If you are planning to travel to the airport, though, you can see I-40, I-85, and I-77 all will likely have some sort of impact from the snow that's falling. Currently, you're looking at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport, about 10% of the overall flight delays, but 44% of the cancellation. So we have our Fox Weather Misery Index there at about a 4. A live radar here, a closer look, and what we've been seeing here is a little bit of a convergence zone that's been taking place. So you have more rising air with the converging winds, and that's allowing for heavier snow to set up. So we have this pocket of heavier snow that's been through parts of northern Georgia and then into parts of of the Carolinas going forward through this morning. It's really this whole setup that we have here where we have this upper level low that's transporting some of its energy to our surface low. And it's that surface low that's going to continue to rapidly intensify. It's going to undergo what we call bombogenesis. So over the next 24 hours, the central pressure is going to drop more than 24 millibars, actually maybe forecasted for about 35 to 40 millibars, just going to show you that it is going to strengthen. And as it does, this tighter pressure gradient sets up, really allows the wind to kick up too. So when you have a nor'easter, you have to have the northeast wind, and that's going to bring some impacts along the coast. Live radar right now, Nick, we're seeing some snow showers for parts of the Carolinas and some cold temperatures as well, where we have a lot of spots that are experiencing temperatures in the 20s. So this is going to lend itself to really a dry, fluffier snow that is going to stack up as we go forward through the duration of the storm. Do want to show you the visibility where we're seeing some of the lowest visibility down to Beaufort. That's where visibility is down to about a half a mile, likely because of some of the heavier snow that's currently falling. And you have temperatures for areas like Knoxville to Asheville that are currently in the teens. Winter weather reports going forward over the past 3 hours, these continue to increase. So we have reports that are now close to 200, and this will continue to go up as we go through the next 24 hours. Some of our highest totals anywhere from about 6 to 8 inches, Nick.
A lot of snow, that's for sure, and it's going to continue to come down. Meanwhile, we're also watching a little bit further north here. This is Chicago live. You can see every now and again, yeah, this lake's flying a little bit, so the lake effect snow machine is still turned on here as some of the lakes are very frozen over. Lake Michigan, though, still open for business. And well, over the last 24 hours, we've seen about 1 inch to 3 inches stack up all around the bowl of Lake Michigan as we've got that north to south fetch of air producing lake effect snow showers. And as a result, we've got lake effect snow still in the forecast through about midday, maybe even into early afternoon time frame in this area. O'Hare picking up around 2 inches of snow as of late. Highest total is in Morton Grove, over 3.5 inches. And as a result of the potential for more lake effect snow, we've got a winter weather advisory in place from Northfield right down through Chicago and around and into northwestern Indiana. So even as far east as Michigan City, we could be picking up some of the impacts of some lake effect snow, although live radar showing everything moving in and around Chicago and pushing just to about Interstate 80 to the south side of Chicago. And so areas in and around that region may be dealing with some lake effect snow on again, off again, right through about lunchtime. And then you'll notice that that snow fetch or that lake effect streamer does start to get a little more puny. So maybe another inch or two for spots, maybe pushing 3 inches there in Gary. And then the lake effect snow machine turns off and all eyes continue to remain on the Carolinas, who will be the big winner for snow today.
Multiple weather alerts have been issued in Virginia Beach as this powerful nor'easter moves through the region. The city could receive 1 to 3 inches of snow today with a potential for 7 more inches overnight. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres is live in Virginia Beach, and we were talking to you just the last hour. Conditions were already pretty windy, and it still looks pretty gusty out there. What's it like?
Oh, Melanie, it is cold. This wind chill is absolutely insane. And I think at this point, I'm realizing what you really need out here is some good gloves and be able to wrap up your ears and your mouth and just your face, because I think that would help tremendously. Because of this wind, it's really starting to bring some of that sand up here. But let me show you a little bit of the beach. It's not as rocky as we've seen with past storms before, but still, you can see those waves kind of pushing up on shore. The white caps really out in the distance. So that's definitely something that we're watching for. But honestly, So far, what I've seen all morning, I took a morning walk today, and a lot of people are out doing also their morning walk and their runs. A lot of people say they're layering up as much as possible. But even though I've seen people layer up, I've also seen people wear shorts and just come out here and try to get in their exercise before the possible snow today. And I think that's one thing. A lot of people are very skeptical. I actually went to a local coffee shop and I was talking to them because they were thinking that more people are going to come out this morning as opposed to later today. But this is how people are feeling so far about the weather here in Virginia Beach.
I've seen a lot of salt everywhere. I've heard it's hard to get stuff at the store. Everybody's stocking up and people are taking it more seriously this time. The wind chill, especially being down by the ocean front, yeah, it'll freeze right through you.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're a little bit further away from the ocean front, then you probably will. It's still cold, but it's really this wind that's coming off the beach right now that is just so blistering at this moment. Again, I mean, as long as you're layered up and if you're doing your morning exercise, you should be fine out here in Virginia Beach. Melanie?
We can hear the wind really whipping around on your microphone with a wind chill of 9 degrees. That's what it feels like. Wow. That's our Fox News multimedia reporter, Chelsea Torres. Thank you for the update. We continue our coverage of dangerous and historic snow. Cold will then overspread much of the eastern U.S., from record snow in the Carolinas to record cold in Florida, plus blinding lake effect snow in Chicagoland. We're bringing extended coverage all day long. You can stream us free on your favorite devices. Download the Fox Weather app or visit foxweather.tv for more. Fox Weather, we're your winter storm HQ. More after this.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Melanie Black. Thank you for staying with us. Here's a live look. Hendersonville, North Carolina, where the snow continues to come down as we track our weekend nor'easter that's slamming the Carolinas with snow, some strong wind as well, and even more coastal impacts down the road. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to northern Georgia this morning. That's where the flakes are already flying, and we're going to take another live look. This time, we're going to head to Blairsville. That is just south of the Georgia-North Carolina border. First, we take you to Roanoke, Virginia, where here the roads seem to be in okay condition, at least from what I'm seeing from this perspective. Haven't seen any issues along the roads. Other areas, though, those conditions continue to deteriorate. There is a winter storm warning that is going to be in effect through early tomorrow morning for parts of Georgia. So that's where we have our Fox 5 Atlanta reporter, Georgia Chambers. She joins us this morning live in Beaufort. So how are conditions out there this morning?
Hi, Melanie. I've been out in downtown Beaufort since about 6:30 this morning, and that's when the weather really started to pick up, and it's been consistent ever since. I have my yardstick out here. We're up to about half an inch of snow. A little bit has fallen off, but as you can see behind me, some kids are up on a hill having some fun and sledding. They've been out here for about an hour, so they've been bracing the cold conditions, and it's been around 25 degrees. When we first came out here, it was about 30 degrees, but the temperature has steadily started to decline, but that hasn't stopped the fun. All the kids are bundled up and joining in on the weather here in Beaufort because Georgia doesn't get a lot of snow. So when Georgia does get some snow, a lot of kids want to come out and enjoy it. As far as road conditions go, the roads haven't been too bad. There was a police officer nearby that helped a woman carry some groceries because she didn't want to go up a hill. But other than that, cars have been driving slowly. Everybody near me has been safe. But if you are in the Georgia area, just be sure that if you're traveling on the roads that you're going slow and you're being very alert. But again, we expect these conditions to continue through the afternoon. The snow hasn't lightened up much. It has been consistent over the past few hours. Big fluffy flakes. It looks like a Hallmark movie here in Beaufort, Georgia. And I'm definitely having fun because I'm originally from the Midwest. So growing up in the Midwest, we saw a lot of this. So it's been fun to get back to my roots. I'm normally a sports reporter, but hey, we're having fun out here in the snow.
I'm a Midwest girl myself, so I do appreciate that. I do appreciate a good sled day like what you're seeing behind you. So that is our 5 Atlanta reporter, Georgia Chambers. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. From Georgia, we head back to North Carolina. Here is Boone, where you can see snow-covered roads here. Looks like cars are attempting to make it through, working to see if more crews are getting out there to clear the roads. But overall, conditions continue to deteriorate across parts of the Carolinas. That's where we have Fox weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. He is live in Charlotte, North Carolina. He's been checking in on some of the conditions that we're seeing there. And from what we've seen so far this morning, the snow has continued to pick up in that immediate spot, which is what we were expecting. So we're really just in it. The snow is going to continue to come down at a good pace as we go through the afternoon. So let's check in with him now. He's joining us again from Charlotte with those conditions. And Bob, the moment I look at you, I can just see that the visibility continues to drop and the snow is just really coming down.
It's been steady, Melanie, now for the last several hours. Like the last 2 to 3 hours, it's really picked up in intensity. And I was just looking around. We got at least 3 inches of snow on the ground right now. And I anticipate the snow to come down at this rate for another 3 to 4 hours at least, and then finally taper off later on. You can see it's already piling up. I literally just walked out here about a minute and a half ago, and it's already starting to pile up on me. It's interesting, though. I'm right here on Trade Street in Charlotte. The cars are still going around pretty fine. As long as you have all-wheel drive, you can make it because it's pure snow. It's not ice at this point, but this is a little bit of a slope as it goes up towards Tryon Street. If you're familiar with Charlotte, you know it's the nexus of the entire city. But yeah, once that snow started falling early this morning, it stuck instantly to the sidewalks and it's sticking instantly to the streets, even though I've seen a sander go by, I've seen a plow go by, and they started treating this stuff right after that first storm went through a couple days ago. They already started brining the streets in Charlotte, Mecklenburg area immediately afterward, anticipating this storm. But one thing of note, we've got the Charlotte Hornets game. It was supposed to be at 3 o'clock today. Now it's going to start at noon today. So we've got a lot of foot traffic. It's going to be going up and down the street because the Spectrum Center is right across from me. Now, I was looking at FlightAware, and I was worried about the flights for Charlotte, for Atlanta as well. Almost 2,000 flights canceled, most of them in Atlanta and Charlotte, some up there in Raleigh as well. But when you look at the delays, 12,000 delays already just because of the storm. And it's the beginning stages. I mean, we're in it right now for Charlotte, but the bombing nature of that coastal low really hasn't even happened yet, Melanie. We're talking late this afternoon through the evening hours, and that's when we'll start seeing blizzard-like conditions out there across the Outer Banks, eastern North Carolina. We'll get the blowing, the drifting of the snow as well. And then the big punch in the face comes with the cold air in its place. You're talking about wind chills tonight, 0 to -5. Yeah, extreme cold warnings. We've got them too, Melody.
Cold that just hits you. That is extreme cold, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
You know what's surprising to me is you still see quite a lot of people walking around behind you.
Yeah, well, listen, there's a volleyball tournament in town. That's up at the convention center, which is up the street to the left. So I've seen droves of middle school age girls in their volleyball outfits going up there for that. That started at 8 o'clock. We also have foot traffic going towards the arena because we're going to see the Charlotte Hornets take on the Spurs. That starts at noon today. So, yeah, things are starting to pick up a little bit. You would think it would be even more, but with the snow, it's keeping some people away. There's no question.
And earlier you gave us your prediction, so you're forecasting up to 8 inches of snow. Does that still hold?
Yeah. I think so, 6 to 8, right? And I'm not sure. The National Weather Service, I think, has 4 to 8. I'm going at least a half a foot. And I say that because I'm looking at that peeling nature of the radar as it rolls right up I-85. As it pinwheels around Charlotte, we're going to be in that heavy snow band for at least several hours. You're talking through mid-afternoon, which means what you see here is most likely going to get doubled. So that would be over a half a foot. I'm closing in on 8. In some of these areas across the higher elevations, little upslope coming in, the foothills into the mountains like Boone, Hickory, Blowing Rock, those areas, I can see 10 inches worth of snowfall out here.
Wow. It's great having you out there. I know you worked in that market, so it's great to have your experience. That's our Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen. We'll check back in with you, and I'm sure as we continue to check in, that snow is going to stack up. Here's another live look across Blairsville, Georgia, where you can see the snow-covered road. There, look at that current feels like temperature. It feels like it is 7 degrees, so that bitter cold is here. Not only are we talking about the snow, I mean, that's the more exciting part, especially if you are a snow lover and you're rooting for that to go play in, but that bitter cold, it's just sticking around, and it will be here until early next week. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at live radar. So where we had Bob and then where we also had the reporter before that, Georgia, they are in this area that we call this convergence zone. So where we have this hashed mark in orange around, this is where we have this heavy snow band that's setting up, and this is leading to impressive snowfall rates, about 1 inch or so per hour. So this is going to continue to stack up. What we have here is we have this upper level low that's just transferring its energy to this area of low pressure that's offshore. So this is just allowing some of these heavier snow rates to come down. Look at this view, near whiteout conditions from our weather sim camera in Charlotte, North Carolina. So really hard to make out the other side of that stadium from that viewpoint you just saw. Some of our top snow reports coming in over the past 24 hours. That's for Tennessee and North Carolina. Maggie Valley coming in at 9 inches so far, and that was also one of those spots where we did have some of those heavier snow rates that were mixing on in. So really 7 to 9 inches seems to be where we've seen some of the highest totals. Live radar in the teens and 20s from Boone, Knoxville, down all the way to Columbia. The other side of this story, too, is that when you have a nor'easter and a powerful one that continues to rapidly strengthen, Michael, we have to talk about those wind gusts coming in out of the northeast. You have gusts that have already picked up 30 to 45 miles per hour offshore, and that's just unfortunately going to continue to batter the coast and lead to blowing snow.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about Van Dillen, and he mentioned that he's expecting like 6 inches of snow. So you think about having 6 inches of like powdery snow, and then you start to factor in the 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and then that just blows everything around.
Just like a snow globe.
Yeah, just like a snow globe. Yeah, that's exactly it. And unfortunately, that can lead to blizzard-like conditions. So I can only imagine, you know, driving from Hatteras over toward Columbia, Charlotte, you're trying to drive, and there's that type of snow blowing around, it can really be treacherous.
And it's the reason that a lot of officials are urging people to stay home. There are some areas, including where Mike Seidel is, where there's a state of emergency in Dare County due to the conditions that we're going to continue to expect on the roads. You can see those winter weather reports just over the past 24 hours. This number continues to increase, but as we continue to see that precipitation shield fill in closer to the coast and those rates pick up through this afternoon, these winter weather reports are just going to continue going up.
Yeah, you know, the one thing I'm actually kind of excited about is to see snow on the sand.
Yes.
Like, it is kind of a really, and snow on like palm trees, you know.
I always love that juxtaposition.
Yeah, you know,
just don't
it's
think
the
about
weekend, so thank goodness it's Saturday. It's not like a Monday or a Tuesday where folks are up and at 'em. So I think that as long as you're able to, you know, stay safe about it, you don't have to cruise at 100 miles per hour to get to or from work or whatever, you should be okay, but just take it slow, safe, and easy.
Right. Chelsea Torres, one of our reporters, had her gloves on the beach, and she said, this is a little odd to have gloves on the beach, but that's what we're going to be dealing with. So we're going to have your back through this entire historic winter storm in the southeast. We have team coverage all day long. You can see our meteorologists and correspondents that'll be out in some of the hardest hit areas. Download the Fox Weather app. You can stream us for free anywhere as well, and anywhere as you go. Preparedness is crucial during all types of severe weather. Fox Weather's Steve Bender spoke to one Florida resident who made the decision to protect his home from losing power.
Hurricane Ian, we lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf. And obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family. So you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, you know, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're gonna take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that a 22 kW would run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration, and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to carry lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. With having the full house generator, we were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on my mind at all.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered.
You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks.
So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance?
To help pay for covered over-the-counter items.
So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Are you still wearing lame, limp, stinky socks? Once you try Hollow Socks, you'll throw away all your old socks and never look back. Hollow Socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round. Hollow Socks are naturally thermoregulating, keeping my toes warm, but not hot. Hollow Socks alpaca fibers are moisture wicking, so sweat is carried away and my feet stay drier longer. Hollow Socks are the most comfortable American-made, fast-drying, stink-free, cozy feet mittens you've ever put on. Go to hollowsocks.com today.
And we are back now on Fox Weather. Check out your screen from Blairsville, Georgia. Yeah, those flakes, they are flying in northern Georgia this morning. And this area, by the way, just south of the Georgia-North Carolina border, where we have winter storm warnings that are in effect through tomorrow morning. We're going to bring in our friends from Fox 5. This is reporter Ray Urena. Ray, great to see you. You're right outside of Gainesville, and you just started at Wagga, by the way, coming from Greensville, South Carolina. Probably one of your first big snows that you've seen. Tell me what it looks like out there.
Well, we actually covered a snowstorm last year in Asheville, North Carolina. All that market is includes all of western North Carolina as well as the upstate. But this is definitely the most snow that I have seen in quite a while, being born and raised in Miami. But I do want to show you, Michael, that even though Florida Man is here covering snow, Florida Man can still build a snowman. We've been at that a little bit. I can't really get this arm to stick into this middle snowbar. It looks like it's kind of frozen over a little bit, but I was able to get one arm to wave at us. But here in Gainesville, we've seen at least a couple of inches of snow. It started off at about 6 o'clock this morning when we got these small, tiny flakes. Then recently those flakes started getting bigger and bigger, and now it's reverted to kind of that dry, powdery snow. A lot of it looks like there's a lot of powdered sugar on, say, like your breakfast waffle or anything like that. We have some family members taking their kids over here. One of them's getting dragged by a sled over here, having an absolute blast of a time, just enjoying this snowfall that has fallen over here in Gainesville. This is not something that this area sees regularly. Last week, we were here in this exact same square in the heart of Gainesville where they had an inch of sleet that fell down as a result of last weekend's weather. So people I've been talking to, they have told me repeatedly, hey, we prefer this snow over the ice. And this couple over here, just in front of the monument, they've been working on a snowman that's much better than mine for the last few hours. So they've definitely got me beat, Michael. But people are out here doing what they can to enjoy the snow. You can see this dad holding these two kids and just pulling them around in the sled, just enjoying what Mother Nature has brought to them today.
Yeah, listen, Ray, don't sell yourself short. I was really impressed with that snowman that you made, by the way, especially, knowing that you're a Miami guy. Ray, real quick, I want to know how much snow, just by kind of eyeballing it and guesstimating, how much snow do you think that you've picked up so far?
I think we've picked up about 2 to 3 so far. It looks, you can tell it right here. So this is the bottom of this little landscape thing. So if I measure with my thumb, I'd say about 2.5. Eyeballing it is about what we've gotten so far. Cameraman Billy Heath over here trying his best not to trip right now on these slippery conditions. So I'd say eyeballing about 2.5 right now.
Oh, you know what? I think that's a good call. I'm looking at a couple of snow reports up in northeast Georgia where you're at. And yeah, I'm seeing anywhere between like 1 to literally 3.4, and even there's a report that I'm seeing at 4.8. So yeah, that's right within the range that we're seeing here. Hey, listen, Ray, thank you so much for sticking it out with us. We really appreciate it. I know that you're probably cold. Get back in, warm up, and again, awesome snow, man. I'm going to send you down a carrot and some coal for eyes here soon. Ray, thank you.
Yes, yes.
Well, I don't know. We'll see if we can find any snowmen in some of this great video or pictures people have been sending in all morning long. This is from Winder, Georgia. It is tough sledding out there, Michael. As you can see, that snow really starting to build up on the roads and the interstates, and it's one of those things where you have to find the tire grooves and just stay within them, right? This is from Maryville, Tennessee. A couple of pups in the snow. I don't know if they want to get out any further than that. That's what my dogs do. I let them out. They take one step out, and then they rethink their entire journey.
Like, you can go out, but I'm not going all the way out.
Yeah, no doubt. This is from Justin Perry in Lexington, North Carolina. I don't think anybody's going to be jumping in that pool anytime soon today. Maybe if it was a hot tub, sure, but I think the pool weather is closed down.
That's kind of a cool shot.
Yeah, what do we have here?
It looks like a bear that's wrapped up in kind of a Santa
there you go.
outfit.
Yeah, how cool is that? You know, Christmas is well within the rearview mirror, but it feels very Christmassy out there with all the snow coming down. Like you mentioned, some spots seeing anywhere from 1 to 2 inches to a half a foot already. The south from Tennessee to the Carolinas to parts of Georgia.
Wow.
Getting that white, fluffy snow.
This is Morehead City. This is like at the very base of the Outer Banks.
That's right. That's in the middle coastline of North Carolina. If you're familiar with Atlantic City down there, that's exactly where this is. I was in Morehead City covering Hurricane Arthur in 2014. This is going to have an interesting, not similar impact, but the wind and the beach erosion is going to be a concern out there as well.
Did you ever think that you would be seeing this in Morehead City, though? Like inches and inches of snow.
No.
It's just, down that way, it's a beach town.
It's a beach town through and through. And, all these spots, the Outer Banks and even Charleston, they've got a winter weather advisory in South Carolina there. That is only issued for the potential of 2 inches of snow. And that's certainly an area that doesn't get that very often at all.
Yeah, no, it's so true. So just know that when we start talking about snow this far south, watch out because roadways can be closed. And honest to goodness, Nick, when I lived in Macon, Georgia, you would literally, the verbal mention of snow and schools would shut down.
Yeah.
All the bread, milk, and eggs were off all of the shelves.
That is so true. Those memes about bread and milk, I don't know what it is about those two things because they're very perishable, by the way, but they always go so fast. See it, share it, guys. If you have a picture or a video, send it our way. Just go ahead and scan that QR code, and that will take you to the right place where you can upload your pics and video. We absolutely love to share them. I don't know, Michael, a recent friend that I made told me boys look so much hotter in the summer. By that metric, no boys are looking hot out there today. It is cold and snowy.
No, I mean, although Bob Van Dillen did look pretty decent out there with, with his snow and, his look and stuff out there. And
that's true. If anybody can pull it off, it's BVD.
Yeah, BVD definitely knows what he's doing. Well, you look at that big old area of low pressure, and here's the problem, Nick. This thing is only going to strengthen, and as that thing strengthens, it's going to whip it around some crazy winds.
Yeah.
And you know what? That sets the stage for blizzard-like conditions, possibly.
Yes. So there's a big chunk of North Carolina that has never been under a blizzard warning, and that could change. And we're thinking that would be around the Outer Banks, which is what we were just talking about. And it's not just the folks there that are going to be dealing with the wind. Michael, look at these isobars. They are packed tight, and they're going to be whipping around the I-95 corridor.
Yeah, the tighter that those things are packed together, the stronger the winds. I'm actually somewhat concerned. Just east of Boston, you have the Cape there, Provincetown down toward Chatham, and then the islands, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. I actually think that they could actually pick up some decent snow and wind.
Yeah, 3 to 5 inches there for sure. And of course, that's also going to be that light, fluffy snow, so blowing and drifting. And also, we have to think of the full moon and the tide cycle. So there could be some coastal flooding, especially on the northern shores of some of those spots you were just mentioning.
Yeah, it's so true. Watch out, because coastal erosion could be an issue on top of everything else.
No doubt. All right, stick around with us. Another hour of Weather Command weekend is straight ahead. More on this storm after.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectosol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectosol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectosol.com.
Good morning, everyone. We start with live looks across North Carolina, where you can see it is dumping snow, the visibility dropping off, and we have snow-covered roads as we continue to track our weekend nor'easter. Thank you so much for joining us. We're coming to you on both Fox Weather. I'm Melanie Black here with Michael Estime and Nick Koser. And we do have live elements in the field. Our meteorologists in Charlotte and Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, monitoring the conditions and deteriorating conditions at that. Those aren't the only 2 people that we do have. We also have other meteorologists and correspondents that are fanned out in some of the areas that are expected to be hardest hit in terms of heavy snow and strong wind, even coastal impacts, including coastal erosion from this storm. That's going forward as the things will continue to intensify as we go through into this afternoon, with some lingering impacts even into early next week in terms of the cold temperatures.
Yeah, I think it may be a while, Melanie, before any of this snow snow really begins to significantly melt. And Nick, one of the reasons, as Melanie mentioned, is because this cold is really going to last.
Yeah, right through the middle part of February. So we're not really going to see those temperatures break up until then. So, hey, I hope you enjoy looking at scenes like this right here, because the snow might stick around for quite some time.
We've seen a lot of those scenes so far this morning. You're taking a look at Boone, North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina is where we could get up to 8 inches of snow. And that's where we have Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. He joins us live there. Bob, the Storm Prediction Center is now highlighting where you are and around that area for some heavy snow, where those snowfall rates could be about an inch or higher per hour off and on through this afternoon.
Hey, we positioned ourselves in the right spot, didn't we? Hey, you never know for sure when you're talking about the Piedmont of North Carolina, the upstate of South Carolina, even up towards Raleigh. Where do you want to stick yourself when you know there's going to be, first, a nice impulse rounding the horn out of North Georgia into South Carolina, and second, a storm that's going to bomb out off the coast of North Carolina. So I think we got ourselves in a good spot right now. It's loosened up just a touch, but when we look at the radar picture, we know it's going to fill back in pretty quickly. The snow has gone up from, I'd say, heavy to, light to moderate in Charlotte at this point. But when you look down the line, York County, South Carolina, picking up the snow again. You get a little farther out towards the west, and you're talking about Greenville, very heavy snow right there for them. And it's upsloping around areas like Asheville, Boone, Blowing Rock, all those areas in North Carolina, you know who's going to get hit the hardest. The entire state, again, in North Carolina, under winter storm warning. South Carolina, the entire state's winter storm warning all the way out towards Atlanta, Georgia. But this is round 2. Remember, just about 4 or 5 days ago, we finally loosened up from the ice storm that blew through here and dumped all that snow around New England and areas around New Jersey, New York. Well, all the de-icer and the hardware stores were taken because of that storm. They got another shipment in earlier this week. Those got taken out as well. Not just de-icer, propane. Propane is on a short supply all around the hardware stores in Charlotte as well. And the other thing that's sold out, sleds, of course. I mean, we haven't seen a snow like this in 12 years. Since 2014 in February, we picked up 8 inches of snow. Last time we saw 3 inches of snow was 2018, and we've got that already. So the snow continues to pile on up, and Melanie, you said it best. We're highlighted an area where we had that nice deformation zone, nice banding snow, 700 millibar low, 850 millibar low below us, putting us in a prime spot to develop more snow. And there's no warm air in the DGZ. I keep on saying it. It's like, this is snow. It started as snow. There's no question what it's going to end as. It's snow.
Just continuing to stack up. It's never good, though, when you run out of sleds, especially at the beginning of the snowstorm.
Yeah. I know, you're right. I'm watching the cars up here. Remember, we were talking about it before, Melanie, that as soon as the snow was going to start to fall, it was going to stick instantly, and it did. And roads are passable still. They've been treating these roads back and forth. But this is a hill on Trade Street right here in uptown Charlotte, I should say. And all these cars right now going to the Hornets game that got pushed up to noon instead of 3 o'clock against the Spurs. So a lot of foot traffic out here as well.
And that car seems to be going backward. Now, you mentioned a good point, because we did notice this too. While the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting that area for more snow, it does appear that it's lightened up since we last talked to you. Does it feel at all different out there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's still cold. Wind chill last look was still 9 degrees, so it's wicked cold. And I was looking at the radar picture too. That happens, right? And when you're on the leading edge of that heavy snow belt, you start seeing some breaks in the action a little bit, but that's going to fill right back in. If you look upstream, we've got the snow headed towards the east. If you look downstream, I mean, we've got the snow all around us, all circulating in. So I think, Charlotte, we're going to be back in it again pretty hard in another, I'd say, 45 minutes to an hour. So when you check back in with me, it'll probably be different.
Yeah, you'll have some good visuals out there. And you stole a line from Boston, the city I just came from. Wicked cold. That's what we like to say up there, too. That's our
wicked cold.
Yes,
wicked cold.
It really is. There's no better way to describe it. That's our Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen. We'll see you in just a bit. Live look again at Blairsville, Georgia. Here has been one of our better snowy shots. You can see the snow-covered road, the drop in visibility. Feels like temperature, that continues to go down. It feels like it's currently 4 degrees. This is as we continue to track this winter storm that's going to lash the southeast, not only bringing heavy snow, but strong wind and coastal impacts. This is coming around a full moon, so we have some higher tide cycles, and that's going to lead to the potential for some coastal flooding as well as beach erosion when you talk about that northeast wind from our nor'easter that's going to lash across the coast. But I did want to show you a closer look at the Storm Prediction Center highlighting over the next 3 hours where we could have some of those higher snow totals. And this is going to take us the Piedmont of upstate South Carolina into North Carolina. So where you see that blue polygon is really indicating where we have those snowfall rates that could be 1 inch per hour or even higher heading into the afternoon. So as Bob mentioned, we're in a little bit of a lull, but it'll continue to start to pick up off and on. And that's what the Storm Prediction Center was highlighting through the afternoon. Visible satellite, we've been following this surface low pressure that developed off of the coast. Really, there's been some energy from this upper level low that's transferring to that low. And as we continue to go forward through this weekend, that low pressure is going to strengthen and likely potentially become a bomb cyclone and undergo bombogenesis, which is just saying that the central pressure is going to drop 24 millibars or higher over the next 24 hours. And we're forecasting it to rapidly intensify over that period. Meanwhile, a closer look back into our radar unwind for the past 3 hours. There's this convergence zone that's been set up. And so where you have that, you have winds that are creating this rising air even at a faster rate. So that leads to some heavier snow that's set up. So some spots in that immediate area picking up anywhere from 6 to 9 inches. Athens, Georgia, right here. It is really dumping. Look at those flakes flying. So these are just scenes that we're starting to see across Georgia, Michael, as we are really in it with this storm.
Ooh.
Going forward, more of the snow shifting closer to the East Coast, and then also those winds picking up too.
Oh yeah, did you that shot from Athens is really impressive.
It's a nice one, yeah.
Yeah, if you're
inside.
Correct. If you're familiar with Georgia, where Marietta, Georgia is, it's just north of the city, and then you head toward the east. That's where Athens is at. So you're getting into more of a hilly or country, if you will, hill country of northeast Georgia. Either way, though, once you head into, across the state line, you head into South Carolina, that's where the big time snow could fall. Bob was mentioning about 6 inches of snow is what he's projecting. I would not be surprised, given how cold the temperatures are and how fluffy that snow
How it can
is.
stack up.
If we saw 8 to 12 inches of snow by the time everything is said and done, possibly even a couple of spots even more than that.
And that's what we're looking at closer to the coast, too. I know Devil Hills, where we have Mike Seidel, we're forecasting for maybe on the higher end there as well. But meanwhile, a widespread 5 to 8, I think, is two is also possible on the western fringes of some of these states, including Virginia, as well as into the Carolinas. But then we also have to watch for where that dry slot could set up, and that could be around Raleigh. So there, that drier air that works in, which is what we tend to see with a nor'easter, that could cut into some of those snow totals there.
Yeah, Raleigh-Durham, it'll be something that we're watching very carefully. Either way, though, so impressive, especially if that snow starts to add up on the beach. Speaking of the beach, let's head out to Devil Hills. That's where you're looking at right now, where, again, current temperatures are at 30 degrees. Feels more like 20 when you factor in those winds that are only going to become stronger. Problem is that if you're not familiar with driving in blizzard-like conditions, here's what you're in for. Winds over 35 miles per hour, visibility less than a quarter of a mile at that point for over 3 hours of time. Problem is that can literally lead to not just white-knuckle driving, but if you've never experienced that before, I want you to think about, you're driving, all of the sound around you is being muffled by the snow that's falling. And then I want you to think about you're not able to determine where your lane is and then where the shoulder of the road is. It can be real scary because it's hard to actually stay in your lane because you don't know where your lane is at. Why? Because you have winds like this, gusting upwards of 45 to 50 miles per hour that are blowing and drifting that snow all over creation. So even if in front of you, you have the snow plow and they plow the street, the problem is that with the blowing and the drifting of the snow, especially since it's light, powdery, and fluffy, it immediately thrusts itself back into the street. So it's like nearly impossible to see where your lane is. So again, note that those winds at times toward Hatteras and Cape Hatteras, 50, 60, possibly pushing near 70 miles per hour. It's one of those deals where if you don't have to be out and about this evening, it's a Saturday. If you have a big Saturday night plan, can you table that till next week? Can you wait until perhaps next weekend or perhaps during the work week when things simmer down, I think that'd be a much better opportunity and time to do so. Visibilities, again, they could be reduced less than a mile at times. And that's really the big concern moving forward, will be not just that, but also that flood threat. We mentioned those winds are going to be gusting. You can see the direction there, generally from the north and northeast, just pushing all kinds of water up along the shoreline. We've seen this play out over the summer with tropical systems that have come very close to the southeast coast, and that has led to a lot of coastal erosion. Nick, we literally had homes in Buxton, North Carolina that were falling into the water. And although I hope it doesn't get to that point, I still think that erosion, even with this winter tropical storm, if you will, which Mike Seidel was kind of coining this as, just the features in which this is developing, very much so like a tropical storm, could see coastal erosional impacts.
Yeah, I mean, you turn up the surf and you throw some 60, maybe even 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and who cares what time of the year it is? Those impacts are going to be impactful no matter what. So, yeah, we'll see what happens out there. And we want to show more pics, more video that continues to flood in to Fox Weather. Look at these two pups. They are both bundled up. They are ready for the weather, that's for sure. Uh-oh, heads up on the curb there, a little slippery out there. So that's a good lesson for, not just the dogs, but the humans out there too. Make sure you're watching your step. Don't want to take a spill in these snowy conditions. This is from Matthew out in Tennessee. And we've got more very snowy scenes all across the mid-Atlantic from Tennessee to Georgia. We're just in the Carolinas. And Melanie mentioned it earlier. These snowflakes are waffles. I mean, they are big and fluffy and coming down so fast. It's from Emma in Blowing Rock. This is up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I've vacationed here a couple of times when I lived in the Charlotte area. Beautiful scenery, but of course, it's tough to see too much further past the deck here because of all that snow coming down. And back off in Tennessee, more dogs running around, getting their exercise in the snow. So no doubt everybody excited to see what's going on out there, whether they're humans or animals. And we want to see your pics, your videos, see it, share it, scan that QR code, upload it, and we will share it with not only Fox Weather viewers, but we'll put it on our website and get you some clicks there. How's that sound? So go ahead and share your stuff.
Meanwhile, we head to Davidson, North Carolina, where you can see more snowy scenes, and visibility really dropped off in the distance as well. Almost hard to make out that road and the cars way in the distance. This is a historic storm for the southeast. For many in places like eastern North Carolina, it's the biggest in more than 3 decades. 40 million people are under winter weather alerts. We have live extended coverage that continues all day long with our meteorologists and correspondents headed out across the Carolinas and into parts of the hardest hit areas of the storm. Keep it right here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses, and hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, Call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. We encourage everybody to stay inside and stay warm. Stay inside, folks, unless you have hollow socks. I'll be here reporting all weekend long, and my feet will not stink because the fibers, they're hollow, and they naturally wick the moisture and heat away to keep your feet at the perfect temperature. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Welcome back to Weather Command Weekend. Multiple weather alerts have been issued in Virginia Beach as this powerful nor'easter moves through the region. The city could receive 1 to 3 inches of snow today, with the potential for 7 more inches overnight. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres is live in Virginia Beach, and we've been talking to you this morning. The wind has been very evident, and last check at our Fox Weather app, it looks like the feels like temperature right around 10 degrees, and you're at the beach.
Yeah, Melanie, it definitely feels just that cold. I mean, this wind right here is pretty brutal, and a lot of people we've been talking to say the same thing. And really, the only people that are out and about this morning are people that are walking their dog, taking a walk this morning, like what I did, or going for a run. I'll even show you kind of the boardwalk right here off the ocean front. Ghost town. Absolutely nobody. There were a couple of people that just went by maybe about 5-10 minutes ago, but otherwise it's empty. We also have the beach too, and the beach right now is just looking very rough, but compared to what we've seen in the past, it's really not as brutal with those big waves, but still you can see whitecaps pretty far out. Now, as for right now, the only difference that we've seen is the sun has tried to peek in and out throughout the morning, but other than that, it's really just these brutal cold temperatures and the wind that has truly picked up. But again, tried to talk to a few runners today, and this is what they had to say of what they're expecting.
It's really rough right now. I just ran into the wind, and it is really tough. It's kind of brutal.
Some gloves. I got like 3 layers on. 2 layers on. Maybe I overdid it. But yeah, I'm trying to stay warm.
And now a lot of people here, they're expecting a couple of inches of snow. I think some people definitely want a little bit more just so that way they can go out and have a little bit of fun. But of course, this is something that we're watching on right here in Virginia Beach. Melanie?
It's always pretty to see a little bit of snow at the beach. That's our Fox News multimedia reporter, Chelsea Torres. Thank you so much for being out in those conditions and for the update. Meanwhile, the flakes are really flying in northern Georgia today. Take a look at this live look at Athens. They're getting slammed right now. A winter storm warning is in effect through early tomorrow morning. Let's head to our Fox 5 Atlanta reporter, Kim Leffler. She's nearby in Blairsville. What are the current conditions like there?
Hey, good morning. So as you mentioned, we're in Blairsville, about 2 hours north of Atlanta, and we're not seeing quite as thick of a snowfall that we saw a little bit earlier today, but the snow is still falling, and that's been the case for the last several hours, and we're expecting that to continue on throughout the afternoon and into this evening. Now, if you take a look at the town square, the downtown area here, we did just have a viewer here in Atlanta reach out to me. She told me she was about 12 miles north of where I am, and she measured around 4 inches of snow, which is on par with what we were seeing here In the downtown area, we have seen the plows come through as well, working to clear the roadways. You can see some of that treatment done here, but obviously with the snow continuing to fall, there's still some of that accumulation on the roads. So that is why they're just asking everyone here in the Union County area to stay off the roads if you can, just so that they can make sure that the roadway does get treated. And I've been talking to some folks up here. Obviously, we're based in the Atlanta area, and I asked them, you guys must be used to this kind of in the mountains here in Georgia, seeing snow like this, but they said they really haven't seen this much snow here in a few years. So a lot of people have been out and about getting really excited. Saw a 6-year-old little girl coming here making snow angels. So certainly a lot of fun here as well. But again, officials encouraging everyone to stay off the roads until they can get it treated until the storm passes. Guys.
Thank you so much. That's our Fox 5 Atlanta reporter, Kim Leffler, who's nearby in Blairsville, Georgia. Thanks for that update. Meanwhile, we head to Davidson, North Carolina. I really like this shot. I think it's a pretty one where you see the boats covered in snow there. Not a good day to take the boat out, but those conditions, look at that. Visibility continues to drop, and that snow is really coming down. I also want to give you another live look, and this one we could head to the Raleigh-Durham International Airport. That's where we're under a winter storm warning until tomorrow morning. The airport, they're saying on X, we're rested, recharged, and ready for more snow. But when you take a look at some of the travel delays that we are seeing, that airport is also in that area where we have 5 to 8 inches of snow is what we're forecasting going forward with the storm. But where we're seeing some of the worst delays so far this morning, Chicago, Charlotte, and Dallas. And the current worst cancellations you're seeing, also Charlotte, Atlanta, and Raleigh. So Raleigh makes sense when you think about the fact that we have some snow that's coming down there as well, and likely Atlanta having some weather mishap causing some of those delays. Going forward with some of the lowest visibility, we have that in Sacramento, Fresno, and Spokane. So this time of year, when you have the high pressure that sets up across Northern California, you can get some of the fog to set up. So likely that visibility is there due to a lot of that fog that's setting up around the airport, which does tend to get some thicker fog compared to other spots across the Sacramento Valley. Meanwhile, we look at our FlightAware misery map. There you see Charlotte and Atlanta a little bit higher in terms of the misery, if that is one of the airports that you're flying out of. But you can see the snow showers around those immediate areas. So the reason being that there are some issues there. Our flight tracker shows us at Charlotte where current conditions are 22 degrees and also the snow coming down. Visibility there, it's down to a half a mile. Well, that has been improved from about a quarter of a mile, what I was monitoring last hour. What you will see is that there's a ground stop, but that's not due to the weather in this specific instance. That's actually due to some issues with mechanical errors over at American. So that's what's happening in that spot. Meanwhile, I showed this earlier from the Storm Prediction Center. They tend to give out these mesoscale discussions when there's an area that they're really highlighting for some impacts in the near term. And that's going to be for the Piedmont of upstate South Carolina into North Carolina, where snow rates are going to be near 1 inch an hour or higher into the afternoon. Now, this could vary off and on as we go forward over the next few hours, but that area has this convergence zone that's really set up. So that is allowed for more rising air to help to produce some of these snow showers and produce some of these heavier bands. Taking a look at live radar where we have some of the lowest visibility, if you look at spots where there's a quarter to half a mile visibility, this tends to show you where we have some heavier snow that sets up. So Winston-Salem down to Hickory as well. That's where you have about a quarter to half a mile visibility. So traveling along I-77 in terms of some of the slick conditions with that snow that could potentially be sticking to some of those roads, as well as the drop off in visibility, it's going to be a little bit dicey. Visible satellite, this has been an interesting perspective showing you this upper level low that's hanging out on shore, but then you also have a secondary low. This is our surface low, energy being transported to that. It's that surface low that's going to continue to rapidly strengthen as we go forward into the rest of today and tonight, and that's going to help to kick up the gusty wind, and it's also going to help to produce some of the heavy snow that we are experiencing experiencing. So likely undergoing a process, what we call bombogenesis. So it becomes a bomb cyclone where the pressure drops 24 millibars or higher in a matter of 24 hours. And here we're forecasting for that pressure to possibly drop 35 to 40 millibars. We'll see what ultimately happens, but we are in it right now with some heavy snowfall totals that we are already experiencing across parts of the Carolinas. This is a dangerous and historic snow and cold that is overspreading much of the eastern U.S., from record snow in the Carolinas to record cold in Florida, plus blinding lake effect snow in Chicago. We're bringing extended coverage all day long. You can stream us free on your favorite devices. Download the Fox Weather app or visit foxweather.tv for more. Fox Weather, we're your winter storm HQ. More after this.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then? You have to tell me.
Yeah, okay, well, it's my skin.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better. Visit particlemen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam.
Go to particlemen.com.
Welcome back. We're taking a live look at Hendersonville, North Carolina, where it continues to dump snow as we track this nor'easter that's slamming the Carolinas with snow, some strong wind, and the potential for some coastal flooding and beach erosion. So we have a little bit of everything that we'll be monitoring in the mix this weekend. Good morning. I'm Melanie Black. Thank you so much for staying with us. We have meteorologists and correspondents that are fanned out in areas where the storm is expected to hit. And let's first go to Boone, North Carolina. We head to the Carolinas, where we still continue to see snow-covered roads. Some people still venturing out, making their way out on the roads. And here is where it feels like temperature is at 13. Let's head on over to another part of North Carolina. This time we head to Charlotte. That's where we have Fox weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Bob, we were just checking the conditions before we came to you. Wind chill around 9 degrees. You're in a little bit of a lull, but it looks like there's a heavier band that's going to come out your way within the next half hour to hour.
All right, you've been following that for me as well. I appreciate it. You can see that we're in that mesoscale discussion is what they put out there to see if you have a specific spot of location where you might get a heck of a lot of snow short period of time. Charlotte is in there. So over the next few hours, we're going to see snowfall rates picking up again to over an inch per hour. And so far, Jay Menard just texted me 4.2 inches of snow in downtown Charlotte. And it continues. And it started about 5-6 hours ago. We're going to continue to see this pick up in intensity over the next few. So I think my forecast of 6 to 8 or more, I'm thinking it's still about 8. Looks like it's probably going to be right there, maybe a touch more if we've already had over 4 inches worth of snow. But with that comes the headaches, right? Charlotte, CLT, if you're going to Charlotte Douglas, 52% of their flights have been canceled for the day. That's over 300 of them. Go down the line towards Atlanta, they've had a ton of cancellations as well. So cancellations so far across the United States, over 2,000. Flight delays because of the storm across the United States, 13,000 flight delays. I guess we could say we're lucky it's happening on the weekend. Maybe it's a little easier to change around your flights, but what a nightmare. And it's a slow-moving nightmare. The snow started, and once this moves away, boom, all of a sudden, the cold air comes rocketing in. So we've got the positioning right here for Charlotte to get about 6 to 8, maybe a little bit more, and it is going to start picking up. In fact, it already started to pick up over the last 10 minutes. And that snow belt is all rolling in out of Greenville, the upstate of South Carolina, and getting into the Piedmont. Where does it go from here? Looks like it bends over towards areas like Pinehurst, those areas right there as that snow moves in the afternoon. And then that coastal storm begins to develop, and then you'll see the big blast for the Outer Banks and eastern North Carolina. You talk about a bombing storm. I mean, the pressure's going to drop rapidly, and you're going to see winds gusting to almost hurricane strength on the shore, going to 60, 70 mile per hour winds. It's a possibility. Let's go up the line a little bit farther. We got Greenville, North Carolina. That's where Haley Meyer is located right now, and she's in between really the bands. We have one band that's over. There's another one's developing around the coast now. She's probably going to get a good shot coming in later on this afternoon. Either way, the visuals all around the Carolinas, pretty good. Meteorologist Haley Meyer, what's going on up there?
You say visuals across North Carolina are pretty good, and I believe you for the most part. If you look in Raleigh, though, I don't believe you at all. The visuals in Raleigh are terrible. There's hardly anything falling right now, and that was our initial shot location for today and tomorrow. But Raleigh was getting squeezed in with a little bit of mid-level dry air, and so that was going to hurt their snow potentials, and they just don't have as much forcing as we're seeing right off of the coast with our nor'easter, but also with this big dip, this large trough that's helping to initiate a lot of this snow over in Appalachia, which is what we saw yesterday, and still kind of lingering in today as well. Here in Greenville, South Carolina, it's very, very cold. I will say that. I'm sure everybody across the Southeast, we all have the same complaints. I mean, temperatures here feeling a little bit more like 11 degrees outside. Actual air temperature closer to 22 degrees. And so it's going to only get colder from this point forward. And so I think that's the biggest worry for folks here, because typically it doesn't get down into the teens and single digits across the Southeast. This is rare. This is very rare cold. And that's also helping to bump up some of our snow totals because we have a higher snow to liquid ratio, which means for 1 inch of precipitable water in the atmosphere, it could equate to about 15 inches of snow. That's kind of where we're sitting. Typically in the South, it'd be about a 1 to 10 ratio. So that's why we're expecting anywhere in Greenville, I would say guaranteed about 4 inches plowable snow for sure, but we're probably likely into that 6 to 8, upwards of 12 inches if we could find ourselves in some of the heavier bands. Right now, light, moderate snowfall coming down at times. It's really backed off within the last 30 minutes, but it's only going to be picking up through the afternoon. And then the winds, that's what really comes in, and that's going to deliver that big punch in terms of blowing snow. We could have blizzard-like conditions, the likes of which North Carolina really hasn't seen within the 21st century. I mean, for blizzard conditions, you really have to go all the way back to about 2000 when they had had at least a threat of a blizzard. And here's the real kicker too, with that light powdery snow, it's easier to get blown around. And so that also adds another layer of concern. We've got quite a few law enforcement officers that are patrolling the streets. You saw a police officer behind me. There's about 12 different snowplow trucks that are ready to pave the areas here in Greenville. Overall, they've got about 700 miles worth of pavable roads across this area right now. And so they said it could take up to 4 days for the city to return back to normal. I likely think it'll be ready to go by about Monday. Maybe we see some school closures on Monday. We'll see how that lingers. But with this being a weekend thing, folks can hunker down, stay indoors as best they can. But I will say, and I'm sure Bob had this same experience, I'm sure Mike Seidel did too, across the Outer Banks. No one in North Carolina is not talking about this. Everybody wants to know, how much is it going to snow? It's the big talking point. Every restaurant, y'all ready for the snow? Every Uber, the snow's coming tonight. And so I think that it's very well prepared, and a lot of folks, they know what they're getting themselves into. But I mean, again, it's a generational type storm. We have to go all the way back to the early 2000s to see anything similar to this, where folks in North Carolina could get close to about a foot of snow. Definitely the Outer Banks, though. Those are going to be our big winners. Greenville, though, could be another sneaky spot similar to Charlotte.
We'll watch for that. Weather, it's always a talker, isn't it? Especially when you're talking about snow and the cold. Yeah, it just doesn't get people to stop, right? That's our Fox Weather meteorologist, Haley Meyer. Thank you so much for that update from Greenville, North Carolina. Meanwhile, we head back to Athens, Georgia. This has been a great camera shot. You can just see the snow that's dumping there. Current feels like temperature. It feels like it's 20 degrees. So that snow, really an impact there. And the wind out of the north about 6 miles per hour. Wind is only going to continue picking up. As we look at our overall setup in our visible satellite here, you can see we have the area of low pressure that has developed this morning off of the Carolina coast. The current surface pressure of it still is around 1,008 millibars. So it's going to continue to strengthen as we go forward, especially watching this for the next 24 hours, as it could become a bomb cyclone undergoing a process called bombogenesis. So within that, the surface central pressure is going to drop 24 millibars or more over the next 24 hours. And we're forecasting anywhere from about 35 to 40, just to give you a perspective of the strengthening that's going to go on. There's this upper level low that's going to continue transferring its energy to that low, allowing it to strengthen. You have this really tight temperature gradient that's setting up between the cold air aloft as well as the warmer Gulf Stream water. So that is just going to continue to allow it to intensify. Meanwhile, a little bit closer look toward northern Georgia and just near Atlanta, we have what's set up here is this convergence zone where you have the winds that are coming together, and this creates rising air, promoting more of that rising air, leading to some heavier snow. And that's where we've seen a heavier snow band that's set up within the past 3 hours, now starting to shift a little bit farther off to the east. But that's helped contribute to some of the snow we've seen so far. Some of the highest snow totals, anywhere from 6 to 9 inches. Michael, here's the snow still to come through tomorrow, and we're forecasting a widespread 5 to 8 is possible on the western fringes of the states of Virginia and the Carolinas. But it looks like it might be closer to the coast, where there's some towns that could pick up closer to a foot of snow.
How crazy would that be if by tomorrow morning at this time, of course, here on Fox Weather and Fox Business, we were showing pictures of 8 to 12 inches of snow on the beach?
A complete different scene. Mike Seidel has probably a front row view of all that's going to go down tonight and into tomorrow.
I am so excited to see how this system plays out. And again, I'm happy that this is occurring on a weekend where people aren't, rushing to work. School's not in session on Saturday and Sunday.
That's a good point.
So I think that this is going to be, if it's going to happen, this is a great time for it to happen. And I think just from a meteorological perspective, it'll be fascinating to watch. The other thing that I have a little bit of concern about is the fact that where this is taking place is in the southeast. We're not used to snow like this.
No, you've spent time there.
Yeah, and we're not used to blizzard-like conditions, and that's exactly what we could see at times here.
When you have the light, fluffy snow that's stacking up, you have the strong winds that are going to pick up, and they're going to be out of the northeast, too.
Right.
When you have a nor'easter, you talk about a northeast wind, and that's unfortunately likely going to lead to some issues closer to the coast as well.
Absolutely. So it's not just going to be a big snow concern, it'll also be a coastal erosion concern on top of everything else. So let's break it down. We'll jump into what it looks like just in terms of our forecast in terms of blizzard-like conditions, and I'm going to take control of the graphics here just to show it to you and further emphasize that the blizzard-like conditions, you mentioned it before, where we have a quarter of a mile visibility or less that we're expecting, along with winds. You can see it here, Hatteras, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds on top of that. We mentioned visibility is being reduced. Again, it's the perfect criteria for a blizzard to set up. So that's going to be concerning. It's one of the reasons why we have high wind watches, warnings, and advisories up for parts of Cape Hatteras. Literally 60 to 70 mile per hour winds possible. And you can see what it looks like toward where Mike Seidel is at. It's over 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts blowing around that light, fluffy, powdery sort of snow. If you ever put on like baby powder and someone's ever like blown baby powder in your face and you get a big whiff of like, a big white cloud in front of you, that's kind of sort of what this could look like in places like Buxton when you have all of that light, powdery snow with big time wind gusts. We're watching the high tide cycles because with the strong winds pushing the water on shore, Myrtle Beach later on this evening, 6:15-ish to 6:20 is when high tide is at. So watch out because that coastal erosion could be a huge issue, not just this evening, but also when we have our high tide cycle first thing tomorrow morning. So 2 feet above normal is what we're expecting in Cape Hatteras. You look at Duck, North Carolina, that's 3 to 3.5 feet above normal. That's by tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So still a coastal flooding concern to say the least, not to mention the coastal erosion. And Nick, the thing is, you spent many years in the Carolinas, and I almost feel like the most vulnerable coastline to erosion in the United States happens to be the Outer Banks.
No doubt. It's just been a rough go of it here lately, spanning all the way back into the hurricane season, and now this particular storm with its dangers and concerns there along the Outer Banks. We'll see how it plays out. Further inland, Cleveland, Tennessee, look at that. So not seeing any more grass blades poking out of the snow, that's for sure. The snow continues to come down and really piled up. Folks going to be using their scrapers and things to clear off windshields and side windows for sure. Out in Morganton, Georgia, Diane, thank you for sending in this video. Beautiful view, and I'm sure, we don't have sound on this, but I'm sure it just sounds so peaceful. You know how Michael was talking about the snow muffles the sound, and it just makes everything so tranquil. Not so tranquil, though, behind the wheel. Make sure that you are certainly minding your P's and Q's and you're on alert. Thanks to everybody for submitting their pics and videos. So see it, share it, scan the QR code, and upload your pics and videos, and we'll share them right here on Fox Weather.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. My toes are very warm. I'm wearing the hollow socks. They're alpaca fibers, and the alpaca is thermoregulating, up to 3 times warmer than merino wool, so your feet will stay drier, warmer, and warmer even when wet, they're telling me. I'll be here reporting all weekend long. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Welcome back to Fox Weather. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. As you look live in Athens, Georgia, that snow is coming down fast and furious with winter storm warnings in effect through early tomorrow morning. My new buddy from Fox 5 Atlanta, Ray Urena, great to see you, my friend, and great to see all that snow behind you as well. You're in what's called the poultry capital of the world, about an hour or so north and east of Atlanta. And you know, you had a great snowman that you built in the last hour. How much more snow have you picked up?
We've picked up a bit, but Michael, he's not doing well right now. We had some folks that tried to help me with them, and yeah, unfortunately, he's kind of broken up a little bit. We've got a little work to fix him up. He's got to go to the snow hospital, so to speak. But here's what we can show you. We can see that there's still plenty of snow falling right now. It's been this consistency in the last hour since we last talked to you. There's still, it looks like the people out down there, it looks like they're done building their snowman. But you can see some of the buildup that is around the park. We did see that family enjoying the sledding right now. There's some people trying to enjoy the snow in their revved up Mazda Miatas. It looks like this guy wants to get some attention on there, but we advise you not to do that. And county officials here have been asking people to stay home if at all possible, to avoid driving roads because it is still slippery. It's mostly cars that are making these slush lines on the road right there. We haven't really seen a plow recently, but we have seen people walking their dogs, people coming out to enjoy what Mother Nature has had to offer them right now. Michael.
Yeah, you know, Ray, quick question. I lived in Georgia, and I remember before, like, just the mention of snow would close down, like, schools. You know, you would have, like, libraries that were closed. I'm curious, how are the roads? Were they well treated before the snow started?
Oh, Michael, they held up pretty well. In fact, during our early morning live shots for Fox 5 Atlanta, we had clear roads up until 8, 9 o'clock. That's when the roads started really getting built up with snow out there. And it looks like I just got hit by a snowball by some people over there. So people pulling pranks on the reporter. Yeah, the reporter's out in snow, so you have to hit him with a snowball. Mm-hmm. I get it, you know, I'm fair game. But the roads were pretty well treated up until a little bit ago, but they've turned to slush. We have seen some plows, but it looks like they're doing their best to keep the roads up to date.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and they have their work cut out for them as well. You know, you've already picked up, a couple of inches of snow. Just a quick little guesstimate. How much would you say that you picked up so far in Gainesville?
Yeah, Michael, like I said, we think it's about 2.5 inches, just going down once again here into the ground. This is the landscaping edge, and you can see just how much snow there is. If I had to guess with my thumb here, it's about 1 inch, about 2.5. Still about the same number that we told you about that. But officials here, at the emergency management, they would tell us that they were planning for between 3 to 5. So it's still within plenty of time to get within that window that they were preparing for, Michael.
Absolutely. Ray Urena, Ray, thank you. Thank you for your photographer as well for those awesome visuals. And of course, David Chanley, your chief meteorologist there at Fox 5 in Atlanta, for the hard work that you and your team are putting into covering the snowstorm. We appreciate it, and we'll check back in with you in just a bit.
Let's take a look at some of our travel stats as we continue to track this winter storm. Today's worst delays have been across Chicago, Charlotte, and Dallas. So Charlotte, likely because of the winter storm and some of those conditions there. But we've also been following some lake effect snow for parts of the Chicagoland. Meantime, the worst cancellations, well, that's also across Charlotte, Atlanta, and Raleigh. Looks like Charlotte now has bumped up some of those total cancellations to more than 700. Looking at more of those stats and diving a little bit deeper into where we've seen some of the strongest winds so far. The wind is going to be one part of our weather story through this weekend. Not only do we talk about the heavy snow, but also that wind that could lead to near whiteout conditions for some spots. We've already experienced that so far this morning. But in Atlanta is where we've had the strongest gusts so far at about 37 miles per hour. And on the scale of how strong gusts could get or are expected to get with this storm, that's not too high just yet. More of a moderate type of gust. Your FlightAware Misery map, take a look. There you can see it highlighted in Atlanta, Charlotte, also Tallahassee seeing a little bit of delays. But we've been monitoring this ground stop at the Charlotte airport, and that's where there's some snow. But this ground stop has been for one of the airlines due to some mechanical issues, so not related specifically to the snow that we are seeing. But likely some of those delays are attributed to the conditions that we're seeing with the heavy snow. Meanwhile, live radar, we've been talking a lot about the spots that are getting heavy snow and the impressive snowfall rates, but I do want to take you to Dothan down to Mariana, Florida, and that's where we have some of these lighter snow showers that are just starting to develop. So parts of Florida seeing some flurries, which is always a little exciting and a little bit of that chatter in terms of talking about the weather when we do see some flurries there. Meanwhile, here we head to parts of the Carolinas. Visibility, that's always a good indicator of how heavy the snow is coming down. And for a lot of these locations that you're seeing, Asheville, Hickory, Winston-Salem, down to Charlotte as well, the visibility is currently at about a half a mile. When you tend to get down to a quarter-mile visibility or less, that's when your higher snowfall rates are there and the snowfall intensity is picking up. Live radar also shows those temperatures. So temperatures are in the 20s and even teens in some spots, 16 degrees in Knoxville. When you talk about temperatures that are this cold, this is going to lend itself to a drier and fluffier snow, and that snow is just really going to continue to stack up for some of these spots. Closer look to the coast, that snow is spreading all the way to the eastern seaboard. Kill Devil Hills, that's where we have Mike Seidel, and those conditions are expected to continue to deteriorate, especially heading into tonight.
Well, I don't know. We'll see if we can find any snowmen in some of this great video or pictures people have been sending in all morning long. This is from Winder, Georgia. It is tough sledding out there, Michael. As you can see, that snow really starting to build up on the roads and the interstates, and it's one of those things where you have to find the tire grooves and just stay within them, right? This is from Maryville, Tennessee. A couple of pups in the snow. I don't know if they want to get out any further than that. That's what my dogs do. I let them out. They take one step out, and then they rethink their entire journey.
Like, you can go out, but I'm not going all the way out.
Yeah, no doubt. This is from Justin Perry in Lexington, North Carolina. I don't think anybody's going to be jumping in that pool anytime soon today. Maybe if it was a hot tub, sure, but I think the pool weather is closed down.
That's kind of a cool shot.
Yeah, what do we have here?
It looks like a bear that's wrapped up in kind of a Santa
there you go.
outfit.
Yeah, how cool is that? You know, Christmas is well within the rearview mirror, but it feels very Christmassy out there with all the snow coming down. Like you mentioned, some spots seeing anywhere from 1 to 2 inches to a half a foot already. The south from Tennessee to the Carolinas to parts of Georgia. Wow. Getting that white, fluffy snow.
This is Morehead City. This is like at the very base of the Outer Banks.
That's right. That's in the middle coastline of North Carolina. If you're familiar with Atlantic City down there, that's exactly where this is. I was in Morehead City covering Hurricane Arthur in 2014. This is going to have an interesting, not similar impact, but the wind and the beach erosion is going to be a concern out there as well.
Did you ever think that you would be seeing this in Morehead City, though? Like inches and inches of snow.
No.
It's just, down that way, it's a beach town.
It's a beach town through and through. And, all these spots, the Outer Banks and even Charleston, they've got a winter weather advisory in South Carolina there. that is only issued for the potential of 2 inches of snow. And that's certainly an area that doesn't get that very often at all.
Yeah, no, it's so true. So just know that when we start talking about snow this far south, watch out because roadways can be closed. And honest to goodness, Nick, when I lived in Macon, Georgia, you would literally, the verbal mention of snow and schools were shut down.
Yeah.
All the bread, milk, and eggs were off all of the shelves.
That is so true. Those memes about bread and milk, I don't know what it is about those two things because they're very perishable, by the way, but they always go so fast. See it, share it, guys. If you have a picture or a video, send it our way. Just go ahead and scan that QR code, and that will take you to the right place where you can upload your pics and video. We absolutely love to share them. I don't know, Michael, a recent friend that I made told me boys look so much hotter in the summer. By that metric, no boys are looking hot out there today. It is cold and snowy.
No, I mean, although Bob Van Dillen did look pretty decent out there with, with his snow and, his look and stuff out there. And
that's true. If anybody can pull it off, it's BVD.
Yeah, BVD definitely knows what he's doing. Well, you look at that big old area of low pressure, and here's the problem, Nick. This thing is only going to strengthen, and as that thing strengthens, it's going to be whipping around some crazy winds.
Yeah.
And you know what? That sets the stage for blizzard-like conditions, possibly.
Yes. So there's a big chunk of North Carolina that has never been under a blizzard warning, and that could change. And we're thinking that would be around the Outer Banks, which is what we were just talking about. And it's not just the folks there that are going to be dealing with the wind. Michael, look at these isobars. They are packed tight, and they're going to be whipping around the I-95 corridor.
Yeah, the tighter that those things are packed together, the stronger the winds. I'm actually somewhat concerned. Just east of Boston, you have the Cape there, Provincetown down toward Chatham, and then the islands, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. I actually think that they could actually pick up some decent snow and wind.
Yeah, 3 to 5 inches there for sure.
Yeah.
And of course, that's also going to be that light, fluffy snow, so blowing and drifting. And also, we have to think of the full moon and the tide cycle. So there could be some coastal flooding, especially on the northern shores of some of those spots you were just mentioning.
Yeah, it's so true. Watch out, because coastal erosion could be an issue on top of everything else.
No doubt. All right, stick around with us. Another hour of Weather Command Weekend is straight ahead. More on this storm after this.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. A powerful winter storm threatening howling winds, flooding, and heavy snow bearing down on the East Coast. Forecast path, well, it continues for coastal towns in the Carolinas, more accustomed to hurricanes than blizzard conditions. Look at Pine Knoll Shores, North Carolina right now. Temperatures have plummeted for tens of thousands in the southeast, still without power from last weekend's ice storm and heavy weekend snow already taking place in the Carolinas, Virginia, far northeast Georgia. In fact, flakes reported in the panhandle of Florida. This system will continue to deliver intense snow over the Carolinas and Virginia by tonight, where snow totals could reach upwards of 5 to 8 inches by the weekend's end. Fox Weather has its presence on this winter storm. We have live reports on the way from Greenville, North Carolina, Charlotte, Virginia Beach, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Our nonstop coverage, it continues right now. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday. I'm meteorologist Jane Menard. I'll be with you until about 4 o'clock Eastern. We've got full team coverage here. Ian Oliver is up behind me for the evening. And then we've got Ari Sarsolari, along with, of course, our team in the field. Lots to get to this hour. We have all eyes on the coast as this powerful nor'easter strengthens. North Carolina has been in the bullseye. It started up in the mountains yesterday. Now we've seen those flakes continue to fill in across the Piedmont and now into the coastal plain. Greenville, North Carolina, 25 degrees. Winter storm warnings have been issued for the entirety of the state of North Carolina, and we're expecting the potential for even life-threatening blizzard conditions across our coastal cities. Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer joins us from Greenville, North Carolina. Haley, the fine flakes are falling behind you. What has it been like throughout the day today? Because we have been on the hunt of expecting to see some of our top totals once those bands kick in later this afternoon.
Yeah, Jane, I mean, it's been a really interesting last 24 hours. We flew into Raleigh. The expectation for us today, just based upon some of the early model runs before we took a flight out, was to stay in Raleigh. But the later model trends for yesterday, Raleigh getting in on hardly anything. They had a very high bust potential. I'm not quite ready to use the B word yet for Raleigh, but for right now, they've been stuck under this dry slot, just not seeing any snow. It's been flanking them on both the west, in the mountains, a little bit closer to Asheville, but then also on the eastern side here in Greenville, where we're starting to see some snowflakes come down. Very, very light accumulations. I wouldn't even say a dusting yet, but it's taken some time for the snow to start accumulating. The ground, though, very, very cold. So they've done a good job. Around me, they've laid out some salt and brine on the roads. They've had well over 100 to 500 pounds worth of brine ready to lay out on the roads. They're saying it could take upwards of about 4 days for life to go back to normal in the wake of this snowstorm. But honestly, I think probably about Monday, they should be back to business as usual. Here in Greenville, temperatures are into the 20s, feeling more so like the teens and close to about 11 degrees. We have an extreme cold warning that goes into effect come tomorrow, really starting tonight, but overnight tonight, tomorrow morning, that's where the worst of the cold really starts to come in. And let me tell you, this is unusual cold. If you live in the South, this is not something that you bank on when you come to a spot like this. They call Raleigh the Austin of the East. I'm from Austin, Texas, so there's a lot of fun folks who are trying to flock to this general area in Raleigh and over into Greenville. So maybe they weren't quite expecting this level of snow in the year. But truly, this could be a historic storm for North Carolina. They could get, in some spots, especially closer to the coast, maybe a foot, over a foot of snow. I'm not going to rule that out. Here in Greenville, I think a foot, maybe pushing it a touch. A couple model runs have been bullish, giving us a foot, if not a little bit more. In this particular case, I'm probably going to go with around 6 to 8 inches, give or take. It all depends on if we get a very heavy band of snow that sets up. It's a little finicky. It's hard to say. It's more of a nowcasting thing than a forecasting on where those bands will set up. We know it'll probably be to the east of Raleigh, and so we positioned ourselves here in Greenville to hopefully intercept it for you. But for right now, very manageable conditions out in Greenville. I would say, we'll probably end up by the afternoon dealing with very strong winds and blizzard-like conditions. And there's some spots in North Carolina, here included, never been under a blizzard warning. So it's certainly possible, especially with all of the dry air or all of the snow to liquid ratios that we've got going on right now, which is a 15-to-1. So it's more of these light powdery snowflakes, much easier to get picked up by the winds and then blown around. So even when the storm is done, we don't have any active snow falling. We could still have ground blizzard conditions through the weekend. The wind gusts really going to be less of an issue coming into early next week, let's say Monday, Tuesday, but there are some signs that we could be talking about another round of maybe some wintry mix going into midweek here in Greenville. But Charlotte so far, I mean, Jane, you've seen the cameras. I've been watching Bob shot. Charlotte has really been one of the show-stopping camera sites across North Carolina so far. And then I can guarantee you Mike Seidel is going to have a really fantastic shot along with us here in Greenville come later this afternoon as that low continues to strengthen and bomb out. I mean, over this morning it was at 1,000 or so millibars, and it could get down to about 980 millibars, if not lower, throughout the next 24 hours.
Yeah, I think Seidel's shot is just going to be, we're going to barely see him. Wind is going to be whipping that snow around so significantly. Visibility is going to be near impossible. And that's been a lot of the message, right? If you can, stay home, stay off the roads, hunker in. I know that there's some cars behind you. You're right here in downtown Greenville. Have you noticed that people have maybe been a little quieter, a little sleepier on this Saturday?
You know, it's hard to say. I will say we are at Eastern Carolina University. It's right down the street. There's a lot of sorority, fraternity houses. School is still in session right now. So for my experience in a college town, I would think it'd be a little more hustle and bustle. So maybe they're trying to hunker down. But granted, in Starkville, Mississippi, where I went to college, bars closed at midnight. Here, different story. Bars stay open till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So we'll see how things pick up throughout the afternoon. But for now, I would say it's a little eerily quiet. But the good news is we've seen quite a few local law enforcement officers coming through, making sure all the roads are okay. They've got about 12 snowplows. So if people do want to try and come out today, which is ill-advised, I wouldn't say to go and do that. They're trying to keep everybody safe so far. But yeah, I would say for a college town known as one of the more partier schools in North Carolina, it's a little quiet.
Oh,
y'all ready for the snow? Yeah. we got a couple people coming.
All right.
They're out.
Haley, looking forward to seeing how your shot progresses. We're going to do some of that nowcasting. I've got some fun graphics for you as we go throughout the next several hours. Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, thanks for the update there in Greenville, North Carolina. We will absolutely be checking back in. All right, so let's dive in a little bit. So we've got North Topsail Beach, North Carolina. Feels like 16 degrees. Flakes are flying. Nothing sticking to the sand just yet. Getting up into the mountains, it's a total different picture. Now, we started to see the snow there yesterday. So here we are a good 24 hours later. Total different picture for Pine Knoll Shores, North Carolina. We were looking at this, Cam, and it was almost as if, we were thinking those warmer thoughts. Well, now we've got snow on the beach. So when we talk about some of our top totals of snow coming in, it's no surprise to me that we're seeing that in the mountains, right? Where we've already had a good 24 hours worth of snow, a little added lift as this energy rounds the base of the Carolinas. That is what's amounted to, well, more than half a foot. Maggie Valley here in North Carolina. This is up into the higher elevations, even north of Asheville, where we've picked up a good 9 inches of snow. Our winter storm warnings. Yesterday was a big deal. We expanded them into our major cities, Atlanta, down to Charleston as well, and just shy of Savannah, as we've seen the winter weather advisory stretch just to the Florida-Georgia line outside of Jacksonville, Brunswick. So this is going to be the area that we're watching for the next several hours. Charlotte's already had a pretty nice dump of snow. Like I said, we were showing this camera before. We're checking in with our Bob Van Dillen. He's in Charlotte. I was looking at some of the reports that came in last hour. Already just west of town, 4.5 inches of snow. This could be one of the sweet spots as that low, that low 850 millibar low, so about less than a mile, really, about a mile above our heads. That's where we have seen a little added lift. Total different picture for Raleigh, right? That's why we had Haley. She did the decision to move to Greenville, a little further east, to intercept those bands that we know will set up with this developing storm. This area of low pressure, our nor'easter, that transfer of energy is still occurring, so it will continue to deepen and strengthen. And I guarantee you for the next couple of hours, we're going to see those heavy bands really begin to pick up in intensity. Atlanta, light snow reported right now at the airport, gusting to 45. Now, we've got an interesting thing taking shape right now across North Georgia right now. We've been up in North Georgia, up into the mountains, where we've had a really impressive amount of snow, more than 500 cancellations, no surprise. So here's the energy I'm talking about. Here's our trough. You can see it rounding the base, and you can see a little spin here. This is our lower to mid-level spin, right? That mid-level spin is going to continue eject. This here is at 850 low. You can see it spinning right through now into the Piedmont, really, of the Carolinas, just south of Charlotte, where we've got all this moisture to take advantage of. Here's that transfer we're looking at with this our nor'easter really picking up speed now. Let's go to Charlotte, because we've got Bob Van Dillen out there, and I'd love to talk to him about this, because this is something that we chatted about yesterday, about that 850 low. Bob, I know you can hear me. It is setting up exactly as you expected it. Textbook. Look at your camera right now. Just incredible.
I know. And you know what? This actually loosened up just a bit. So we're on the leading edge of that real big belt. It's essentially in the northeastern quadrant of the 850 low you're talking about. So that's, like you were said, it's where all the forcing is. You get it up there, you force that wind up, and it condenses out nicely as nice snowflakes. And that's what we're getting. But yeah, you're right. We've already seen, and you pointed out before, 4.5 inches of snow just west of downtown Charlotte. And I can attest that the snow has not edged up at all. And we're looking at more snowfall totals that could probably approach over a half a foot in the next couple of hours. So it's been snowing heavily, Jane, off and on now for about 4 hours. I think we'll have another, 3-4 hours to go of the heavy, steady banding right around the Piedmont of North Carolina, all the way back down and towards the upstate of South Carolina. But the entire states, both of them, Carolinas, winter storm warnings, which is pretty amazing. But with the fun snow comes the delays. And looking at CLT, Charlotte Douglas International Airport, over 700 cancellations right now. Destination origin, if you're going to Charlotte, you're coming from Charlotte, it's not great. You're talking about over 50% of these flights have been canceled for obvious reasons. They're trying to keep up with the snow, and it's not very easy to do when we have snowfall rates that are over an inch an hour at times, and that's going to carry right on through the rest of the afternoon. Now, another casualty is the NBA game. Hornets were playing the Spurs, supposed to go off at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. They bumped it up, Jane, to beat the snow at noon, so that game just started. Still some people mulling about, but they didn't beat the snow. The snow, in fact, is coming down, and it looks like when you're looking at the radar picture with me, it's about to pivot in here and be gade time once again with that poor visibility. Another thing, Jane, the wind is starting to pick up just a touch. So the wind chill values have been waffling around 15 to 9. They're going to remain in the low teens to single digits for the rest of the afternoon and then bottom out from there once that sun goes down later on this evening.
The dangerous cold settling in, man. I mean, that's a story for so many millions of people. But then when you factor in the fact that we've got such fresh snow on the ground, and it's a powdery snow, I wanted to ask you, Bob, what is the consistency of the snow out there today? Is it fine and fluffy?
I was saying before. Yeah, it's like, you could just blow it up like that. I was saying that before. If I was going to send my son out to shovel this driveway, 50 cents. That's all I give him, because it's so easy. It's light. You just push it, or you can just kick it with your feet. But it's piling up. Those snow liquid ratios are big time. Remember, we were talking about this yesterday, Jane. 15 to 20 inches. That's coming true. Even if we squeak out 0.35 of an inch or so, that's still going over 8 inches worth of snowfall with that liquid equivalent of less than a half an inch. So, yeah, we're going to see a good dumping right here. I think we're positioned ourselves in Charlotte just right, and then eventually it slides out, and then Mike Seidel is going to get hammered across eastern North Carolina. Can't wait to see that. And, of course, Haley Meyer up there in Greenville, North Carolina. She should get blasted late this afternoon through the evening hours as well. So, Fox Weather, we've got you covered, Jane.
We do. We're monitoring the B word, blizzard, to see if that comes to fruition as we go through tonight. Yeah. Bob Van Dillen in Charlotte, North Carolina, thanks for the update. We'll be checking back in with you in just a bit. Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ. We have live coverage all afternoon and tonight through the day tomorrow as this powerful storm threatens the East Coast, including areas not used to seeing such heavy snow. Parts of North Carolina could see as much as a foot. We have more Fox Weather when we get back. Keep it here.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Are you still wearing lame, limp, stinky socks? Once you try Hollow Socks, you'll throw away all your old socks and never look back. Hollow Socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round. Hollow Socks are naturally thermoregulating, keeping my toes warm, but not hot. Hollow Socks alpaca fibers are moisture wicking, so sweat is carried away and my feet stay drier longer. Hollow Socks are the most comfortable American-made, fast-drying, stink-free, cozy feet mittens you've ever put on. Go to hollowsocks.com today.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, a nor'easter is set to potentially bomb out, which means it rapidly intensifies off the mid-Atlantic coast as it begins to swipe up the eastern seaboard. We've got winter weather alerts in place from Georgia to Maryland. Virginia in the bullseye of it all. Joining us now is the National Weather Service meteorologist Jeff Orrock in Wakefield, Virginia, just outside of Norfolk. Jeff, thank you so much for the time, for being with me this afternoon. You know, the last time Virginia Beach, Norfolk had a big snow, I had to rack my brain. It was last year, and here we are coming up, not so much year to day, but I mean, still a pretty hefty snow for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, our winters here are like averages of extremes. You know, some years we get hardly any snow, and some years we just get a ton of snow. So it's like, we call it climatology is kind of a joke here, because sometimes it's like, you know, you just never know what you're going to get any given winter.
No, it's so true. So What's your take here for your forecast area, right? For parts of eastern Virginia, there's obviously the banding of snow that we know is going to set up with this deepening area of low pressure, deepening nor'easter. But then there's also the concern of coastal flooding and wind. What would you say here is kind of your top threat?
Yeah, so the struggle today has been trying to figure out the dry air and the battle between the dry air and the moisture coming north. So Hampton Roads is still right in that edge of that battleground. So we still think we're going to see some good accumulations there across a lot of Norfolk, Portsmouth, Virginia Beach, and a good bit of Hampton Roads, and especially south. Once you push south to the Virginia border into Carolina, you're going to see a lot of snow. Now, the northeast winds are starting to pick up now. We're expecting storm conditions later this afternoon and evening, a gust up to maybe 50 to 55, maybe even a gust to 60 at the coast. And that's going to peak out overnight. So folks are going to be sleeping and they're going to hear that wind kind of roaring overnight tonight. Winds kind of going north to northwest. And with that, you push all that Chesapeake Bay water south. So we're going to see some tidal flooding, Lynn Haven over towards Little Creek into Norfolk and Portsmouth. The tides are going to come up. And it's tomorrow morning's tide on Sunday morning. That's the peak tide. We're looking at, moderate to potentially even major tidal flooding with that wind pushing that water south.
Yeah, so hopefully residents are moving their vehicles if they're right there along the water's edge. Virginia Beach, it has been an interesting and honestly a tricky forecast when it comes to dry air that seems to always be misrepresented, underdone by models. So here we are. I think we kind of got almost a 24-hour heads up that dry slot was going to start to kick in. How has that been for your messaging, right? Because initially there was this opportunity for more than a foot of snow, and now we're starting to dial that back, but still concerns for some dangerous road conditions, travel at the very least.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And especially overnight tonight. That's when the burst of snow is going to happen. It's going to be, right before sunset and then through the evening hours and then even to the early morning hours. And then for us, things should start to kind of shut off. The snow is going to pull off the coast probably by about 4 a.m. I think by the time folks wake up in the morning, maybe just a few flurries along the coast, but I think it's going to be exiting for us. And, for us too, the big deal is the storm system kind of heading out to sea or is it moving up the coast? And so, earlier it was looking like that nor'easter, this bomb cyclone was going to form along the Carolinas and pivot maybe a little bit up off the Virginia coast, which was going to push that foot of snow into Hampton Roads. And then, as more and more model runs kind of came in, the system was more progressive, meaning that the system was still going to form, but instead of coming up the coast, it was going to kick a little bit further out to sea. And of course, by doing that, it's taken the foot of snow away from Hampton Roads. But we're still looking at 3 to 6 inches of snow, depending on where you are.
Yeah, and I think you'd said it at the top. The wind aspect of this, the sound of that through the night, and then of course waking up for tomorrow, maybe just a couple of flurries, but that cold air is just going to smack you right in the face. And unfortunately, the footprint of that cold air sticks around a lot longer into the start of this week.
It does. And the wind chills tonight, tomorrow morning, for us, we're talking about negative values, right? So, -5, that's really cold for us here, especially in Virginia and the Carolinas. So we actually do have extreme cold warnings out because that's really rare for us. And that really is a biting cold, a dangerous cold. The other thing, we talked about the tides earlier. Folks, you mentioned about parking your cars because when the tide comes up and the water goes down, that may actually freeze. So, folks kind of living near the water may want to move their cars, not only just for the water coming up, but they could get frozen into ice a little bit because it is so cold. And we were joking earlier, we were excited that the temperatures, the highs were going to get to like 42, right? And that's still below normal for us this time of year. But even getting back into the 40s right now is a warm spell for us.
It is. There is a big difference between what we're feeling now and 40. You're bringing out the shorts and T-shirts the next time we see 40 degrees into the afternoon. But, it's such an incredibly diverse storm that we've had, watching it in the models and now seeing it come to fruition as we track it in real time. So appreciate your insight and chatting with me here today, Jeff. I appreciate it. Meteorologist in charge at Wakefield National Weather Service office in Norfolk, Eastern Virginia. All right, let's head back out to Charlotte, North Carolina, where the snow is coming down in buckets. And we've already picked up anywhere from about 3 to just shy of 5 inches for the suburbs. Downtown Charlotte, we're well on our way, right? So let's check in once again with our very own Bob Van Dillen. Bob, see, you've got it right. I just got myself one of those that goes up and over the mouth and the nose. I feel like I can walk through anything, right? Like it really does a good job of insulating that warmth.
Yeah, it's so funny. My wife's like, take this with you. I'm like, I don't need it. Sure enough, yeah, I need it because the wind chill, Jane, has now dropped down to 7 degrees, right? We're 20 degrees. That's the ambient air temperature. And that freezing column goes all the way up to the top of the troposphere. So when this started out, Jane, you and I were talking about it, that's no question what it was going to be like. We all knew it was going to be snow, and it almost started the exact hour we thought it would around here. Pretty amazing.
Seeing how this has come together is really impressive, and it's almost textbook. And hey, in a lot of ways, this storm was shaping up to be that way. But, 20 feels like 7. Snow's coming down. Bob, can you see graphics? I just want to know if you can.
No. What do you have up there? I can
because
go grab
I've got
the
your favorite. I've got water vapor up.
Oh, you got the water vapor? I've been looking at it, though. Yeah, I've been watching it in between breaks, and I know I could see it pivoting around right through Georgia into South Carolina below us, right, which puts us in the exact spot to get a good, nice diffluence aloft where we're getting that heavy snow, 1 inch per hour. I mean, it feels great.
It does. I mean, this is definitely rounding as we expected. As we continue throughout the day today, though, you're probably in for a couple more hours worth of that banding of heavy snow, plenty of moisture.
Yeah.
That mid-level low is eventually going to transfer all of its energy off the coast into this strengthening nor'easter. In fact, I'm pulling up the surface pressure. Over the course of the last 6 hours, you've really seen that bullseye blossom just south of Cape Hatteras.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it's exactly what we thought we were going to do, where we're going to see it. And we're coming off the heels of our last ice storm, Jane, where you and I were speaking last weekend. And it was like, all right, what's it going to do? Is it going to be freezing rain, switching over to sleet, freezing rain? This has been an easy one. But the only problem is these are back-to-back storms of the winter variety for the South. Areas that don't usually get it slammed twice in less than a week.
Yeah.
So the de-icing supplies all around the hardware stores around here are gone. They got a new shipment in earlier this week. They got taken pretty quickly. Also, propane, short supply if you're going to the hardware stores in Charlotte. And we talked about it before, Jane, and you can see the reason why. Snow covering all the streets, snow covering everything, the hills. No more sleds in the hardware stores. They're sold out in Charlotte. That's the last report that I got.
Sold out. I mean, I felt like with our last winter storm, and you were there to experience it. The freezing rain is the worst aspect of a winter storm. No one can change my mind about that. But I felt like Charlotte, in a way, yes, we did get about a 1/4 inch of ice accretion, but it was okay. Got a snowplow behind you, I see, as they're clearing out the roads. But this feels much more impactful to me in Charlotte, North Carolina, than what we had seen about a week ago.
It is. It's a 1-2 punch. We're not really worried about the power outages right here because the wind is going to be 25, 30 miles per hour, but it's such light snow. It's not going to weigh down any of the limbs. It's not going to weigh down any of the power lines. What we're concerned with is the fact that the temperatures are going to just bottom out overnight tonight. Feels like 7 now. This is like warm bathwater compared to what it's going to be like overnight tonight through tomorrow. We've got the extreme cold weather warnings, right? I think that's the verbiage that we call it now, and that's not a wind chill warning anymore, extreme cold weather. Either way, it's going to feel like -5 to -10 around the foothills. You get up into the mountains, Jane, and I know you're familiar with North Carolina mountains up there. -20 to -25 wind chills overnight tonight up in spots like Boone, Blowing Rock, Avery, Asheville, all those areas up there.
Yeah, that's
what's that? Mount Airy up there.
That is just dangerous, dangerous cold. And like what we saw on the I-95 last weekend, I have a feeling all those sleds, they're going to be like rockets down these sledding hills because that light, fluffy snow is just going to become all ice by tomorrow morning.
Oh, they're going to, like a comet. You're going to look like a comet going down the hills with that big snow blowing behind you. Yeah, no question.
Picking up some speed. All right, Bob, we're going to be checking back in with you again shortly in Charlotte. Thanks again for the update there.
You got it.
All right, so snow in the south. How about flakes in Florida? The Panhandle reporting snow near the Florida-Georgia line. Certainly not something you see every day, but it's something that we've seen twice already this year. The Southeast as a whole getting smacked this weekend by this powerful winter storm. We have teams stretched from the Carolinas to New England. We're covering the deteriorating conditions as visibility drops and snow picks up. Wind is whipping. Those travel impacts, too. Already thousands of flights have been disrupted by this powerful storm, 500 apiece at Atlanta and Charlotte alone. We'll have live reports from North Carolina when we get back. You're watching Fox Weather's extended winter storm coverage.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock. He sees lost revenue, a late night, and work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has the experience to handle whatever comes his way and has Grainger on his side, offering access to technical product specialists and the scale to deliver fast, so he can keep his business in gear and always moving forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, I'm meteorologist Jane Minar. Can you believe it's the final day of January? Yes, it has been a very cold and snowy winter thus far. That snow keeps on coming. We've got plenty of live reports on the way this hour, this afternoon, full team coverage. So let's get out there on the ground. All eyes on the coast. As this powerful nor'easter continues to strengthen, North Carolina expected to see some of the biggest impacts from this storm. Winter storm warnings have been issued across the entire state, and the National Weather Service warns for life-threatening blizzard conditions across coastal cities. Just off the coast, you've got Greenville, North Carolina, right up the river there. And that's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer joining us live from the campus of ECU Pirates, East Carolina University. Haley, how are things looking for you so far?
You know what, Jane? It's been pretty good here at East Carolina. I said Eastern at the top of the hour. I got a little bit of flack online for that. Rightfully so. I get mad when people call us Mississippi University. East Carolina University, ECU, yeah. Home to the Pirates. Everything here is just full-blown university. We've had a couple of college students driving by. They're excited about the snow, rightfully so, especially because it's not ice. I've lived through an ice storm in college. Not fun. I'm sure folks at Ole Miss, they're still dealing with that. I mean, still in Lafayette County from last week's big-time snowstorm, over 13,000 customers left without power. Power starting to come back. Power outages here, not really a problem. And that's because of two separate things. Number one, it's a very dry, or not dry, but it's a very light, fluffy snow. So it's easier to get blown around by the wind. So that's a problem with blizzard conditions, but it's not as heavy as you're going to be talking about with a wet, dense snow that we saw just last week. And so that is a function of just how cold it is outside. Typically for a snow to liquid ratio down south, we're talking about a 10-to-1, a 7-to-1, not 15-to-1. And with that ratio is just 1 inch of precipitable water in the atmosphere equates to how much in terms of. You ready for the snow? Don't wait in the middle of the road. Go, be careful. People here, man, they have a good time, but yikes. He stopped in the middle of the road. The good news is the roads are okay right now. They've done a really good job making sure that things are brined and salted. They've been doing that for the last couple of days. They said that they've got about 12 snow plows that are moving around across the city. It's about 700 miles, though, worth of roads that they're going to have to cover across the Greenville area. This town is about 87,000, give or take, and about 25 to 35,000 people that go to the campus as well. So you total that up, we're at over 100,000 people that live over here in Greenville. So a lot of folks that they have to cater to today. Right now, the snow is just barely starting to accumulate. If you look on some of the sidewalks behind me, you can start to see a little bit of that. But overall, I would say impacts very minimal right now, but it's not stopping in terms of the snow all the way through tonight and heading into even early tomorrow morning. So likely our shots tomorrow when we get up, we'll probably have at least 6 inches of snow. That's my guess. But it has been a big problem for air travel. We were talking about Charlotte. That was a big issue. Raleigh, a very troublesome airport right now, although they haven't seen much in the way of snow at this point. About 145 canceled flights, give or take, from the Raleigh-Durham International Airport. So that's going to be a big time problem for folks across the weekend. And then the wind and the cold. That's what really is going to settle in for tomorrow and Monday. We're talking temperatures into the teens. We have an extreme cold warning goes in effect here 7 p.m. tonight, and then it will be finishing off tomorrow early morning. Temperatures will slowly climb back into the midweek, but thankfully, if you like the snow, it'll stick around for at least a couple of days. So if you need any sleds, you can't get them from Charlotte per Bob's last live shot. Sleds totally sold out. I haven't checked here, so maybe some sleds are still available.
Listen, I think you're right. Snow is going to start to pick up as this nor'easter continues to deepen off the coast. Doesn't seem too windy for you just yet, but I mean, still, wind gusts 30 to 40 miles an hour. Oh, that's going to make that cold air even more biting. Haley, we're going to check back in with you again out of Greenville, North Carolina. Thanks for the update. All right, let's head a little farther north. Virginia Beach, where we have multiple weather hazards that have been issued here as this nor'easter moves through the region. We've got heavy snow, so we've got winter weather alerts, and then we've got extreme cold warnings with wind chills that are going to drop us below zero. On top of that, coastal flooding concerns. So let's check in now on the ground with Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres. Chelsea, great to have you on. Standing here on the beach, about a year ago, just shy of a year ago, we had almost 12 inches of snow in Virginia Beach. Not expecting that much this go around, but still another impactful winter storm.
Oh, definitely, Jane. And even the emergency management here in Virginia Beach tells me we're not a stranger to snow. They have everything prepared. They've prepped the roads. And actually, they had a lot of these roads prepped last weekend when that storm was coming through. And so they were already expecting things to be worse than this time around. They made sure that they have dozens of plow trucks on standby for if and when that accumulation comes later on today. But it truly is that wind that is just, it hits you, and it is so cold. I want to show you right now what the beach is looking like. Of course, it's empty, but you can see, at least with the surf right now, some strong waves coming in, some whitecaps. Even over by the pier, you can see even a lot of birds out there. And usually when I see a lot of birds, especially right there in the breakers, I think, okay, there's a lot of bait fish around. But you're not going to be seeing any fishermen casting a line out here. Really, the only people I've seen all day runners, walkers, a few people with their dogs the dogs can just run around because no one else is out here. So they're definitely having a good time. But I went ahead and I took a morning walk to a coffee shop. Quite a few coffee shops are still open. They say many are going to be closing early today, just kind of depending on how the weather goes. But one barista did tell me that he's going to make sure that everything is, he said that he's been seeing a lot of people prepared. One thing he does not want, Jane, is ice. Take a listen.
Yeah, I do like the powdery snow. I think some people are going to end up going to the local hill around here that I won't name because I might get in trouble because you're not allowed to sled down it, but some people might go down there and go sledding.
Yeah, so that's what a lot of people here are expecting. Again, as you mentioned, Jane, they had snow just last year, almost around this time, so they're not preparing for that much. But I can tell you, a lot of the city offices, a lot of events, a lot of things this weekend are closed, and even the school district says they're going to monitor those the weather really to see what Monday will look like when it comes down to having classes or not. But as of now, it's a ghost town. We'll see if there's actually snow and if more people will come out and play. Jane?
Yeah, and we just spoke with the National Weather Service out of Eastern Virginia, where you are, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Wakefield. Jeff, and he was mentioning the big concern around the coastal flooding, and also to folks that maybe haven't moved their car, not only could see some inundation, but then that water freezes. Have you noticed that people have been parking away from the beachfront?
Yeah, a few people are, and actually as of right now, I think little people are also almost waiting to see really what happens. Everybody I've talked to is skeptical because they just don't know. But the city already said that if you do not feel safe with where your car is parked, you can move it to any of their parking garages to get out of a flood zone. So the city is definitely doing that to make sure that people can stay prepared if in any case there is that coastal flooding and, you know, people are parked a little too far to the shoreline.
All right.
Jane?
Hopefully heeding that warning, right? Nothing is worse than getting your car stuck in that coastal floodwaters, beachfront, you know, bayfront, you name it, there along the Chesapeake. So, Chelsea, thank you for the update in Virginia Beach. We'll be checking back in with you. All right, so let's time out the storm a bit more. Roanoke, Virginia, where we have already seen a hefty amount of snow getting up across parts of the mountains, right? We are expecting plenty more snow as we go through the rest of the day today. So I want to time things out for us just a bit and then kind of get us going through tonight on into tomorrow. So right now, snow steadily falling in Charlotte. We've got an interesting little convergence zone happening right now across parts of North Georgia, just north of the I-20 corridor. So my friends down there in Augusta, I do think that we're going to start to see some of that snow pick up over the next couple of hours. So that's why we've got that winter storm warning in effect, about 1 to 3 inches, maybe a little more, as we go through today. And then we go to the Outer Banks, where we've got our Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Brandon Kopic. He's out here driving right now, Morehead City, North Carolina. I mean, look at this. Snow coming down, already coating the roads here, and they're just a mess. And I have to imagine it's going to be hard to keep up with as this nor'easter continues to deepen and strengthen. Wind is going to pick up. Visibility looks just fine, but that's going to be one of our biggest concerns as we go through this evening and tonight. We're talking winds whipping 60, 70 miles an hour. So here we are, 9 o'clock. Snow steadily falling through the Outer Banks, Raleigh, Charlotte. Now, there is still the possibility we get some dry air to work its way in here, so we might start to cut off some of that snow, certainly overnight. Here we are by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And outside of a couple of flurries along the immediate coast, snow is just about over with here. We've got a deep northwesterly wind. That is what is going to send our temperatures plummeting into the negatives for some of the feels-like temperatures, right? And then into the single digits. So that's going to keep what does fall squarely on the ground. And in terms of where we could see some of our biggest snow totals, I don't know, Charlotte seems to be well on its way, but expecting to see some of those heavier bands out across parts of eastern North Carolina, particularly out along the Outer Banks, where Nags Head, Kill Devil Hills, Hatteras, you know, interesting depending on where we sit here, kind of jutting out. Maybe Hatteras gets a little bit skunked, but on the north side, the bands, that's where we're going to get a good possibility of nearly 8 to 12 inches. Also, the coastal flood threat, we talked about that up through Virginia Beach and Norfolk. Of course, still watching the coastal flood concerns, 2 to 4 feet of inundation, a possibility. Big wave action as those winds continue to work our way in. And then we'll see the winds shift by tomorrow, usher in the cold as this storm begins to pull away. We've got a reminder to our viewers. We want to see your photos and video of the snow, of the cold. Simply scan the QR code you see right on your screen. Tap into the Share It tab on the page. If you're watching us on your phone, can't scan it, no worries. Go over to foxweather.com/connect and upload there. We've got more Fox Weather coming up.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. We encourage everybody to stay inside and stay warm. Stay inside, folks, unless you have hollow socks. I'll be here reporting all weekend long, and my feet will not stink because the fibers, they're hollow, and they naturally wick the moisture and heat away to keep your feet at the perfect temperature. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Back here with a look at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The airport bracing for some major impacts. Travel could be, well, quite difficult today, and we've already seen signs of that. That's where we find Fox News' Madison Scarpino joining us now. Madison, I mean, we talked yesterday. We knew that delays could be a problem, but now cancellations are stacking up.
They really are, Jane. And as you know, here we go again. It's a second weekend in a row of some major delays and cancellations. Flights in and out of here in Charlotte, Atlanta, Raleigh, and Charleston are getting hit hardest right now. There's actually a ground stop currently here in Charlotte. And nationwide, we are already seeing nearly 2,000 cancellations today and more than 2,000 delays. According to FlightAware, there are more than 10,000 flight disruptions overall so far through Monday, but we're seeing that number continuing to rise. And this is why Charlotte is getting a ton of snow right now, something not common for this part of the country. It started this morning and will likely keep coming down until late tonight or early tomorrow morning. And it's just way too dangerous for flights to take off or land in these conditions. And it's also dangerous to drive in. The roads are covered in snow. We saw that firsthand this morning. Things were pretty bad, which is why officials are strongly urging people to stay home. Forecasters say the storm could bring some of the the heaviest snow in a decade for this region. And it all comes after last week's winter storm disrupted tens of thousands of flights. So a ton of travelers yesterday told us they actually moved up their flights to avoid this mess today.
We discovered there was about to be a storm, and we looked at the weather and said, we would like not to stay in a hotel. So we're here a little early, probably because we're Houston paranoid when it comes to weather. Now, we handle hurricanes really well, but winter weather, not so much.
Probably a wise move for a lot of the travelers that we spoke to who said that that is what they're doing. So this is not great timing for airlines that are still recovering from the travel mess last week. For example, Charlotte here, it's an American Airlines hub, and that airline alone is expecting a revenue hit of up to $200 million just from what happened last week. And here they are dealing with it again. Jane.
Yeah, back-to-back storms are never a good situation for anybody, but be it retailers, folks living through it. So hopefully people get to their destinations safely, albeit maybe a day or two late. Thank you, Madison Scarpino, Fox News correspondent from Charlotte, North Carolina. CLT, the airport. We'll be checking back in.
Thanks, Jane.
All right, so let's talk more about what's still to come. We know the Carolinas, parts of Virginia, as far south as Georgia and the Florida Panhandle are getting hit by this nor'easter. But what about the I-95 corridor? What about New England? Falls over Massachusetts. I mean, Massachusetts took a pretty hard hit with all of the snow from our past winter storm. Boston closing in just shy of 2 feet. So the snow footprint here, it's squarely south across the Carolinas, where we're expecting to see 5 to 8 inches of snow still to come. By the way, we've already seen upwards of nearly 5 inches in spots like Charlotte, upwards of a foot for the coast. But as we continue on in this story through tomorrow, the only spot that could see some snowflakes, well, far eastern Mass, Nantucket, Massachusetts, little tiny island off the Cape where we've got powerful winds and, yes, some bands of snow that are going to skirt their way through. So here's our developing nor'easter. It's going to continue to deepen and strengthen as we go throughout the day today. This extremely cold air is going to funnel in behind it as that area of low pressure starts to sweep its way up the coast. It's getting nudged out by the swing of that trough as our storm highway, as I call it, the jet stream, just continues to anchor it into the Atlantic. We've got warm Atlantic air, and then the extreme cold air is what is going to continue to deepen that storm. So with our nor'easter, winds whipping, this is our biggest concern getting into tomorrow morning, is that visibility will be down. We've got coastal flood concerns. Brandon Kopic out there in Pine Knoll Shores, North Carolina. We can see the road conditions just deteriorating quickly, and we're far from over here. At least another 12 hours of snow expected here on Pine Knoll Shores, and then we've got the concerns of the coastal flood risk and perhaps the B word, but blizzard conditions as that wind begins to whip up as this storm continues to strengthen. As we get into tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, this storm bombing out, meaning we're going to deepen this area of low pressure, about 35 millibars in 24 hours. So really impressive strengthening. That's what expands the wind field. But at the same time, this nor'easter is just a little too far from the coast, and dry air cutting away at that snow shield. And so you can see as we get into tomorrow, not expecting as much of a snowflake for many of our I-95 cities. We're just going to wave this one by. We'll feel the wind. That will absolutely be a big component to this, but we might get swiped by a couple snow showers for far eastern Mass along the Cape, Nantucket, and then maybe Boston. We could possibly see a couple of snowflakes. I don't expect anything to stick, though. If not anything, maybe a dusting in some areas, but nothing too measurable. It's just not going to stick around for enough time. It's too far away. But you can see New York City, Philly, Washington, D.C., no snow out of this, but we are expecting to see the possibility of a good maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow out here along the Cape. Winter weather advisories are in effect. Plymouth, Barnstable, we take it around the Horn into Chatham and Provincetown, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. You think of these areas, and I just think of summer. right? And unfortunately, we're going to have to read some Ellen Hildebrand books just to get us out of this snow that we are stuck in for Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. 3 to 5 inches expected there. And again, it's going to come in with maybe a little ocean effect snow showers as these bands start to pivot their way around. 8 o'clock in the morning, a couple flakes flying, and then maybe a couple more steadier bands through the afternoon. But then again, this quickly pulls away. And when all is said and done, as we get through the day on Monday, most of this impact is going to come in the form of wind and waves because there is still a risk for coastal flooding, right? We have coastal flood advisories up even for the Boston Harbor. And then we have those coastal flood watches in effect, moderate flooding, 1 to 2 feet of inundation during high tide. And then just take a look at these winds. It was cold this morning, right? Single digits. Far across the east, I got to get this in, Pittsburgh. Coldest low temperature in a century, this century. -11 was the actual air temperature. 30 to 40 mile an hour gusts through the day tomorrow. Once again, will plummet us into the single digits, if not below 0 for wind chills. Top wind gusts could top 50 as this storm passes by. All right, let's head down to Florida because all this cold and we might want to think some warm thoughts, but unfortunately the Sunshine State, 51 degrees, but we're getting a whole lot colder, and that cold air is crashing in as we get into tonight. Couple snowflakes flying on the I-10 corridor. We reported on this at the top of the hour, so let's show it to you. Mariana, an official report that we've got flakes flying, 33 degrees. Couple flakes maybe making their way over towards Tallahassee. We'll see, about 38. And the snowflake potential, it's not maybe going to stop there. We've got cold air crashing in tonight and such robust wind off of the Gulf, water temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Think of this a lot like over across the Great Lakes. We talk about lake effect snow. You've got really Arctic air over those warmer lake waters. Well, you've got really Arctic air over the warmer Gulf waters. And so there is the potential that as we get into the late overnight hours into early tomorrow morning, Tampa, we've got Gasparilla going on. Comfortable today, right? 31 degrees come tomorrow morning and perhaps a couple Gulf effect flurries working their way in. I got to say, I am a little suspect of this coming together just because it takes a lot, right? But models have been hinting at it for the last couple of days, and it would just be a little stripe here. If we can meet up with those cold temperatures around freezing, 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe a couple flakes flying out there in Tampa, Clearwater Beach. It'll come to a close as we continue on later into the day. But this is going to be something for us to watch. I don't think it'll be measurable, but if it were, only 2 times in the last 136 years. Cold air, though, that continues to sink far south into Miami. Miami tomorrow morning, if we get to 35 degrees, right, we're talking a really frigid temperature, could be breaking an all-time record, coldest in at least 16 years. So make sure you bundle on up as far south as Florida. We've got continued coverage here of our winter storm. This nor'easter rapidly strengthening off the coast of the Carolinas. Full team coverage as we get back. Keep it here on Fox Weather.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 million protection package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 million protection package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. A powerful winter storm threatening howling winds, flooding, coastal flooding, and heavy snow bearing down on the East Coast. Its forecast path includes some coastal towns in the Carolinas more accustomed to hurricanes than blizzard conditions. Temperatures have plummeted for tens of thousands in the southeast, still without power from last weekend's ice storm. Heavy weekend snow already taking place in the Carolinas, Virginia, and northeast Georgia. In fact, flakes reported as far south as the Florida Panhandle. This system will continue to deliver intense snow over the Carolinas through tonight, where snow totals could reach upwards of near a foot by the weekend's end. Fox Weather has its presence on this winter storm. We have live reports on the way from Greenville, North Carolina, Charlotte, Virginia Beach, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Our nonstop coverage continues right now. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday. I'm meteorologist Jane Minar. I'll be with you through the afternoon. We've got plenty to get to this hour. We've got our eyes on snow totals. They have been coming in officially. A 4.5-inch report out of downtown Charlotte. So let's get out there, check it out. This camera has been fantastic to watch all afternoon, all morning. Now as we bleed into the afternoon, not much change. We've got our Fox Weather's Bob Van Dillen standing in the snow in Charlotte. Bob, last time we were eyeing up Charlotte, North Carolina was for icing, and now it's pure snow.
Yeah, there's no question. And the temperatures have even gone down even more, Jane, if you can believe it. Now we're into the teens in Charlotte with a wind chill of about 5 degrees. So as predicted, the temperature's coming down. The snow is coming down also. But you're watching all the snow totals coming in. About 4.5 seems about right, but I think we're only halfway done through the storm itself. If you look at the radar picture, I know you've been showing it before, it has some breaks on the leading edge of that real heavy, steady band coming in through the upstate of South Carolina, going up I-85, Greenville, Spartanburg, into York County. Looking at South Carolina right there, Fort Mill, TKK getting blasted right now with heavy snow. That whole thing is riding back into the Queen City, and we're not going to be done, I don't think, until about 4 or 5 o'clock before it sort of tapers on off. And even then, Jane, we're still looking at the snowfall potential of 1 inch per hour over the next 3 to 4 hours. So whatever we got now in Charlotte, in the surrounding area, add about 4 to 5, and that should be about the sum total, I'm thinking.
Yeah, and then the thing is visibility is dropping. The airport was reporting, let me take a look at this right now, in fact, because as the snow picks up, about a quarter mile. Yeah, I mean, they have over 500 cancellations so far, 3/4 of a mile now. But you know what's really changed for you, Bob, is you have a pure north wind now. And so we're starting to see this energy kind of cut through the Carolinas on its way to meet up with our deepening nor'easter off the coast. And I do think that eventually, because we have that northerly wind, that cold air is just going to continue to crash. Those finer snowflakes, that will be a feature, I'm sure, through the rest of the afternoon.
Was it collision coalescence? Is that the the word we're looking at when you have the snowflakes that are banging into each other and getting bigger? Yeah, it's been interesting to stand here and watch the snow because it has come in waves, Jane, where it's gone to almost zero visibility up the street to what we have right now, which is about a quarter to a half a mile. So when the snow bands do come in, visibility drops and it picks up pretty quickly. 4.5 inches of snow looks pretty good. And again, like I said, the first forecast we had yesterday, you were with me, over 1/2 foot to 8 inches. We don't get that very often here. The last time we had a blockbuster snow amount of over 10, it was back in 2004 in Charlotte. Queen City picked up 13 inches of snow. That was 2004, so you're going over 20 years ago. It's been about 12 years since we've seen 8 inches of snow, and I think that's right where we're going to end up or so. I mean, right now it's 4.5, and it's so fluffy that it's so cold. Any more QPF, any more liquid that we can squeeze out of the atmosphere is going to build up pretty quickly in the form of rising snowfall total. So we're not done. It might look like it's starting to loosen up, and it is, but if you look at the radar picture below us, you know where it's coming from, right from our south and west, right out of Greenville, right out of Spartanburg, all the way up through Rock Thrill. That's what they call it here. No, it's Rock Hill. And then up right into Charlotte. Jane, it's going to come right on back.
No, it is. And, you know, when we look at the big picture of radar, it's interesting to see how this has played out also, too, as we expected. That dry slot, that's right up the gut on the I-95 corridor. I mean, right now, Raleigh can barely buy a snowflake. Now, this is kind of the convergence of our two pieces of energy, right? We have that developing coastal low, which, by the way, we've got snow coming down on the beach right now in the Outer Banks, Bob. Our Brandon Kopic, he's been out there. This is picking up in a big way. Visibility is dropping. Here it is. A look at our view. Indian Beach, North Carolina, Bob. I mean, the visibility has dropped significantly. The waves coming in. And you know that little nice walkway through the dunes to get onto the beautiful sand?
Right.
Covered in snow.
Right. I love it. This is great. And this is where we know the biggest snow totals are going to be, right? We knew it was going to be eastern North Carolina once that surface low begins to form, which it is now. And when it really deepens and bombs out late this evening through the overnight hours, we're going back to like 1989, the last time they saw over 1 foot of snow in that neck of the woods. So you're going back decades. This is going to be 1 in 10, maybe a top 10 type of snowfall scenario for you for eastern North Carolina, top 10 somewhere in there it's going to fall. I mean, we've had some blockbusters here as well. Just to bring it back to Charlotte, the most snow they've ever seen recorded in one day in one storm was 17 inches. That was back in 1902. So we don't really get this kind of snow for ever. I'm seeing more snow right now in North Carolina than I did, Jane, when I was in Colorado a week and a half ago.
Well, the West is just hurting right now. I mean, all the snow has been favoring the East Coast this season. But, hey, you know, two back-to-back historic storms, one weekend after the next, Bob. And it felt like Mother Nature almost kind of missed out on the Carolinas, doubling back to say, I've got you. So we're going to check back in with you.
I got you now, right here, pal. That's what it's like.
Exactly. Maybe 8-inch and 8-inch snowfall. We'll see. 4.5.
Maybe.
We're
we'll see if we get there.
Halfway there, Bob. We'll be checking back in with you in about 10 minutes. All right, so let's go a little further to the northeast, Greenville, North Carolina, where temperatures are in the mid-20s, so not as cold as what we're seeing over in Charlotte with Bob. But Haley Myers out there for us in Greenville. Haley, wind starting to pick up. We had about a 16-mile-an-hour wind reported on the gauge there. Have you felt a difference throughout the day?
Yeah, I mean, Jane, we started off this morning actually over in Raleigh. That was our initial assignment. Go to Raleigh, see what we can get, because some of the initial forecasts for central North Carolina, they were big time totals, like what they're getting over in Charlotte, where Raleigh was expecting in some instances to get close to maybe a foot of snow. Now, how this morning's panned out? Well, foot of snow, very unlikely for Raleigh. They've been dealing with this just middle ground, a little bit of drier air working in there, but also they're in this subsidence zone where we have this big trough that's swinging through and then this coastal low that's developing along the Atlantic coast. Raleigh's finding themselves right in the middle, and it's that middle ground that's kind of snuffing them out for any chance of seeing big time snow. Here over in Greenville, we have snow, and we've had it, I would say, since probably about 8 o'clock this morning. It's been very light, starting to pick up just a little bit. I would say the peak snowfall rate we've had here, about 1/4 of an inch per hour, maybe a little more than that on some of the heavier bursts, but we're still waiting for this afternoon. This afternoon is the go time, where we're expecting this low to really start to strengthen, that moisture getting injected in, courtesy of that trough, helping to promote just a little bit of moisture influx from down south. And that's going to be when we could see snow equating to, I would say, maybe about 4 to as much as 6 inches here in Greenville. There's a chance that we get stuck under a very heavy band of snow, and that would boost us up quite a bit. But when it comes to forecasting small, narrow bands of intense snow, it's very difficult. It's a lot of times nowcasting. Where do we start to see that band setting up, and then where is it going to shift? So stand by on that. We will keep you posted throughout the day. But there has been a couple models that have put Greenville in the heart of it. For right now, are you guys ready for the snow? Yes. You guys are ready?
Yes. Hold on, wait, we got something to say.
Okay, come on. Come and hang out with us. We're on Fox Weather. What do you have to say about the snow right now?
Oh my God, y'all, it's so cold. It's so cold. It's so cold out here. I can't do nothing. Snow, man. Like, we finally got snow. We've been waiting for so long. Y'all, we got one more to say. Make sure y'all twerk in the snow, man. Twerking in the snow. Twerking in the snow.
Twerking in the snow. I don't think I'll be doing that, but they maybe can. Unfortunately, for people who love snowmen, not the best snow for that, because you have this drier snow and it's very fluffy. I saw Bob picking it up a couple of times, and he literally could blow it all off. And when you have the heavy, dense, wet snow, that's when you can really start to pick it up and do good snowball fights and big snowmen. Here, not the case. Snow to liquid ratio about 15-1. But what that does mean is that we can get big time snow totals. I mean, a spot like Raleigh, they haven't seen at least the threat of a large amount of snow since early 2000s. Bob mentioned 2004 for Charlotte. It was about 2000, January in 2000 for Raleigh's Snowmageddon. So in this particular instance, it's been a couple of decades since we've seen this. So folks are still getting used to it, but I will say, I think the cold is what's bugging people the most, myself included. Folks in the south, they love a little bit of snow, but temperatures right now feeling like about 10, 11 degrees. And when that wind comes in, upwards of 30, 40 miles per hour, it's going to get nasty. It's going to get miserable. And that's why we have an extreme cold warning that goes into effect here in Greenville starting at 7 p.m. today. It'll expire by Sunday early morning heading into the afternoon. So it's a brief shot of just treacherous air, and then eventually we'll slowly warm up. But the snow is going to be sticking around. The wind will stick around through the afternoon, and that could create the threat for some ground blizzard conditions. So you've been saying the B word, and no, it's not the one people at home may be thinking about. Blizzard, that is one word that's been thrown around, and something that's very rare to see here in the Southeast, Jane.
No, it absolutely is. And, you know, I think that for the road conditions, we're now slowly approaching the time, Haley, that I think folks are ready to hunker in. But I'll tell you, definitely a college town there in Greenville, North Carolina. And they're looking forward to the snow moving in. We'll be checking back in with you again very soon. I want to get to developing situation on I-85 right now out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. A look right now to North Topsail Beach, North Carolina, where visibility is starting to drop in the distance. Yep, we have some fine snowflakes falling. Fredericksburg, Virginia, up into the mountains. That is where snow has been steady over the last 24 hours. But here's a look at what I was talking about at the top. This is I-85 out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, and we have a vehicle crash. And it looks like finally, we've been watching this camera, slowly starting to see some movement here. It's very, very slow. So I'm hoping maybe we were able to clear the crash out of the lanes, open things back up again. But I want to show you, I mean, you can see these trucks and a couple of cars dispersed in between. They have been stuck on I-85, and you can see the road conditions too. I want to just point out the difference. You've got nearly clear lanes, and then you have some of that accumulation just on the other side where this accident occurred. And so taking it slow, look at this vehicle. That is not what you want to be doing at all. You want to stay on the plowed, treated side of the roads. Even if you think you're going to be okay, that was definitely not a good move. So taking serious caution as we go through the day today. We're now watching snow begin to fill its way in through the Piedmont. I mean, Charlotte, North Carolina has been under it over the last several hours. Greenville, here's I-85, by the way, connecting Charlotte to Atlanta. Greenville kind of cuts right in there, Spartanburg. Also, some interesting things that we're watching out of North Georgia, and This is where I love to get a little nerdy. We have this trough. Here's this energy transfer to our nor'easters. It continues to deepen and develop off the coast, but we have a little convergence zone setting up on the I-20 corridor. And so with this convergence zone, you can see our winds coming together over Eatontown. On the I-20 corridor, we've got a heavier snow band beginning to settle up. And the snow, as it converges and lifts, we're going to watch that snow continue to filter on down just outside of Augusta, Georgia. So we're going to potentially see maybe a hefty burst of some snow over the course of the next couple hours. Milledgeville, I know we've got a college out that way, so all these college towns getting in on the snow here in the south. 28 degrees, we've got pretty decent snow band. That could start to work its way closer to the Augusta, Georgia area. So we'll watch how that convergence kicks in, but definitely seeing some heftier snow. Cold air is funneling in behind this storm. Look at where we're gusting right now across Alabama. The snow shield doesn't quite make it across into Bama, but we're 36-mile-an-hour gusts right now in Birmingham, 43 in Montgomery, 40 into Albany. That is why we're talking behind this snow. Very dangerous and cold air that is going to continue to stick around for the south. Over the next couple of hours, those bands, here's some of that convergence over Augusta. We'll get perhaps a good 1 to 3, maybe a little more as we go through tonight. 8 o'clock this evening, snow beginning to taper from west to east. This is going to be a really light and fine powdery snow as it starts to fall away through about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Raleigh, maybe we'll start to fill it in. Right, and then we're going to go through this evening. Heavier snow bands continue for the coastal plain, and that's where in the Sandhills, North Carolina, we could be talking close to a foot of snow out along the Outer Banks. This is over by tomorrow morning. The wind, though, does kick around. And I'm glad Haley mentioned that ground blizzard potential. We could see some visibility continue to stay very low with the snow footprint and the wind that picks up behind this. But Charlotte, we're about halfway there. 4.5 reported downtown, 5 to 8 is the forecast. Snow still to come. So we'll be eyeing this forecast very closely, of course, as the snow continues to fall. We have live continued coverage here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ all weekend long as we track this nor'easter up the eastern seaboard. Coastal flooding, that's a concern from the Carolinas to New England. This storm could be historic across parts of eastern North Carolina with about a foot of snow. Power outages, reduced travel, life-threatening conditions, and cold set to last for several days after the snow moves away. Make sure you keep it here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We have live coverage all afternoon.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. My toes are very warm. I'm wearing the hollow socks. They're alpaca fibers, and the alpaca is thermoregulating, up to 3 times warmer than merino wool, so your feet will stay drier, warmer, and warmer even when wet, they're telling me. I'll be here reporting all weekend long. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Grainger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Grainger, with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back here on Fox Weather Live, a look at Charlotte right now. 4.5 inches is our latest report out of downtown Charlotte. We're well on our way to perhaps seeing one of our biggest snows in several years. But who would know better than Bob Van Dillen, who's out there right now? You've been covering the snow. Bob, it's picking up in intensity. We knew this was a very real possibility, but to see it playing out as we expected, that's the best feeling.
Yeah. It's such a good point, too, right, Jay? Because we're thinking to ourselves, all right, we've been hurt before when you're talking about Piedmont snow coming in from the west, but this one took a nice little scoop, and it's still doing that. And you showed it before with the water vapor imagery. When you show that nice little switch around going through Georgia into South Carolina, now beginning to transfer some of that energy offshore, you're right, our winds are now north-northeast at about 12 miles per hour. So Charlotte right now, the temperature is 18 degrees. It continues to drop. The wind chill right now between 5 and 6. It's going to get a little bit worse overnight tonight. We got the extreme cold warning, but that doesn't start until 7 p.m. this evening. So we still have a couple of hours before the heart of the Arctic air comes slamming in, smashing us. But we've already had some issues. We've already had delays. We've had hundreds of cancellations at CLT, that's Charlotte Douglas International. Atlanta, they've had delays and cancellations also. Atlanta was in a winter storm warning too, but the whole thing looks like it's pinwheeling around Greenville, headed towards the upstate of South Carolina, the rest of the upstate through Columbia, and then exiting and then turning into a nice coastal storm off of the Outer Banks, North Carolina. And Jane, that pressure is going to drop very fast once it hits that warm Gulf Stream.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got this extreme Arctic air that is now beginning to pivot in your direction. And then you combine that with the fact that you have this transfer of energy over the Gulf Stream. No surprise that we're expecting this storm to bomb out off the East Coast as we go through the day tomorrow.
Yeah, and 2 distinct areas of very heavy snow. One's going to be across the North Carolina mountains, down to the Piedmont, into the area by the foothills. So kind of sandwich in there. Dry slot over Raleigh, right? And then the snow picks up, and it already is doing that for the Outer Banks and eastern North Carolina. So top 10 snowfall maker could be in store for the eastern half of North Carolina. They're going to get some snow showers all the way down to the low country of South Carolina. There's going to be some pearl clutching down there if that happens, believe me.
It already is, Bob. We've got reports across North Georgia. Atlanta, the airport officially reporting some light snow right now down through Augusta. We saw those winter weather alerts just shy of Jacksonville, right up to the Florida-Georgia line. So we'll see how Charleston fares, even Savannah, right? I mean, we've got a pretty nice band of convergent snow that is beginning to take shape just south of the I-20 corridor. I love that you mentioned that we've got 2 distinct pockets of snow, because for those who are maybe wondering how this all comes together, well, we have this transfer of energy. So, of course, pocket number 1 is what's kicking in from the west, and then number 2 is what gets going as we shift things offshore. And I am interested to see if the blizzard conditions verify for parts of the Outer Banks.
Yeah, that's where Mike Seidel is. He's going to be up again later on this afternoon, because I can't wait to see what it looks like when he's getting smashed, because he told me before, Jane, he's never been in a snowstorm in the Outer Banks.
Yeah, can you believe
He's going to be in one this time. I can't believe that.
His storied career, I can't believe that he's never covered a snow on the beach in the Outer Banks, but I guess it just speaks to the rarity, right? So we'll continue to... Bob, I swear I think the snow has picked up around you since we've been watching.
Yeah, it is. And I'm looking at the radar, too. I mean, there might be a couple of holes in that radar shield as it comes in, and we saw the heavy snow earlier this morning, but we still have another few hours to pick up more snow. So, over a half a foot of snow, and I'm still going for between 6 and 8, depending on where you are, between Charlotte and Rock Hill. Looks like that area is going to get slammed. That's the I-77 corridor. I think, Jane, you and I were wondering, did we position ourselves right yesterday, just looking at the track of the 850 low, the 700 low, getting into the weeds of where the actual dynamics are going to be located and be the best? I think we found it. We're in the right spot.
We found it. Love to see your shot right now. We'll see what Charlotte ends up with. Bob, thanks for the report. We'll check back in with you again soon. All right, let's talk travel, because one of the biggest hubs impacted by this winter storm coming in. Multiple airlines set to see significant delays. Travel could become hazardous as winter warnings and extreme cold is expected to settle in. Ricky Smith, the general manager of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, joins me now with an update on how the airport is faring. I mean, I know, Ricky, you guys have been preparing for this. Here we are 2 weekends in a row with some winter weather threatening.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Jen. Yeah, so we've been preparing for this for the last, I'll say, month or so, a couple of months. Last week was a dress rehearsal for us, and we did very well there. The guys are prepared for what's coming this weekend. We haven't gotten as much precipitation as we prepared for, but, we pre-treated the runways and the taxiways and the roadways. We're fully staffed. Our airline partners, our TSA partners, and others in the airport are fully staffed, but traffic is a little slow inside the terminal right now. We're waiting for conditions to change, and our guys are prepared to go out and do whatever we have to do to keep the runways open and safe.
Absolutely. Just looking at the current conditions right now in Atlanta, those flakes have started to fly, but you do have over 500 cancellations. Of course, that's the airlines that are taking those precautions and keeping those flights grounded. For passengers that are coming through Atlanta, what's your message to them? How can they be taken best care of as they're sitting there in the ATL?
Yeah, so we have almost 600 cancellations, 591 to be exact, and then another 149 delays. And so we're encouraging passengers to call your airline, reach out to your airline before you come to the airport. You can always go to atl.com and get update on the status of our facilities. But we're asking you to be cautious, and please reach out to your airline before coming to the airport.
Absolutely. So, Ricky, what lessons were learned from last week's winter weather? I mean, you said that you guys, it's kind of the dress rehearsal. Now that we've got, more snow that's started to fall, do you think that there was anything that you guys have done differently going into today?
Well, each storm is like a fingerprint. They're all different, and so we have to take different approaches to each storm. However, we don't get as much weather here in this region as some other airports. And so for us, a lot of what we achieved last week was confidence. And so our guys are more confident in terms of operating the new multifunctional equipment that we have. We brought on some contractual partners to work with us, and so our collaboration with them has been refined. And so I would say confidence is probably the improvement that we have over the last winter operation.
All right. I'd love to see that. I know you've got, passengers that would love to get to their destinations, but safety comes first, as always. Appreciate you coming on to chat with us this afternoon. General Manager of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, one of the busiest in the world. Ricky Smith, thanks for coming on Fox Weather today.
Thank you, Jan. Have a good day.
All right, so let's talk more about what we're expecting to see through tonight. Hey, Roxborough, North Carolina, Danville, Virginia, up in the mountains. We've had snow steadily falling for about the last 24 hours. Feels like 6 degrees up there in Danville. Roanoke, Virginia, 11. As snow is starting to come to an end, I think, across parts of the Virginia mountains and then into East Tennessee. We've got this transfer of energy beginning to take shape. This energy in the mid-levels that's brought the burst of snow to Mr. Bob Van Dillen down there in Charlotte. There's our dry slot, by the way. The dividing line between our mid-level energy and then what is going to continue to deepen offshore. This is our nor'easter. starting to really establish itself off the coast. So eventually we're going to see all of this pivot here, and we're going to see one giant storm continue to strengthen through the night tonight on into tomorrow. That's going to kick up our snow bands and intensity, especially across parts of eastern North Carolina. I do think this favors east of the I-95, but still plenty of snow reports in the last 24 hours. We've seen about 4.5 inches in downtown Charlotte. Once you get up into the foothills, we're already closing in on more than half a foot. Snow reported in Atlanta. We're watching this band that's set up just off to the east of town in Atlanta, slicing along the I-20 corridor, filling in snow for Augusta, Georgia now. And we're going to watch this snow. Look at this. It's dipping as far south as the I-16 corridor. All of this energy will continue to pivot as we go through this afternoon and evening. Raleigh, my hope, if you guys are snow lovers up there, I'm hoping that this is going to start to fill in, but overcoming kind of that dry air and that drop is going to be a little challenging, but overall we are going to see more of those snow bands pick up as we go through this evening, and then especially the snow, which will be abundant along the coast as we go through the overnight hours. Here we are, 6 o'clock in the morning, and outside of a couple flakes along the coast, the snow's about done, but we've got cold air crashing in, and that cold air along with some whipping wind is what is going to make it feel quite dangerous out there. So just be aware. I know we might want to be out there sledding and enjoying all of the fresh snow that we've got, especially given that it's still a weekend for Sunday, but parents maybe checking in with the kids, bringing them in for some hot chocolate at some times just to keep them warm. 5 to 8 inches of snow expected for Charlotte. Again, we're halfway there, expecting to close in on more than half a foot. And right now, wind is picking up, and we've been keeping our eyes on our cameras in the Outer Banks. We've got our Fox Weather storm trackers out there. Brandon Kopic, we've had his camera up throughout the afternoon. We're going to keep looking at it. Right now, Kill Devil Hills gusting out of the north at 29 miles per hour, just offshore, near 50-mile-an-hour gusts there along the buoy. We are expecting wind to continue to be a problem. Coastal flooding threats, that will come around high tide, which we're about 5 hours away from as we go through tonight. But high wind warnings along the immediate coast with this deepening storm. Up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, a possibility into tomorrow. And as a reminder, we here at Fox Weather are with you 24/7. We've got full team coverage stretched across the Carolinas, even up into New England, as we continue to track this departing storm by tomorrow. We've got everything you need to know, travel impacts, thousands of flights already disrupted, and we've got more to come here. Here's a look right now. Like I told you, Brandon Kopic, he's driving in the Outer Banks, Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. Look how terrible these roads are. If you can, stay home, stay in. We've got you covered here with the sights and sounds. We've got more Fox Weather coming up.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Are you still wearing lame, limp, stinky socks? Once you try Hollow Socks, you'll throw away all your old socks and never look back. Hollow Socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round. Hollow Socks are naturally thermoregulating, keeping my toes warm, but not hot. Hollow Socks alpaca fibers are moisture wicking, so sweat is carried away and my feet stay drier longer. Hollow Socks are the most comfortable, American-made, fast-drying, stink-free, cozy feet mittens you've ever put on. Go to hollowsocks.com today.
Back here on this Saturday edition of Fox Weather's Winter Storm HQ coverage. Here we are, 2 weekends in a row with a potentially historic winter storm, this time for the Carolinas. I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Minar. It's the final day of January. We've got plenty of live reports on the way in the snow. Let's get out there on the ground. Greenville, North Carolina. Flakes are flying, and it's starting to stick on the roads. You can see that there. Let's check in with our Fox Weather's Haley Meyer, who is in Greenville. Greenville, not South Carolina, North Carolina, Haley. I love that these two neighboring states, they love to have some of the same names, but, you know, home of East Carolina University, the Pirates, and I know that this college town is probably quite excited for the snow moving in.
Yeah, I mean, I got lots of thumbs up, people waving, honking, revving their engines. I think they're excited about the snow. The unfortunate part, if you go to ECU, is that it's on a weekend, so I don't think it's going to be delaying their classes come Monday, Tuesday, maybe Monday. We'll see how things go on the roads. So far, though, I mean, they've done a really great job here in Greenville. You can see that, I mean, there's hardly any accumulation on the road. They've done fantastic with brining, salting along all of the sidewalks. If you look over to the corner of the street, though, on the other side of the road, that's actually where we have a little bit of patchy snow that's been accumulating, and that's where there was some patchy salt work, I'd say. So where I'm standing right now, this is a big public parking lot, so a lot of people move in and out of this area to then have access to the downtown, the major spot here. So they did a really good job making sure that this is easily passable and there's not much going on here. But once you start to go down some of the side streets, that's where the accumulating snow's coming up. Right now, snowfall rates picking up in intensity a little bit. Wind still comfortable. We've had a couple of gusts close to about, 15, 16 miles per hour. But beyond that, Greenville, we're in a good spot. It's going to change, though, come this afternoon. And I think the biggest part that folks down south are complaining about, because I really don't get a lot of Southerners complaining about snow, it's the cold. So I have a friend who's going to come and join me. This is John. John, how do you feel about the weather today?
Actually, I'm pretty excited. The cold's not really a problem for me, especially since I used to live in Ohio, but really can't wait to enjoy it if we get what we're supposed to get, especially a blizzard or stuff like that, but it's pretty exciting. The only thing that's dangerous is there's ice. People don't plow here. There's no plow trucks, so everybody just drives on the snow and makes ice. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, so how long have you lived in South Carolina versus Ohio? And in this case, I mean, we may be rivaling temperatures that you would typically get in an Ohio winter. Is it making you miss home, or do you wish you moved even further south?
I could really care less about Ohio. I mean, it's freezing up there. It's gloomy every day. But down here, I mean, you're close to the beach, but having the snow here, I mean, just once every year for 1-2 days, it's perfect.
I feel like that's a lot of consensus, is 1 or 2 days worth of big time snow, then you can leave the rest of it behind and you can probably go back to the warmer feel. How was it like driving? Because you pulled up, you were driving a truck, so if there's any vehicle that can take on roads in the snow or even ice, it's going to be your car. But how do you feel so far?
It's pretty, I mean, nothing's really that bad. I mean, truck does okay. I mean, it's not really too bad. It's never been horrible driving here, and I think they've taken really good care of the roads. and everything else. I mean, they've salted it better than last year. They did better, but that's about my thoughts on that.
So what's your plan for the cold weather? Are you going to be hanging out indoors, playing video games or watching movies, or are you going to try and capitalize on all the outdoor fun when the snow really does start to pile up?
I'm probably going to go do some stupid stuff. I'm being for real. Maybe go do some donuts or something like that in the truck, or go down to the park over there and sled, do some stuff like that.
Okay.
But I don't really want to spend it inside because outside's fun. I mean, you rarely see snow in North Carolina.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when there's snow, you have to enjoy it. I'm not going to endorse on TV doing donuts, but I will endorse sledding. That does sound like a good time. Do you have sleds and everything from Ohio, or have you had to go pick them up recently?
We just have some, like, childhood, like, you know, like the big bins and like the blue covers, stuff like that. That's what I use. But then put a rope on the back of there, drive them around, or do stuff like that.
Are all your friends going to go out with you? Is this like a big consensus, or is it you and your family that's going to be doing some of the fun stuff?
Friends and all, like, whole friend group. I mean, normally do stuff when it's like permitted to us to be able to go do stuff. But just really friend groups. But my parents are probably going to stay inside.
Yeah. So my last question for you. This is home of East Carolina University. Is this quiet for a Saturday morning? I haven't spent enough time here, so I don't know the vibe. It feels a little maybe touch quiet.
It is pretty quiet, but in the day it's not going to be as loud. But you come at night, even if it's snowing, you're going to see hundreds of people down here partying, stuff like that. Uh-oh. They don't care about the snow. They're going to come party.
Well, we'll be up till 9 o'clock tonight, so we may be seeing some partying around. John, thanks so much. Yeah, go and stay warm.
All right.
But yeah, folks they're ready for the snow, not so ready for the cold. But nonetheless, it's here, and it's here to stay at least for midweek. So we got to brace for it, Jane.
We are. And Haley, I've been watching Radar too. What a great interview with John. That heavy snow band that we know is going to take shape in eastern North Carolina. I've got my suspicions that it's starting to develop, and maybe it's headed up towards your direction as that snow fills in. So we will be watching very carefully. Definitely. Here it comes. I mean, tons of snow behind you. Haley will be checking back in with you shortly in Greenville, North Carolina. Let's get a look at some live conditions right now. Roanoke, Virginia, 18 degrees. Roxborough, North Carolina. Look at the roads here. I mean, once we get up into the mountains, maybe a little more accumulation. Danville, Virginia, feels like 6. Oh, goodness. Still some fine flakes up there in Virginia, but we are expecting to see more snow filter in today. Augusta, Georgia. How's it doing, guys? We've got snowflakes flying. This downtown Augusta, this is my first TV market, and we never had anything like this when I was there, right? But this is now 2 winters in a row that we've had some wintry weather, 29 degrees. I got a report out of a friend, Melinda, who said that on some elevated surfaces, these snowflakes are sticking. But there's a good old band of snow working its way into Augusta, and I do expect that we're probably going to get a little more on the way. So here's a look at the last couple of hours. We have the bands of snow beginning to work up towards Greenville. So we're going to watch as this nor'easter continues to develop, that deepening area of low pressure. We've already had some traffic concerns up towards Greenville, South Carolina on the I-85 out of Spartanburg. So just a caution, please take it slow if you don't have to be driving. Don't stay off the roads. Look at Gainesville, Georgia right now. My goodness. That's right up about here. And Georgia's been an interesting one to watch because we've had some reports coming in. Also, too, by the way, boy, can you see this on visible satellite? You see the kind of texture there back out across Alabama? That's the Arctic air coming in behind this storm. This transfer of energy into our low is really going to kick in the impressive cold, but we have a convergence zone where our winds are meeting together on the I-20 corridor outside of Atlanta. It started up on the I-85 corridor. In fact, you can see it just north of Athens. UGA headed down towards Eatontown into Louisville. It's continued to shift further and further east. So Augusta, I've got my eyes on this. We might see a burst of some heavier snow. And I'll tell you how impressive this band is because look at our snow totals coming in the last 3 hours. Atlanta, couple flakes flying, but as you head up towards Beaufort, you can see here 6 inches of snow reported in the northwestern suburbs of Atlanta, north of Alpharetta, northeast of Alpharetta, and then Lupkin, 2.8 inches of snow, and then Flowery Branch, 3 inches of snow there. So an impressive shot for North Georgia, hence why they, of course, had the upgrade to a winter storm warning. Now, within this band of snow, we've got some visibility that has dropped, winds that are whipping. Look at Atlanta, gust. Is that a real gust even? Yeah, that's real. Wow, 59-mile-an-hour wind gust out of Atlanta. And no surprise, we have more than 500 cancellations in Atlanta. That will absolutely slow down traffic. That is incredible. 25-mile-an-hour wind sustained, 59 gusts. This is all part of the transfer of energy. So we have this mid-level energy that's kicked up our snow across upstate South Carolina into Charlotte. Now it's going to continue to pivot offshore. And with that, we're going to see those bands of snow pick up in intensity along the coastal plain into the low country of South Carolina, the sandhills of North Carolina. And then we're going to watch as the potential for coastal flooding increases at high tide this evening, a good 5 hours away. And then as we work our way into tomorrow morning, snow is going to come to an end. Here we are, 6 o'clock, as the sun starts to come up, and we don't really have much in the way of any snowflakes flying. The cold air is locked in. We're starting tomorrow with temperatures that will feel below zero, if not into the single digits. And then we do have a shift in wind direction that will stay gusty. And so there is still a concern through tomorrow morning along the coast that we could see some flood concerns, about 2 to 4 feet of inundation with Sunday morning's high tide. So big impact here to the Carolinas, and then we'll continue to track this storm up the eastern seaboard with very little impact, thankfully. Of course, if you see it, share it here with us on Fox Weather. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. We want to see all of your photos, your videos, as the snow picks up, as the conditions worsen, and of course, if you're having a little fun as we get into tomorrow. You can scan the QR code on your screen, tap into the Share It tab on the page, and of course, you can always navigate over to foxweather.com/connect and upload there. We've got more Fox Weather coming up.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
and backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night.
super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need.
In one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
Eye bags,
Dark spots.
Wrinkles. There's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMin.com.
All right, let's track this storm a little farther north. Of course, the big impact that's ongoing is down in the Carolinas, Georgia, up into eastern Virginia. But the I-95 corridor, the Northeast, has been on its heels. Is this thing really going to go out to sea? Fall River, Massachusetts, not a cloud in the sky. Well, little cirrus clouds up there in the top left corner. But it's 19 degrees. And it's cold. It's only getting colder from here. Wind expected to pick up as this nor'easter passes by. Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler joins us from Hyannis, Massachusetts. Kaylee, give us the latest on the ground. I mean, plenty of snow, but not from what's coming. This from, of course, the historic storm just a week ago.
Right, Jane. We had some flurries this morning, but nothing too crazy. And this is certainly not what you think of when you think of Cape Cod. Usually people think snow, or, the sun, the beaches, a lot of traffic. But I can tell you from the locals I've spoken with, they like that there's no traffic when it comes to the off season. And as you mentioned, there's still a lot of snow left from last weekend. And now we're going to be joined by a man who has been in the thick of it all, Michael Blackwell, the owner of Cape Cod Snow Guys. So just thank you so much for joining us. And just talk to me a little bit about what you all have seen over the last week.
Yeah, definitely. What we've seen over the last week was just a lot of snow, a lot of wind drifts. There was times where our guys were trying to keep up, especially here with the winds going. We'd get it cleared, and by the time we got back to another section, there was already several inches down just from those wind drifts. There's also just a lot of people reaching out that were stuck in their homes and trying to get out as well, off of the commercial side. So yeah, there was just a lot to manage, but we got through it.
And you were telling me earlier, this has been kind of a week-long effort. You said this is the first day that really hasn't been too crazy, but we have more snow coming tomorrow. Just talk to me a little bit about getting prepped for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, we've been out, having crews out since Sunday up until last night. So yeah, again, today's the first day we've really been able to relax for a little bit. Getting ready for our preparations. We've just have a lot of equipment in place, ready to be pre-staged. We're getting salt down to treat all the surfaces because safety is our number one priority. Other than that, that's all we can really do with the snow is just prepare as much as we can, be proactive instead of reactive, and just have implementations in place ready to go. So.
And you said you had a lot of locals reaching out. Obviously, this is kind of the first big snow in Massachusetts in a while. What have you been hearing from the locals that you've had to help dig out?
Yeah, basically we had a lot of people having no heat calls. They're trying to get oil tanks in, elderly people trying to get their medications. And so we were trying to prioritize them, all while still having people stuck in their homes that have huge driveways that just had, obviously the plows were plowing so much snow they couldn't even shovel it. So it definitely wasn't manageable for a lot of people that kind of didn't plan to have somebody in place to take care of their snow. So there was a lot of people kind of stuck and just waiting on heavier equipment to get into some properties too.
And so how many, crews do you have deployed across the Cape?
Across the Cape, as of right now, we had 14 crews on this storm. And then we also have a bunch of a really big subcontractor network. So we were able to keep everything pretty manageable. So, yeah.
Okay, Michael. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time and good luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
So, Jane, really the big concern moving forward into this next storm, it's going to be the wind gusts. They can reach up to 50 miles per hour starting really early tomorrow morning. And the major concern is going to be the snow that's blowing around. So that's going to be the snow that's falling. This area is supposed to get around 1 to 3 inches tomorrow, but also all of this snow that you see behind me that's going to be blowing around. Jane?
Yeah, I mean, and that in and of itself can reduce visibility. When I think of the Cape, Kaylee, have you read the Ellen Hildebrand books? I mean, Nantucket, of course, right? And we've been so stuck in a cold, snowy winter up to this point. I just can't help but want to read those books with the very landscape that you have and be escaping to the summer images of what people love for the Cape.
I know, and I haven't read those books, and I know I need to get to them, especially as a Boston resident. I'm a huge reader, and I haven't read an Ellen Hildebrand book. It's almost like a sin being a Boston resident and not reading those books. But yeah, I mean, it's just totally different. I've been here in the summers as well. Traffic is crazy. The beaches are packed, and it's really a little bit of a ghost town, just kind of all around the Cape.
It is, but the winds are going to be whipping tomorrow. A couple flakes flying out there along the Cape. We'll see how much it actually amounts to, but nonetheless, it's going to be a bitter Sunday. We'll check back in with you again soon. Thanks for the report, Kaylee. Appreciate it. Out of Hyannis, Massachusetts. All right, let's go back down south where the snow is steadily falling. Still a waiting game up there in the Cape, right? We know this isn't going to be much of an impact outside of wind for the Northeast, but look at Pine Knolls, North Carolina. Snow on the beach. And look at the hammocks there as well. They were blowing in the wind. We've got our Fox Weather storm trackers out here in the Outer Banks. This is Brandon Kopick's windshield. Newport, North Carolina. So he's been driving around, and you can just see how treacherous these road conditions are. I mean, just snow absolutely caked on. Visibility has dropped, and now we're starting to see the development, the further deepening and strengthening of this coastal low, of our nor'easter, that is really going to take center stage as we go through tonight and tomorrow. Because what we have been dealing with up to this point is actually kind of two pockets. We've had this mid-level energy that's been dumping snow out of the mountains into the Piedmont of the Carolinas. Now that's beginning to fill in closer to the low country once we get into the coastal plain. And then we have this second batch of snow that is starting to pick up in intensity in a big way. We can see that through Brandon Kopick's windshield, but with this deepening area of low pressure, this energy is transferring, and that is what's going to give it its extra punch. This is newly issued. Moderate to heavy snow now expected over the course of the next 3+ hours. This does include Greenville, North Carolina, where we've got our Haley Meyer. So expecting that snow to pick up that we did see in her shot just a couple of minutes ago. This does include the northern tier of the Cape up into Norfolk, Virginia Beach. So we're going to watch these bands closely because we could see snow rates exceed about 1 inch an hour. And you can see out towards Emerald Isle, I mean, that bright white, that is some heavy snow bands beginning to pick up. So visibility is dropping at the southern tier of the Cape, and that is going to continue to lift up towards Greenville, New Bern, North Carolina, as we go through the next several hours. This is that snow continues to build its way down through Georgia, South Carolina, Augusta. The snow's beginning to fill in quite nicely now. Columbia as well. On its way to Savannah and Charleston, where we've had those winter storm warnings upgraded. Savannah, we're right on the cusp, I believe, of whether or not we're in that warning to advisory. But we've had some convergence here at Athens, by the way. We've got our eyes on the camera there. Check this out. UGA, wind is whipping up. We just had a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust at Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson. Wind now beginning to blow the snow sideways here across parts of North Georgia, 24 degrees. And it just felt so weird for me to say North Georgia and snow blowing sideways, because how often do you see 2 weekends in a row with winter weather here in the South? But here it is, sticking to the green, and we've got more snow on the way. In fact, northern suburbs of Atlanta, outside of Gainesville, is where we've picked up already close to 3 to 6 inches of snow because of this band that picked up along the I-20 corridor. So we've got some pretty hefty snow bands. Winds will continue to filter in behind this. It locks in the cold. We're far from over here as we continue our coverage on Fox Weather all weekend long. We've got teams spread out across the snow path, and we will continue to bring you live updates. Scan that QR code you see on your screen right now to get very up-to-the-minute latest conditions, snow totals, alerts, you name it. We've got you covered here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen As my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. We encourage everybody to stay inside and stay warm. Stay inside, folks, unless you have hollow socks. I'll be here reporting all weekend long, and my feet will not stink because the fibers, they're hollow, and they naturally wick the moisture and heat away to keep your feet at the perfect temperature. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
This is the story of the one who knows well-prepared workdays take off smoothly and land right on time. That's why he counts on Grainger. With next-day delivery and professional-grade products, Grainger helps ensure he, his crew, and thousands of passengers fly through the day like clockwork. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. A powerful winter storm threatening with howling winds, coastal flood threats, and heavy snow bearing down on the East Coast. The forecast path includes some coastal towns in the Carolinas more accustomed to hurricanes than blizzard conditions. Temperatures have plummeted for tens of thousands in the southeast, still without power from last weekend's ice storm. Now this heavy snow taking shape in the Carolinas, parts of Georgia. In fact, Atlanta over to Augusta, the northern suburbs, we've already picked up, in some cases, more than half a foot up through Charlotte. This system continues to deliver intense snow over the Carolinas and Virginia through tonight, where snow totals could reach near a foot by the weekend's end. We've got full team coverage here, presence across the entire storm path. We've got reports from Greenville, North Carolina coming up, Charlotte, Virginia Beach, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Our nonstop coverage continues right now. All right, thanks for joining us on this Saturday. Lots to get to. The snow, it's picking up in intensity. I'm meteorologist Jane Minar. I'll be with you through about 4 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern time. We've got full team coverage. Ian Oliver's behind me, and then we've got Ari Sarsolari to round us out through the overnight. Plenty to get to, so let's check in with Haley Meyer. She's in Greenville, South Carolina, where the snow bands are picking up. In fact, once we head into the Sandhills and then into the coastal plain, the Outer Banks, this is Brandon Koppick's view out of Havelock, North Carolina right now. Visibility is dropping as intense snow rates are picking up. Haley, that discussion just posted Greenville smack in the middle with snow rates that could exceed an inch an hour as we look into the afternoon.
Yeah, Jane, they just issued that mesoscale discussion, to your point, and basically the conversation is about the snowfall rates. They're starting to pick up. We have just enough influx of moisture. So for those of you who are tuning in at home, colder air can't retain as much moisture. And because of that, sometimes it can be very hard to get snow, especially big-time snow totals, when you're this cold, into the teens and single digits, which is what the feels like temperature is across North Carolina. But because of this big trough that's swinging in, we have just enough moisture that's getting injected here, and that's helping to produce this light, fluffy, powdery snow. I mean, this is beautiful. I don't know how else to describe it other than beautiful snow. It's like the most classic snowflakes. They're called dendrites or dendritic snowflakes. And basically, when you were a little kid and you wanted to cut up snowflakes and hang them up from your walls, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. I'll try and maybe hopefully get a couple of shots on my phone and send it in to you guys so you can see just how gorgeous this snow is. It's starting to accumulate a little bit, and I think we got this video sent in. We've been taking time lapses from our time here in Greenville, and you can see how as the snow started to come down, it accumulated a little bit, but then the salt that's been laid out across the sidewalk quickly took it away. And so it's really interesting to see the products that they put down on the roads and on the sidewalks in real time. And that's why, despite having consistent snow since about 8-9 o'clock this morning, the sidewalks they're doing okay, and the roads, I'd say they're doing even better. There is a little bit of light accumulation on some spots on the road, but with all the vehicles coming in their exhaust, it's creating more of a wet, slippery surface. For now, we haven't seen any ice accumulating on the road, but I think especially overnight with this extreme cold warning kicking in at about 7 o'clock this evening, icy roads could be a real problem. So that's something that, folks, if you're traveling across really anywhere in North Carolina, I mean the entire state under a winter storm warning, you have to be mindful of that. Even driving from Raleigh, where we were stationed earlier this morning, out over here in Greenville, about an hour and a half drive, maybe 70, 80 miles, and that could be pushing it. We saw a few accidents, some cars that bumped into each other. Jury's out on if that was weather related or not. There wasn't any crazy active snowfall at the time, but still, I think there can be a little bit of anxiety driving even when you know winter weather is coming. So we want to avoid accidents. That's been a really big problem across a lot of the interstates in Mississippi, Louisiana over the last week. But it's this back-to-back threat for winter storms. I will say, North Carolina, South Carolina, in a way, some of these spots, they kind of got missed out by winter storm number 1 that happened last weekend. Mother Nature says, not so fast. Now it's your turn. And really, the focus is on the mid-Atlantic, up towards Virginia Beach and out towards Norfolk. That's where we still have that mesoscale discussion. It includes the southern area right along the beaches in Virginia. So it's going to be big-time snow. We're forecasting anywhere from 6 to maybe 10 inches of snow here in Greenville proper. You head out towards the coast. You're mentioning Brandon Koppick's shot. I mean, it's been coming down hard, and this is just the beginning. Snow is not expected to wrap up at least for another 5 or 6 hours, and we could still see snow, especially here, I would say likely until about 11 o'clock midnight tonight. And with those temperatures that are going to stay sub-freezing for the next few days, this snow is not going anywhere. Really another interesting thing that we have, and hopefully you guys have this video, we were out in Raleigh yesterday, and this just speaks to how cold it's been, not just today, but multiple days leading up to the storm, which is also helping to equate to snow the second it falls to stick. We saw this fountain. I don't know why it was left on. I'm not going to ask, but the fountain literally had a mound. It was like an ice castle, like Elsa came and like froze it. That was how insane it looked. The water was still coming out, but it was freezing and continually kept getting bigger and bigger when we were looking at that fountain. So yeah, if you have any water features in your front or backyard, maybe in your pool, hopefully there's a tarp over your pool and you're making those necessary precautions, getting prepared for the storm. I've seen people go in and grab as much as water to a couple cases of beer. After all, we are at East Carolina University, so a lot of college students, that's maybe their storm prep is a case of beer, but a lot of folks going to the grocery store, making sure they have everything that they need to hunker down for this weekend. Hopefully, though, going into next week, things will look a little bit better, Jane.
Yeah, it does seem as though, and I don't want to jinx us, but it does seem as though next week is a little quieter on the weather front in terms of getting any big winter storms, but we'll see.
What's up, Mom? What's up, Dad?
What's going
the
on?
Snowmageddon's coming.
What's going on, everybody?
North Carolina.
Woo!
Snowmageddon is coming, apparently. Hopefully not, though, Jane. Hopefully not.
But I'll tell you, it's been so fun to watch your shot. Just the snowflakes are picking up, and they look like fat flakes. Are they? Are they kind of congealing and sticking together?
Yeah. That's exactly what's happening. When you have some of the finer flakes that fall, you can see how they're perfect dendrites, but then you have more of these clunkier flakes when they do start to stick together. But yeah, I mean, it really started to pick up, I would say, within the last 30 minutes, and you said it exactly right before that MD was issued. It looks like that band of heavy snow starting to set up. We're right on the inside of that MD, but we are so close to that cusp. Greenville is going to be a close call, which is why I'm kind of on the edge of my seat to see how this plays out today.
I'm hopeful. I really think that we're in it here. You picked a good spot, Haley, as we continue to see the snow come down. The Outer Banks are getting hammered right now. Brandon Kopic, we've got Mike Seidel coming up this evening. I can't wait to see what his shot looks like. His first time covering snow in the Outer Banks, Haley. So definitely a first for a lot of folks as we continue on into quite a historic snow for the Carolinas. We're going to check back in with you in just a bit in Greenville, North Carolina. Let's dig in a little more on this winter storm. Brandon Kopic, here we are, Havelock, North Carolina. And, in the Outer Banks, this is where we are expecting to see upwards of nearly a foot of snow. Look how quickly it's accumulated on the roads here. Brandon has been driving around for less than, about 2 hours, maybe? About give or take. I'm asking Steven behind me, my weather producer. And this snow has just completely covered everything. Look at the road conditions, the visibility that has dropped. I was looking at some of the numbers for reported visibility, and across parts of the Outer Banks, we are down under a mile. And that's the concern here, is that as this nor'easter continues to really anchor itself off the coast, we're going to see the winds pick up. The intense snow bands are going to settle in, and we could be talking near blizzard, if not fully verified blizzard conditions through the overnight hours tonight, and then maybe even some near ground blizzard conditions on it. Look at New Bern, North Carolina below me. My goodness, talk about low visibility, right? Pine Knolls, North Carolina, look at that camera view right now. So let's dive into this storm. Here is our developing nor'easter. And I say developing because we've had two pieces of energy. We had to get a transfer of that energy from the mid-levels, which has brought all of the abundant snow across the Piedmont of the Carolinas the last couple of hours. Charlotte now starting to extend down through central Georgia. That is going to continue to transfer its energy offshore, where we have already a nice anchor with that area of low pressure. That will continue to deepen and strengthen. And you can see that has certainly been the case because look at the coverage of those intense snow bands. And that's exactly what we're showcasing with where Haley is in Greenville, just on the cusp of this meso discussion that comes from the Weather Prediction Center. But we're expecting snow rates to exceed 1 inch per hour for the next several hours, including a big chunk of the Outer Banks up towards Nags Head, Elizabeth City, including parts of Virginia Beach, Belhaven, New Bern, North Carolina. This is a look out of Corey Gherkin's windshield. He's up in Rodanthe, North Carolina. Oh boy, that is sand and wind. You can see, obviously, the, what's the word I'm looking for? The service, the cell service. That's what I was looking for. A little spotty at times, but I mean, visibility is down to nothing here in Rodanthe, North Carolina. It looks like they've got a big cat of some sort, maybe trying to clear away the roads as best they can. The snow sticking to the dunes, Highway 12, I imagine this must be. And we have quite the night to go for the Outer Banks of North Carolina. I mean, visibility is already down to just about nothing. In fact, let me pull up the visibility right now and see what numbers we're reading out there. Hatter is about 10 miles. So out here at the point, that's been such an interesting story. I'm a little curious on whether or not that's actually working for us, Stephen. But Kill Devil Hills, 2 miles of visibility. You head across the bay. We've got less than a mile of visibility out towards Pine Island and Englehart. That's going to continue to be really challenging as we go through the next several hours, as those snow bands continue to pick up here. And wind, by the way, also continues to pick up. Let's take a look at our current wind conditions. That's picking up the gust of sand and the gust of snow. 26 out of Kill Devil Hills, Hatteras at 37, Pure North 50. Just offshore, we actually have some stronger wind gusts inland as this energy transfer takes shape. But these winds are expected to exceed 50 to 60, if not near 70 miles an hour as we go through the night tonight as this area of low pressure continues to deepen. So we're going to eye this up closely as we take a look at some of the radar conditions, just real-time tracking with the snow, because everyone wants to know, where is it beginning to pick up for us? So this is, of course, of the last 2 hours. And as I widen it out just a touch, here's that heavy band that is set up just south of Emerald Isle. It's just north of that rain snow line. Hatteras, again, maybe kind of finding itself in a bit of a dry pocket as some of the bands take shape north of town up towards Elizabeth City. There's our dry slot in Raleigh, which, by the way, I don't even think we've reported a snowflake yet in Raleigh, but it's closing in. We're getting there. As you can see, some of this snow is now beginning to drift into the Piedmont, starting to come to an end up into the mountains now. But Greenville on the I-85 corridor, we've seen steady snow. Charlotte, those numbers have continued to climb. In fact, as they zero in on Charlotte, looks like we do have a pretty decent snow band moving into downtown. So probably going to get close to that 8-inch snowfall as we are expecting as we go through tonight. All right, New Bern, North Carolina. Take a look here at the conditions. It's going to be a tough stretch as we look ahead into the next several hours. Pine Knoll Shores, North Carolina, temperatures there are in the 20s. Blizzard conditions, certainly a possibility when we take a look at some of these cameras, right? Wind alerts are posted. Now, what do we need for a blizzard? There's actually specific criteria here when we talk about blizzard conditions, which, by the way, has happened in the past, but not in any recent memory, right, for parts of the Carolinas to see bona fide blizzard conditions here across eastern North Carolina. High wind warning is in effect here for up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts as we go through tonight. Kill Devil Hills, we take a look at the next 24 hours, and you can see the wind direction. That's going to bring that coastal flood concern onshore along the Atlantic-facing beaches as we go through tonight. Wind shifts as we get into tomorrow morning's high tide, still gusty, still powerful, and that's when we're going to look towards the bay to see a good 2 to 4 foot inundation, a possibility. And it's not just for the Outer Banks. We have those coastal flood alerts that stretch up into eastern North Carolina, eastern Virginia, as well. But Corey's shot is just incredible. Corey Gherkin here in Rodanthe, North Carolina. We have seen visibility down under a mile here, and I wouldn't be surprised. This is probably less than a mile of visibility at this point, just about in this camera view on Highway 12. Here's Brandon Kopic, who's in Havelock, North Carolina, where the snow has picked up just a bit, and you can see, coating the roads, and we're well on our way. I'd love to know what some of our snow totals have been out there. If you are watching, by the way, and if you live out there in the Outer Banks in eastern North Carolina, have those rulers handy and send them in to us here at Fox Weather. We want to know what you're seeing. Over the next couple of hours, we're going to continue to track those heavy snow bands. I expect some of this snow to start to collapse into Raleigh, though we're probably not going to get up into those higher totals as initially expected as we go through about 8 o'clock tonight. Now, this will be interesting because as this low continues to develop, this is quite common. You go about 60 to as far as 240 miles away, although that's extreme cases. Let's say 60 to 120 miles from the center of this low. That's where you're going to find the heaviest of snow bands. So that's why we have high confidence in the Sandhills in North Carolina, the Outer Banks getting the most intense snow. As we head a little farther inland, we'll get maybe some drop in that snow coverage. It'll fill in, but it's becoming powdery as it starts to taper from west to east through the night tonight. Tomorrow morning, not much in the way of any snowfall, but Arctic cold settles its way in, and so that fresh powdery snow will quickly harden. So just be aware of that as we're playing around in it. Might be a little uncomfortable at times on the sled. So we're going to continue our live coverage here on Fox Weather. Of course, we are your Winter Storm HQ. We'll be here all afternoon, all night, and throughout the day tomorrow as this powerful storm threatens the East Coast, including areas not used to seeing heavy snow. Parts of the Carolinas, we're well on our way to seeing possibly a foot of snow. More Fox Weather returns.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. My toes are very warm. I'm wearing the hollow socks. They're alpaca fibers, and the alpaca is thermoregulating, up to 3 times warmer than merino wool, so your feet will stay drier, warmer, and warmer even when wet, they're telling me. I'll be here reporting all weekend long. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
We're back here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. This is a look at Charlotte, North Carolina, seeing some pretty significant impacts from this major nor'easter. And Mother Nature just getting started. Let's bring in our very own Bob Van Dillen, joining us with the latest from Charlotte, North Carolina. Bob, we've seen travel worsen across the state. I mean, Charlotte Douglas is already over 500 cancellations. How are the road conditions by you?
You know, some of the roads, I've seen reports now coming out from the local stations. There is an actual stoppage on 85 northbound around Greenville. That's where we just were in South Carolina. That was where we were last week for that ice storm. So yeah, I-85 is shut down in that area right there. It's a standstill. We've seen other reports when you get to I-40 up by Asheville, some problems in some of those lanes with some jackknife tractor trailer accidents. And then you get down south of here into areas like York County, South Carolina. That's where my wife is from, and she's saying, yeah, we usually don't get snow like this. It's true. And we've got car accidents upon car accidents down in York County as well. So, yeah, the roads have been taking a toll. I've been putting my turtle up because of wind chills right now, Jane, waffling between 4 and 8 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a cold wind chill also. Look at the snow. It still continues to come down. Has not changed much over the last several hours. It really comes in waves where it picks up, loosens up a bit, and then it picks up again. Right now it's looking like it's coming down pretty well. Look at the street, though. This is Trade Street right here in Charlotte, in Uptown, and it's been snow covered since early this morning, the pre-dawn hours. It started out as a light snow, instantly stuck to the roads, instantly stuck to the sidewalks right here. Why? Because it's been so cold over the last couple of days where, listen, you can treat the roads as much as you want. And when the snow comes down this heavily all at once and it's this cold, it's not going to do too much, Jade.
Yeah, no. I mean, have you seen even any plows try to come by and at least do one pass?
Yeah, every once in a while I have seen that. Now, they've suspended the bus services here also in Charlotte. I should mention that. No more buses going on today. They're going to try to resume it tomorrow. Also, the light rail system, some of these are already shut down. I believe it's called the Gold Line, and the Blue Line is going to shut down later on this afternoon at about 5 o'clock because there still is, believe it or not, the Hornets game going on right now. It started at noontime against the Spurs, so the people that are in there, a lot of them use light rail to get home, so they're going to try to keep that one open. But it should resume all services by tomorrow on the light rail at 10:30 a.m. That's the word that I've gotten. As for bus services, don't know when that's going to pop back up. But right now, if you see buses, nobody's in them because the suspended lines are in full effect at this point for downtown, talking about downtown and uptown, even though some buses are going by.
You know, Bob, I wanted to ask, have you felt any wind out there? Because you head down I-85, Atlanta Hartsfield gusted to near 60 just last hour.
Holy cow.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, that's
Wow.
rounding the base of this mid-level energy as it kicks its way through.
Yeah.
But winds picking up behind this, that brings me a lot of worry to just the wind chill factor. And then, of course, all of this snow, fluffy now, but that's going to become a sheet of ice as we go through tonight.
It will. It is a solid cold air advection regime. I mean, this air that we're sitting over us right now was straight up over the North Pole just a couple days ago, right? I mean, it was that far to the north. 3 days later, it goes right down through Canada, the upper Midwest, right through us. And yeah, now we're setting up shop with the polar vortex still swinging around us with shot after shot, lobe after lobe of Arctic air. And this is, again, the coldest air of the season. And we were talking about that in Florida. Jane, even waking up tomorrow morning, talk about those winds coming out of Hartsfield, Jackson, and Atlanta. Well, that wind is not going to let up. It's going to drag that cold air along with it, and it goes all the way down into Florida. Tonight through tomorrow morning, you've got the wind chills in Orlando and Tampa feeling like 20 to 25 degrees. Now, it doesn't sound like it's that bad to me, but 20 to 25 in Central Florida, that's not so great.
No, that's brutal. I mean, Miami making a run at perhaps, you know, a historic number for a morning low, something they haven't seen since last decade, and perhaps even longer than that if we make it to 34 degrees.
35?
35 would bring us. 35 would bring us coldest since 2010, but I believe if we hit 34. It would be as cold as since like the 1980s or something like that. So 1 degree makes such a big difference down there. But Miami, yeah, I mean, this cold, we have alerts up, Bob, for over 180 million Americans.
Yeah, for the cold weather alerts, right? And I'm thinking about poor Brian Norcross down there. You know, he moved down to Miami to get away from all this, and I guess he has to keep on going down to like Argentina. I mean, you go a little farther south.
I know.
I mean, it's getting crazy
even the
at this
Keys
point.
don't escape this. I mean, it has been a brutally cold winter. The snow, it is picked up in spades for the East. I mean, Bob, this was such a huge talking point for us. The amount of snow that we've seen across the northern tier from the Great Lakes to the Northeast, and now we see it spreading in the South. The West Coast is looking at us going, what the heck did we do?
It's right. I was in Colorado for the ski house. I was in Steamboat, which was still below the average, but they didn't do as poorly as, say, down by Breckenridge and Vail and those areas by Aspen. But it didn't snow a single day that I was out there, Jane. I was out there for 4 days, 5 days. I've been in the South now for 7 days, and I've witnessed ice storm warnings in Greenville a couple days ago. Now a full-on huge snowstorm around the Piedmont of North Carolina. You're right. Get away from the West Coast. Get away from the Rockies. Get into the Carolinas, son. That's where you're going to get your winter weather this year.
Yeah, no kidding. The ski resorts in the Appalachians doing very well up to this point. I mean, big-time snow. Bob, I will say, though, you just take a moment. I'm sure it's quiet, it's peaceful as it falls around you, right?
Yeah, listen, it is peaceful. It's usually because, you know, fresh snow does muffle the sound waves really well. You got the motorized cars going by. And remember, Trade Street where I am in Charlotte's busy. It's a busy travel street. Now we've got the basketball game is going to start emptying out here another hour and a half. It's going to get a little kinetic once everybody leaves and I realize, what the heck? What? I went in, there was about 2 inches of snow on the ground. I come out, it's going to be about a half a foot. So, yeah, it's going to be real interesting when the people empty out from the Spectrum Center in just about an hour and a half from now after watching the Hornets and Spurs.
All right, Bob, we will be watching closely. Thanks for the update there. Of course, in Charlotte, North Carolina, we'll be checking back in just a moment. Let's dive in a little more into this nor'easter. New Bern, North Carolina, what an incredible shot right now, where we have heavy snow bands beginning to pick up for the Sandhills and the coastal plain. Pine Knolls Shores, North Carolina, snow on the beach. Looks like we've got one person out there on the beach checking it out. We can barely make them out as the visibility drops. As you head up a little further south, North Topsail Beach, not quite yet seeing some of that snow stick, but here's the energy I'm talking about. Mid-levels, that's going to round the horn, going to continue to transfer its energy offshore to our deepening and strengthening nor'easter. This low has really started to establish itself, and as it continues to strengthen and deepen, what we're monitoring and what we're watching closely are these snow bands right about here. And it's within those snow bands that we're expecting to see snow rates exceed an inch per hour for the next several hours. This includes where we've got Haley Meyer in Greenville, North Carolina. New Bern is right about in here, I believe, right along the mouth of the river. And then Nags Head along the Outer Banks up towards Elizabeth City into Virginia Beach. We've had snow continue to pivot its way through the Carolinas into the Piedmont, filling in now on the I-20 corridor. Light snowflakes. That's my report out of Atlanta. My friend Mason and his fiancee Carly, they said light not sticking, but it's windy and it's cold. So some flakes flying out into the northern suburbs in the ATL, though. By the way, we have had reports of 3 to 6 inches of snow once we kick our way into the higher elevations. Athens, Augusta, Georgia, snow fills in, but let's look at satellite, because this is where we can really look at the fun meteorology of it all. Look at this Arctic air, by the way. I mean, clear as day, crashing out of the Gulf Coast, and you can just see the funneling of those cold weather bands continuing to work their way across the North Gulf. Again, there's that possibility with that cold air crashing, some Gulf effect flurries overnight tonight. And then check this out. You can quite literally see the banding on our real color satellite with this deepening area of low pressure. This is as textbook as it gets. You get this intense lift. Just look at this shot out of Morehead City. You can just see the stripes. That's the lifting, and then you have the subsidence as the air sinks after the intense lift, and that's where you're going to see this continue to work its way in. It's within the lifting bands, the more pronounced kind of cotton ball-like bands of snow, that you're going to get those snow rates that exceed an inch an hour. That's where we've got our Brandon Kopic, right in the heart of this right now. Snow rates have picked up, visibility has dropped. You can see a car there on the other side of the road with its hazard lights on, there and gone, as you can't see it anymore. So the caution is, please at this point, stay off the roads. Make sure that you are using extreme caution if you do find yourself in a position to needing to be out there. Slowing down too, right? Making sure that you are taking your time. Here's a look at our visibility. Beaufort, North Carolina, Piney Island, we're less than a mile. New Bern, no surprise, we've been eyeing up that camera, less than a mile of visibility, a quarter mile of visibility only, down to Swansboro. Now, I'm also monitoring, you see this bright white banding? I'm always suspect of that when we look at radar, because it can do little tricky things for us. We know that there's really intense snow, but I've been eyeing up the potential with maybe a little sleet mixing in, a little warm nose. Not out of the question as we take a look at this real quick. I'll pop this on. You can see just out of Jacksonville. We'll see. We're monitoring Sneads Ferry, Jacksonville. By the way, my cousin used to live in Sneads Ferry. I've been there. Beautiful beaches. Maybe a little warm nose tugging in with the developing of this low, but this is pure snow. So I'm not too worried about sleet at this point. But Brandon Kopic out of Havelock, North Carolina, make sure that you stay with us, because this is going to be quite the windshield to watch. We've got snow covering the roads, making for dangerous travel conditions, not just for those traveling by car. Airports also seeing major disruptions out of Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta. This is Durham, North Carolina, just outside of Raleigh. Maybe we're getting closer to those flakes coming in, right? Definitely sticking here in Durham. So we've got more Fox weather. Keep it here.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then? You have to tell me.
Yeah, okay, well, it's my skin.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better.
Visit particlemen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam.
Go to particlemen.com.
Back here on Fox Weather's continued coverage of our winter storm. We are your Winter Storm HQ. I'm meteorologist Jane Menard. It's the final day of January, and boy, have the last 2 weeks been filled with cold and snow, especially in the southeast. Greenville, North Carolina, well, we've got hefty snow bands moving in. It is coming down intensely, and it's going to stay this way for the next several hours. Let's check in with our Fox Weather's Haley Meyer, who's in Greenville, North Carolina. Haley, we have watched this shot of yours change so dynamically in the last 2 hours. We had tiny, fine flakes, and now, my goodness, it's just coming down in droves.
Yeah, Jane, I mean, it really is picking up. Now, the one good news is the wind is still fairly calm right now. That is not going to be the story heading into this afternoon. So be prepared if you live in Greenville or really anywhere across North Carolina. Those winds are picking up. I think you reported earlier, we already had wind gusts of close to 50 miles per hour in Atlanta. I mean, that's crazy. And this storm is just now ramping up. So for Mike Seidel, who is out along the Outer Banks, it's going to be a wild night for him. Here in Greenville, we're expecting to see snowfall rates close to about an inch, maybe slightly above per hour. I would estimate we're coming in just around that mark, maybe 3/4 of an inch per hour right now, till about 6 or 7 o'clock this evening. Snow's not done though at that point. Snow's going to keep coming in through about 9, 10, even 11 o'clock, and then the real cold starts to settle in. Starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time, which is the local time here in Greenville, that's where we have an extreme cold warning that's issued, and I can confirm it is extremely cold, especially for Southern standards. I lived in the South basically my entire life, and if I am cold, you know that it is chilly outside, okay? So temperatures really feeling more like 10, 11 degrees, and we could get down to maybe even sub-zero by the time we finish out the day today overnight. So this is life-threatening cold. I just want to make that point that, yes, go out. We are in a college town, so there's going to be quite a few people probably making their way out to this bar scene this evening. I was speaking to a couple people who live in the area. They said rain, snow, In this case, snow or shine, people are going to be out. I'd recommend walking if anything. Roads are doing okay so far, but if you look behind me down this major road here, this is on 5th Street. In Greenville, that's their downtown area. If you keep heading down that road, you're going to run into East Carolina University. It's a little bit sporadic across this general area that I'm in, but it's starting to get snow covered a little bit, and that's a function of how fast the snowfall rates are coming down. I do want to draw your attention over here, because I think it's really unique how you can truly see the impact of the salt that they've laid on the sidewalks, where you have giant circles around where some of those salt pellets have been laid. Where there's no salt, the snow is really starting to accumulate. The faster these rates pick up, well, then the salt, unfortunately, it's going to meet its match, and the snow's really going to pick up in a big way over the next few hours. So right now there's been actually a little bit of a wind shift that I've noticed, because when we first started this live shot, the wind was coming more so from the back of me, and now when I'm standing facing the camera, I have to squint a little bit because it's coming into my eyes. I'm eating some of the snow. Thankfully, snow tastes good. I'm not going to complain, but it is kind of coming down from a different angle. So that's a function of this trough that's starting to shift in, helping to pump up just enough moisture to supply about ½ an inch of precipitable water throughout the next couple of hours, which when you have snow to liquid ratios of 1 to 15, which is what we're looking at, 1 inch of precipitable water equates to 15 inches of snow. Here, hey, we could be looking at anywhere from 6 to maybe close to 10, 12 inches. Last time we had 6 inches of snow in Greenville, got to go all the way back to 2014. And that was in late January, literally right around this time frame. If you want a foot of snow, you got to go all the way back a few decades even. So this is truly a historic snowstorm, not only here for Greenville, but also all across the entire state of North Carolina. Everybody under a winter storm warning. Same goes for our friends down south in South Carolina. And Jane, you've been talking about it. Maybe some snowflakes in Florida. That is how cold it is across the South.
Yeah, no kidding. And you know, the eye candy from satellite imagery, Haley, I mean, it's just a meteorologist's dream today. We have so much banding taking shape, and not only just from this deepening storm offshore of where you're standing in the Carolinas, but also to that cold air as you speak about that. I mean, you can see how it cuts just south of the I-10 corridor into the North Gulf. You're right, there is the possibility. It's almost as if we have that fetch, right, that we get some Gulf effect snow. Speaking of the North Gulf, Haley, too, you're going to love this. The hurricane hunters, they just took off out of Biloxi, and they are headed into the storm. They're going to do some sampling as we head throughout tonight.
I love it. Very, very cool stuff. I mean, the hurricane hunters, they never take an off season. If it's snow, they're going to fly into this coastal low, this nor'easter. If it's an atmospheric river, they're flying into that too. So it's really such valuable data that it is crucial to help with the future of forecasting, especially in rare events just like this.
It is definitely valuable, and we're going to take all this data and we're going to run with it. Lots to learn from this storm, and I do think that it is going to be one to remember, a historic storm for the books. Back to back, Haley. 2 weekends in a row here. We've got it covered on Fox Weather. We're going to check back in with you there in Greenville, North Carolina. All right, let's dive in a little deeper. Pine Knoll Shores, North Carolina, 26 degrees, feels like 12. The snow has picked up in a big way. North Topsail Beach, not quite yet. As we head a little closer down towards Wilmington, North Carolina, Myrtle Beach, the snow, it's probably going to be a better shot from what we're tracking inland that's going to pivot its way through as opposed to our storm itself. But you see here's our hurricane hunters. They are flying over Augusta, Georgia as we speak, and they're going to end up offshore, do a couple passes through our strengthening nor'easter. And that data is going to be really important because it will be ingested into our models. And as we look ahead into tomorrow, of course, we'll see how things fare. Now, a lot of this is probably more so just for research, not so much to help us forecast what's going to happen, because at this point, we pretty much know what's going to happen. This thing is going to strengthen rapidly. It's going to continue out to sea, thankfully with minor impacts, if any, up the I-95 corridor for our major cities in the Northeast. But when we take a look at our satellite image, remember I said it was like eye candy? Well, not just for meteorologists. I think everybody's going to get a kick out of this because you can see this cold Arctic air crashing down, and look at it as it it's like the river as it opens up into the Gulf. You can just see it fan out across the North Gulf Coast there. That's the Arctic chill that has plunged us into those extreme cold warnings as far south as central Florida, and perhaps it's within some of these bands. You can actually see them starting to take shape now that you get a little added lift off the Gulf, and that's why there's the talk of some flurries in Tampa overnight tonight. But as we get closer to that strengthening nor'easter, look at the banding that we have here south of the Outer Banks, lifting up into eastern North Carolina. You can literally see the striping of intense lift, and then you see the sinking and then the lifting and sinking. That's what happens, in fact, when you have such an intense storm. It's not just all one big pocket of lift. You know, we are going to see the atmosphere likes to balance itself out. So where we have the lifting, you're going to see sinking on the other side of that and then lifting yet again. So that banding is going to take shape, and that is where we will see the most intense snow over the course of the next several hours. Visibility has already been dropped to under a quarter of a mile up towards New Bern, out towards Greenville. Now we're starting to see these numbers drop under a mile. So we're eyeing closely how long this comes together as winds continue to pick up, whether or not we're going to get close to those blizzard conditions to verify, but nonetheless, at least near blizzard, as we've seen the snow pick up over the last 2 hours. Well, the coastal Carolinas bracing for impact. This powerful storm racing toward places like the Outer Banks and Myrtle Beach. Yeah, we're going to see snow on the beach. It's already happening. It's weird, but beautiful, as Taylor Swift once said. Thankfully, Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, she's on the ground to give us the truth. We're going to be checking in with her in Myrtle Beach. We've also had Bob Van Dillon, of course, all afternoon in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we just spoke with Haley Meyer there in Greenville. We have full team coverage as this record storm wreaks havoc. More Fox Weather is coming up. Keep it here.
It's time now for Fox Weather Deals, where we bring you exclusive discounts on fantastic products just for you. To start shopping, scan that QR code on your screen or head to foxweatherdeals.com. And joining me today, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen, to introduce us to today's deal. Courtney, always great to see you.
It's so good to see you. You and I were just talking about the busy life that is New York City,
yes.
And this is now attached to our hip. It's our personal assistant, it's our office, and if that's the case, you absolutely need a Rush Charge Universe because it is portable power on the go that's got 3 points of connectivity. You can talk on the phone, take meetings, all while it's charging. You're getting up to 26 hours of additional talk time or 15 hours of additional internet use. I love this because, like, if you're talking safety and, like, your kids are out at an event or there's bad weather and there's no power, this is your lifeline. There's no cords to worry about. Everything is built on board, and it gets to come home today with fabulous colors, red, white, and blue.
I love it.
Plus the limited edition American flag, and it's $39.99, saving you 50% off.
And multiple devices can be attached to it at one time.
Which is great with kids because now there are no arguments. You get a port, you get a port, you get a port.
We all get a port. Courtney, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And of course, if you want to purchase what you saw today and so much more, you can always scan that QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com for so much more.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. That's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
Back here on Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ. Let's quickly jump up to Massachusetts. Fall River, where we've got a crystal clear blue sky, plenty of snow still stuck to the ground. Temperatures are frigid. We've got this nor'easter that is set to barrel up the coast tomorrow. Fox News' multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler joins us from Hyannis, Massachusetts, where Kaylee, you know, this has been one for the I-95 where we can all breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but there's still the Cape, which juts out into the Atlantic and tends to find itself on still the snowy side of this forecast.
Yeah, Jane, I mean, you can see all of this snow that is around me. This is from last weekend's storm. We haven't even got any of the impacts from the upcoming storm. But today, things aren't too bad. You know, it's cold. I just checked my Fox Weather app. It says it feels like 11 degrees here, but the sun is out, so that's a positive. But let's take a look at what we're working with before we head into this next storm. So you can see behind me here, this road, it has quite a bit of slush on top of it, and underneath of that is ice. We actually just saw a Jeep spin out a little bit coming down this hill. And of course, the main roads, a lot of them are looking really good. They're cleared, but it's these secondary roads that have some impact. So heading into the storm, where we're going to start getting impacts tomorrow morning, I was talking to Barnstable County Emergency Preparedness Director, and he was saying this next storm is going to be a little bit different because I want to show you from last weekend, this snow here, it's very light and fluffy. You can see it just kind of just bounces right off of my glove. But the director was telling me the storm tomorrow, it's going to have some different impacts.
And these are the ones that we worry about, which is the nor'easter type storm, where we get strong northeasterly winds with a lot of snow and a lot of wind, which in turn causes power outages. And that's one of our real concerns here on the Cape.
Yeah, so starting early tomorrow morning, that's when a lot of this wind is supposed to pick up. The gusts are supposed to reach around 50 miles per hour. And the concern is it's going to be blowing around not only the snow that's going to be falling, but all of this snow that's around me. This area got around 13 inches of snow last weekend. And then on top of all of that, there's also a coastal flood advisory. Jane?
Yeah, I mean, the Cape, it is a 1-2-3 punch as we get into tomorrow. The most significant impacts felt across parts of the Northeast. So by far and away, we are not escaping this just yet, though we will continue to track this nor'easter. Maybe for the Cape's sake, it does kick a little farther to the east as we go through tomorrow, but I do still think wind, you're right, that's going to be a big factor, whether we like it or not only making it feel dangerously cold, but we'll have to monitor the power outages. Thanks for the report there in Hyannis, Massachusetts. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler. All right, so let's dive into that for a moment, right? Because I know we've got heavy snow falling. We are well underway for a record storm in the Carolinas. But the Northeast, I mean, we just came off of a record weekend of snow, and we still have that snow on the ground. So when we talk a nor'easter coming in, of course, everybody wants to know, is this going to impact us here, back-to-back weekends? No. Washington, D.C., New York City, even Boston, this is not going to be our storm. As it deepens, now that's going to be the most impressive piece to this. This nor'easter is going to bomb out, undergo bombogenesis, which means it's going to rapidly intensify, dropping 35 millibars in 24 hours. And so the strengthening of that area of low pressure is what's going to spread in the powerful winds. But as we track this out on the exclusive Fox weather model, this is why I say we don't have much in the impact other than wind to the I-95 corridor. The snow shield well offshore. It's skinny, too, because we have that very dry, very cold air that is just crashed onto the I-95 corridor. And this nor'easter will continue to lift and pull away as we get into tomorrow evening. A couple of snow bands, they do make their way out towards the Cape and Nantucket, which is why we do have the opportunity of getting some sticking snow out there. But this is going to quickly pull out of our hair as we head into Monday. No snow expected for D.C., Philadelphia, New York City. Boston, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get a couple flakes flying through the day tomorrow, nothing that would really stick. But where we could get some sticking snow is if those bands do set up for a couple of hours out along the Cape, Barnstable, Chatham, Provincetown as we round the horn here. Winter weather advisories in effect through tomorrow evening, including Nantucket, whereas we jut out a bit into the open waters. We could get a good 1 to 3 inches of snow, maybe 3 to 5. I think 1 to 3 is probably a really good bet where we stand in the forecast right now. But the winds whipping, that persistence of this powerful storm is also going to lead to a coastal flood concern in coastal Massachusetts, including the Boston Harbor. We've got a coastal flood advisory here, and then we have the coastal flood watches and warnings that have been upgraded for Nantucket, where we could see a good 1 to 2 feet of inundation with those winds whipping. Now, outside of those impacts, wind, again, is going to be the biggest thing that we feel here along the I-95, gusting 30 to 40 miles an hour from start to finish throughout the day tomorrow. And there could be a couple gusts in there sneaking closer to 50 as we go through the afternoon with this low passing by. So that means it's dangerously cold. Wind chill values, they're going to be in the negatives for tomorrow, -2 for New York, Boston, D.C. at 2 degrees. We're going to stay put here likely through much of the day tomorrow. We're not going to feel any warmer than maybe the single digits as we get into the afternoon, which is why we have those cold weather advisories in play as we go through the day tomorrow. 7 days, by the way, consecutively is where we've seen temperatures below freezing for New York City. The record is 16 days. That was back in 1961. And if you're hoping that we're going to see a warm up, I'm not too positive that we're going to see these numbers actually verify come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Definitely staying deep in the freezer through tonight, through tomorrow. And then I do think that this model guidance is a little warmer than we'd like it to be, because there is another big shot of cold air that's going to stick around as we open up the month of February. So New York City, pretty much everybody across the Northeast bracing for the wind tomorrow, and also bracing for the cold. Let's get back to the Carolinas, where we've got snow on the board here. New Bern, North Carolina, feels like 12 degrees. Look at the visibility drop here out of Pine Knolls Shores, North Carolina. Yeah, really difficult conditions, and unfortunately, it's not getting any better. Our Fox Weather storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, he's out on the case for us. He's been showcasing the road conditions. This is now New Bern, North Carolina, where visibility has been reportedly under a quarter mile. Look at the road. I mean, you can see the shake of his vehicle as he goes over the sticking and caking snow on the ground here. You can see just past this exit, not much in the way of visibility down the road. So from here on out, the caution is please make sure that you are staying home. We've got these heavy snow bands that are expected to bring inch-plus per hour snow rates as we go through tonight. The hurricane hunters, they are en route to our strengthening nor'easter. This is going to be information coming in purely for I think, research, but still a good case study for us. Charleston, I've got my eyes on you down here. We are seeing snow crash into the low country. So making sure that you keep it here with Fox Weather. We are your winter storm HQ. We have continued coverage as we track this winter storm across the southeast. The heaviest snow expected around the Carolinas before tapering off by tomorrow morning. Some of our highest totals reaching near a foot. Make sure you have your notifications turned on. We've got another hour coming up.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Are you still wearing lame, limp, stinky socks? Once you try Hollow Socks, you'll throw away all your old socks and never look back. Hollow Socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round. Hollow Socks are naturally thermoregulating, keeping my toes warm, but not hot. Hollow Socks alpaca fibers are moisture wicking, so sweat is carried away and my feet stay drier longer. Hollow Socks are the most comfortable American-made, fast-drying, stink-free, cozy feet mittens you've ever put on. Go to hollowsocks.com today.
This is Fox Weather Alert. A powerful winter storm threatening with howling winds, coastal flooding, and heavy snow bearing down on the East Coast. Its forecast path continues includes some coastal towns in the Carolinas more accustomed to hurricanes than blizzard conditions. Temperatures, they've plummeted for tens of thousands in the southeast over this past week. Now, without power, of course, we are definitely concerned about the wind chill. Heavy weekend snow taking shape across the Carolinas, Virginia, now into Georgia and South Carolina. The system will continue to deliver intense snow as we go through tonight, with some totals that are expected to end up near a foot. Fox Weather, we have our presence on the ground covering the path of this winter storm. Live reports on the way from Greenville, North Carolina, Charlotte, Virginia Beach, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Our nonstop coverage continues right now. Thanks for joining us here on this Saturday. I'm meteorologist Jane Minar. I'll be with you for about another hour. I've got Ian Oliver behind me. Ari Sarsalari will continue our coverage through the night tonight. We are with you every step of the way, not just here in our Fox Weather headquarters, but in the field, in the snow. We've been checking in with Bob Van Dillen in Charlotte, where we've got to be close to half a foot at this point. 2 hours ago, it was a 4.5-inch reading, and that snow has been steadily coming down in Charlotte. Not just Charlotte, but as we jump over to the coast, New Bern, North Carolina, we've been keeping our eye on Brandon Kopic, our exclusive storm tracker. He's been driving around the roads here, just showing us how dangerous it has been. He started out along the Outer Banks. He made his way across the bay and into New Bern, North Carolina, where looks like they do have some emergency crews, some road crews out there. But it is just a dangerous, dangerous drive. Visibility is down under a quarter a mile, reportedly, out of New Bern, North Carolina, and we are just getting in to the heart of this storm. That's going to continue as we head through tonight. So here is the latest discussion from the Weather Prediction Center as we are monitoring some heavy snow, bands that are going to bring snow rates exceeding 1 inch per hour. That is what leads to quick accumulation, but also, too, is what leads to a drop in the visibility. Big picture, because the satellite imagery with this storm is like eye candy. And it really tells you all of the different facets of what we have working in tandem to bring such a powerful storm off the coast. One of those big features is the Arctic air that is crashing in behind this storm. Look at it opening up here in the North Gulf. I mean, it's just as if you had this fire hose that opened up and is spraying that Arctic air into the open waters, and that cold Arctic air making its way down into Florida. That cold Arctic air, by the way, too, has some wind to it. And we did have gusts up near 60 miles an hour out of Atlanta. And so that is also going to create its own challenges, let alone dropping in a wind chill factor. Bob Van Dillen said it was the single digits. We're hovering very close to zero there. So dangerous cold. Here's our visible satellite close to the center of the storm. In eastern North Carolina, it doesn't get any better than this, right? You have this mid-level outflow with our deepening area of low pressure, and then you see the bands of snow that are picking up as this continues to strengthen. Those bands will continue to work in tandem to drop in those snow rates. And what's interesting about banding snow and what that satellite imagery shows you, it's not just one blob of snow. You literally get this wave-like feature with those bands as you see the lift and the sinking and the lift and the sinking, because the atmosphere is always trying to balance itself out in some way or the other. But New Bern, there we are with the quarter mile of visibility up towards Washington, where we have some pretty intense snow. Jacksonville, you know, this is an interesting piece to the story here, because whenever I see bright white like this, I'm always a little suspect of what Mother Nature's bringing us here out of Morehead City. We've got the radar beam here. Let's see. All right, now we're in pure snowmaking. A little mixing out of North Topsail Beach, but Jacksonville, if we did have any sleet, which I wasn't that worried about, that is pure snow. So that's an intense radar signature to see that. And then Savannah, Charleston, hey, we are seeing the cold air crash on the I-95 corridor. Look how that moisture has filled in. This is that mid-level energy that brought the big bursts of snow to Charlotte. That is now starting to work its way into the low country. So Savannah, Charleston, under those winter weather alerts for good reason, as I expect the snow to start, well, any minute. All eyes are on the coast as this storm continues to pick up. And boy, has this camera picked up in a big way. Snow-covered roads out of Greenville, North Carolina. No one better than to check in with our Haley Meyer, who is on the ground in Greenville. Haley, look at your shot right now. I mean, the snow is just coming down so intensely.
I know. I mean, Jane, it's pretty incredible what a couple hours will do when you have snowfall rates. I would say just a little bit under 1 inch per hour. But with that mesoscale discussion that was issued maybe an hour, hour and a half ago, they were highlighting the threat of 1 inch, if not a little bit more than that, per hour snowfall rate. So we still have some room for improvement in terms of how heavy the snow will come down. The flakes, they vary. We've got a couple very small light flakes, a few that are more chunky of this dendritic snowflake growth as they're all starting to coalesce together, but they are beautiful. If you ever take a second to stop and just look at them, oh my gosh, they're stunning. We took a second to try and look at what they we're doing on top of this trash can. We slowed it down for folks so you can hopefully try to enjoy some of the beauty of winter weather. Unfortunately, with last week's winter storm, I mean, we had ice and it was catastrophic for spots in North Mississippi, North Louisiana. That's the bad part of winter weather. But there is a beauty in it, and I think that shot is one part of it. I was able to catch up with some ECU students too earlier today, take a look at what they were telling me about their love of snow and some of their favorite snow activities.
Awesome, I love the snow.
You love the snow?
Yeah.
What are your plans tonight in the snow?
Probably make a snowman, maybe do a snow angel. Yeah, an igloo.
Okay. What a snow angel right now, you can do it.
Right now. Yeah, drop down.
Let's see it. Right? Let's see it.
Face angel. Face angel. Oh, yeah.
Well, while the snow angel has gone away, we've got some hot dogs that have come out to play. Guys, what is going on? I just have to know.
Classic ECU hot dog bar crawl on a nice snowy day.
So is this going to happen whether or not there was snow?
Yes.
The snow just makes it so much better.
Is this like a yearly thing, the hot dog bar crawl?
I don't think so.
I think so, yeah.
Yes. So how many other hot dogs do you think am I going to be seeing roaming around the streets today?
We just passed like 50 of them.
Yeah.
A lot.
So many. A lot, yeah.
Okay, so for people who are tuning in, do you know how this tradition got started? Is there like a hot dog pirates kind of thing? I don't feel like they belong in the same generation.
I would think Sub Dogs has a lot to do with it.
Sub Dogs is an ECU classic, whether it's game day, whether it's just Tuesday night, we're always at Sub Dogs.
Okay, so they started the bar crawl. Okay, so we got some more hot dogs behind you. We see the parade of dogs just walking down. So do you think that the hot dog suits are keeping you warmer?
They're so big. Yes, it's a mindset. The hot dog suit is a mindset.
It's a mindset. It's keeping you warm because like a warm glizzy, it's great. So it's like you have to really get into the mindset of a hot dog. So how do you guys feel about the snow, about the cold? Yay, nay?
I love it. Classes were canceled on Monday, so yay, for sure.
Are you hoping it get canceled all week, or are you just glad with the one day?
All week, so we can have glizzy day every day.
Glizzy day every day, guys. I mean, Jane, this is what ECU's all about, right? Having fun, enjoying the snow. It looks great outside, so you guys have fun. Try not to slip. Thankfully, it seems like the roads are not doing too bad. You guys wore pretty sensible shoes, I suppose, so. Well, have fun, and thank you for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
There's going to be a lot more hot dogs where that came from, I guess, Jane. I didn't know what I was getting myself into when I came to Greenville today.
It's Greenville's version of SantaCon, I guess, when it is New York City's turn, Hoboken, to across the river in New Jersey. But hey, I am actually not surprised by that one bit. I mean, as long as you do it safely, they're walking through the snow, right? And you know what? It's also helping these local businesses that they look at this and they say, please come, because no better place to be than in a warm bar with all of your friends as the snow is falling.
I mean, especially, it's an extra layer. So, I mean, hey, why not throw on a hot dog costume and walk around and hang out in the warm weather, or in the cold weather. So hopefully, Jane, we have a lot of happy hot dogs running across Greenville. So far, I've gotten good reviews from the snow. They said it's not quite the snowiest they've seen their college town yet. That was coming from seniors. So they've said they've seen something similar last year with this amount of snow, nothing more. So any additional snow that we get, this will be a once-in-a-college career for some of these people out here. So it's going to be a magical day here. I have a feeling. But it's going to get, I mean, very cold overnight. So that's the real problem for everybody around. How cold it's going to be through about midweek.
That's the thing. I mean, it definitely, snow, there is such a fun component to this, but the cold air that's crashing in, like I said, you can see it on satellite, and that's never a good sign, because that means this thing has Arctic origins, and it is going to be dangerous. I'm seeing the dogs behind you. At least a dozen hot dogs crossing the street. Haley, we're going to be checking back in with you in just about 20 minutes, so I don't expect much to change from your shot. This snow is coming down heavy.
No. Maybe just more hot dogs.
All right, let's go over. We've got Fall River, Massachusetts, where, you know, of course, all of this heavy snow has just been pummeling the Carolinas. And up the I-95 corridor, of course, there was a lot of chatter this week about this nor'easter and whether or not we were going to get hit 2 weekends in a row with a significant snow. We know that that has fallen off the table, right? This nor'easter, though, as it continues to work its way up the coast, will still bring some pretty significant wind. That wind mixed in with the cold is never a good recipe, so just prepare for an Arctic chill that settles in yet again through the day tomorrow. This low, boy, let me tell you, though, this nor'easter is doing something pretty impressive. It is going to undergo bombogenesis, which is impressive every time we see it. But I will say it's not all that uncommon when you take a look at nor'easters. But we are expecting this low to deepen 35 millibars in 24 hours. And so we are going to see the spread of wind make it up the I-95 corridor. The snow shield, that will remain offshore. A couple of flakes flying out there across parts of Nantucket. But overall, not expecting to see too much here. If I can, toss it to break it to get some water. But more Fox weather when we get back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin.
And backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today. Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
eye bags, dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
Have you ever been to the airport on a beautiful day just to find out that your flight has been delayed? Weather is often the culprit, meddling behind the scenes. But how? It's all about cascading delays. When storms ground planes at origin airports, the destination airports start to face delays as well. Things can start to snowball when big storms impact multiple travel hubs. Down on the ground, out on the roads, traffic stinks, but it can be a problem up in the air too. The actual corridors in which planes fly can get clogged up. And sometimes when storms are positioned in flight paths, there is less room for all of the air traffic. Travel headaches can be brutal, but Fox Weather can help. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anytime, anywhere on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
All right, we're back here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We have coverage all afternoon through tonight, tomorrow, as we continue to cover this powerful nor'easter, bringing tons of snow to Charlotte, North Carolina. Check a look at this video that's been coming in. Snow coming down in droves. Our very own Bob Van Dillen joining us with the latest from Charlotte. Charlotte, about 4.5 inches. Though, Bob, that was like a 2.5 hour ago report. So I know that we've probably seen more than that. 6 inches. And we did just get a 10-inch report north of town.
Do that again. That was awesome. Yeah, go do that again. There you go. So, Jade, that's what I'm talking about. There you go, buddy. hey, what's your name, man? Bowden. Got to talk to Bowden? What?
TV?
Yeah, I'm going to show you on TV. I want you to go ahead and do that again if you can. What do you think? How do you like this snow, my friend?
I like it. It's pretty good.
Have you ever seen snow like this before?
Yeah.
You have? Where? Here?
No. In Kentucky, I have.
Oh, no way. So what's your favorite part about this snow?
It's like I like to slide in it.
Mm-hmm. I want to see you go do that again, man.
Okay.
All right, do a running start. Let's do it. Do it right up here, and then let's see if you can get the landing spot right here. Ready? Go! It's definitely slidable. And I told you before, Jane, that we ran out of sled, so you just have to do the old belly flop. All right, there, Bowden, ready? 1, 2, 3. Nail it, kid, nail it, nail it. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice work, Bowden. Hey, big heads up right there. Big 5. Nice work, pal. Thank you very much, you guys. Enjoyed the snow? They did. Trillions of people just saw you. It was awesome. Anyway, Jade, I just did see a report. 6 inches of snow officially in uptown Charlotte. That's where we are, and it continues to come down. And you talk about more snow on the way. We're watching these banding features that is just set up, and if you live anywhere around Kannapolis, down to Concord, into Charlotte, all the way back down to Gastonia, and it stretches into upstate South Carolina, we have been in this band now, Jane, for the last 2 hours, and it's coming down at a rate at this point about 1 inch per hour. And if I'm looking at the radar, like you are as well, we're going to be seeing this thing pinwheel around for the next 2 to 4 hours. So we've got another 2 to 4 inches of snow left to come.
Get this, we've already got a double-digit reading just north of where you are on I-85, China Grove, officially 10 inches. So with this band not letting up, Bob, I think you're right. I mean, Charlotte, we were going 5 to 8, but I don't know. You think we could get more than 8? You think we might get close to double inches?
Yeah, I do.
Double digits here?
Absolutely. I do. I think 8 inches is what we got back in 2014. I think that's going to go down. The next one you have to look back is 2004, was 2004. They got 13 inches, 11 to 13, depending on where you're located. That might be a little steep, but we're going to get close to that one now, too. So that's a 1 in 20 year situation. We haven't seen that in about 20, 22 years, that kind of snowfall, and it continues to cram down. Now, another story that just happened, the people got let out from the Hornets-Spurs game. That was just about a half an hour ago. Hornets won their 6th in a row, so everybody's happy. What they weren't happy about, though, was the fact that bus service has been suspended as of 3 o'clock. So the people that got here to the game on the bus, they've got no way to go out of here. Now, the light rail system is still going until about 5 o'clock, but then even that's going to get shut down, and it's not going to pick up again until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's the latest, all because of the heavy snow that's coming down. Then, if you look at the traffic map all around the Charlotte Metro, it is aglow with red. There are accidents all over the place. People are just taking it too fast. They're spinning out. They're getting in wrecks. this is not a good spot to be in if you're on a high tail trying to get out of Charlotte. It's not going to happen today. A 77, it's very slow. I-85, obviously very slow. You get down towards Greenville in South Carolina. There was actually a standstill right there at 85 just a couple of hours ago. I don't know if it's loosened up yet or not, but the best thing I can tell you is just kind of chill. If you don't have to be outside, I wouldn't do it right now because the snow is as heavy as it's going to get.
It is. Heavy snow, visibility is dropping, right? I mean, this is here in Charlotte, but I mean, we're stretching that snow and dropped visibility all the way to the coast. And now that snow shield, it's dropping into Georgia. There are a couple of snow reports, Bob. You'd love this. North of Atlanta, once you get up towards like Gainesville, Lake Lanier, we had about a 1.5.
Northeast,
Northeast, right? We had a 1.5 inch report at the island there, but we had up to 6 inches in Bowdoin, Georgia, all because of one convergence band that's set up on the I-20.
And I saw that up in Hall County, Georgia, too. That's northeast Georgia. They picked up a good 4 to 5 inches of snow right off the bat. Where we live out there in northern part of the suburbs, out there by Marietta, we haven't picked up much in the Atlanta metro. It's just dusting. It was a little bit of light flurry action going on at the most. Down where my parents live, though, by Beaufort, South Carolina, it's sleeting. So the low country of South Carolina, south of Charleston, getting the sleet right now with the temperature about 37 degrees. So it's not sticking right there either. But you want sticking. Look at me. This is just being out here in about for 2 minutes. It's coming down. My hat is white now. It's coming down pretty well.
This is coming down. I mean, it's so beautiful to look at. And you had said this before, too. I mean, snow like this, it does dampen sound a little bit. And so you're not crazy if you think everything feels like you have like earmuffs on or like your AirPods on the noise canceling mode, because the snowflakes themselves, they just quiet the atmosphere.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing the effect it has when all of a sudden you can see the sound waves. They dampen everything. It's soft. When there's thunder snow, it barely cracks, right? You can barely hear it. By the way, what do you think the chances are that we get Mike Seidel a little thunder snow tonight?
Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? You know, given how things are unfolding and how quickly this low is developing and rapidly deepening, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little kinetic energy out there. We get some thunder snow to mix in.
It's just a nightmare to travel, though, too. You talk about this. There are people who are waiting on the light rail right now, all happy because the Charlotte Hornets won again. At the airport, though, Charlotte Douglas, different scenario. 876 flights canceled as of a half an hour ago going into Charlotte Douglas. That's huge. It's a gigantic number. I mean, and it's all because of this 6 to 10 inches of snow that we're all going to see continue to pile up.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a ground stop program right now. Heavy snow reported at the airport right now. I'm looking up a quarter mile of visibility. And you're right. I mean, now 900 cancellations, Bob.
Holy cow, it went up.
It went up. And Charlotte, that's an American Airlines hub, is it not? I believe Charlotte is.
It is, yeah. Yeah, they shut all the American Airlines flights down. I know that for sure. And I'm watching Trade Street right now. All these cars right now, Janie, you see that are coming out onto the road, they're all emptying out from that parking deck from the Hornets game. They're going very slowly up Trade Street. I mean, I know it's slow go anyway, but you had the fact that they hit the plow and instantaneously the snow sticks one more time. If you don't have four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, you're kind of hosed, because this is a little incline right there, and it goes all the way up towards Trade Street. We do have a bus that's coming down very slowly on the other side. I'm watching that as well. Officially, they ended service at 3 o'clock, so I'm not sure if that one's still active. But yeah, we've got a lot of foot action, a lot of foot traffic, a lot of people emptying out from the game, and a lot of vehicles on the road right here in uptown Charlotte. So, Jane, that's what it looks like right now.
A lot of kids out there, Bob, enjoying this. This is coming in on a Saturday, and, you know, ECU, where Haley is, she said that the university's already canceled classes for Monday. What do you think for Charlotte? You think school will be closed or at least a delayed opening Monday morning with all this?
Oh, yeah, there's going to be no school. What's going on, you guys? Hey, how about, did you go to the Charlotte game? Did you go to how'd you guys do, all right? 6 in a row, right? God, dog, as a Knick fan, I'm not happy about that. I'm watching I know. I'm watching the clandestine snowball thrower over here behind a tree, too. It's getting a little kinetic out here, Jane. Luckily, the snow is not that packable. You have to literally melt it in your hands for it to stick. So you see the fella right here. I could see he was eyeing me up.
Yeah, but
He knows better.
I'm loving the snow that's just like collected and piling on your jacket, on the hat. I'm sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
know.
it's coming down. But listen, Bob, I know it must be cold out there. It is a beautiful view. Gosh, there's so much action. Saw a snowball thrower out there.
It is. It feels good. I could be out here forever because if I went inside, I have the total FOMO because this kind of snow does not happen very often. Again, if we get over 11 inches of snow, now you're rivaling something from 2004, and we're going to get very close to that. And remember the liquid ratio. It's so high, 15 to 20 inches of snow for 1 inch of rain. It could happen. We could get close to that number, especially if it keeps snowing like this for another 4 to 5 hours.
Plows coming by to your, what is that, to your left?
Oh, there you go. You notice it's not down there.
I did notice that, exactly. But
interesting.
Bob,
interesting.
Charlotte, I mean, 6 inches, averages what, 3 in a year? And so we're looking at least 2 years worth of snow already with this event. So, all right, Bob, we're going to be checking back in.
We picked that up in 2 hours. It's getting a little kinetic, like I said. Here we go. And I don't know if you know, Jane, but back 20 years ago, I was pretty much a big deal in Charlotte.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Bob,
yeah,
you're always a big deal for us.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Jade, it's getting active. This is about as heavy as snow as you're going to find is right here in Charlotte.
All right. We will be watching, checking in. Thanks for the report there. And the Hornets coming out with a win. All right. Good stuff out of Charlotte.
How about that?
All right, let's take you out to the coast. New Bern, North Carolina. Visibility is down under a quarter of a mile. Snow picking up in intensity. These bands have meant business out along the Outer Banks and into the Sandhills, where, I mean, you do not want to be on road conditions like this at all. In New Bern, North Carolina, we're expecting to see upwards of nearly a foot of snow in the forecast, given how things have unfolded. Brandon has been showing us these views for the last 3+ hours, and it has picked up so intensely that we're probably well on our way to continuing to add up on those totals. We've had 2 distinct pockets of snow. One along the coast as our nor'easter continues to deepen as it strengthens off the coast. And then we had our second pocket of snow. This from the mid-level energy that was swinging through the mountains last night, set up and spread snow through the Piedmont, which is where we've picked up some intense snow rates from Charlotte on down into the I-85 corridor in Greenville. Snow pivoting up into Virginia as well. A dry slot kicking in between these 2 distinct areas of snow. That's not all that uncommon. And actually, it took a moment, but models, those high-resolution models, they really started to pick up on this yesterday. We started to tell you in cities like Raleigh that those numbers could go down because of that stubborn dry air. We will eventually see that mid-level energy pivot and then fully transfer its energy to the developing and strengthening nor'easter as we go through tonight. So that's when I do think that the I-95 corridor, which largely from Roanoke Rapids and then down through Fayetteville has been largely snow-free up to this point. A couple flakes now starting to creep their way in, but we do have moderate to heavy snow bands impacting eastern North Carolina right now, right up into far southeastern, Virginia. Norfolk, Virginia Beach included in that as well, where we could see snow rates about 1 inch per hour. Big picture. I always like to look at the big picture. Here's our real color satellite, and you can see that cold Arctic air funneling its way all the way down into the Gulf. That's why we have extreme cold warnings stretched all across the south, as far south as central Florida, south of the I-4 corridor, for temperatures that are going to be down into the teens and 20s, feeling like the single digits. That is what's coming in behind our snowstorm. But as we zero in to some of those intense snow bands, now this is the perfect time of day to see this. As we continue on later into this evening, we're going to lose the visible satellite just because the sun sets. But you can see the mid-level outflow of that nor'easter. Look at just the convection and the thunderstorm development, the banding that we've seen pick up here, the lifting and sinking that does lead to, well, some pretty intense snow. So Morehead City, Wilmington, we're starting to see this snow begin to drop down to the coast as well. So as we continue to monitor this, I mean, of course, the heaviest of the snow, near a foot expected for the Outer Banks. We've got Mike Seidel coming up there this evening. We're going to check in with him. But I want to drop real quickly down into spots like Myrtle Beach and into Savannah and Charleston, where slowly but surely that mixing is going to change over. This cold air is crashing down on the I-95, and we will see our snowflakes switch over, if not already, in a spot like Charleston, Hilton Head Island. So keep it here. Of course, we've got continued coverage on Fox Weather. This is going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. Mid-afternoon, we are by no means out of the woods. This powerful winter storm, it treks east toward the coast. We're seeing snow pick up in the Outer Banks. Thankfully, Fox Weather has teams stretched from the Carolinas to New England, because as we head into tomorrow, this becomes a massive wind story for the I-95. We've got live reports coming up in North Carolina when we get back. You're watching Fox Weather's extended winter storm coverage.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. We encourage everybody to stay inside and stay warm. Stay inside, folks, unless you have hollow socks. I'll be here reporting all weekend long, and my feet will not stink because the fibers, they're hollow, and they naturally wick the moisture and heat away to keep your feet at the perfect temperature. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
All right, we're back here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, with our continued coverage of this incredible winter storm pounding the Atlantic, especially here in the Carolinas, where snow has been steady for the last several hours. We have double-digit reports across the Piedmont, just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. And once we head a little closer to the coast, that's where we've got a good shot at getting close to a foot, if not more, as we go through tonight. Let's get you a live look out of Pitt Greenville Airport in North Carolina, where we're in the thick of things right now. Snow, steady. And when you take a look at what we were watching earlier, look at the wind kicking up some light snow drifts. And then where we are right now on the right side of your screen, visibility has dropped to about a half a mile. And you can see they do have crews out there at the airport, though I have a hard time believing that we've got any flights coming up and off this tarmac because travel has been grounded to a halt. Charlotte's in a ground stop, over 900 cancellations. Atlanta also seeing some big time cancellations. So today is a day to hunker in. Let's check in with our Fox Weather meteorologist, Haley Meyer, joining us live from Greenville, North Carolina, as the snow has picked up today. Haley, some snow reports are starting to trickle in now. Along the coast, we're just shy of a half a foot, but I'd be interested to see what we end up here in Greenville.
Yeah, you know what? I think Greenville is a very interesting zone specifically because we initially flew into Raleigh, if you've been following our journey here, and Raleigh's been getting kind of snubbed for the majority of this event. They've been sandwiched between the lift coming from that dip in the jet stream in that trough and creating that forcing, and also there's another zone where a lot of the snow is coming from here. That's our coastal low, the budding nor'easter that's developing right now. That's going to produce the big time snow totals across the Outer Banks. Greenville, we find ourselves right on the cusp, but clearly how things are going right now, we will be on the snowier solution. That's why we ended up making our journey from Raleigh over to Greenville early this morning. It's about an hour and a half drive, not too far. The closer you get to the coast, the bigger your snow totals are going to be. Right now, though, you are right. Very, very steady with this snowfall. You put a footprint, and by the time you guys come back to me, I guarantee you that footprint's probably gone. That's how consistent it's coming down right now. If I had to estimate where we're at here in Greenville, I would probably say about 1.5 inches, verging 2 inches worth of snow. And we have an additional probably 3 to 5 left to go. So we could get to that half a foot range here. We're still expecting to see this kind of snowfall rate, close to 3/4 of an inch per hour, till about 7 o'clock. And it's what, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon? So got another 4 or 5 hours left to go of consistent heavy snow. We'll dial it down more so into the lighter snow on the backhand side of the evening, but that's when the winds start to kick up, and that's the biggest concern is ground blizzard conditions. It's rare when you hear the B word in weather in the South, okay? Because blizzards are just not very common here. You need the wind, and typically for the South and Southeast, it's more of a stagnant air mass. You don't have big time windstorms like you do in the Northeast or in the Central Plains. But with this nor'easter, it's kicking up the winds close to 40 miles per hour. And considering this snow, I'll even pick it up and show you, it's so powdery. I mean, it just dissipates right into the palm of your hand. It's very easy to get picked up by the winds, and then you have a blizzard that can take place. Right now, visibility running at about 2 miles, so not horrible, but I will say travel's starting to get a little treacherous. There's been a few slips on the corner over here. Some cars lost control a little bit. It was recoverable. You can see maybe some of their tracks that don't look like they were supposed to be going to the left, and they were a little bit. So got a snow plow behind me. I don't think we're quite at plowable snow yet. That's at 2 inches. So we're probably getting close to that mark. But this is not the first time I've seen a plow that's driven through here. So they're ready. They know. He honked at us, giving us we're ready to go for folks over in Greenville. So they're very prepared. The hot dogs are ready to go for their bar crawl. I think if there's any way that Greenville could be weathering through a historic snowstorm, I think they've got it pretty down pat. But truly, some of the snow totals we've seen north of Charlotte, incredible. This is probably one of the biggest snowstorms we will have in North Carolina in the next few decades. I mean, you have to go all the way back to the early 2000s to have something comparable like this, Jane. So definitely hunker down and buckle up, because this cold, that's really what's going to be getting you moving forward. Because I'll tell you what, I was not born in the South, but pretty much raised in the South. This is one of the coldest I've been in a mid-Atlantic. Very cool guy over there. Anyway, very cold. This is one of the coldest I've been living down south ever. So I will tell you what, this is something that'll give a shock to the system, just how chilly it is outside.
Oh, absolutely. And the worst part is that you've got the cold and the snow, so it's kind of like a double whammy. Wait till the wind kicks in, and then that's just a triple threat. And then tomorrow, it's even worse. So I mean, there's no escaping this winter,
Right.
Haley. I feel like it has just been on full blast. And where we're not getting snow, we're getting dangerous temperatures all the way down to Florida, which, by the way, they might not even escape themselves either. We're still talking the possibility of flurries. We've already had reports on the I-10 this morning. But maybe Tampa? I don't know if I'm fully a believer just yet, but the signal is there for a couple flurries tomorrow morning.
I know. Yeah, there's enough believers around us that I think it could happen. A few passing snowflakes near the Tampa area. But, I mean, the fact that you are actually getting the 540 millibar line, which is just something meteorologists throw around, it typically delineates a good spot where you have enough cold air for snow. When that gets down to the I-10 and even to the Tampa area, that is significant. Miami could have one of their coldest temperatures they've had in also a couple of decades. I mean, this is not just a southeast thing. This is way down into Florida, up to the northeast, but it's North Carolina, South Carolina that gets the winter snowy aspect of this in a big way since we've seen, since I've been here in North Carolina so far.
It is, absolutely. It's been fun to watch your shot change so dynamically in the last couple of hours. Haley, find a moment to get warm because you're right. It is so cold out there. You've got continued coverage, of course, as we go throughout tonight. Haley, thanks for checking in with us out of Greenville. Let's dive in a little deeper into some of these snow totals that have been coming in. So again, this was from earlier in Greenville, North Carolina, this video, right? I mean, look at the wind just taking away some of the light snow that had collected on the tarmac. Total different picture out of Greenville, North Carolina now, as visibility is down to about nothing, about a half a mile of visibility. Look at the snow that has piled up. You can barely make it off into the distance, but they do in fact have some crews out there. Again, I have a hard time pressed to believe that we have any flights that are coming up and off of this tarmac landing, hopefully. I mean, I know cancellations have been growing big time at our Southeast airport hubs. This is a look at the road conditions. This is Nags Head, North Carolina. Corey Gherkin, our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker. He's been out here with Brandon giving us a view. Corey had an incredible shot earlier this afternoon on the Highway 12. You could see the dunes and the light dusting of snow that had just started, and the winds already whipping, dropping visibility to about nothing. A little better there where he's at in Nags Head. This is Pollocksville, North Carolina. So Brandon's been driving up near New Bern, and he's found himself in some of the most intense snow bands that have picked up for the afternoon. Snow rates that are exceeding about an inch an hour. So this is where visibility is dropping under a quarter a mile. I mean, look, you know, you can barely make out, there's a car coming down the distance, couple of cars, and you just can't see them until they're right up on you. So the caution is stay off the roads because this is by no means over. I want to show you this, Raleigh. Oh, so close to getting some of those snowflakes to work their way in. We've had this dry slot that's been really the dividing line between our two pieces of energy. Snow that's kicked up along the east. We've got Haley and Greenville out along the coast because of our deepening nor'easter. And then you've got our mid-level energy that's pivoting its way through, picking up snow out of Charlotte, Greensboro, on the I-85. Eventually, we're going to close this gap. And Charlotte, we're close to getting those snowflakes to fall. But I want to show you some of these snow reports that have come in the last 3 hours. Oh, we've got a new report now. Let's see how much this one is. This is Greenville. Let's see. An inch. Okay, in the last 3 hours. Not what I was expecting, but I've got some better snow totals for us coming in out of Morehead City, where we've got anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of snow here at the base of North Carolina, just outside of Emerald Isle. Morehead City, you've got Harker's Island at 2.5 inches of snow. This is just the beginning. Again, this is where we could see upwards of 8 to 12 inches when all is said and done, and perhaps near blizzard conditions too, once those winds really begin to whip up. We've got a long way to go before this is done and over with. That's why Fox Weather is staying with you through the night to bring you exclusive coverage you can't find anywhere else. Ian Oliver, he takes over our coverage at the top of the hour. Then we've got Ari Sarsalari taking over at 8 p.m. Eastern. More Fox Weather coming up. Keep it here.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then? You have to tell me.
Yeah, okay, well, it's my skin.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam.
Go to ParticleMen.com.
Back here on Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ. Let's quickly jump up to Massachusetts. Fall River, where we've got a crystal clear blue sky, plenty of snow still stuck to the ground. Temperatures are frigid. We've got this nor'easter that is set to barrel up the coast tomorrow. Fox News' multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler joins us from Hyannis, Massachusetts, where Kaylee, you know, this has been one for the I-95 where we can all breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but there's still the Cape, which juts out into the Atlantic and tends to find itself on still the snowy side of this forecast.
Yeah, Jane, I mean, you can see all of this snow that is around me. This is from last weekend's storm. We haven't even got any of the impacts from the upcoming storm. But today, things aren't too bad. You know, it's cold. I just checked my Fox Weather app. It says it feels like 11 degrees here, but the sun is out, so that's a positive. But let's take a look at what we're working with before we head into this next storm. So you can see behind me here, this road, it has quite a bit of slush on top of it, and underneath of that is ice. We actually just saw a Jeep spin out a little bit coming down this hill. And of course, the main roads, a lot of them are looking really good. They're cleared, but it's these secondary roads that have some impact. So heading into the storm, where we're going to start getting impacts tomorrow morning, I was talking to Barnstable County Emergency Preparedness Director, and he was saying this next storm is going to be a little bit different because I want to show you from last weekend, this snow here, it's very light and fluffy. You can see it just kind of just bounces right off of my glove, but the director was telling me the storm tomorrow, it's going to have some different impacts.
And these are the ones that we worry about, which is the nor'easter type storm, where we get strong northeasterly winds with a lot of snow and a lot of wind, which in turn causes power outages. And that's one of our real concerns here on the Cape.
Yeah, so starting early tomorrow morning, that's when a lot of this wind is supposed to pick up. The gusts are supposed to reach around 50 miles per hour. And the concern is it's going to be blowing around not only the snow that's going to be falling, but all of this snow that's around me. This area got around 13 inches of snow last weekend. And then on top of all of that, there's also a coastal flood advisory. Jane?
Yeah, I mean, the Cape, it is a 1-2-3 punch as we get into tomorrow. The most significant impacts felt across parts of the Northeast. So by far and away, we are not escaping this just yet, though we will continue to track this nor'easter. Maybe for the Cape's sake, it does kick a little farther to the east as we go through tomorrow, but I do still think wind, you're right, that's going to be a big factor, whether we like it or not only making it feel dangerously cold, but we'll have to monitor the power outages. Thanks for the report there in Hyannis, Massachusetts. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler. All right, so let's dive into that for a moment, right? Because I know we've got heavy snow falling. We are well underway for a record storm in the Carolinas. But the Northeast, I mean, we just came off of a record weekend of snow, and we still have that snow on the ground. So when we talk a nor'easter coming in, of course, everybody wants to know, is this going to impact us here, back-to-back weekends? No. Washington, D.C., New York City, even Boston, this is not going to be our storm. As it deepens, now that's going to be the most impressive piece to this. This nor'easter is going to bomb out, undergo bombogenesis, which means it's going to rapidly intensify, dropping 35 millibars in 24 hours. And so the strengthening of that area of low pressure is what's going to spread in the powerful winds. But as we track this out on the exclusive Fox weather model, this is why I say we don't have much in the impact other than wind to the I-95 corridor. The snow shield well offshore. It's skinny, too, because we have that very dry, very cold air that is just crashed onto the I-95 corridor. And this nor'easter will continue to lift and pull away as we get into tomorrow evening. A couple of snow bands, they do make their way out towards the Cape and Nantucket, which is why we do have the opportunity of getting some sticking snow out there. But this is going to quickly pull out of our hair as we head into Monday. No snow expected for D.C., Philadelphia, New York City. Boston, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get a couple flakes flying through the day tomorrow, nothing that would really stick. But where we could get some sticking snow is if those bands do set up for a couple of hours out along the Cape, Barnstable, Chatham, Provincetown as we round the horn here. Winter weather advisories in effect through tomorrow evening, including Nantucket, whereas we jut out a bit into the open waters. We could get a good 1 to 3 inches of snow, maybe 3 to 5. I think 1 to 3 is probably a really good bet where we stand in the forecast right now. But the winds whipping, that persistence of this powerful storm is also going to lead to a coastal flood concern in coastal Massachusetts, including the Boston Harbor. We've got a coastal flood advisory here, and then we have the coastal flood watches and warnings that have been upgraded for Nantucket, where we could see a good 1 to 2 feet of inundation with those winds whipping. Now, outside of those impacts, wind, again, is going to be the biggest thing that we feel here along the I-95, gusting 30 to 40 miles an hour from start to finish throughout the day tomorrow. And there could be a couple gusts in there sneaking closer to 50 as we go through the afternoon with this low passing by. So that means it's dangerously cold. Wind chill values, they're going to be in the negatives for tomorrow, -2 for New York, Boston, D.C. at 2 degrees. We're going to stay put here likely through much of the day tomorrow. We're not going to feel any warmer than maybe the single digits as we get into the afternoon, which is why we have those cold weather advisories in play as we go through the day tomorrow. 7 days, by the way, consecutively is where we've seen temperatures below freezing for New York City. The record is 16 days. That was back in 1961. And if you're hoping that we're going to see a warm up, I'm not too positive that we're going to see these numbers actually verify come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Definitely staying deep in the freezer through tonight, through tomorrow. And then I do think that this model guidance is a little warmer than we'd like it to be, because there is another big shot of cold air that's going to stick around as we open up the month of February. So New York City, pretty much everybody across the Northeast bracing for the wind tomorrow, and also bracing for the cold. Let's get back to the Carolinas, where we've got snow on the board here. New Bern, North Carolina feels like 12 degrees. Look at the visibility drop here at Pine Knolls Shores, North Carolina. Yeah, really difficult conditions, and unfortunately, it's not getting any better. Our Fox Weather storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, he's out on the case for us. He's been showcasing the road conditions. This is now New Bern, North Carolina, where visibility has been reportedly under a quarter mile. Look at the road. I mean, you can see the shake of his vehicle as he goes over the sticking and caking snow on the ground here. You can see just past this exit, not much in the way of visibility down the road. So from here on out, the caution is please make sure that you are staying home. We've got these heavy snow bands that are expected to bring inch-plus per hour snow rates as we go through tonight. The hurricane hunters, they are en route to our strengthening nor'easter. This is going to be information coming in purely for, I think, research, but still a good case study for us. Charleston, I've got my eyes on you down here. We are seeing snow crash into the low country. So making sure that you keep it here with Fox Weather. We are your winter storm HQ. We have continued coverage as we track this winter storm across the southeast. The heaviest snow expected around the Carolinas before tapering off by tomorrow morning. Some of our highest totals reaching near a foot. Make sure you have your notifications turned on. We've got another hour coming up.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. My toes are very warm. I'm wearing the hollow socks. They're alpaca fibers, and the alpaca is thermoregulating, up to 3 times warmer than merino wool, so your feet will stay drier, warmer, and warmer even when wet, they're telling me. I'll be here reporting all weekend long. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectisol.com.
Right now on Fox Weather, a powerful coastal storm is blasting the southeast and parts of the mid-Atlantic. Winter weather alerts stretch from Georgia up through Virginia. This could be a historic storm for portions of coastal North Carolina, potentially the biggest snow there since the 80s. Snow rates may exceed 1 to 2 inches per hour. Some spots may pick up as much as a foot of snow, with blizzard conditions likely out on the Outer Banks. The combination of tropical storm force winds and heavy wind-driven snow will make travel treacherous and life-threatening for a region not necessarily accustomed to such extreme winter conditions. And while the snow will understandably grab a lot of the attention, some of the most serious impacts will occur along the coastline, like right there. That's our storm tracker, Corey Gerken. He's out on the Outer Banks. The storm is expected to bomb out or rapidly intensify just offshore, bringing destructive waves and some coastal flooding. Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. We're bringing you coverage of this nasty nor'easter all weekend long, with meteorologists, reporters, and storm trackers fanned out across the path of the storm. Hey, good Saturday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. I'm Ian Oliver. We're bringing you extended coverage of this powerful nor'easter blasting the southeast coastline up into parts of the mid-Atlantic. This is a storm that's still getting stronger, and it will continue to do so as we move forward through this evening. So that's the look right now. That area of low pressure deepening just offshore, just east of the Outer Banks. The overall coverage of snow still on the increase, but look at this. We get a couple of live pictures. There's Charlotte and down into Jarvisburg, North Carolina. We're going to take you throughout the region, as we said, show you all the pictures, back-to-back weekends with a significant winter storm. Let's take it out to Charlotte, where the snow is still coming down, a winter storm warning in effect across the state as dangerously cold wind chills continue to impact the state. Let's go out on the ground. We'll check in with meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Bob, you were what, a little bit farther off to the south last time we talked? I mean, last weekend, I'm talking about with the last storm. You mentioned they still had the Hornets game. I was watching some of your coverage. The Hornets beat the Spurs. They haven't had a ton to cheer about, but that was their 6th win in a row. They've improved to 22 and 28, Bob.
Hey, listen, 6 in a row, though, ripping them off in fine fashion against the Spurs. And I'll tell you what, the game was supposed to go off today, Ian, at 3 o'clock. They moved it up to 12 to beat the snow. They didn't do a good job beating the snow, that's for sure. I mean, when they started filing in here at about 11:30, there was already about 3.5, 4 inches of snow on the ground. And at last look, I saw a couple of reports uptown Charlotte, over a half a foot at this point, so over 6 inches. You have to line a little bit farther. We've seen as much as 9 to 10 inches of snow right up there around the foothills of the mountains. So pretty good stuff going on right now. As for the snowfall rates, it's still about 1 to 2 inches per hour when you get across the Outer Banks later on today. But right now, these snowfall rates, Ian, still falling about 1 inch per hour. It's beautiful. You don't see this very often. This is Trade Street in Charlotte. Snowfall has been really, really nice over the last couple of hours, really. But I got to tell you, it's wreaking havoc on the airport. CLT, Charlotte Douglas, over 900 cancellations today. We already suspended the bus routes for the afternoon. You don't see any more buses going up and down. The light rail system, that is going to close up shop at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. And the people that were filing out from the game about an hour ago, Ian, they were looking around for, okay, where's my bus? They shut the buses down, so the people had to walk up here and either get an Uber or something like that. They had to find a different mode of transportation. And it's not easy either. You see the roads are just covered up. And we've seen the plows go by several times.
Yeah, so I'm curious about, as you said, they make the decision to move the game up, which was smart, but maybe they should have moved it up a touch more, Bob. I mean, what are the overall travel conditions looking like out there?
You know, they should have moved it to 7 a.m. this morning when it first started because it wasn't quite as bad. But I was looking at some of the maps around here, and there are accident after accident calls all around the board. And you get this big beltway that goes around the city itself. It's 277. That plus 77, the major thoroughfare, that I-77 corridor that goes all the way down through South Carolina and then up the line. And you also have 85 with accidents reported right there. I even saw a 85 section right there by Greenville in South Carolina, where I was last week, Ian. shut down at a standstill a couple hours ago. I don't know if it's back up and running right now, but the best thing I can tell you is you need to stay off the roads because there's only a finite number of plows around the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area, that's for sure.
And as you said, we still got a ways to go with this storm. I got a buddy close by up in Huntersville, just north of the city, right? And he was saying last weekend, man, I feel like we kind of got left out of this one, or they got shortchanged. not so much with this one.
Yeah, welcome to the party, pal. Here you go. We're going for 6 to 10 inches of snow around here. And you're right, you said it before. We could rival the storm that we had back in 2004, where they got 11 to 13 inches. We're going to get close. We're already beating the one that we had in 2014, where they had 8 inches. I think we're going to beat that for sure.
Yeah, this was a makeup call that I don't think a lot of folks there wanted for their weekend.
At least it's
meteorologist
Right.
Bob Van Dillen. Bob, great job out there. That's been some serious snow last several hours. Thanks for the report.
Yeah.
Let's dig into this powerful nor'easter. A lot of nuts and bolts to get to. This Pine Knoll Shores. Yeah, that's the coastal aspect of this. Look at the wind. North at 23 miles per hour. Keep in mind the actual area of low pressure, the developing nor'easter. Jane, throughout the afternoon, was doing a really good job talking about the energy transfer coming from that trough, which kicked up a lot of the earlier snow. Now that actual area of low pressure is becoming better formed. That process is going to keep on rolling here. And as that happens, those winds will continue to increase, and we likely get some banding taking place. So, yeah, you can see on the real color satellite that swirl developing offshore, the computer's analysis of the surface level pressure in through here. Those isobars, you're seeing more of them. They're getting more packed in. That's the indication of a deepening storm system. And as that happens, look at the snow just in through there over the past few hours, how that's been ramping up in coverage and intensity. That trend we're thinking is going to continue as we're moving on through the evening hour. So the live radar shows you some of those heavy snow rates. And still back closer to where Bob was, you can see that's some of the upper level energy, the middle and upper level energy. It's pretty healthy. This will increasingly become a coastal event later this evening and into tonight. I say that. You look at the buoys offshore, those are already gusting up over 40 and 50 miles per hour. Hatteras and Kill Devil Hills, we're going to be checking back in with Mike Seidel, our storm specialist, next hour. He's out on the Outer Banks. It'll be very interested to see what all that looks like. There's Rodanthe, a camera right below me. That's courtesy of Mark Sutter. So this is a big storm for them, a place that got beat up even with storms offshore during the tropical season. This has that function of pushing water into the coastline, some high surf that could be damaging, causing some coastal erosion in spots too. This is something we'll have to keep an eye on. I got Steph with me in Weather Command. Back-to-back Saturdays tracking powerful storms. And look at this, in through here. Swansboro, New Bern, Piney Island, that's North Carolina, so it's Beaufort. Quarter-mile visibility. The winds, if those winds are gusting up to 35 miles per hour frequently, that's effectively blizzard or near blizzard conditions. You need 3 hours for it to officially qualify. Well, we're on our way, and that area of low pressure is still cranking up. Look at some of the totals here across coastal North Carolina. 4 to 5 inches of snow. Bob mentioned uptown Charlotte, 6 inches of snow inland. This is still closer to the beginning than the end. This is a storm that likely does big numbers, and in some of these areas, that's what we were talking about by the historic qualifier in this zone through here. If we get up over a foot, that would make it the biggest storm. There was a couple storms in the 80s, I think 80 and 89, that we had up over a foot. So we'll keep an eye on all of that. Yeah, all eyes on the region as this powerful nor'easter strengthens. North Carolina expecting some of the biggest impacts. Winter storm warnings, those have been issued all across the state. The National Weather Service warning residents of life-threatening blizzard conditions across coastal cities. Let's get back out there. We'll check in with meteorologist Haley Meyer standing by. Haley, man, I've been watching some of the reports last couple of hours. That snow cranked up. No indication that that's going to slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, no, Ian. I mean, this snow has been coming down. I would say probably 3/4 of an inch to an inch per hour within the snowfall rates for about an hour and a half now. Now we're going to be looking at this till about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. The official snow total, that was a report taken at about 3:30 p.m., give or take a couple of minutes there, in the Greenville area, reports 1 inch. I can confirm there's a little more than 1 inch here. So that's how quickly the snow is going to be piling up. Right now, we're in a range anywhere by the end of this event from 4 inches, I think that's our floor, to about 7 inches, which could be our ceiling. But honestly, depending upon how long that these heavy snowfall rates come down, it could get higher than that. Travel, it's been a problem. I will say we've seen a couple snowplows come by. We're not quite at plowable snow level yet, but it's coming. But there has been a couple of slips on this main road. So that's something that residents have to be careful of if they decide to get onto the roads. It's going to be a hazard, especially with those ground blizzard conditions as the wind starts to take over come later on this afternoon. But travel was also another big problem for a big expo that was coming down. So I've got a couple of people who are going to join me here right now. We've got Joe Albee, and we've got Bagley too. You guys, you run a TV show podcast for this general area?
Well, no, we actually, this weekend we had an expo, an outdoor expo, hunting and fishing expo that was scheduled. It was going to bring in 15 vendors from 15 states. And 2 countries.
About 100 vendors from 15 states.
Yeah, vendors, from 15 states. And of course, the weather stepped in and said we couldn't do it, and we had to postpone it, yeah.
So when was that moment where you had to finally make the call and you realized, okay, this is going to be too much and we can't get everybody in?
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday
we did. We had, and the bad thing is, I had a guy coming in from Canada. He was already to Knoxville, Tennessee, driving this way, driving down. Had another guy. I talked to him from Texas that was coming in, and he was right at the airport, just getting there, getting ready to fly, and we called him just in time.
So yeah, we had a big event planned, but you can't. The safety of everybody, people in the show and people coming to the show, would be paramount for us, and we just had to cancel it. But we've got it rescheduled. We're going to try it this time in July.
In July, yeah. July may be a safer bet. It'll be hot though. That's one thing.
Well, we'll be air conditioned though. So
that's true, indoors.
Sure, but yeah, thank you for covering our big snow.
Of course. So what do you think about all of this snow? I mean, I don't know how long you guys have respectively lived in North Carolina, but is this the biggest snow you've seen in the last few years?
30 years? The biggest, but in a while. I think the last time we saw something like this was in '81. But we love the snow. I mean,
it's just the timing on it for us this time around was not good. But for us here in eastern North Carolina near the coast, a lot of these storms like this off the coast and form off of the coast generally go on away from us, and we don't get it. But this one kind of, and then what's coming from Charlotte right now and Greensboro and Raleigh, it's going to be a mess around here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be snowing for quite some time this afternoon, and it's going to be very cold right now. I mean, it's only going to get colder. Extreme cold warnings go into effect at 7 o'clock, so stay warm. I'm sorry about the expo, but thankfully nobody did have to come in because the airports have been a mess. I mean, in total, almost all of the flights in and out of especially Raleigh and Charlotte completely canceled.
And the highways between here and Charlotte, everybody needs to stay home.
Yeah.
And so Mother Nature took over, so we relented.
Made the right call.
One thing is the Mid-Atlantic Hunting and Fishing Expo, July 11th and 12th. Come on and come down this area. We guarantee no snow.
Yeah. No snow. No snow in July.
I love it. Well, you guys drive safe outside. Yeah, of course. You can guarantee no snow in July. That'd be pretty weird. Although this is different. One thing that you may see, Ian, walking around behind me, we got some hot dogs. If you've been watching Fox Weather, there's a sup dog drinking around the world thing that's going on. So there's a lot of hot dog costumes that you'll find. So Greenville, they're doing the best they can to make it through this winter storm, but there's been some sketchy driving, I'll say, on some of these roads.
Yeah, I saw those hot dogs walking around. But yeah, what a confident forecast there from those two gentlemen, right? There won't be any snow for the expo in July. It'll just be a whole lot sweatier and muggier, and folks might wish they saw a couple snowflakes. Haley, we're going to be checking in with you throughout the afternoon, the evening, as you said. That snow expected for at least a few more hours. Haley, thank you. Everybody at home has been wonderful about sending in photos and videos from this go-around, going back through last weekend, everywhere and beyond. This is Graniteville, South Carolina. Melinda shared this. There's Buddy. I don't know. Maybe this might be Buddy's first snow. Who knows? I mean, that's a beautiful look right there. Dahlonega, Georgia, of his and her fame. Now on Netflix, if anybody watched that. can't pronounce that wrong if you watch the show. Harley Davidson hat, get the nose, the scarf, all the fixins. If you have a weather photo or a video that you want to share, simply scan the QR code on your screen. You can tap the Share It tab or head over to foxweather.com/connect. You can upload it there. Stay with us. Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. More special coverage all afternoon and evening.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Are you still wearing lame, limp, stinky socks? Once you try Hollow Socks, you'll throw away all your old socks and never look back. Hollow Socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round. Hollow Socks are naturally thermoregulating, keeping my toes warm, but not hot. Hollow Socks alpaca fibers are moisture wicking, so sweat is carried away and my feet stay drier long. Hollow Socks are the most comfortable, American-made, fast-drying, stink-free, cozy feet mittens you've ever put on. Go to hollowsocks.com today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather. This storm that's making a big mess for travelers across the region. Here we go. There's our crews fanned out across the region. We've been talking about one airport. There it is, top of the list. When you consider flight disruption, 86% of all flights, that's a massive problem. And coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to check back in with Bob Van Dillen right there in Charlotte, where they're in a ground stop, may be extended. Bob had reported that he saw a report of over half a foot of snow in uptown Charlotte. There it is, 6.1, a new daily snow record, which more than 6x, almost 7x the previous daily record, which was just less than an inch from back in 1948. Just know that if you had any plans, not necessarily to travel through Charlotte, but it's a hub. I know a number of airlines, American, it's one of their hubs. If your aircraft was supposed to travel to or through Charlotte, you may have some issues affecting your travel. So something to be aware of. 20 degrees, feels like it's colder. The visibility is down to a quarter of a mile. This is what we were talking about. The cancellations at Charlotte Douglas, 991. 77% of all flights on the schedule today straight up canceled. Another 120 have made it out, but they've been delayed. So needless to say, the misery index is up at a 4 out of 4, the extreme category, when you've had almost 90% of your flights impacted. That's the biggest impact, but you look at places like Hartsfield-Jackson, that misery meter is cranked halfway. And the same idea, like we were talking about for Charlotte, if you've got an aircraft that's moving to or through Hartsfield, like most do, it's the busiest airport in the world, that's an issue. So something else we'll keep an eye on. RDU, Raleigh-Durham International, 63% of their flights disrupted, 315 on the schedule, 174 of those canceled, another 24 delayed. So yeah, that's the top disruption. Farther back to the west, we've seen some issues. That's got to be wind-related. Backside of that disturbance there, out in Denver, a DFW, 252 delays, 71 canceled flights. Another winter storm bringing impacts to states along the East Coast, whole eastern part of the country, feeling that chill, no question. But spots like Georgia are already feeling the wrath. DOT crews are prepped. They're ready to face that snow that they've been dealing with a little bit more in the forecast, prioritizing resources to keep the public safe as the impacts from this system continue to dump some snow across the Peach State. A Georgia DOT communications officer, Joe Schulman, joins us to discuss how his team is battling those conditions. Joe, thanks for being here with us on Fox Weather. This has been some 1-2. I know it was, northern parts of the state last weekend. Same story here, but we're hearing some places up over half a foot of snow.
Yeah, depending on where you are here in Georgia, getting a lot of snow. And we just had an event come through the state last weekend, and it felt like as soon as our crews went home for maybe a night or two, that we were already getting ready again for this system.
Yeah, how does that change how you attack a system like this? I mean, I know this go around, it's more confined to northern and northeastern parts of the state, but you must have had everybody spread out over the past several days. Does it make it harder to prepare for a storm when it's been so busy?
Well, first off, we start preparing for storms in winter weather in August and September. When the Atlanta Braves are still playing, we're getting ready for that winter weather to come through. All of our crews are learning what their responsibilities are going to be. All the equipment is checked, all the vehicles, everything has gone through. We do runs, dry runs. So everybody's going to know their role when something like this happens. Plus, GDOT's a big family throughout the entire state. So we have crews up here that come from South Georgia to help us. When we have those tropical storms and hurricanes that hit South Georgia, our crews go down there. So everybody's on call. Everybody's helping out in an event like this.
Yeah, so you said you're getting ready when it's the boys of summer, and now it's almost time for pitchers and catchers, and you've got the frozen precip falling from the sky. How do you battle during a storm? I know there's a lot in the lead up, some prep, the brine that goes out. But how do you attack the storm while it's happening in places that are seeing some impressive snow rates?
Right. So we start planning for the specificity of this storm really a couple days out. Once that weather starts coming in and we start seeing, the areas that are going to be hit, whether it's going to be freezing rain, ice, sleet, snow, depends on how we are going to attack it. And then once we have that, we start thinking about, okay, we need to treat those roads beforehand. And part of this also is the messaging to the public, letting them know that we're going to be out there, that our crews are going to be on the road, for the duration of this event and after. So we want people to stay home, talking to people and saying, hey, look, you don't have to be on the roads. Once the weather starts getting bad, stay home. And if you see our crews out there, give them plenty of room to work, because it keeps not only our crews safe and the motoring public, it makes it easier for them to do their jobs.
No question. And it's important work they're doing. I know folks are saying, man, I've heard that a lot, that I should just stay home. Well, this has been some run of cold across the eastern United States. And just because you've heard it, it doesn't mean it's not true. This is one more instance of that. So credit to your teams for the hard work. That's the Georgia DOT Communications Officer, Joe Schulman. Thanks for updating us here on Fox Weather.
Thank you.
All right, helping to fuel this nor'easter is the extreme cold. We just talked about it, blanketing the eastern United States. It's dipping all the way down into the Sunshine State. And yeah, Some of that intensity of the nor'easter is derived from that difference, the warmer Atlantic air and that very different, the contrast with the Arctic air that's just taken on over. So this is a look right here. Jacksonville, 50. You get that northwest wind, 17 miles per hour. Cameras bouncing around because of that. West wind at Daytona Beach, they're in the upper 50s, and you're saying, yeah, I'd take that. Just know that for these folks, this is well below average, and the mornings have actually featured some danger. There's a possibility that we could even see a couple of snowflakes. So the Panhandle, radar shows a bit of snow up toward Perry, both sides of I-10. This is east of Tallahassee, where it's only 36 degrees. That's a couple years in a row that we've had snow in northern Florida. And now I think that's the second time this season. You go back a couple of weeks, they had that snow down across northern parts of the Sunshine State. So yeah, this is what makes it all possible. This blast of cold air moving its way this go around all the way down into South Florida. That's not leaving anybody out. Up and down the peninsula, this is the coldest air of the season. Another thing that you've heard a couple of times so far this year, but it's been true each time, and it most certainly will be this go around. The air so cold in this particular instance that we've got the possibility for some Gulf effect snow flurries. This is not going to be anything widespread, but when you have temperatures that are in the lower 60s, shelf waters are cool. That's my only part of this where I've got some questions. The shelf waters are cool. The shallow waters that go out, call it 150 miles from the west coast of Florida, it's only about 60 at the at Clearwater. So we'll see. Here is the Fox weather model, though, and as we move through the evening and into the overnight, you do see these little burps, little blips of what could be some mixed precipitation or a snow flurry during the overnight hours. Could be a scenario where folks are sleeping and they miss it. But if you're up early, you've got at least the outside chance of seeing something loosely frozen. I think the last time they had measurable precip in Tampa, it was 1977, and it was 0.2 of 1 inch. So a snowflake would be quite something. We'll see. We'll be watching into the overnight. Dangerous whiteout conditions across parts of the southeast. Conditions that look like that. That's courtesy of exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. Our teams, they're out on the ground in the thick of this storm. We're going to check in with them when we come right back. Don't go anywhere. More Fox Weather after the break.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner,
Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Thanks for being here with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. Another powerful storm, one that's still intensifying, the area of low pressure just offshore the Outer Banks. But we've got some impressive snow flying across parts of the Carolinas up into the mid-Atlantic. There's Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin, they're both out in North Carolina, sampling some of the worst this storm has to offer. There is a live picture from Charlotte, North Carolina, where we now know the uptown part of the city. They've now recorded more than half a foot of snow. So let's take it out to Charlotte, where that snow is still coming down and hard, as we could see in that camera. Winter storm warning in effect across the state. Dangerously cold wind chills also plaguing. That's not a North Carolina thing. That's effectively everybody across the eastern part of the country. Let's get back out on the ground to a Fox Weather meteorologist, Bob Van Dillen. Bob, we flashed up the call-out graphic, 6.1 inches of snow, which just barely edges out the daily record of 0.9 inches.
Oh, it shatters the old record of whatever it was. Yeah, Ian, you're right. And I was thinking about it before. I've been in the Carolinas now for 4 days in the last couple of weeks. I've seen more snow here in the Carolinas than I did when I was out in Colorado for 5 days. I'm like, what the heck is going on around here? The snow has been epic. It's been great. Winter storm warnings are still in effect. The cold air comes in as well. But to help me figure it all out, another meteorologist, Jacqueline Waters, joining me right now. Jacqueline, how are you? Thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I'm doing well. A little bit cold, not too bad. How are you?
Pretty good, and I've been out here all day, so it's actually, it accrues. It gets a little bit colder every time you're out here. But tell me what you're going to do for the rest of the day. You saw the snow coming. You made plans.
Yes. I mean, because, we don't get it a lot here in North Carolina, and I took out my snowboard. Haven't been snowboarding yet this season, so I'm going to try to find a hill, maybe go down the street, and just have some fun, You don't get to do it often.
You don't. As a meteorologist, we don't see it around here that often. Everything seems to be coming together perfectly.
Yeah, and I mean, back-to-back weekends. Yeah. I mean, last weekend I was trying to go to the meteorology conference, and I mean, it was a whole, all the flights were delayed last weekend, and now again, we're getting all the snow. At least it's snow, not ice. Yeah. I will say that, but I mean, I think this is going to be a historic storm.
I think so too. Mm-hmm. And it was so easy to forecast at least precip type because we knew it was going to be so much just cold air up and down the column. We didn't know exactly where the band was going to be, but it looks like we're winning out.
Yeah, I mean, you guys called the great forecast. You saw that dry air coming in, and at least it's all snow.
I love it. Well, I'm going to let you go do your little snowboard thing. Appreciate you being here, Jacqueline. Originally from Long Island, and you were just in Virginia recently. There you go. There you go. So, y'all have fun. Listen, it's Ian. I gotta tell you, it's not. Look at that. It's not much of a grade when you're down here at Tryon Street, but the snow splashes. You all right, Jacqueline? All right. Thank you very much. The good stuff. I'll tell you, it's not much of a grade, but there is just enough of a hill right here, and you can splash. This snow is deep enough, Ian, where I know it's 6.1, but I think that was probably recorded, about an hour ago? Yeah. It's been snowing at a rate just under an inch per hour, so we're getting above that threshold. And if we start climbing into close to 10 to 11 inches, now you're talking about breaking that 2004 storm that we had at the turn of the century. I had just left. Remember, I was a pretty big deal here in Charlotte back at the turn of the century. Then I went to another network and I came here. But I was a big deal back then. Just kidding. Nobody remembers me here, which is pretty funny. But the snow, I do remember some snowfall amounts, but not like this, Ian.
Bob, you've been a big deal every step of the way, and especially right here in my heart. I thought for a second we were going to see a second on-air rescue right there.
Oh, No, I'm just relegated to, you all right? All right, great. No, she was fine.
Yeah, it's funny. You just talked about being out in Colorado. It's like when the camera first came to you, I thought you were in a lift line. It by all accounts, looks like it.
It does, right? I mean, I have to keep on wiping it off. I mean, it's been piling up pretty well. The last couple of hours, Ian, has really been the snowmaker, the money machine for it. It's really gone up in essence over the last 2.5 hours of snowfall rates, about an inch per hour. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just thinking, we just had Melanie join us. She just left Boston. Now they're in the midst of what's been their strongest winter in several. You got to go back a touch farther, as you mentioned. But you're back in Charlotte. We're seeing big snow numbers there. We got to start factoring that into our forecast, I think.
I think so. I think so.
Great work out there, Bob. We'll chat with you again soon.
Buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Let's take a look under the hood of this thing, this powerful nor'easter. This is Jacksonville, North Carolina. Man, 22 degrees. It feels like it's 9. You got a north wind 14 miles per hour. North wind sustained, and that's blowing some of that snow around. We talked about that. We were looking at some of these visibilities. Those have been down to about 1/4 of a mile. So we have our Fox Weather blizzard tracker, and it was spitting out a number of sites that showed near blizzard conditions. We're getting closer and closer to all that. So yeah, let's show you the nuts and the bolts of this. There's that area of low pressure just offshore. So you get the Outer Banks right here. That area of low pressure, that is the intensifying nor'easter. And we had talked about bomb cyclone in the lead up to this, what we were expecting for the low pressure, that low pressure right here. We say bomb cyclone, we're thinking that it deepens or drops in pressure 24 millibars in 24 hours. This one was more like, we're expected to be 35 to 40. So still in the process of intensifying. And as it does so, you get some of these healthy bands setting up. So in through here, we were talking to Haley Meyer, right about there-ish. And then we've got our teams out in the Outer Banks about half an hour. We're going to check in with Mike Seidel right about there. These are spots that any type of coastal storm like this, we know how vulnerable. It's an island chain, the Outer Banks, that sticks out into the Atlantic. So they're getting closer. Not only is it vulnerable real estate, but they stick out and they're closer in proximity to that center of low pressure, which is where the strongest winds are. This is what I was saying. Beaufort, Swansboro, New Bern, this whole zone in through here, heavy snow with wind to go along with it. Jacksonville, you see that camera right below me. That's what it looks like. That apparently is half a mile visibility. I would argue that camera tells us otherwise. That's considerably worse. This is what I was talking about. Some of these places in that heavy snow band right now with some of the strong winds, that's the near blizzard condition. So we'll watch. We'll see if any of these turn red as we move forward through the next several hours. All eyes on the coast as this powerful nor'easter strengthens. North Carolina expected to pick up some of the biggest totals. Check that out. Greenville, North Carolina, 21 degrees. It feels like it's 7. That's a function of that northeast wind, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Let's get out there. We'll check back in with meteorologist Haley Meyer. She's standing by. Haley, that's quite something. That's postcardy. I don't know if that's a word. It looks like a bit of a postcard, though. Snow globe that you're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, Greenville really is a beautiful town, I have to say, and we're staring right down the heart of the downtown area. And so it really does bring me back to Starkville, Mississippi when I was in school. It's this small town. I use that word lightly because this isn't really a small town, but it has that southern charm type of feel. Folks are really trying to embrace the snow as best they can. Official snow reports are at 1 inch. There is a lot more than 1 inch on the ground, though. I will say that report was taken at 3:38 p.m. Eastern time. So we've got a little bit of ways to go for the day. We're still expecting big time snow. We have our hot dogs back now too. How's it been in the snow?
It's really cold.
It's not helping you out at all?
No, not at all. But we're layered up.
How are the shoes working? I see you.
Actually really good.
I have 2 layers of socks on, so
yeah.
Don't
recommend
Uggs.
Okay, so you guys were at Sup Dog to start, right?
We started at Dirty Dan's.
Dirty Dan's, and then where's the next spot?
We went to Sup Dogs and then 519.
Okay. But we're going home to take a break.
Yeah. Warm up a little bit. Maybe some like a hot chocolate break. Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Okay, so should I try a sup dog is my next question.
You should.
Yes,
You should.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us and braving the cold weather. You are a great example of how Greenville really does embrace the snow.
Yeah.
So if you had to give it a grade, scale of 1 to 10, what would it be?
Like a 7.
A 7?
Yeah.
I would give it a 7 too.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
So what's doxing at 3 points?
There's just not enough snow.
Not enough snow. Okay, well just you wait because there'll be more. So maybe when y'all come back out, maybe we can get up to like a 9 or a 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, awesome. You guys stay warm. So a 7 out of 10. I'll take that. Honestly, I would probably give this an 8 or 9 out of 10 because people here are super friendly, and also because this snow is beautiful. I mean, it's very light and fluffy. I'll even pick some of it up for you. Like, it literally just kind of melts in your hand, and you can see the individual snowflakes as they fall on you too. Beautiful dendrites, which is like a classic looking snowflake. I mean, you really can't beat it. One thing where you can beat it is the travel. That's been a nightmare. I mean, over in Raleigh, they've been largely missed out by a lot of this. They've had almost 50+% of their flights canceled, a lot of them delayed. Charlotte's in worse shape. The Greenville airport, no one's getting in or out. The roads, they're plowing. They're starting to attempt to plow, but they've got about 12 plow trucks that are on standby to cover the 700-mile worth of road that they have here in Greenville. So they're prepared, and I guess they're having a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah. Why not? So they started at Dirty Dan's. They go into Up Dogs. Harsh graders, though, as you said, a 7. Yeah. How much snow has fallen already? I mean, this is a big snow for the region.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would say at this point we're looking at close to 2, maybe 2.5 inches. I would estimate these snowfall rates are about 3.5, are about 3/4 of an inch to an inch per hour, and that's going to stay the case till about 6 or 7 o'clock. So the end of it, I think in total here we'll probably get close to the 6-inch mark. I wouldn't be surprised if we got there. The last time Greenville had 6 inches of snow was back in 2014, January 29th, so almost the exact same time of year. But if you are trying to get up to a foot of snow, I don't think we'll get it, but we do have some pretty intense snow bands that still have yet to come. They're starting to fill in from the south a little bit more, so I think we'll have a pretty good shot for the rest of the night. But then the winds start to kick in, and that's when the wind chills also start to ramp up, and that is the worst part of this. Likely going to be feeling well below 0 in certain spots throughout the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that is the dangerous aspect of this, and folks do have to be smart about that. That's not uncomfortable. That's dangerous cold that we're talking about. But you said it, biggest snow in a dozen years, going back to 2014. 7 out of 10. It's tough gig out here, Haley. We'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, active scenes of snow falling across the southeast. Follow along with us. Get minute-by-minute updates as this storm continues to evolve. As it strengthens, yeah, those wind gusts going to be cranking up on the Outer Banks. You can scan the code on your screen, that QR code. It brings you to live updates on your phone while you're watching us right here. This has been kind of a new thing, a fantastic resource on Fox Weather and on our website. Real clear, nice, easy way to follow along with all the developments. I get alerted to the breaking news, new snow totals, and the latest information in real time. Stay with us. We're bringing you the latest. More Fox Weather coming up after the break.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. We encourage everybody to stay inside and stay warm. Stay inside, folks, unless you have hollow socks. I'll be here reporting all weekend long, and my feet will not stink because the fibers, they're hollow, and they naturally wick the moisture and heat away to keep your feet at the perfect temperature. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ. This powerful storm is making a mess for travelers along the East Coast, especially if you've got an aircraft that was heading to, from, or through Charlotte Douglas International Airport in Charlotte. 86% of flights are disrupted in some way, shape, or form today. Flights on the schedule, most of which, the lion's share actually, straight up canceled. And they're still in a ground stop there, and it may be extended. That ground stop runs until 8 p.m. later this evening. So we're not expecting improvement in the short term. Look at that misery meter. That's about as far cranked over as you'll ever see it. ATL, Hartsfield-Jackson, the world's busiest airport, that's halfway. That has some considerable impacts for everybody across the country. It doesn't really matter when you're talking about a hub like that, of that size, with that level of disruption. That's the kind of thing you see, the ripple effects and the cascading effects across the country. And this is what I was talking about. Numbers up a touch. 1,059 canceled flights at Charlotte Douglas. 104 have been delayed. So this is Hartsfield-Jackson. 1,901 flights on the schedule, 615 canceled today. So about a third of the flights out of the world's biggest airport, our nation's biggest airport, canceled. And then another 265 delayed, which means planes, crews, missing connections, missing key points where they need to be at. We talked about from the storm last week, it took until the middle of this week for the system to get back on its feet, and now we've got major disruption at some hubs. We'll keep an eye on this, but if you're wondering what the deal is at Hartsfield-Jackson, yes, there's been some snow around, big numbers in the hills of North Georgia, but that wind, gusting to 46, I believe we've seen gusts today up in excess of 50, up close to 60 miles per hour. That's incredibly disruptive, and we're seeing the terrible impacts of that across the airport and across the region. All right, let's head our way up north. Get a live look at Barnstable, Massachusetts. Beautiful, look at that, wow. That's very New England right there. We've been keeping an eye on this cam throughout the week. All that ice, there will be more of that as we move forward through the next week, but yeah, setting sun, some wispy clouds. Let's head up that way to Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler. She joins us from Hyannis, Massachusetts, down the road. Kaylee, what's the scene been like? Because I know it's not the forecast, but after last week, my family still lives on the south coast of Massachusetts. They're like, where are we going to put all this snow? Out the Cape, you get clipped just a little bit, but this storm is not last weekend.
No, Ian. And this is nothing like what people think of when they think of Cape Cod. There's snow, it's cold, and get this, Ian, there's no traffic, which a lot of locals have told me they appreciate about the off season here. So all of this snow that you're seeing around me is from last weekend. So this is what we're working with right now. You can see the roads back here behind me. They're a little bit slushy, but I'll tell you, as the temperatures have dropped, you can tell it's starting to harden up a little bit, and they're getting pretty icy. We've actually seen a couple cars slip down this road a little bit today. And this is a secondary road. So the main roads are looking pretty good as of now, but it's some of those secondary roads you have to worry about. And earlier, I actually talked to the owner of Cape Cod Snow Guys, and he was telling me about all the work they've been putting in since last weekend.
Having crews out since Sunday up until last night. So yeah, again, today's the first day we've really been able to relax for a little bit. Getting ready for our preparations. We've just have a lot of equipment in place, ready to be pre-staged. We're getting salt down to treat all the surfaces because safety is our #1 priority.
And I was talking to the Barnstable County Emergency Management Director, and we were kind of talking about how all this snow from last weekend, it's pretty light and fluffy, but as we move into tomorrow morning, when the storm hits, the impacts are going to be a little bit different. So there's going to be a lot of blowing snow, all of this that's sitting around here. The wind gusts can reach up to 50 miles per hour tomorrow, and that's not even on top of the snow that is supposed to fall. So we're going to see what happens as we get into the early morning hours, but a lot of people here say they're prepared. Barnstable County Emergency Management Director said that they've been sitting in meetings, getting ready for this, and they're mostly concerned about power outages with all of those wind gusts, Ian.
Yeah, this is a drop in the bucket, only minor totals, but you got the winter weather advisory out that way. My buddy, you mentioned the plow guys on the Cape. Buddy owns a plow company. He told me yesterday that he had been out for no less than 76 hours since the storm last weekend, and it wasn't a complaint after the last few seasons. That's big business. So I'm sure some folks would
Yes.
be happy to see a little bit more. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler with an update from Hyannis. Thank you. The Big Apple got blasted with almost a foot of snow last weekend. It could have been a similar setup for some places in the Northeast, but we got lucky with this one. We talked about that dig in the jet stream turning negatively tilted. That's what you need to pull one up the coastline. This is happening, but just a touch too late. And with that, that storm passing far enough offshore that we dodge the primary impacts from this one. So that's the bombogenesis that we were talking about, the rapid deepening or intensification of that area of low pressure as we move through the overnight hours tonight. We're going to feel that wind, which isn't a good thing, with the wind out of the northeast and north and the temperatures as they are. It feels pretty rugged out there, you could say. But watch what goes on here with our exclusive Fox weather model. It's a close but no cigar for a major northeast nor'easter with this. This is coming up on lunchtime tomorrow. There is that band of snow. And if you had this displaced a couple hundred miles back to the west, clearly that's a much different situation for the I-95 corridor, Philly, New York, up through Hartford and Boston. And then beyond tomorrow evening, we see the storm race out to sea, and that'll be that. Cape Cod and the islands. That's why Kaylee joined us from right about there, from Hyannis. You got Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket probably gets smacked by some of that snow and wind. Outside of that, we dodge some of the direct impacts. And because of the fringe nature of this, it's advisory level snow for coastal Massachusetts. Up to parts of the South Shore look like they included in that. So here we go. Zoomed in look, as you can see that brush by. Moving through the overnight hours, you start to see some of the snow developing out toward Nantucket. And then here, 9 a.m., some of that snow starting. It spreads a little bit farther back to the west, almost into Buzzards Bay back this way, but mostly just clipping the outer Cape. So there's the canal. Call it the Bourne Bridge in points east. That'll be the places that see some significant impacts. Everybody else, you're just dealing with that cold wind out of the north working on through the day. Cold, not limited to Massachusetts or New England. It's practically everybody. Mississippi River and points east. 17 right now. Springfield, Missouri feels like it's 6. Got a northwest wind there, 9 miles per hour. This has been an extended and rough go of it. Dangerous in many of these places, no more so than the spots that are still dealing with power outages from that terrible ice storm last weekend. Mississippi and up into Tennessee, some of the biggest numbers still for outages. Extreme cold warning, that runs into tomorrow morning. Cold weather advisories that are on the periphery of that. You look at the possibility of these record low temperatures. Augusta, Georgia, down to 16 tomorrow. Montgomery, Alabama, 18. Asheville, down to 6. The record's 4, so you're in record territory. All of those spots, you're either close or you're breaking a record. But then you throw in the wind coming out of the north, making it feel even worse, like 13 below in Asheville first thing tomorrow morning. A feels-like temperature in Atlanta of 3. Again, this is dangerous stuff we're talking about, and this is where those power outages remain. Nashville's at 6. Tupelo is at 5 for a feels-like temperature. These are the forecast low temperatures for Nashville, so overnight low temps. We could move through the next 6 days, all that feature freezing or sub-freezing temperatures. No worse, though, than the next couple when you have those temperatures dropping into the teens and the low 20s. Here's New York City as we find our way back off to the north and east. It's been a straight week with below average temperatures. There's a lot more still to come. So 7 days with high temperatures below freezing so far. The record is 16. I don't think we get there because of this little stretch. We don't break it by much, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we likely claw our way just a couple degrees above freezing before the next shot of Arctic air arrives into next weekend, the early part of the following week. Those are high temperatures. Next Sunday, 19. Average for this time of the year is 40. So slice that in half, and that's what we have in the forecast. Through tomorrow morning, more of those cold weather advisories. The Appalachians, it's an extreme cold warning. A forecast low temperatures, 2 Binghamton, 1 in Burlington, 13 degrees to get things started tomorrow morning in New York. So plan on more of this. Spoiler for the extended forecast, it's cold through at least Valentine's Day, so plan accordingly. This weather pattern doesn't break down. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest forecast, including our special coverage for this powerful nor'easter. More Fox Weather after the break.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
and backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, This was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need
in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those eye bags,
dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMin.com.
Right now on Fox Weather, a powerful coastal storm is blasting the southeastern parts of the mid-Atlantic. Winter weather alerts stretch from Georgia up through Virginia. This could be a historic storm for portions of coastal North Carolina, potentially their biggest snow in parts of the region since the 80s. Snow rates may exceed 1 to 2 inches per hour. And some locations may pick up as much as a foot of snow, with blizzard conditions likely for the Outer Banks. We've seen in coastal North Carolina near blizzard conditions already. That combination of tropical storm force winds and heavy wind-driven snow will make for treacherous and perhaps life-threatening travel conditions for the region. This is a spot not accustomed to dealing with such extreme winter conditions. While the snow will understandably grab a lot of the attention, some of the most serious impacts will occur right along the coastline. This is a storm that's expected to bomb out or rapidly intensify just offshore. We're watching that happening already, bringing destructive waves and possible coastal flooding. Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. We're bringing you coverage of this nasty nor'easter all weekend long, with meteorologists, reporters, and storm trackers fanned out across the path of this storm. Hey, good Saturday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. I'm Ian Oliver. We're bringing you extended coverage of this powerful nor'easter. It's blasting parts of the southeast up into the mid-Atlantic. Big numbers for winter alerts, about 34 million Americans included. You see the wind, 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts with 8 to 12 inches of snow, with visibilities being greatly reduced in through here. We're already watching in some of these heavier snow bands, quarter-mile visibility, which is right at that blizzard threshold. And that's the actual area of low pressure, the nor'easter itself, which is getting its structure together and intensifying considerably just offshore. So let's dive into this powerful nor'easter slamming the southeast coastline. I'll show you what we're expecting as we move forward in time. This is Jacksonville, North Carolina, 22, feels like it's 9. North breeze at 14 miles per hour, and you can see some of that snow coming down. Last time we had checked, the sensor was showing half a mile visibility. Oh, we had checked in on this camera. It had looked considerably worse. So they, for a period of time, were way down lower than that. But as we talked about, the storm is still getting stronger, and over the next, call it 12 hours or so, it doesn't move a ton from this zone. This will be the general area where this storm just cranks up in intensity, or bombs out, as we say, drops well in excess of 24 millibars in 24 hours, meaning it'll hit that meteorological definition. So this was the upper level energy that pivoted its way off to the south and east, down across the Appalachians, been putting down big snow. If you've been with us throughout the afternoon, BVD, Bob Van Dillen, has been doing reports from Charlotte all afternoon. They have officially over half a foot of snow there in Charlotte, and Charlotte Douglas, the airport, looking over my shoulder, still in a ground stop. They had, I believe, something like 86% of their flights for the day canceled and another 9% delayed. So almost nobody getting in or out of Charlotte by air today. I don't think the roads are a whole lot easier. That coverage of snow continues to increase, and in through here, got the buoys offshore gusting 40 to 50 plus miles per hour. Kill Devil Hills, the Outer Banks. We're going to head there coming up in just a few minutes. Most of these gusts across the region, 30 plus miles per hour. And when you consider how hard it's snowing and you've got those strong wind gusts, that's plenty enough to knock down visibility considerably. And this whole swath in through here, we've got our blizzard tracker Blizzard criteria is winds up to or frequently gusting over, rather, 35 miles per hour. And for a period of 3 hours' time, you need visibility down to a quarter of a mile or less. So you were looking at all those sensors, all reporting quarter of a mile in that zone. Throw that one in for good measure. And yeah, these are near blizzard conditions. And if we get to 3 hours, you'll see some of those locations checking over to red, meaning blizzard confirmed at that location. We'll see. Should be awfully close to that as we move forward through the next several hours. Totals are piling up. Newport already now, 7.5 inches. That looks like our big number. New Bern, 4.5 inches of snow. Just know that we got a ways to go as we move forward through this evening and into the first part of the overnight as these bands crank up through here. This one's still healthy. Looks like that's going to pivot through Raleigh, which has been in a bit of a snow hole over the last several hours, to be quite honest. Winter storm warning up for all of South Carolina, all of North Carolina, and parts of all the adjacent states. So you go into Georgia, parts of North Georgia. If you've been with us this afternoon, we spoke with Georgia's DOT. Half a foot of snow in the hills of North Georgia. That's making for dangerous travel conditions there. And with time, all of these places up into the Hampton Roads region, southern parts of the Delmarva, all in through here, those snow rates pick on up. This is 9 p.m. You don't really notice. That's what I was saying over the next several hours. It doesn't move all that much because that area of low pressure is just spinning and intensifying just offshore. Finally, by lunchtime tomorrow, the precipitation's gone, just clips coastal Massachusetts, and then that'll be that. But in between now and then, you look at some of the pink shading in through here, there, and in coastal areas of North Carolina, that's representing an additional, could be half a foot of snow or more. So this is snow still to come. Virginia Beach, I was there last year. They had, I believe, if I can remember correctly, I was standing next to the Neptune statue. It was something, I think we got in easily into the double digits for snow there. This isn't that, but it's a healthy storm once again. Here we go. As we move through this evening and into the overnight, that snow works on through. Once you get beyond midnight tonight, it starts to break down the coverage overall. So just know, there's your forecast as we move through the next 3. You shake the storm, it stays cold, but by Tuesday, that'll be 43 will feel like 83 based on where we're at. Let's show you Raleigh. I mentioned they've been in a little bit of a snow hole. Raleigh, 1 to 3 inches of additional snow. Raleigh-Durham, RDU, that airport, they've had some disruption, not to what we've seen in Charlotte, but some. Here's a look at our exclusive Fox model as we move forward through the next several hours. Let's use this time, let's flash up the coastal flooding if we can. We'll talk a little bit about that, what we're expecting right at the coastline and on the Outer Banks. This is important to note, a coastal flood warning where we may see water 2 to 4 feet above dry ground at high tide. So normally dry ground, if you consider what your normal high tide is, because of this onshore push of water, we could see those values up 2 to 4 feet above. And after the beating, we know that there's been a lot of work done. We showed you Buxton last year, some of those homes that were lost to the sea. A lot of those homes have been moved, and they've been working hard to build up the dunes and some of the systems for coastal resilience. But this is, once again, another scenario where you get a storm like this. The wave energy, this is kind of a proxy for the overall energy of the storm. And man, does that crank up as we move through the overnight. 9 a.m., some function of that is propagating its way back toward the coastline, thankfully into tomorrow. And then Monday, because of where that area of low pressure is, it's an offshore wind at that point. So instead of a push of water into the coastline, it's actually the opposite effect. But we'll have to watch the inland side of the sound side of the Outer Banks. This high tide cycle this evening, in my opinion, will be the one to watch as we head on through the next couple of hours. Astronomical tide is coming in. Area of low pressure is cranking up, pushing that water into the coastline and kind of exaggerating that tide. That's where we'll see some big numbers. There's one more high tide cycle tomorrow morning that we'll have to watch. The wind direction will have shifted, but there are still some of that water caught up in the sound that has to make its way out, maybe on the inland side, as I was saying, as the wind shifts. Going to have to watch for that. And you see what I'm talking about here. This is for Cape Hatteras. So here's the map. showing you right at the corner there on the Outer Banks. Now and into this evening, that red line representing the total water rise, the overall tide, got the full moon happening this weekend. There you go. So a water rise, the net of those two things, up to almost 2 feet above your baseline high tide right there as we head through, call it the next couple of high tide cycles. If you live in a vulnerable spot, you're really going to need to keep an eye on those. Well, let's get out in this. All eyes on this powerful nor'easter. North Carolina expect to see some of the biggest impacts. Winter storm warnings have been issued all across the state. The National Weather Service warning residents that life-threatening blizzard conditions are possible. So let's get out there. We'll check back in with meteorologist Haley Meyer. Haley, we've been watching the radar. It's just moving in. Steph flagged it to me maybe 20 minutes ago. She said when we hit Haley again, that snow is going to be picking up. Has it increased the snow rate since last time we talked? The radar seems to argue that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's about the same, maybe a little bit stronger than what it was, let's say 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. But in my personal opinion, we've officially reached 2 inches. I say that because of two things. Number one, I did finally break out the Fox Weather ruler and I used it on a surface that was untouched. I'm going to do it here, but just so everybody knows, this is a very heavily trafficked area, so this is a little bit off, but I'm going to try and go to a spot that's somewhat untouched, a little bit closer to the road here. And it's showing, now this spot shows me 3. I think 3 may be pushing it a little bit, but again, this is where we've had vehicles, plows. There's a plow that'll be in the back of my shot here in a second, but they're officially now moving the snow off of the road. I've seen multiple plows come down here, but they haven't been actually scooping up the snow. You need to have at least 2 inches in order for them to be able to do that. Here they come right now, helping to clear out the roads as best they can, because I will tell you what, there's been a lot of slipping and sliding. Some of it on purpose. There have been a couple trucks doing their college thing and trying to do little swerves. I don't recommend that because it is pretty dangerous here. But some folks, it's been a scary thing and it's been an accident and they lose control of their car. Right now, let's say give or take, we're about 2.5 inches. The official report as of 3:38 p.m. was 1 inch of snow here. Snow's not stopping, probably not even until about 11 o'clock midnight. The heavy snowfall rates, that's expected till about 6 or 7-ish going into this evening, and then we'll start to watch it taper down. I will say the wind has been fairly calm. Peak wind gusts about 16, 17 miles per hour. That wind is going to be picking up in a big way as this low continues to bomb out and gain strength. When that happens, winds can pick up here close to 40 miles per hour. Now that's nothing compared to what Mike may see right against the coast or Brandy, but still 40 mile an hour with this very light, fluffy, powdery snow, it creates ground blizzard conditions. And so that's something that's going to be a concern not only today with the active snow falling later this evening and the winds, but also going into tomorrow and possibly even Monday. Temperatures are staying so cold here, well below freezing till about midweek, that a lot of this powdery, fluffy snow is going to stay on the ground. And with winds in excess of 40 miles per hour, it can pick up that snow. So it doesn't have to be actively falling to get a blizzard condition. One thing that I thought was interesting too, in listening to some of the local law enforcement, they said intersections could get pretty treacherous because the snow can be blinding, and also that snow can eventually clog up the lights and you may not be able to tell if it's green, red, yellow. They said to treat it as if it's a 4-way stop when you're going through these intersections, but be very careful when it comes to travel because it's going to be potentially life-threatening. Temperatures right now hovering into, let's say, about the low 20s, feels more like 10, 11 degrees. Overnight tonight, it could get well below 0. We could be feeling like the negatives. And so this is probably the biggest part of the winter weather aspect of the storm here in North Carolina that I've heard some gripes about. Not many people complaining about this kind of snow. I mean, it's magical, especially in this town. But the cold, that's where I hear we've got some problems. And so, unfortunately, that cold cold going to stay in effect again midweek. We've got the extreme cold warning that goes into effect at 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight, so another hour or so. Right now we're in a cold weather watch and cold weather advisories, but that's going to get kicked up a notch later this evening, and that'll eventually expire by the end of this weekend. But for the South, this is now weekend 2 in a row with an historic snowstorm. North Carolina, in some ways, they kind of missed out on the previous last week. It was the ice storm for North Mississippi, North Louisiana, and some spots in North Carolina, they did see that mix coming in. Now I feel like the snow's really starting to pick up. So whatever stuff was seeing on the radar, that little intense band here, I feel like it's starting to come in now.
Yeah.
But North Carolina, they're now making up for some lost time, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, Haley, you and I were shoulder to shoulder standing right here this time last Saturday talking about just that. And it didn't take long for a get-right snow right there in North Carolina. So, yeah, life comes at you fast. To your point, though, about those temperatures, this is pretty snow to look at from inside, I think. To your point, you don't want to be traveling in this as it gets messy through the rest of this evening. Haley, we'll be chatting again soon. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just like last week, if you've got some pictures to help us fill in the gaps, who's this individual? This is megaphone. This is what we're asking for. Is that a Yeti in the snow? Sassy Southern in the creek. Lori sent this in from a Sasquatch. Okay, maybe. Spotted in some garden. I guess easier to spot when there's white snow all behind them. We got one more for you. Hey, be nice. Tanya sent this in from Rock Hill, South Carolina. Somebody's getting sprayed. They're just trying to make a snow angel, and they've got extra precipitation. It's tough out there. That could be the case. If you've got photos or videos that you want to share with us, scan the QR code on your screen right there. You tap the Share It tab. If you aren't in front of your TV, navigate over to foxweather.com/connect. You can upload it there. Stay with us. We've got more special coverage of this brewing nor'easter, this intensifying storm just offshore the Outer Banks. More Fox Weather after the break.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
James Schrader here, reporting live. It is 39 degrees and falling. My toes are very warm. I'm wearing the hollow socks. They're alpaca fibers, and the alpaca is thermoregulating, up to 3 times warmer than merino wool, so your feet will stay drier, warmer, and warmer even when wet, they're telling me. I'll be here reporting all weekend long. You can learn more at hollowsocks.com. It's a good thing we got these hollow socks.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectisol.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ. This powerful storm making a mess for travelers. Doesn't really matter how you plan to travel, but by air, what an issue. If you were going to, from, through, or your airplane or your crew was, look at what's going on at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. 89% of flights on the schedule disrupted. Most of those canceled. Ground stop is still in effect through 8 p.m., and the indicator is that may be extended. Eyeball tests on what it looks like on radar and with some of these winds, too, that's probably the case. So the misery meter is cranked almost the whole way. Could only be worse if the airport was closed, truly. ATL, big winds on the backside of the storm, causing some headaches at the world's busiest airport. So, yeah, there's the ground stop at Charlotte. Still reporting heavy snow. Bob Van Dillen was showing us some of those pictures. Last time we checked in with him, it was probably an hour ago at this point, and he had said they were well up over half a foot. The visibility, if you want to know why the delays are so bad, cloud base is at 1,000 feet. Visibility is a quarter of a mile. So, yeah, messy conditions. The misery index is in the extreme category. 1,073 canceled flights there today. 78% have been. These numbers are actually, that's down because the delays went to cancellations. So not a good update that the delays went down when the canceled flights are up at 1,073. All right, let's see if we can check in with our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers. They've been out in the worst of this, and the storm, it's still intensifying. This is footage from our exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker, Corey Gerken. This is some live pictures right here. We've got Corey now. He's joining us from Rodanthe. Corey, is this Highway 12? Are you right on the coastline?
Yep, we are on 12.
So that's the dune right there. Is that sand coming across? Is that snow or some combination of both?
Oh, that's a sand wall they have going between 12 and the water. They actually got I haven't been able to see the water level, but there's certain spots now you actually have some spray coming over. So I think there's some areas of 12 that are about to start going underwater here soon.
Wow. Yeah, so we got the high tide cycle. We got one of them happening the middle part of this evening, somewhere depending on where you're at, between 6 and 8 p.m., and then another through the early morning hours tomorrow. I got some questions about the wind direction at that point. But what are you thinking is going to be the worst of this? Because those winds are cranking now.
Yeah, I think our snow totals might have backed off a little bit here. Definitely the wind is going to be the big problem out here. We kind of in the bullseye for like 50 to 70 mile an hour wind gust here, and we're at least 40 miles an hour now, but it's supposed to peak like 2 to 3 a.m., of course. So we got a long night out here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing the pic. It almost looks like I don't know if it's the iris or what, just how the lighting is. It kind of looks like night vision or like thermal imaging a little bit, but that spray coming across the dune, man, what would you estimate? I've got some of the obs pulled up. Kill Devil Hills is 30, Hatteras 38 miles per hour. What would you say the winds are blowing? Some of those buoys offshore are up over 50 now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we're getting probably like sustained 35, maybe 40, and gusts, 50, 55 out here. It's definitely cranking. Makes you kind of wonder if it's going to overachieve a little bit tonight. Maybe we'll see a little bit higher than 70 mile an hour gusts.
Yeah. So, man, I mean, that is some crazy shot you're showing us. What's the plan moving through what's left of this evening? Are you just going to hang around and kind of watch those conditions deteriorate?
Yeah, we're going to, hopefully we start getting some snow out here. We can actually get some snow totals increasing out here. We can definitely see blizzard conditions in this easily. But the main thing will be the wind issue and the coastal flooding. We're kind of in a very bad spot for all that right now. So
yeah. Well, be safe as we move forward through this. That's going to be something to see what we're looking at here with the dunes, and then I mean, I'm telling you, you change the coloring on this. That it looks like a snowdrift. And at some point, it'll be both of those together. So that'll be something to watch play out. Corey, be safe working through this evening and tonight. Thank you. Let's go a touch farther off to the north. Multiple weather alerts issued for Virginia Beach as this powerful nor'easter moves through the region. Heavy snow, extreme cold, high winds like we were just looking at, possible coastal flooding. This area could see potentially some spots up into the double digits for snow and those wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. Joining us now from the ground is Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres. Chelsea, what's the scene like right where you were, right where you're standing now? I was there last year. They had a big storm that put down double-digit snow totals. It's always something to be at a place like Virginia Beach and see snow on the beach itself.
Yeah, Ian, I was talking to a couple earlier. They come from South Africa. They live here in this area now, and they remember that storm last year. They remember seeing snow on the beach, and they thought, man, that is such a wild sight. And you wouldn't expect to be covered up in gloves and a beanie and everything on the beach. I should be out here in a swimsuit, but nevertheless, here we are. I want to show you what the beach is looking like right now. So high tide should be coming up here in the next hour or so, a little over an hour. But these strong wind gusts are really bringing in a lot of this sand, kind of pelting you in the face. And the waves themselves had just immediately ramped up in the past few hours. I mean, you can see it's not even rolling waves anymore. It's just complete white cap all the way around, even pretty far out. So you can imagine just how rough it is out there. Now, as for people out here, hardly anybody's really out here. It really is a ghost town. Even in my hotel, a lot of people keep asking me, Ian, is the snow coming? Where's the snow? People are waiting for the snow, and really the only ones that are out right now are just people that are walking, people that are running. I did talk to one barista earlier today. He's lived here. He remembers the snow last year. And he was telling me that, yes, we're used to it here in Virginia Beach, but he did not want ice. That was the one thing he said he absolutely did not want. Hear what else he had to say.
Yeah, I do like the powdery snow. I think some people are going to end up going to the local hill around here that I won't name because I might get in trouble because you're not allowed to sled down it, but some people might go down there and go sledding.
Yeah, and Ian, all day you guys have been talking about how North Carolina, they did not get that brunt of the storm last weekend. I was one of those. I don't know if we have video, but I sent in a picture of my RV earlier. I do live in an RV. And man, there's so much snow there in the Charlotte area. I live not too far from the airport there. So it's just crazy to see what's happening back home. As I'm here, again, I'm with everybody else. We're waiting for the snow and hoping for it to come here. And I mean, Ian, I guess the big question now comes back to you. When should we be seeing snow and when should I be prepared? Because these winds also are very intense.
Oh, let's show you. As the radar would argue, you're seeing some, but it's a fake out. It's still very dry air above you. There is a stronger band, though. Steph, what would you say, 50 miles southeast or so? We'll measure that for you. We're eyeballing some bigger snow, probably 25 miles. Yeah, call it maybe within the next hour. You've got some of that snow moving in. And nice rig, by the way. I'm a little jealous of that. I know you're a road warrior. We see you all across the country. That makes perfect sense. So we'll be checking back with you frequently as we're waiting on that snow moving in. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres in Virginia Beach. Thanks. Dangerous whiteout conditions across parts of the southeast. Heavy snow and strong winds blasting the region. This is Dover, North Carolina. We had just checked in with Corey. He was out in Rodanthe. Brandon's back on the mainland, and he's in some of that big snow. Those pictures, wild looks. Our teams are out on the ground. They're in the thick of it. We're going to check in with them when we come right back. Don't go anywhere. Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. Special coverage of this weekend's storm. More of it coming up. We'll be right back.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner, always.
A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed.
A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners.
A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
trygravite.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather. Thanks for being here with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. As we watch this storm, it's still kind of getting its legs, intensifying just offshore, but producing scenes like this. There's Corey and Brandon, our exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker. If you've been with us, Corey's in Rodanthe. Those are the dunes, but they're building up those dunes as a barrier. He had said he had seen a little bit of spray, so some of the water coming up and over the top on Highway 12. That's going to be something to watch as we're still a couple hours out from high tide and as those winds crank up. There you go. That's up full now. You can see the work that they're doing. And this is right up kind of like buzzer beater infrastructure build to bolster up against the Atlantic, which will continue to rise. We showed you that with some of our gauges, some function of the winds increasing and the tide still coming in. Sumter, South Carolina, a bunch of fresh snow. Charlotte, North Carolina, this snowy look. Visibility has been down to about a quarter of a mile. Charlotte Douglas International Airport, they're up into the 90% zone for disruption today. Most of that straight up canceled flights. So it's been pretty much impossible to move around in parts of the southeast today. There's Pine Knoll Shores, 23 degrees, feels like it's 6, and the north wind, 26 miles per hour. So this is a storm that's cranking up in intensity. We can actually see that with the computer's analysis of the surface pressure just offshore, maybe 100 miles or so, south and east of the Outer Banks. The upper level, the middle and upper level energy, the trough that moves its way over the Appalachians, that's been putting down some snow across interior parts of the region all day. Hills in North Georgia, we checked in with DOT, they got up to about half a foot of snow. This is the actual coastal storm, though, firing now right in through there. You're seeing more of those isobars, the black lines or lines of constant pressure, more of those circles getting packed in. That's an indication that the area of low pressure is deepening or it's going through that process of bombing out, as we said, kind of explosive intensification. as we're expecting this to drop somewhere 35, maybe up to 40 millibars. It's pressure from where it was into tomorrow morning. And as it does so, these snow bands crank up. And we've been seeing some of that. Haley Meyer right in through there in Greenville, North Carolina. A couple inches of snow already, but looking at that band that's moving in, there will be a lot more than that in no time at all. The winds, the buoys are gusting up into the 50s. Beaufort 29, Hatteras 38 miles per hour, Kill Devil Hills. We're going to be getting out there, I think, in the next hour with our storm specialist, Mike Seidel. Those winds gusting, and they'll be picking up as you see the greatest winds. Right now, we're just offshore, but that wind field's growing as the area of low pressure gets stronger, storm gets bigger. This is what we're looking at for some of those visibilities. Quarter of a mile, New Bern and Swansboro, Beaufort, half a mile, Jacksonville. We've been showing you scenes from Jacksonville. They're at half a mile. That's actually improved from the quarter of a mile they were reporting just last hour. These are some new snow totals coming in. Steph with me and Weather Command. We're back at it, back-to-back Saturdays with a major storm in the eastern U.S. 1.5 inches at Roanoke Island, 8 inches now at Broad Creek. I think, Steph, that's the biggest number we've seen in that region. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's the biggest snow total we've seen. That's kind of the sweet spot, too. And to be at 8 inches already with a lot of snow still to come, that's why we were talking about the historic nature of this. That whole swath of North Carolina, that was the last time they've been up into a double-digit snow, so in excess of a foot, rather. It was 1980 and 1989, a couple of separate storms. So you got to go back a little while to get back into those. China Grove, North Carolina, 11.5 inches. Faust, 14.5. You do notice some of these spots where the elevation that plays a role in this up into the Smokies, too. Parts of the Blue Ridge, you've had considerable snow as well. Winter storm warnings, those are up across the whole region, all of South Carolina, all of North Carolina, and into southern parts of Virginia, southern parts of the Delmarva. Here we go with the Fox weather model. This is taking you through the next several hours. A reason why all of the Carolinas are included in that winter storm warning. Look at this coverage of snow, 9 o'clock later on. It's most of both of those states and points north, as we were talking about. Chelsea Torres, we checked in with her. She's in Virginia Beach. She'll be in it as we move forward through the next few hours. 10, 11, midnight tonight, still going. By tomorrow morning, that's where we'll start to see the precipitation pulling its way away from the coastline. Lunchtime, it's gone, but the wind isn't. And you look at the wind direction, north and northwest, boy, is that going to feel cold as that Arctic air just continues to crash on in. So let's get further out to the coast. We'll get into some of the coastal effects that we're expecting. We just talked about this with Corey and his camera. There was Jacksonville, North Carolina, now below me. We had just talked with him. You saw the front end loader basically building onto that dune, building a barrier. There we go. Great work by the team. Rodanthe. So I don't know where the front end loader went, but they're working out there to build up that barrier between Highway 12 and the Atlantic, which is right there. You can't see it because the dunes all built up as a barrier. But Corey had reported that he's seen a little bit of spray over in spots. And for the next hour or two, the tide is still coming in and the wind speeds, those gusts are still on the rise as that area of low pressure picks up in intensity. Part of the reason why the Weather Service went with a coastal flood warning for the Outer Banks all the way up into the Hampton Roads region and southern parts of the Delmarva. So something to be aware of through this high tide cycle. There's another one of note because of the onshore push through the overnight hours tonight. I don't think a lot of that water is going to be able to make it back out of the sound. You'll have to watch that one tomorrow morning, too. Look at the wave heights. And this is a good proxy for, roughly speaking, for the intensity of the storm. And you look at how those waves just explode in size through the overnight hours as those winds crank up. So some function of this directed toward the coastline. Those could be destructive waves on top of that water rise. Just one more aspect of this impactful storm that we're going to have to monitor. Snow. It's expanding across the southeast as that coastal low continues to strengthen. Widespread totals, 5 to 8 inches of snow expected across the Carolinas, though some areas could see a little less depending if you get stuck in a dry slot. We saw that in Raleigh a bit, although they're picking back up a little bit. We got Fox weather correspondent Brandy Campbell joining us now from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Brandy, folks go to Myrtle Beach from where I'm standing this time of the year to go play some golf, right, and thaw out a little bit. I'm sure winter storm warning wasn't what they were expecting to hear.
It's not. I met one woman that came in from Alaska saying she was expecting the warmer temperatures, and it was when she got here a couple of weeks ago. But now she's dealing with this snow potential here, and she's actually, looking forward to it. But yes, you mentioned it, folks come here to play golf or, of course, to enjoy the sandy beaches here in Myrtle Beach. But instead, we are just waiting to see the snow fall down and for us to see that rare image of snow lining the beach here. Now, Ian mentioned the dry spot that Raleigh was dealing with. I spoke with our meteorologist in our Fox Weather Forecast Center, and they said, yeah, we were in it too. So we've been waiting. Some folks along the coast here have been posting online. They felt a little bit neglected because everybody else is getting the snow. But I'll tell you one thing, as we're doing this live shot, it seems like the snow is actually starting to pick up for the first time. I can actually see some noticeable flakes. Hopefully you guys can see them on screen as well. But we are expecting 5 to 8 inches of snow. We'll see what that really totals out to be for us. Temperatures are well below freezing in the 20s right now. And then we also have winds blowing in the teens. So that just makes it feel even a little bit colder than it already is. Now, I spoke with the mayor. He said, obviously, their town, they're not used to seeing snow. On average, per year, or their yearly average, they'll see just under a ½ inch of snow. Not impressive at all. So what they may see today going into tomorrow will be quite impactful. He says his residents, of course, they have been preparing. Take a listen.
Grocery stores were very busy. I know that several sections inside the grocery stores got cleaned out as people were preparing to hunker down for a couple of days if we get what is predicted, certainly. People look forward to the snow. It's a fun sort of weather emergency compared to the hurricanes that we normally deal with in the summertime. I'd much rather have a snow day than a hurricane, that's for sure.
That's right. The snow events, snowstorms, if they're not too impactful, we can have a little bit of fun, make some snow angels, snowmen. So that's the good thing, at least with this, but it is a rare sight. And yeah, I mean, Ian, the timing of this live shot couldn't be more perfect. This is the most snow we've seen so far. It's only been tiny flurries over the past hour or so, and it's starting to pick up. I can hear it as it hits the sand, but I'm sure it's going to be a little while before we actually see it accumulate on the surface. But I mean, just take a look at it. There's people, 3, not many people out here on the beach at all, but I can count 3, and they all have on jackets. Not a common sight. No bathing suits and umbrellas today. We're all just trying to stay warm, again, with the temperatures in the 20s, and then we have that breeze blowing towards the ocean right there. So it's cold out as the sun goes down. I'm very curious to see how much snow we're going to get. But I saw, up in North Carolina, Fost, if that's how you pronounce it, they got over 14 inches of snow. We want our snow, Ian.
Yeah, know who doesn't feel left out? I don't think would be the greenskeepers at all those beautiful golf courses. They're like, whatever, keep the snow away. But you said it right on schedule. Right. The radar shows it too, Brandy. Yeah. I think as we check in with you over this next stretch, it'll be a much different look. So looking forward to the reports. That's Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. Thank you. Preparedness, it's crucial ahead of major storms. Fox Weather's Steve Bender spoke to one Florida resident who made the decision to protect his home from losing power.
Hurricane Ian, we lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf, and obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family, so you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're going to take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that at 22 kW, we'd run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration, and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to carry lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. With having the full house generator, we were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on my mind at all.
Yeah, active scenes of snow falling across the southeast. That's out on the Outer Banks right there, Pine Knoll Shores. And yeah, those snow piles are adding up. We've seen some big numbers coming out of the Carolinas. You can follow along and get minute-by-minute updates as this storm continues to evolve. You can do so by scanning that QR code right there to get live updates on your phone while you're watching this right here. You can read the latest, you can see the pictures happening in real time and be alerted with breaking news, new snow totals, and the latest information in real time. Stay with us. We've got more Fox weather after the break.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
Are you still wearing lame, limp, stinky socks? Once you try Hollow Socks, you'll throw away all your old socks and never look back. Hollow socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round. Hollow socks are naturally thermoregulating, keeping my toes warm, but not hot. Hollow socks alpaca fibers are moisture wicking, so sweat is carried away and my feet stay drier longer. Hollow socks are the most comfortable American-made, fast-drying, stink-free, cozy feet mittens you've ever put on. Go to hollowsocks.com today.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather. This powerful storm making a mess of travel. I know we had similar problems at this point last weekend. Look at this number, top of a list you don't want to be on. Canceled flights. Charlotte Douglas International Airport, 1,076 flights canceled. And then you throw in a number of delays on top of that. That represents 89% of their schedule. So almost 9 out of 10 flights aren't getting out of Charlotte Douglas. It's been a rough go of it. 75 delays, but as I was saying, that giant number of canceled flights. And then a big concern here as well, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. They haven't seen nearly as much in terms of snow. There's been some light snow flying around in ATL, but it's been the winds gusting in excess of 50 miles per hour at times. Some considerable delays happening at the world's busiest airport. Let's head our way up north. Let's look out at Barnstable.